Chapter 879 Flame Devil breaks the seal. A blood-colored light soared into the clouds. A saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. Runes revolved around the saber like blood, and a powerful pressure caused heaven and earth to change color. Blooddrinker, you've finally recovered. We can finally fight together again. At this critical moment, Blooddrinker had come out of its seclusion. The current Blooddrinker was not like the old Blooddrinker. A fierce sharpness came out of it. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker to the sky. A pillar of light soared, shaking the heavens. Within that light pillar was a huge saber image. Countless blood-colored runes circulated within the saber image, and what sounded like the roaring of millions of beasts rang out. The sky turned dim in comparison. Long Chen could feel a closer connection to Blooddrinker now that it had recovered. He could now sense its emotions more clearly. His energy poured into Blooddrinker without reservation. Blooddrinker rumbled, resonating with heaven and earth. It was like the void could not allow its existence. Split the heavens too. The huge saber image in the sky rushed down, looking like it could split the river of stars. It was so imposing that it seemed like nothing could stop it. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, Long Chen's attack collided with their bone claw and huge arrow. Countless cracks appeared in the air. The void was tearing because of their powers. The ground crumbled as a terrifying chi wave engulfed the world. The mountain beneath them was instantly blown to smithereens, and countless coffins shot out. Quick, run! Suddenly, one person shouted. Those experts outside the barrier were all appalled and fled. The barrier exploded as the coffins shot out. Some experts were struck and killed by those flying coffins. Ditches appeared wherever they went, some spreading even tens of thousands of miles. The mountain had been razed, the barrier had shattered, even the formations were destroyed. The only thing remaining where the mountain had been was a huge hole. It was unknown how many of those distant spectators were still alive. In any case, they were buried by dirt. It would take them a while to dig their way out. Ha 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 ha. Yu Xiaochen was covering her head. That attack had been too terrifying. The only thing she had been able to do had been to use her core energy to protect herself. In order to conceal it, she had used her hands to cover her face. She had just shot her way out of the dirt when she heard Long Chen's laughter. Long Chen was standing in the sky. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in blood. He appeared wretched, but with his blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder, he appeared grand and heroic. 100 miles from him, Shuiyu and Yu Changhao were lying on the ground, looking at him with shock. They had lost in that exchange. With Blooddrinker resting on his shoulder, Long Chen soaked in that feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Now Blooddrinker was much stronger, but he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, that attack would have directly killed the two of them. The most delightful thing to Long Chen was that after absorbing all that Phoenix Blood Black Gold, Blooddrinker's weight had soared to a terrifying 30 million pounds. In other words, it had reached the Immortal Era's 100 caddies. This weight was still a bit too much for Long Chen. Otherwise, his attack just now would have been even stronger. But this was a good thing. He was about to advance to see expansion, and his Enlightenment Palace star was about to reach full satisfaction. At that time, Blooddrinker's weight would be perfect for him. Just as Long Chen was lost in his delight, countless runes flew out of the ground, forming the top of a huge cage in the air. At the same time, a horrifying pressure descended upon the world, causing Long Chen to jump. He hastily looked at Shuiyu and Yu Changhao and saw they were also shocked. They had all used up their energy. No one could release such a horrifying pressure now. The buzzing grew more intense. The ground in a 3,000-mile diameter suddenly bulged. Countless cracks appeared in the cage. Not good. Long Chen, run. There's a terrifying existence sealed underground. Your battle just now probably broke part of its seal, and it's about to break out. Shouted Yu Xiaochen. Wings appeared on her back, and she flew toward Long Chen, then pulled him far into the distance. They couldn't bother with killing Shuiyu and Yu Changhao at this moment. Shuiyu and Yu Changhao's expressions changed. That horrifying pressure only continued to grow, and they felt a chill down to their bones. That pressure clearly contained a fatal threat. The two of them pulled out the last of their strength to fly into the distance. But at that moment, the cage above them shattered. The ground exploded. The four of them immediately sensed space caving in. They suddenly found they were unable to fly away. A furious roar suddenly shook the land. It was like thunder in their ears. A huge, blazing figure broke out of the ground. That figure was 300 meters tall. It appeared to be an ape, but its face was twisted. Its eyes were like lanterns, and its entire body was covered in flame runes. "It's a flame devil," shouted Yu Xiaochen. The flame devil roared and its runes exploded. With it at the center, everything within 300 miles was engulfed in a sea of flames. Long Chen was startled and hastily summoned his merged flame to form layers of defense. At the same time, they continued fleeing. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were fleeing when they heard Yu Changhao and Shui Yu's miserable screaming. The two of them were being roasted now. They only lacked some cumin and hot pepper. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to look at them. He suddenly found that his merged flame was fundamentally unable to block this flame's attack. It was being burnt away. "Lei Long, protect us." Lei Long flew out and devoured the two of them, continuing to rush away. Lei Long was wrapped around by lightning runes. Lightning and flame didn't have contradictory attributes, so the terrifying flame was temporarily unable to do anything to it. The two of them had only just sighed with relief upon escaping the flames when a huge claw viciously smashed onto Lei Long's body. Lei Long was unable to bear such a terrifying attack and instantly exploded. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen both vomited blood. That huge flame devil had shattered Lei Long with a single attack. Before Lei Long could reform, its two hands continued toward them. "Let me." Yu Xiaochen took a deep breath. Right now, there were endless flames blocking people's sight. She was using her core energy to activate her race rune. The devil character appeared on Yu Xiaochen's forehead. She raised her sword and began to chant. "Ancestral bloodline, hear your descendants call. Bestow me with my bloodline power." Following her chanting, sacred light began to shine in her eyes. An enormous aura soared out of Yu Xiaochen. It was like all the energy above the 9 heavens was pouring into her body. Long Chen had seen Yu Xiaochen go all out like this before. He knew this energy wasn't spiritual qi, but a kind of energy he had never seen before. This was what Yu Xiaochen called her core energy. An illusory figure with a height of 30 meters appeared behind her. Last time, Long Chen had also seen this figure, but this time it was more solid. Although he couldn't clearly see its face, he could tell it was a woman. There was also a devil character on her forehead. That woman was holding a sword just like Yu Xiaochen, and she followed Yu Xiaochen's exact movements. When their swords were both pointed at the sky, strange ripples appeared in the void. It was like the void had become water. Devil destroying slash. Yu Xiaochen's sword slashed down, and the illusory figure's sword rumbled. Heaven and earth twisted fiercely as its sword also slashed down on the flame devil's hand. The flame devil let out a strange roar upon being struck by Yu Xiaochen's attack. Her sword had cut through its hide. Blood splashed. Its blood was actually golden, and when it dropped on the ground, it transformed into runes and disappeared before long. Yu Xiaochen had managed to injure the flame devil, but she was also sent flying by a powerful rebound force. Long Chen hastily caught her, but he was actually helpless to stop her. He was also sent flying with her. With Long Chen holding tightly onto Yu Xiaochen, they crashed into the mountain. Long Chen's blood flipped within him, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had borne the brunt of all this force, so Yu Xiaochen had it much better. The injured flame devil once more attacked the two of them. Its incomparable power caused them to turn pale. But what stunned Long Chen was that its fist suddenly stopped in midair. It stopped, as if letting them off. It is still bound by chains. Its attack range is limited. Yu Xiaochen was delighted to discover this. She saw that its fists were clearly being held back by some kind of force. If Long Chen hadn't exhausted all of his energy, then with his sharp perception and the 9-star hegemon body art, he would have been able to sense the existence of those divine chains. But his weak state caused his spiritual perception to sharply drop. Long Chen had just relaxed slightly when he suddenly stamped on the ground and shot away with Yu Xiaochen in his hold. They streaked across the ground like sleds on snow, instantly appearing dozens of miles away. He had only just left his original location when a powerful fire breath engulfed where they had been. After dodging the flame devil's breath attack, Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were both like arrows at the end of their flight. They had to quickly leave this dangerous region. Chapter 880 Terrifying Flame Devil. Who knows? If those two were killed by it. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen rushed as fast as they could with their little energy for over 2 hours before finally taking a breather. After running for so long, Long Chen couldn't even speak without gasping. It seems they weren't. We ended up drawing the flame devil's attention, and the two of them should have taken that chance to flee. Yu Xiaochen shook her head. Foolish girl, can't you at least comfort me? Isn't it fine to say that they're already dead? Can't you lie to make me happy for a bit? Long Chen bitterly smiled. Yu Xiaochen was always serious about everything. Long Chen also knew that those two had probably survived. But if he heard some comfort, he would at least feel a bit better inside. Xiaochen, what origin does that flame devil have? How is it so terrifying? I feel like it's even more powerful than an 8th rank earth dragon, said Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen explained, the flame devils are rumored to come from a flame hell. In the immortal era, they flourished and broke through the spatial walls, breaking into the martial heaven continent. At that time, they caused great damage to the martial heaven continent. The continent's experts were unable to stop them, and they were on the verge of being destroyed. The legends say that immortals intervened, suppressing the flame devils and sealing the broken spatial wall. However, there was still a small number of flame devils scattered throughout the continent. Because they were too weak, they managed to escape their search. Later, people found the leftover flame devils and began killing them. But they found that flame devils could live for practically forever. As a result, the experts captured them and began to raise them, turning them into their pets. However, if you play with fire, you'll get burned. They finally reaped a bitter consequence. The flame devils had reproduced to the point that they broke out of their control. The continent was once more bathed in blood. In the end, they managed to suppress them, and the experts of that time declared that no one could continue raising flame devils or they would be exterminated. As a result, the flame devils have basically become extinct on the martial heaven continent. As for the flame devil here, I feel like it was bound by a formation and its energy was extracted to keep other formations functional. It can save plenty of resources. Flame devils can live practically forever, so their life energy is extremely powerful. It can constantly draw energy out of the lava to live forever. My guess is there is a lava pool nearby supplying it with energy, while the formations draw out its converted energy. Your attack previously broke the formation and let it regain its freedom. Flame devils are originally berserk, so after being enslaved for so many years and finally escaping, it naturally is full of resentment and wants to release it on us. Its power should definitely be much stronger than 8th rank magical beasts. But because it is bound by those divine chains, it isn't able to release its full strength. But even so, the power it released was very likely greater than an 8th rank magical beast. Fine, I won't bother it. Let's go. The huge battle just now is definitely drawing over countless people. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He rushed off while pulling Yu Xiaochen. He sensed a distant group of experts that came in their direction, seeming to be searching for something. Long Chen, it's Long Chen, we've found him. That group was comprised of over 100 people from the ancient race and corrupt path. Within their group, several people were carrying 2 stretchers. 2 charred bodies were lying on the stretchers. Their bodies were pitch black, and if it weren't for the blinking of their eyes, no one would be able to tell they were alive. Help me shout. You bastard Long Chen, you won't be able to escape. I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death, croaked one of those charred bodies. That person was Shui Yu. In order to survive those flames, they had used up their final bit of power. If the flame devil's attention hadn't been focused on Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen, they would have definitely died. Although they had escaped with their lives, they had still been burned to a coal-like state. They were unable to bear even the weakest attack now. Fortunately, after Long Chen had drawn the flame devil's attention, they had used their last bit of energy to fly out and just happened to run into experts from their side that had been drawn over by the commotion. Of course, they had also encountered some righteous experts. When the crowd had seen Shui Yu and Yu Changhao, they hadn't been able to believe their eyes. Seeing them in their half-dead states, they were unable to connect them with the peak experts in their minds. They hastily went to protect them. As for the righteous experts, they hadn't known what to do or what had happened. After being saved, they resisted fainting. Clenching their teeth, they had ordered their people to detour around the flame devil and chase after Long Chen. They were sure he wasn't much better off than them. Now was the best chance to hunt him down. Long Chen, you bastard, you won't be able to escape. Lord Shui Yu will definitely make you live a life worse than death. Shouted a corrupt expert. What kind of garbage barbecue are you sending to me? Which cook burnt it so badly? Fuck off. Just looking at those burnt lumps makes me nauseous. Long Chen refused to lose out. As he rushed away with Yu Xiaochen, he shouted a loud response, causing Shui Yu and Yu Changhao to almost pass out from rage. He was actually treating them as barbecue. Long Chen, alter PFFT. Yu Chenghao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Both he and Shui Yu had already exhausted all their heavenly Tao energy. They didn't even have any spiritual yuan either. They were in a dreadful state. Right now, they had no ability to heal. They first needed to use medicinal pills to recover and restore their spiritual yuan. That was an extremely slow process. And in this state, they might die to the slightest danger. But they also knew that Long Chen was completely spent. If they didn't kill him now, it would be much more difficult in the future. So this was a rare opportunity. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts shot an arrow at Long Chen. Long Chen swung his broadsword behind him, destroying that arrow. But he was also sent flying. Ha ha ha, as expected, you really are out of energy, Long Chen. It's hard just for you to block an ordinary attack from me. The person who had shot the arrow was just a rank 2 celestial. This arrow of his was just to test Long Chen's state. Right now, Long Chen was also exhausted, with his spiritual yuan drained. With just his physical strength, just raising his broadsword was taxing, let alone using Blooddrinker. Out of energy, you can come and try it, sneered Long Chen, suddenly stopping. Fine, then let me try it. A rank 3 celestial walked out from the corrupt path's side, and forming hand seals, a skull appeared in front of him. He spat a mouthful of blood onto it. A fierce, evil aura erupted from the skull. It instantly grew larger, and it shot out a ray of light at Long Chen. Long Chen raged inside, fuck, I tell you to try it and you try it. I don't see you bastards listening so obediently normally. Seeing that light coming at him, he knew it was a treasure item. Although it was a heretical one, this kind of attack could easily kill him and Yu Xiaochen in their weak state. Yu Xiaochen was pale. Blocking the Flame Devil's attack in the end had already overdrafted her power slightly. She was powerless to fight. Blooddrinker, slaughter him. Blooddrinker suddenly appeared. A ray of red light soared into the sky, transforming into a heavenly saber that slashed down on that light. Long Chen was already powerless to use Blooddrinker, but it had agreed to his request and released an attack on its own. However, without Long Chen's power supporting it, the attack was much weaker, and he could only use it once. The corrupt expert and the skull were blown apart by Blooddrinker. Those experts turned pale with fright, and they all stopped, not daring to get closer. Long Chen hastily put away Blooddrinker and sneered, let me tell you, even if I'm out of energy, I can still use this kind of attack 3 times. I've used it once now, so whoever else wants to die can come out now. Long Chen was simply trying to frighten them. Although treasure items were strong, they weren't energy storage weapons. Without the owner putting any energy into one, being able to release one attack already made it peak grade. He was only able to do this because he was connected mentally and spiritually to Blooddrinker. Blooddrinker was willing to offer up its energy to Long Chen. That was absolute trust, but no matter how much it trusted him, without any energy supporting it, it couldn't help Long Chen. Don't listen to him, he's definitely just putting on airs. Such an attack can only be released once. Shui Yu clearly wasn't so easy to trick. After all, he was a peak expert, and he had a deeper understanding of treasure items. The others felt the same way, but they didn't dare to take that risk. They just stayed together, chasing after him, each of them maintaining the same speed. None of them wanted to be the first to test it again. Seeing that, Long Chen sped off. If he could run into some companions, there really was a chance of getting away. Wu Hei, I order you to attack. You understand the consequences, shouted Shui Yu. The person he had named was an ordinary rank 3 celestial. Being ordered by Shui Yu, he was infuriated inside. But he still attacked. This fellow was smart. He used a long-distance attack of sword chi. At the same time, he prepared to retreat, causing Shui Yu to clench his teeth. He was clearly just going through the motions without any actual power. When that sword chi was about to reach Long Chen, a lightning dragon appeared and blocked the sword chi. But Lei Long had previously endured an attack from the terrifying Flame Devil. It was also out of energy, and it shattered. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were blown away. Yu Xiaochen even coughed up blood. She had no defensive ability and was weaker than a rank 1 celestial right now. Fuck, how are there none of them here? The map clearly indicates their existence. Long Chen was looking around constantly. Suddenly, he sensed spiritual fluctuations and his eyes brightened. Yes, it was here. He pulled Yu Xiaochen in that direction. After a few more miles, dozens of figures appeared. Their auras were vast like the sea, and their robes were strange. They icily stared at Long Chen and the others, their weapons raised. Chapter 881 Stone Tribe. Seeing those people, Yu Xiaochen's face paled, but Long Chen became ecstatic. Yu Xiaochen didn't know about his relationship with the Xiao tribe. Here, Long Chen tossed out a jade plate to the person who seemed to be the leader of this aboriginal group. Although that person's aura was retracted, the pressure coming from him was extremely strong. He was definitely an expert amongst experts. That person was startled and caught the jade plate. Once he looked at it, his expression changed slightly, and he waved his hand at the people behind him. Kill them. Following his shout, those experts charged forward at Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen. Illusory seas appeared behind them. They were all sea expansion celestials. Fuck, did that old man trick me? Long Chen was startled to see these people charging at them. He pushed Yu Xiaochen behind him and raised his sword at them. But those aboriginals shot past Long Chen. They launched a fierce attack on Shui Yu and the others. When those aboriginals had first appeared, Shui Yu and the others had paused, thinking that the aboriginals would kill Long Chen. But the aboriginals actually ignored him. Fall back. Shui Yu couldn't raise his head to see what was going on, but he quickly realized the situation had turned sour. They only had 100 people here. In the face of dozens of sea expansion celestials, they wouldn't stand a chance. Most importantly, he and Yu Changhao were so heavily injured that they really might be killed. However, they had still underestimated the viciousness of the aboriginals. Although they had fled quickly, the aboriginals didn't let them off. They chased after them, and in just the first clash, over 10 of their experts were killed by them. This was the aboriginals' territory. There was no heavenly Tao suppression here. Their power was at its peak state, and facing invaders, they would naturally kill them. With their full force, seeing Shui Yu and the others fleeing miserably, Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were no longer able to endure. Long Chen quickly took out a seat for Yu Xiaochen. Then he sat straight on the ground, gasping for breath. This had been too dangerous. He had almost fallen into their hands. You should be Long Chen, correct? The leader of this group of aboriginals walked over. He appeared to be in his 40s. He had a square nose and appeared dignified, the kind of person who didn't speak much. Yes, I'm Long Chen. A senior told me that as long as I took out this tablet, you would help me, said Long Chen. Correct. This is Lord Heavenai's token of trust. Furthermore, Lord Heavenai told us to look after whoever showed this jade plate. Even if our entire tribe were to be destroyed, we had to do anything to help you, said that man. He actually offered Long Chen the jade plate with both hands extremely respectfully. Long Chen hastily tried to get up to receive it, but he was just too tired. The fact he wasn't lying on the ground was already not bad. He had no energy to stand, so he could only awkwardly receive the tablet with both hands. Senior, why would Lord Heavenai look after me so much? Furthermore, just what status does he have for you to put your tribes on the line with just his word? Asked Long Chen. He was extremely curious about that old man's status. The man smiled slightly. Lord Heavenai is the guide of all aboriginals. In our eyes, he is like a god. We naturally have to listen to his words. Just as they were talking, the aboriginals that had charged at Shui Yu and the others came back. They were holding quite a few weapons that were covered in blood. Did you manage to kill those 2 pieces of barbecue cough? I mean those 2 people that looked like they were charcoal? Asked Long Chen. One of them glanced at the middle-aged man, and seeing him nod, he said, no. They fled too quickly, and they had quite a few experts amongst them. Even here, we didn't have a guarantee to capture them. They quickly escaped into the cursed region, so we didn't dare to chase. Regretful. Let me tell you, those 2 fellows are the fattest sheep. Under that charred layer, their entire bodies are good meat. Long Chen slapped his leg in pity. Yu Xiaochen felt like she was dreaming. How did Long Chen know the aboriginals? Then that really is regretful. Those aboriginals all felt some regret. They urgently needed the invaders' resources, especially their medicinal pills and weapons. But that's also fine. Since you've saved me, I naturally won't let you work for nothing, comforted Long Chen. Long Chen, we helped you because of Lord Heavenai. We don't want your money. Are you looking down on us? Said the middle-aged man frostily. Ha ha ha, good, good. Then I won't stand on courtesy. Can we stay here for a bit to recover? Probed Long Chen. After all, their spiritual yuan was exhausted. This kind of state was the worst to be in. Even if they had less than half their spiritual yuan, they could have fully recovered it in just a few days. But now that they were fully exhausted, it was like their bodies had entered a state of quasi-death. They needed a long time to fully recover. It was an extremely troublesome matter, which was why cultivators wouldn't use their final bit of power unless they had to. "You're welcome to come and rest in the tribe." The middle-aged man nodded. He was actually extremely curious why Lord Heavenai would care for this Long Chen, an invader. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen swallowed a chi recovery pill. An hour later, they finally felt like they could walk, and they went with the aboriginals to their ancestral land. But this time, Long Chen wasn't forced to wear a blindfold. After a few short distance transportation formations, they arrived in a desert. They continued through the desert. Because Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen had exhausted all their spiritual yuan, they couldn't fly. Furthermore, Yu Xiaochen was a woman. It wouldn't be good for her to be carried by others. So everyone could only walk. "May I ask Senior's name?" Long Chen finally broke the silence. "I wouldn't dare to be called Senior by you. I am Shi Kang, a member of the Stone Tribe." "All of us are surnamed Shi," said the middle-aged man. "No wonder you don't like to talk," laughed Long Chen. "Long Chen." Yu Xiaochen lightly hit Long Chen, meaning not to make jokes at their expense when they weren't friends. "It's fine. Our Stone Tribe's people really are a bit taciturn," said Shi Kang frankly. Long Chen smiled. "I haven't come into contact with the Stone Tribe before, but I did stay with the Shout Tribe for a while. I feel like we aren't outsiders anymore. Furthermore, you've saved my life, so there's no need to stand on courtesy." The Stone Tribe's experts nodded inside. Their people didn't like speaking that much, and the words they did speak were always direct and to the point. Their character was just like that, and although they didn't dare to go against Lord Heavenai's orders, they still didn't feel very kindly toward Long Chen. After all, he was an invader. But Long Chen had been speaking sincerely and naturally from the start as if they weren't strangers. That made them feel more comfortable toward him. "Big brother Long Chen," said one man. "No, I'm not older than you. You can just call me brother." Long Chen hastily waved his hand. He wasn't so old that someone who appeared to be in his 30s could call him big brother. Was he trying to make him seem old on purpose? "Okay, brother Long Chen. Why were those people chasing you?" asked this person. But as soon as he did, he saw Shi Kang glare at him, and he realized he had misspoken. Long Chen laughed, and being a bit taller than that person, he wrapped his arm around his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, just talking about it is infuriating. One of them is my mortal enemy, while the other, he was just trying to be a poser and trample me to death to prove how badass he was. Brother, tell me, if you were me, what would you do?" "What else could I do? Just beat them to death." "Exactly. That's exactly what I did. So they ended up turning into barbecue. But we weren't much better off than them. Those two brats couldn't beat me, so they called over a group of little brothers to handle me. If it weren't for you, I would have died," laughed Long Chen. His coarse words caused the Stone Tribe's experts to smile slightly. They liked this kind of speaking method. It was direct and blunt. Of course, Long Chen also could tell that the Stone Tribe's people were like that, which was why he spoke this way. Yu Xiaochen was a bit speechless. She was skilled in observation, and she could tell with just a few words and gestures from Long Chen, the aboriginals' wariness toward him had dropped a great deal. They began to talk and joke with him. In just an hour, Long Chen had begun chatting to them like they were old friends. It seemed Long Chen's face-reading ability was truly effective. The Stone Tribe's people were a bunch of direct men just like him. "Ha ha ha, brother Long Chen, you really are refreshing and to my taste. Once we get back, let's have a proper drink together," laughed one of the aboriginals. The Stone Tribe's people were already treating him as a brother. Shi Kang frowned. "Long Chen has exhausted his spiritual yuan. He needs to rest. You guys shouldn't disturb him." I forgot. Alright, then we'll wait until brother Long Chen is recovered before drinking." "Long Chen, those two charcoal people should be very strong, correct?" asked Shi Kang. This was his first time asking Long Chen a question. Perhaps he felt Long Chen was frank and straightforward enough that he could put down his misgivings. "Yes, they truly are powerful. Their breeding was good, and they are two innate rank 3 celestials with ancestral bloodline inheritances. Even amongst innate rank 3 celestials, they are peak figures," said Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had been able to dominate anyone in the same realm. But now, he was starting to feel like freaks were surrounding him. It was getting more and more taxing to fight them. Now he couldn't even beat them. But the others were deathly silent. All of them looked at Long Chen with shock. They clearly knew just how powerful innate rank 3 celestials were. We've arrived. I'll bring you to see the tribe leader. An oasis appeared in the desert. There was a string of tents within the oasis. She equals stone. Chapter 882 Checking the spoils. Shi Kang brought Long Chen to see the stone tribe's leader. Long Chen was startled to see that he was a foundation forging expert. In terms of appearance, he seemed to be the same age as Shi Kang, and only later did Long Chen learn that he was Shi Kang's grandfather. He didn't seem to find it too strange for Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen to arrive here. He was very cordial. He directly set up a new tent for Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen, as well as setting up guards so that they could heal in peace. He even offered them their stone tribe's most precious medicinal pills. But naturally, those medicinal pills were refused. They were too lacking, and Long Chen couldn't even force himself to eat them. He simply said that he had his own pills before going into seclusion with Yu Xiaochen. This time, it took him a long time to recover. Long Chen only came out of seclusion after half a month. His spiritual yuan had finally begun to recover. It was like starting a fire. The first requirement was a flame seed. When the spiritual yuan was completely exhausted, the flame seed was also extinguished. To recover, the flame seed had to be reignited in order to recover more spiritual yuan. Igniting the flame seed of his spiritual yuan took him half a month. The price for completely exhausting one's spiritual yuan was a heavy one. Yu Xiaochen was still sitting. While in seclusion, she wasn't wearing her veil. Her beautiful face that was both holy and bewitching was fully revealed to him. That was a kind of soul-stealing beauty that would make it so a person couldn't extricate themselves from it. After staring at her for a while, Long Chen suddenly realized he was breathing faster, and a strong desire had appeared. He had an urge to kiss her. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Important things have to be said 3 times. The meat will sooner or later be cooked in the pot. It won't run away, so don't rush things. With supreme willpower, Long Chen turned away from Yu Xiaochen to avoid losing control. It was too difficult to control himself around her. Let's check the spoils. To distract himself, Long Chen looked inside his spiritual space. Damn, am I seeing things? There's this many. Long Chen almost jumped. His spiritual space was filled with various treasure items. They were piled into a small mountain. There were probably no less than 1,000 of them. Furthermore, hundreds of spatial rings could be seen piled up beside the treasure items. While you killed people, I'd be embarrassed to just do nothing, so I helped you gather some of this junk. It'll cancel out the karma of absorbing their spiritual strength, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Senior, how much have you recovered? Long Chen was delighted. He wanted to know just how much the Eastern Wasteland Bell had recovered so he could decide when to use it. How much have I recovered? Hee, you don't need to play such a game with me. The injuries I've suffered are not something you can imagine. My body is incomplete, and this little spiritual strength is only able to nourish my soul. To recover, I need to find the other pieces of my body, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Where are the other parts of your body? Do you need me to help you? Asked Long Chen courteously. Hee, you want me to owe you another favor? Little fellow, give up on that thought. Your fate is different from others. Even if it's to get rid of karma, each time I help you will still cause you to bear the heavenly Tao's karma. You can't rely on anyone in this life. You can only rely on yourself. To put it in the manner of the secular world, if you lean on a mountain, the mountain will collapse. If you lean on water, the water will dry up. What the fuck? Why does it feel like I'm an unlucky star? Long Chen was speechless. That's not the case. All you need to know is that your cultivation path is different from everyone else's. You'll need to work for whatever you have, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Suddenly, it shut its mouth. It must have felt that it had touched upon some taboo. Fine, I feel like power is more reliable than luck anyways. Ah, Senior, are there any good treasure items amongst this pile? Can you help me pick some? Asked Long Chen. They're all trash. What is there to pick? Said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. No, please don't look at them from your height. I need to know which one of these are top grade and which are trash, said Long Chen. Treasure items are split into low, middle, high, and top grade. You already have 2 top grade treasure items. One of them is that sword, Flying Rainbow. The other one is your blood-colored saber. As for that saber of yours, it should have been forged by an ancient craftsman. It's much better than average, and its innate quality has also received an upgrade. It's not bad, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen hastily took out Flying Rainbow and Blooddrinker from the primal chaos space. He asked, Senior, can you tell me more about them? Me? Are you treating me as some ordinary craftsman? Said the Eastern Wasteland Bell with irritation. But although it was dissatisfied, it still said, Flying Rainbow's quality is not bad. The forging technique that went into it was a bit lacking, but because an expert once used their own sword Dao to create its spirit, it contains a trace of the sword Dao's will. However, you aren't a sword cultivator, and you can't receive its approval. So it's fated that it can't become your companion. You should find a better master for it. Long Chen thought to himself that there would be no better master for it than Yu Zifeng. Originally, his plan had already been to give it to him. As for your blood-colored saber, its item spirit has been injured. No wonder its power is low. Oh, it actually absorbed Phoenix blood black gold and is still digesting its essence. Long Chen, you have Phoenix blood black gold? Asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Yes, I do. If you need it, you can take it. But there are only some broken down pieces now, said Long Chen. Long Chen saw that the Phoenix blood black gold ore he had obtained was already fractured. It was now broken down, and he assumed there wasn't much use to it any longer. Let me see it, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell a bit urgently. Long Chen took out a piece of the Phoenix blood black gold out of the primal chaos space. The Eastern Wasteland Bell scanned the ore and was shocked. It actually contains the Divine Phoenix's essence blood, and from a pure-blooded descendant of the Divine Phoenix at that. This is very helpful to me. Hearing that the Eastern Wasteland Bell wanted it, Long Chen brought all the Phoenix blood black gold out of his primal chaos space. Seeing more and more ore entering the spiritual space, the Eastern Wasteland Bell couldn't help but say, Long Chen, this ore is very important to me. However, your conditions don't change. You can only help me once, said Long Chen. Yes, if you feel like you're on the losing side, it's fine, I'm not so stingy. Blooddrinker has already said that it doesn't need this ore. It's useless to me. If you didn't want it, I'd have to just throw it away, said Long Chen. He truly didn't have a use for it, as he didn't have the time or energy to go smelt the ore for its essence. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was a bit embarrassed. After all, its status was extremely high, but it had its own difficulties and couldn't help Long Chen too much. After obtaining the Phoenix blood black gold, the Eastern Wasteland Bell felt bad not helping Long Chen more. Hence, it helped Long Chen divide the treasure items into grades. Long Chen was disappointed to see that many of the treasure's items he had obtained were just low grade. He had obtained 1187 treasure items in total when including the ones from the coffins and the ones from people he had killed. 1045 of them were only low grade. That caused his excitement to diminish. But then when he thought about it, he laughed involuntarily. He had been too greedy. After all, those were treasure items, not cabbages. When he thought about it, just how many treasure items had been in the Xuandian Dao sect's treasury. A person should know when to be satisfied. There were 107 middle-grade treasure items. Middle-grade treasure items had higher-level item spirits. They had a certain level of intelligence, and thus wouldn't be as foolish as low-grade treasure items. They could help their masters release even greater power. There were 35 high-grade treasure items. 2 of them were the pagoda and the bracelet he had swindled out of Huang Junmo. Long Chen's guess was that Huang Junmo definitely hadn't known the true power of these 2 treasure items. He had just felt them to be not bad, but hadn't known their true value. If it weren't for the Eastern Wasteland Bell, Long Chen also wouldn't have been able to distinguish their value. High-grade treasure items had even more intelligent item spirits. But such treasure items required their masters to use spiritual strength to nourish them and form a bond of trust. They would form contracts with their owners, with each side dependent on the other. With the 2 sides working together, they could release the greatest power. The Eastern Wasteland Bell explained that Blooddrinker was originally a peak-grade treasure item. Its quality was extremely high, and the craftsmanship that went into it could not be criticized. Most importantly, having absorbed some of the Phoenix blood black gold's energy, its quality had greatly increased. It was just that its item spirit had once been injured, so Long Chen needed to nourish it with his own soul. It gave Long Chen an item nourishing technique. That delighted Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was so picky, so whatever it transmitted to him was definitely a priceless treasure. This nourishing technique was incredibly refined, and he had never heard of it before. Furthermore, the Eastern Wasteland Bell hadn't said that he couldn't transmit this technique to others. He planned on transmitting this secret art to everyone by his side. That way, they could quickly control treasure items as well. Regretfully, Yu Xiaochen was from the original devil race. Their weapons were different from his world's. She couldn't bring out these treasure items, power, which was why they were all in Long Chen's hands. Half a day later, Yu Xiaochen also awoke. She had managed to activate her heavenly Dao energy and begun to recover her spiritual yuan. However, she had completely exhausted her core energy, and it was impossible for her core energy to recover in this world. She had to return to the skyscraping world for that. Seeing Long Chen look at her with distress, she smiled and comforted him, saying that it was a good thing. Without the slightest bit of the original devil race's energy, she could undergo tribulation in the immemorial path and receive its lightning baptism. Countless people were waiting for the spiritual chi eruption right now. That would give them a perfect foundation for chi expansion and allow them to walk further on their cultivation path. Many people even thought that the secret to becoming a god or immortal lay in this heavenly tribulation. Originally, Yu Xiaochen had no intention of undergoing that tribulation, but because Long Chen had given her a heavenly Dao fruit, she could enjoy that special treatment. She was also preparing to tell her clansmen to find ways to exhaust their own core energy so that they could undergo their tribulations as well. "Brother Long Chen, there's someone looking for you," a person called out from outside the tent. Chapter 883 Spiritual Chi Eruption. Guo Ran. Long Chen had never expected that the person looking for him was Guo Ran. Within the Stone Tribe's territory, Guo Ran was surrounded by a dozen experts. They only let him go with Long Chen when they saw that Long Chen knew him. "Haha, boss, I've been looking for you for a long time now, but to think that you ended up with the Aboriginals. Junior brother's reverence is like torrential water." Guo Ran was amazed to see Long Chen had muddled his way into the Aboriginals, sighed so peacefully. "Can you stop with the useless words?" said Long Chen. This brat was becoming more and more of a suck-up. Seeing Guo Ran's mischievous smile, Yu Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. The two of them really were alike. It was just that it was unknown who had infected who. "Wow boss, you were so fast in catching another." Long Chen grabbed Guo Ran's throat, and just like that, dragged him into the tent. This brat had no handle on his mouth, and who knew what he would say in a moment. "Boss, you almost strangled me to death." "Cough, cough," grumbled Guo Ran. "Oh, thank you sister-in-law." Guo Ran respectfully received a cup of tea from Yu Xiaochen with both hands. Yu Xiaochen blushed and hastily went over to Long Chen's side. "You two can chat, I'll go for a stroll." Once Yu Xiaochen had left, Guo Ran couldn't help but sigh with admiration. "Boss, your pickup abilities really are unrivaled beneath the heavens. When can I also reach your realm?" "Ah, killing the strongest enemies, picking up the most beautiful girls." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain that he had known Yu Xiaochen for a long time. He asked, "How did you come here?" Guo Ran said, "Aren't I doing exactly what you told me to do? I spent all this time looking for everyone. It's been hard on you. So, did you manage to find everyone?" asked Long Chen. He knew that Guo Ran's armor could transform into a flying boat. No one could compare to him when it came to searching for people. "Hehe, luckily, I didn't fail your orders. I managed to get in touch with Meng Qi and Wan Er, they're in seclusion right now. As for Yu Zifeng, his luck was heaven-defying. He obtained an ancient sword Dao inheritance. When I found him, he thought I was an enemy and almost killed me with one slash of his sword." Ji Yu Yong also wasn't lazy. He obtained an ancient medicinal pill and is in the process of absorbing it. Everyone is hidden in seclusion. Other than me, no one else knows their positions. As for Wild, I know about Wild. We ended up running into each other. However, Long Chen told Guo Ran about how Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had left. Guo Ran nodded. "In truth, I also sensed that the two of them were hiding something from me when I brought them to Wild. There's nothing that can be done. People all have their own pride, and the stronger a person, the greater their pride. People as shameless as me are rare. As captains, the two of them are both in charge of 90 Dragonblood warriors. However, compared to Ji Yu Yong and Yu Zifeng, they are much weaker. They naturally don't like that feeling. To want to get stronger wasn't wrong. Long Chen should loosen his reins and give them more space to find their own opportunities. That was a principle Long Chen understood, but he was unable to go through with it. The loss of even one of his brothers would make him feel pain. Seeing Long Chen's grave expression, Guo Ran continued, sister-in-law Meng Qi obtained a secret art in an ancient maze. She's in the midst of studying it. As for sister-in-law Wan she found a wind attribute trial region. She decided to just stay there. Hearing all this good news, Long Chen's heart finally relaxed. I've given them everything you asked me to give them. Hee. Now, everyone's focused on the spiritual qi eruption to break through to see expansion, said Guo Ran. He was already at the peak of Shantian and just waiting for that moment. But compared to boss, we really were lazy. I've already heard all the stories circulating about you, which is how I managed to find you here. Even when Yu Changhao and Shui Yu worked together, they were still beaten like dogs by you and almost killed. Long Chen shook his head. That's not something to be happy about. Someone told me that innate celestials like Shui Yu and Yu Changhao, who also possess their ancestors' bloodline blessing, will automatically advance to rank 4 celestials upon reaching C expansion. And that's not the worst part. Many of their innate divine abilities can only be fully used upon reaching C expansion. So once they advance, their battle power will increase by dozens of times, perhaps even more than 100 times. Long Chen wasn't just trying to scare him. This was what Lang Yuyan had told him. Before she had encountered him, Shui Yu had been her target. She had precisely been waiting for Shui Yu to reach C expansion before having an all-out fight against him. Now that she had changed targets to Long Chen, she didn't want him to vainly die at other people's hands, so she had warned him about this. With Lang Yuyan's character, she definitely wouldn't just try to scare him. Now that he had fought with those powerful geniuses, Long Chen was shocked by their innate divine abilities. Once they reached C expansion, they would be able to erupt with their true power. That much? Asked Guo Ran in shock. Perhaps even more than you imagine, said Long Chen gravely. Making sure he wasn't careless was best. I have another task for you. Since you know everyone's location, it's perfect. Long Chen took out 4 heavenly Dao fruits. Those were heaven-defying treasures. He naturally didn't need to introduce them to Guo Ran. He almost shouted in delight. Long Chen also gave Guo Ran 4 spatial rings. There was one for Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yu Yong, and Yu Zifeng. He had given them things in accordance with their own traits. Each one of them was given at least 10 treasure items, and only the best. There were weapons, boots, and arm protectors, as well as hard and soft armor. There were even bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings, and all kinds of various treasure items. To sum it up, Long Chen was fully equipping all of them. He was like a wealthy landlord using his own money to raise everyone's power to a new level. However, to release these treasure items, true power would require everyone to advance to C expansion first. Otherwise, that little bit of spiritual yuan in the Shantian realm wouldn't allow them to use even a single treasure item. Originally, these treasure items couldn't be stored in spatial rings. It was the Eastern Wasteland Bell which had helped seal their power so that they would lie asleep in the rings. They would only awaken once they were taken out. After making sure Guo Ran wouldn't mix up the spatial rings, Long Chen gave him all the treasure items he didn't need. Guo Ran's forging table was a priceless treasure. As Guo Ran's own skill improved, he discovered more and more amazing aspects of it. One was that it could merge into his body. Another one was that the forging table had its own space. It could store many things. But even so, over 1,000 treasure items almost filled the entire space. Boss, am I dreaming? Guo Ran couldn't believe his eyes. How had he obtained this many treasure items? In the Xuantian Dao sect, there were so many C expansion experts that still didn't have the qualifications to possess a treasure item. In truth, treasure items were very rare. It was just that Long Chen had encountered a nest of them, as well as plundered the other experts who had arrived there with him. So now he had a ridiculous number of them. You can study these treasure items. Perhaps they'll help your forging arts. Ah, there's also these. Long Chen waved his hand, and a pile of needles appeared on the ground. They were the rockthorn mice's quills. What are these? They don't look like metal. Iya. Guo Ran picked up a needle, but as a result, the sharp quill pierced his finger. Pig. Long Chen was speechless. A dagger appeared in his hand and he cut off Guo Ran's finger. That finger quickly turned pitch black and corroded upon falling to the ground. Damn, how poisonous. Guo Ran was shocked. He even forgot to use his heavenly Dao recovery. You can properly study these, and see if you can include them in your inventions. If you can use these properly, they'll be a terrifying killing tool, said Long Chen. Finally, Here is a priceless treasure. I'm sure you'll be happy to see it. When Guo Ran saw the huge earth dragon's egg, he was incomparably excited. Long Chen had him take the remaining 2 eggs for Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er as well. He told him to go find Meng Qi first, so that she could help Guo Ran bind the egg and teach him how to raise a magical beast. When Guo Ran left, he was absolutely delighted. Long Chen also managed to relax. He once more entered seclusion with Yu Xiaochen, focusing on recovering his spiritual yuan. He also began devouring medicinal pills, pushing forward to the 9th star transformation. Once the Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 8th star transformation, Long Chen had realized the amount of energy required to reach the 9th star transformation was practically unfathomable. But as long as he continued consuming medicinal pills, he would succeed sooner or later. Long Chen also summoned Little Snow. Yu Xiaochen liked Little Snow, and Little Snow liked Yu Xiaochen. Once they had recovered their spiritual yuan, Yu Xiaochen began to bring Little Snow out of the stone tribe to roam and play. As for Long Chen, he focused on consuming medicinal pills. He had some rare days of peace in the stone tribe. Long Chen decided to just stay here. In order to express his gratitude to the stone tribe, he gave them all the medicinal pills he had plundered. He had killed so many people that he had an ocean's worth of pills and weapons. This kind of wealth caused the stone tribe's experts to jump in shock. The stone tribe didn't decline his generosity. After taking his gift, they directly gave him a spatial ring. A mountain of yuan spirit stones was inside the ring. There had to be over 1 million of them. Just like that, Long Chen passed more than 2 happy months in the stone tribe. Each day, he drank and played with the stone tribe's men. He was content during these days. Finally, the world turned gloomy. Mist began to condense in the sky. Long Chen's heart shook. The legendary spiritual qi eruption was finally beginning. Chapter 884 Familiar Aura. It had been exactly half a year since the immemorial path had opened. On this day, Long Chen clearly felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth change qualitatively, and the spiritual qi in the air was growing denser and denser. Brother Long Chen, the tribe leader wants to see you, said a stone tribe expert. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen hastily followed him to the tribe leader's tent. All the stone tribe's experts had gathered. Shi Kang was also present, and he nodded in greeting upon seeing Long Chen arrive. The spiritual qi eruption has begun. Not only is the spiritual qi in the immemorial path growing denser, but the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the world's core energy, are within it. This is the best moment to advance to see expansion. Are you ready? The tribe leader got right to the point. Yes, we've long since made our preparations. Is there anything we should know? Asked Long Chen. The stone tribe leader smiled. Just a few things. This spiritual qi eruption is related to the crumbling of the immemorial path. As for the details, perhaps only Lord Heaven I knows them, but I will tell you what I know. During this time, the special spiritual qi will spread throughout every corner of the immemorial path, so there's basically no difference where you make your breakthrough. However, there are a few special places with formations that will allow a cultivator to make twice the gains for half the effort. Those places are called immortal condensing platforms. Long Chen was startled to learn such a secret, but Yu Xiaochen didn't reveal any emotion. She had long since known about this. The stone tribe leader continued, however, these immortal condensing platforms have their benefits, but they also have their drawbacks. The spiritual qi it gathers will contain more of the laws of heaven and earth, and is extremely helpful to comprehend the heavenly Taos. But because your comprehension of the heavenly Taos increases, your corresponding heavenly tribulation will also be stronger. If you can't handle it, you'll be turned to dust. So I ask you, what do you want to do? Long Chen immediately understood something. Tribe leader, I don't think it would be right for us to use something as precious as your immortal condensing platform. Haha, no, it's not our stone tribes. In truth, there are quite a few immortal condensing platforms on the immemorial path. However, many of them were destroyed, and a few were noticed by invaders. So we hid the remaining ones for our own people. The Aboriginals possess 2 such immortal condensing platforms. However, we can't use them, because that would just be sending ourselves to our deaths. The heavenly tribulation becomes furious and refuses to allow us to use it to advance. In fact, even if we don't use the immortal condensing platforms, advancing at this time would still be exceedingly dangerous. The tribe leader sighed. His gaze was full of hatred as he looked up at the heavens, but he was powerless. The Aboriginals felt like they were a pitiful people abandoned by the heavens. They could only rely on themselves. So, I have to warn you. The immortal condensing platforms are a double-edged blade. You have to choose carefully, said the tribe leader. Although Long Chen was an outsider, after being in contact with him for so long, he very much liked this frank child. He was to the stone tribe's taste, so he gave him this opportunity and warning. What do you say? Long Chen asked Yu Xiaochen. It's an extremely difficult decision. Perhaps the immortal condensing platforms are the true secret to becoming a god or immortal. We can't miss it. Yu Xiaochen's eyes were full of hope. This was a gamble. If they won it, then perhaps she could allow the original devil race to escape its current predicament. Hee, I'll accompany you, said Long Chen. All right, I knew you would make this decision, but don't blame an old man for talking too much, laughed the tribe leader. Of course not, laughed Long Chen. Let's go, I'll take you there. The tribe leader brought Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen out of the stone tribe's ancestral land. What surprised Long Chen was that the majority of the stone tribe's experts were also brought along. The stone tribe was huge. Half their experts would be numbered in the tens of thousands. For this many people to accompany him, it felt far too big in scope. It felt like they were going into battle. The tribe leader led them all for 7 days. The spiritual qi in the air was growing denser and denser, even condensing into a mist. 7 days later, they arrived at a huge altar. The altar had a diameter of 300 miles. However, half of it had crumbled, and it was unknown whether it could still be used. There were 2 pillars on the altar, each of them 300 meters tall and 30 meters wide. Countless ancient lines were carved into it, but there was so much dust on it, it was clear it had been abandoned for a long time. Shockingly, there were countless experts gathered in front of the altar. They were numbered in at least the millions. Lord Heavenai, Long Chen was startled. This group of people had all at least reached sea expansion, and there were dozens of people at the front with powerful auras. They were clearly foundation forging experts, and Lord Heavenai was amongst them. Haha, Long Chen, you won't mind if we come to watch the fun, right? Laughed Lord Heavenai. Of course I don't mind. Having this many people cheer for me is something I couldn't have even if I begged. Then, in a bit, remember to cheer loudly and wave some flags. That would be the most exciting. Laughed Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen was speechless. These people were clearly examining Long Chen as they had never seen him before, but he actually began joking with them. Big brother Long Chen, I'll cheer you on. Someone waved their hand amongst the crowd. Long Chen looked and saw several familiar faces. They were Xiao Fei, Xiao Ling, and the others. But he didn't see the old tribe leader. Good brother. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. It seemed Xiao Fei was leading the group of the Xiao tribe's experts. He had finally begun to bear that heavy responsibility. You should go up there now. Take advantage of this little remaining time to adjust your states, said Lord Heavenai. His white eyes were a bit frightening, but his smile was kind. Long Chen nodded and bowed to him. He and Yu Xiaochen jumped onto the platform's pillars. Long Chen smiled at Yu Xiaochen and closed his eyes, focusing on bringing himself to his peak state. Both Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were at the peak of Shantian. As long as they wanted to, they could attack sea expansion at any time. Right now, they had to relax themselves, making their hearts enter an empty state. One of the foundation forging experts behind Lord Heavenai looked at the two of them and said, Lord Heavenai, why did you have all of us come? Is it really just to cheer for these 2 children? Why not? Said Lord Heavenai with a smile. The elder was speechless. They were the various leaders of their tribes, foundation forging experts, and behind them were their elites. However, they had come to cheer for some Shantian rookies. Brother Feng, Lord Heavenai is just joking with you. He must have his own reasons. Let's just watch, laughed another tribe leader. Lord Heavenai smiled. Lines began to circulate within his white eyes, and it was like he could see through each of their hearts. I know everyone's time is precious. But I still took the risk of gathering everyone here despite the weakening of defenses. That's naturally not just to play around. It's all because of the ancestors' final words before ascending. They were startled and one of them said, the dragon swims through the mortal world, the immemorial revives, lightning breaks the sky, the end of the 10 worlds. The younger experts didn't quite understand what they were talking about. In fact, even some of the younger tribe leaders didn't know. But the seniors looked at Long Chen with shock. Could it be? It's too early to say anything for sure. It's similar, but not entirely the same. We'll be able to see the proof soon, so calling everyone here to watch isn't a bad thing, said Lord Heavenai. The tribe leaders immediately stopped complaining. They no longer looked at that figure on the platform so lightly. The spiritual qi in the air was still growing denser. The mist was starting to condense practically into liquid, a sign that the spiritual qi had reached an inconceivable density. It was like the entire world was drowning in spiritual qi. Long Chen sat cross-legged on one of the stone pillars, keeping his heart empty. It was like his mind had escaped its cage and was floating throughout the entire immemorial path. It was a strange, mysterious feeling that he couldn't describe. It was like he was a god overlooking this world. He didn't know that when he entered that state, the dust on the stone pillar slowly fell, and countless ancient runes began to awaken as if they were absorbing some mysterious energy. Long Chen felt empty, as if he didn't exist, as if he were one with the world. The empty Tao heart, a state of no me. Lord Heavenai nodded slightly. The other tribe leaders were all startled, because even they were unable to reach such a state. That was an even deeper cultivation state than meditation. Long Chen didn't know about their shock. In this mysterious state, he felt completely relaxed, like a fetus in the womb. Because he didn't try to look at anything, he saw more than ever. But this kind of seeing was indistinct. All he saw was the general shape of the immemorial path. 4 paths had all been severed. The center of the original cross-shaped path had vanished, resulting in each path being unable to reach the center any longer. Not only did he see that general shape, but he also sensed countless auras. Suddenly, Long Chen felt an extremely familiar aura, and he hastily focused on looking. But as soon as he did that, he suddenly found the scene disappearing, as if everything had been a dream. He was still sitting on that pillar. It's Yi Ziqiu. It's definitely her. Long Chen was sure he had sensed her aura. Alright, the spiritual qi has reached its peak. You can decide who wants to attack Sea Expansion first, said Lord Heavenai. Chapter 885 3000 Mile Qi Sea. On one of the other 4 paths, a woman was standing alone at the peak of a mountain. This was the Northern Sources Trial Path. The mountain beneath her feet was covered in ice. A verdant forest had originally been here, but it was now a land of ice. Snow constantly circulated around her. She was grand and beautiful, like a goddess of ice. Her eyes suddenly opened. Those pupils were icy cold, but within that iciness, a trace of warmth appeared. It's him. She looked in a certain direction, her gaze seeming to be able to pierce through space. A face appeared in her mind, one that was a bit naughty, but one that was extremely warm when it smiled. Senior Apprentice Sister Ziqiu, the spiritual qi has reached its peak. You can advance to Sea Expansion now, shouted a distant woman wearing the same white robes as her. Alright, you can go too. The immortal condensing pillars have benefits and drawbacks. Don't force yourself. Yi Ziqiu nodded, looking into the distance. She once more closed her eyes. Snow began to dance around her, and an icy aura soared into the sky. Hearing Lord Heavenai's words, Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen opened their eyes. Looking at each other, Yu Xiaochen asked, together. Long Chen shook his head. No, you can go first. Yu Xiaochen nodded and closed her eyes. Her aura began to surge, as if a peaceful lake was starting to boil. It grew more and more intense, until her aura was raging against the sky. Long Chen stared closely. He wanted to see how others advanced to Sea Expansion. Yu Xiaochen's aura was growing stronger and stronger, with everything within 100 miles trembling from it. An illusory sea appeared behind her. It was 5 miles wide. The spiritual qi around her was pouring into it. Heavens, it's already so big at the start. Once she steps into Sea Expansion, won't it be enough to frighten someone to death? The Sea Expansion experts were all shocked. The initial sea of a Sea Expansion expert was normally only 300 meters. 1500 meters would make someone a genius. But even geniuses couldn't compare to Yu Xiaochen's initial sea. This sea was a projection of her Dantian. As she used her Dantian's power, its image automatically appeared before her. The initial sea and her Dantian were linked. Their energy was the same. Once the initial sea behind her formed, spiritual qi began to be absorbed faster and faster by it. It gradually grew larger, growing by the mile every breath. What speed! The experts were startled again. Not only was her initial sea exceedingly large, but the speed at which it grew was many times faster than others. Yu Xiaochen's body began to automatically float in the air. The more her initial sea grew, the higher she floated. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, her initial sea was already 30 miles wide. The powerful fluctuations were constantly causing ripples in space. But once it reached that size, the speed at which it grew clearly lowered. Or perhaps it was just too big, and so any increase in size seemed insignificant. Through the aboriginals' shock, Long Chen was able to tell that this speed was amazing. But he was worried. He didn't have a dantian. How was he supposed to advance to see expansion? Thunder filled the air. Long Chen jumped, but when he looked up, he didn't see any change in the weather. The immemorial path's heavenly tribulations are linked. When nearby people undergo tribulation, it's common for others to sense it, explained Lord Heavenai. Long Chen nodded. The immemorial path truly was strange. He didn't know whether they would be disturbed because of others undergoing tribulation too close to them. As if seeing through Long Chen's thoughts, Lord Heavenai said, "You don't need to worry. Although you can hear the thunder of their tribulations, in reality, they're probably millions of miles away. It's like swimming in an ocean. You don't need to worry about the ripples from other people affecting you. Right now, she's in the midst of fully forming her initial sea. Once it forms a resonance with her dantian, her tribulation will fall. Although the immortal condensing pillar does have an isolation effect, you might get affected by her tribulation. To be safe, you can temporarily leave." These pillars on the immortal condensing platform had runic formations. No matter who sat on them, they would feel a strange force field around them. Through that force field, their absorption of spiritual chi would increase, but the lightning tribulation would also grow stronger. "It's fine, I'll stay right here, I can look after her like this." Long Chen smiled and declined his suggestion. His refusal caused quite a few people's eyes to turn a bit colder. Lord Heavenai was like a god to them, and Long Chen was being disrespectful. But Lord Heavenai merely smiled slightly without the least bit of anger. He continued watching Yu Xiaochen with everyone else. As her initial sea continued to grow, Long Chen closed his eyes, seeing if he could enter that mysterious state again. As he circulated the 9-star hegemon body art, his soul relaxed, and he gradually felt that feeling of being able to see the entire world. But what he saw was extremely indistinct. It was more like a sense, a kind of spiritual perception. As his spiritual perception grew, he saw experts surrounded by lightning nearby. They were receiving the baptism of heavenly tribulation. It seemed they didn't have any experience and hadn't timed it properly. They had begun their breakthrough before the spiritual chi had reached its greatest density. Now, they had already finished expanding their sea and were undergoing tribulation. From the strength of their tribulations, it was possible to tell that their expanded seas weren't very large. Otherwise, the tribulations wouldn't be so weak. His spiritual perception spread further. Long Chen sensed more and more people absorbing spiritual chi and attacking sea expansion. Some were deep in the mountains, some were in the ruins, while some were sitting in the clouds. To sum it up, all the disciples that had entered the immemorial path were now attacking sea expansion. Excellent, this fellow should be Ji Yu Yang. Long Chen sensed a familiar aura. He seemed to be able to see a dazzling bald head that could light up heaven and earth. Such a thing was probably something only Ji Yu Yang possessed. Suddenly, Long Chen was woken by a powerful pressure. He opened his eyes to see that Yu Xiaochen's initial sea had grown to a huge size of 3,000 miles. What he didn't know was that in his empty state, he hadn't felt the passing of time. 10 days had passed without him knowing. Only now did he see that Lord Heavenai and the other aboriginals were thousands of miles away, still watching them. Seeing that huge chi sea, other than Lord Heavenai, everyone was astonished. This was a true sea. A chi sea of 3,000 miles. Perhaps she has already reached the level of an immortal sprout from the immortal era, gulped one elder. The other experts were as astonished as him. They were under a curse here and were unable to rely on the sudden influx of spiritual chi to advance or cultivate. Such a huge initial sea was something they had only heard of in legends. Lord Heavenai shook his head. The immortal sprout's standard is to have a 3,000-mile initial sea at the very beginning. She's far from that requirement. But this huge chi sea of hers is truly startling. Although it can't compare to those legendary immortal sprouts, her future prospects are unlimited. But this is just the start. The difficult part starts now. Lord Heavenai's expression was slightly grave. The larger the initial sea, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. Those were the laws of the heavenly Taos. That was why the immortal condensing platform was a double-sided blade. Yu Xiaochen's veil had been destroyed. She suddenly found that she was starting to lose control of her chi. She had been worried that she wouldn't be able to expand her chi sea large enough, so she had gone all out. However, now her chi sea had reached an immense size, such an immense size that it was out of her control. She also knew what the concept of a 3,000-mile initial sea meant. She was the first one to reach this level since the original devil race had declined. If she didn't fall, she would become the strongest expert of the declined original devil race. She was pale with terror now. She didn't dare to call her initial sea back into her dantian. Once she did, she would immediately be sensed by the heavenly Taos, and her heavenly tribulation would fall upon her. Its power would be beyond her imagination. Don't be afraid, if the heavens collapse, I'll be there to help you hold them up. A voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it filled her with warmth. Yu Xiaochen looked at Long Chen. He was still sitting on his pillar, a faint smile on his face. He gave her a victorious gesture. For some unknown reason, seeing his smile made her terror lessen a great deal. Long Chen's smile was full of confidence, confidence that increased her own confidence. Taking a deep breath, she slowly formed hand seals. The qi si behind her slowly calmed and began to surge into her dantian. She began to glow, and her heavenly Tao runes automatically appeared around her. An innate rank 3 celestials heavenly Tao runes. It's unknown how much of the heavenly tribulation's power they can block, said one elder. It would be too regretful for such a genius to fall to heavenly tribulation. As she drew her qi si into her dantian, everything was calm and steady. That showed how steady her heart was. It took a full 2 hours for her huge qi si to completely return to her dantian. Once the last bit of power entered her body, a majestic aura surged into the sky. Thunder filled the air, boundless tribulation clouds condensed in the sky, covering an area of 10,000 miles. Everyone's expressions turned pale as paper. Chapter 886 Lightning Tribulation begins. What a terrifying aura! This pressure is on the same level as when we advanced to foundation forging, cried the tribe leaders. This pressure made them think of how they had narrowly managed to survive their own foundation forging tribulations. The tribulation clouds turned the world dark. The center of the tribulation clouds was over Yu Xiaochen, and it was constantly revolving. As the tribulation clouds revolved, energy condensed within them. The pressure was growing stronger and stronger. Some of the sea expansion experts even found it hard to breathe. They had also survived their sea expansion tribulations, and the majority of them had already reached the mid-sea expansion realm. But such a terrifying heavenly tribulation still made them tremble. Heavens, what is Long Chen doing? Why isn't he activating the immortal condensing Pilar's barrier to block the lightning? Does he not know how to? The Stone Tribe's experts saw that Long Chen was now standing on his pillar with his hands clasped behind his back. He was completely ignoring this terrifying tribulation. Long Chen, quickly activate the barrier. Otherwise, you'll be struck by lightning and killed, shouted one of the men from the Stone Tribe that Long Chen had drunk with. As soon as he shouted, Shi Kang slapped him on the back of his head. What are you spouting at this time? To say that he'll die during tribulation, are you cursing him? Tribulation was already a dangerous situation. To say that someone would die during it was a curse. Stop shouting. The place Long Chen is at is within the heavenly tribulation. He can't hear your voice over the heavens. Pressure, said the Stone Tribe's leader. The rumbling suddenly reached a peak, shaking heaven and earth, before suddenly becoming silent. Then a torrent of lightning crashed down. This torrent of lightning horrified all the aboriginals, as it was completely different from when they underwent tribulation. This was no ordinary thunder force. Each drop of lightning was a lightning rune, and when they crashed to the ground, smoke would come out and the ground would be charred. The heavenly tribulation was supposed to be the weakest at the beginning. But even now that they had advanced to sea expansion, they wouldn't be able to last an incense stick's worth of time against this tribulation before dying. This terrifying torrent of lightning was just the first wave of Yu Xiaochen's tribulation. All their hearts sank in worry. A destructive aura filled the air. Yu Xiaochen stood in the air. A faint layer of light shone over her body. The lightning was blocked by that barrier, unable to harm her. That caused everyone to sigh with relief. If she was panicked at the first wave of lightning, then she would definitely fail in the end. That was something none of them wanted to see. Now that they saw Yu Xiaochen was easily blocking this torrent of lightning, they looked toward Long Chen. What? Everyone was startled to see Long Chen directly allow the tempest of lightning to land on his body. He seemed incredibly relaxed and indifferent. Monster. Even the foundation forging experts were shocked. Perhaps this lightning wouldn't be able to cause much damage to them, but they couldn't just allow the lightning to land on them forever without being injured. Long Chen bathed in the lightning. This little bit of thunder force was no different from ordinary rain to him. In fact, it was Lei Long that was growing uneasy, wanting to charge out. It was like a hungry beast that had encountered a fat sheep. But Long Chen didn't allow it to run amok. That would affect Yu Xiaochen's tribulation, and he didn't dare to cause any ripples in case the tribulation noticed him. So he simply allowed the lightning to fall on him as a taste for Lei Long. This thunder force wasn't enough food to even get stuck between Lei Long's teeth. It became more and more uneasy, but Long Chen refused to release it. However, Long Chen said that he would allow it to eat its fill soon. Only then did it calm back down. Bathed in the lightning, Long Chen suddenly sensed many other auras through the tribulation. The countless experts in the immemorial path were undergoing tribulation. Because they were all undergoing tribulation at the same time, Long Chen sensed several familiar auras. But he couldn't determine their exact location. He could only vaguely sense the power of their tribulations. He sensed Shui Yu, Yu Changhao, and Huang Junmo's auras. They were also undergoing tribulation, and the intensity of it was not weaker than Yu Xiaochen's. That startled Long Chen. It seemed they had also run into their own fortuitous encounters. The existence known as karmic luck was too difficult to describe. The most startling thing was that he sensed other unfamiliar auras whose tribulations were just as strong as Shui Yu and the others. It seemed he had underestimated the other experts. Many of them were low-key and waiting patiently. Their light had been drowned out by the light of others. But most importantly, they intentionally concealed their power. This way, they wouldn't be noticed as easily as other experts, and they could grow easier. But now that they were undergoing tribulation, they had revealed their fangs. He sensed quite a few extremely powerful tribulations. This meant that the Eastern Wasteland had actually been hiding several powerful experts. It was just unknown what kind of people they were. The lightning rain continued, for over 2 hours before buzzing filled the air. The rain grew more and more concentrated, more and more powerful, in the end becoming huge beads the size of fists that mercilessly smashed down. The experts watching all felt a chill. These lightning beads were like cannonballs shooting from the sky. If they allowed just one to land on their bodies, then even sea expansion experts would be at least heavily injured upon being struck, if not killed outright. The light barrier around Yu Xiaochen's body was becoming unsteady under the attack of the lightning beads. She clearly didn't have it as easy as before. But that light barrier didn't shatter, so she was still out of danger. Looking at Long Chen, the others were speechless. He was still standing there like he didn't even sense the lightning beads smashing into his body. Big brother Long Chen is amazing. He can ignore such terrifying lightning. Xiao Fei's eyes were full of worship as he stared at Long Chen. In all the Xiao tribe's experts' eyes, Long Chen was a true king. Perhaps only they knew just how strong and domineering Long Chen was. The tribulation clouds suddenly changed once more. They had originally been static, but now they began to revolve. As they revolved, the lightning beads disappeared. Spears of lightning began shooting down from the sky. The true heavenly tribulation starts now. Each of the lightning spears was 30 meters long and contained a fierce, destructive aura. They could kill any of the sea expansion experts watching. Yu Xiaochen's expression finally turned grave. She formed hand seals, and her heavenly Tao runes wrapped around her. She no longer passively defended, but began launching attacks. Some of her 3-colored heavenly Tao runes formed a 30-meter barrier around her, while the rest formed thousands of flying swords that attacked the lightning spears. When the lightning spears and flying swords clashed, they instantly exploded. But each destroyed lightning spear was replaced with another. As for Yu Xiaochen, when her runic flying swords were destroyed, she drew out more of the heavenly Tao runes, energy to form new swords. An awe-inspiring clash of swords and spears took place in the sky. The lightning spears were like rain crashing toward the earth. But Yu Xiaochen was able to fight against them. Her initial Ci had already formed, so the Qi Ci in her dantian had grown by 1,000 times. This was the most terrifying part of Ci expansion. Compared to before, she had 1,000 times more spiritual Qi. This immense consumption was nothing for her. Seeing that Yu Xiaochen was still able to hold on under such a terrifying tribulation, the others were full of praise. They hoped to personally see a supreme genius with a Qi Ci of 3,000 miles pass her tribulation. They no longer felt the slightest dissatisfaction at being summoned by Lord Heavenai. Just being able to see such a shocking tribulation was worth it. Feeling this terrifying pressure and will was a valuable experience for them. It would be helpful to their own future tribulations. Suddenly, one of the stone race's women let out a startled cry. Previously, everyone had been focused on Yu Xiaochen. But now that they looked toward Long Chen, they jumped in shock. Long Chen was still completely at ease. That woman had just seen a lightning spear crash onto Long Chen's body, so she hadn't been able to hold back her startled cry. Everyone's gazes turned to Long Chen. Personally seeing a lightning spear explode upon striking Long Chen, their eyes almost popped out. That calm expression of his caused their hearts to pound. That's way too monstrous. Quite a few people gulped. This was no ordinary Thunder Force, but the Nine Heavens Tribulation Thunder Force. Chapter 887. No matter what happens, I'm here. This level of lightning tribulation wasn't something Long Chen had to dodge. In fact, its power greatly dissatisfied Lei Long. It was like someone about to die from dehydration was only allowed to drink water drop by drop. But there was no way around that. Long Chen didn't dare to expose himself during Yu Xiaochen's lightning tribulation. The slightest fluctuation might be sensed by the heavenly Daos. Time passed bit by bit. They were shocked to see that this tribulation endured for a whole day and night, and the lightning spears only grew stronger. From their original 30 meters, they had grown to 300 meters each. Each attack was powerful, and the scope had also increased. The aboriginals had no choice but to go further back. Long Chen was like a mountain the entire time. No matter how strong the tribulation grew, he was still so indifferent. The experts watching were numb now. They felt like all their shock had already been used up. No one bothered with the monster known as Long Chen. Instead, they just stared at Yu Xiaochen, who was standing in the air, facing this heavenly tribulation. They wished for her to pass this tribulation. Then they would have borne witness to the birth of a legend. Long Chen was also watching Yu Xiaochen closely. The Thunder Force was growing even stronger, and Long Chen was no longer able to sense other people's tribulations. He was completely focused on Yu Xiaochen. Suddenly, the lightning spears disappeared. Those tribulation clouds shook, and lightning beasts charged down at Yu Xiaochen. Each of those lightning beasts was like a small mountain. Heavens, what's going on? These aboriginals had never seen lightning tribulation transform like this. Seeing these lightning beasts, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. This was the true challenge. Whether Yu Xiaochen could succeed depended on this moment. The lightning beasts came in all kinds of forms. Some were birds, some were beasts, and some were even fish. It was a veritable sea of beasts. Seeing these innumerable lightning beasts charging toward her, Yu Xiaochen's heart turned cold. She could feel just how powerful each one of them was. Without her core energy, it didn't seem like she would be able to defeat them. There were so many of them as to cause despair. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just do your best, and if you can't hold on, I'll take action. Long Chen's voice rang in her ears. Even at this time, his voice was so calm. Even she didn't understand why hearing his voice made her confidence increase by so much. The runes around Yu Xiaochen formed a huge figure that stood like a god behind her. Her sword slashed forward. The illusory figure mimicked her movements. Its terrifying power destroyed the first few lightning beasts, transforming them into lightning runes. How powerful! The aboriginals' jaws dropped. This endless sea of lightning beasts had made them despair. The power of this tribulation had already surpassed their foundation-forging tribulations. Who could survive this? Seeing Yu Xiaochen kill 3 of them in one move, they cheered. They saw hope, but Long Chen didn't cheer. Instead, he was worried. This magical art was Yu Xiaochen's strongest move. She had relied on this move to allow them to escape from the Flame Devil. She had now condensed her Qi. However, the power of this figure was weaker than when she had used it before. He estimated that it had around 70% of its original power. If Yu Xiaochen could use her core energy, handling these lightning beasts wouldn't have been too difficult. But her core energy was exhausted and couldn't be recovered here. Even if her core energy had been present, she wouldn't have dared to undergo tribulation in this world. Because she wouldn't have been able to conceal her core energy under the heavenly tribulation. Right now, Yu Xiaochen only possessed 70% of her peak combat power. Thus, these lightning beasts posed a deadly threat to her. Yu Xiaochen's sword danced, and the lightning beasts were killed one by one, unable to stop her sword. However, their number only continued to increase. Yu Xiaochen was in a crisis now, being completely submerged by a sea of lightning beasts. Suddenly, Yu Xiaochen's sword pointed toward the sky. Countless ripples flowed out of its tip, forcing back the closest lightning beasts. She used that opportunity to escape their enclosure and continue killing. But there were still too many of them. Yu Xiaochen was quickly surrounded once more, and she had no choice but to release her magical art again. Fortunately, having condensed her initial C, she had plenty of spiritual yuan. Otherwise, doing this twice would have completely exhausted her energy. Although it was extremely dangerous, Yu Xiaochen managed to ensure that she wouldn't be defeated. She went all out killing these lightning beasts. Seeing her sweat as she struggled against these beasts made Long Chen's heart ache, but unless it reached the point of no return, he didn't dare interfere. Although his own cultivation base hadn't reached that realm yet, he was aware of the conventional cultivation path. Once a cultivator broke through to C expansion and condensed their initial C, it would bring down the baptism of heavenly tribulation. This was a trial and also a law. Only through the trial of the heavenly tribulation would the initial C be accepted by the heavenly Taos and become the true Qi C. If it wasn't able to accept the baptism of heavenly tribulation, the initial C wouldn't have the world's approval and would quickly evaporate. Yu Xiaochen would once more fall back to the Shantian realm, and it wasn't as easy as simply trying again. It would be many, many times more difficult for her to advance again. So unless Yu Xiaochen was on the verge of losing her life, he wouldn't interfere. He could only watch anxiously. There were many times where Yu Xiaochen was sent flying by a lightning beast and coughed up blood that he wanted to charge forward, but his rationality suppressed that urge. However, one thing comforted Long Chen. Although there was a sea of lightning beasts in the air now, there were no longer any new lightning beasts coming down from the sky. Xiaochen, there are only going to be this many lightning beasts. Once you kill them all, you'll pass, encouraged Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen finally had a target. Her morale surged, and she continued using her magical arts to kill the lightning beasts. This battle took a long time. Over half a day, the lightning beasts' numbers fell. The last one was finally killed by Yu Xiaochen. Good. Everyone cheered when the last one was killed, but their cheering was quickly cut short by a heaven-shaking roar. A huge, mile-long lightning beast descended from the sky. Its lightning runes were glaringly bright, making it look like the sun. What? Even Lord Heaven Eye's expression changed. This lightning beast's aura was too terrifying. Despair appeared in Yu Xiaochen's eyes. The intensity of this lightning tribulation was abnormal. It was endless, and it refused to allow her to live. As she examined the huge lightning beast, she suddenly looked at herself and bitterly smiled. Long Chen, I thought I was smart, but I think I've been sensed by the heavenly Taos. When this lightning beast appeared, Yu Xiaochen felt her exhausted core energy release a slight but strange fluctuation. That made her guess that tricking the heavenly Taos wasn't as easy as she had thought. Don't be afraid, our plan won't fail, it's just a slight change. I have plenty of experience with handling this kind of lightning beast, and I'll tell you its weak points, shouted Long Chen. Long Chen had fought against lightning for so long now, especially tribulation lightning. He was an expert in this, and he had also seen all kinds of lightning beasts. His knowledge in this aspect was enough to compile an encyclopedia. Most importantly, this lightning beast was one he had personally seen before. It was a huge scorpion with a long tail. Where its pincers were supposed to be were a pair of huge claws. This was what had appeared in the end during his meridian opening tribulation. Although their size was completely different, their shape was the exact same. They were clearly one breed. At that time, he had almost died to it. It was only with Lei Long's help that he had managed to defeat it in the end. Once he had defeated it, the primal chaos space had allowed him to seal it so that Lei Long could refine it, and that was what had allowed his lightning serpent to transform into a lightning python. Yu Xiaochen charged toward the lightning scorpion. She appeared above it, and it instinctively charged up. But as soon as it did, Yu Xiaochen stopped. The scorpion's stomach was wide open to her. Devil Heart Pierce. Yu Xiaochen's sword stabbed forward, but it landed on nothing. At first, people were startled. But then the huge figure behind Yu Xiaochen also stabbed its sword forward, striking a certain glowing part of the lightning scorpion's abdomen. Boom! In front of everyone's wide-open eyes, that incredibly powerful scorpion shattered into pieces from one attack. Ha ha ha, success! Everyone cheered. The tribulation cloud slowly condensed, forming a huge rune. This was the last step. This rune represented the approval of the heavenly Taos. As long as Yu Xiaochen absorbed this rune, her initial C would become completely stable, and she would become a true C expansion expert. Just as Yu Xiaochen was full of joy and preparing to accept this rune, rumbling filled the entire immemorial path. Every C expansion expert present couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood as a terrifying shockwave struck them. Chapter 888 Terrifying Lightning Tribulation, Long Chen's Fury. Lord Heavenai looked up at the sky with shock. Countless lines began to circulate within his white eyes, and inconceivable words came out of his mouth. Experts from another world broke through the dome of the sky and forcibly sent 4 people here. Everyone was horrified. How was that possible? Who could possibly possess enough power to break the laws of the heavens and send someone into the immemorial path? Xiao Chen, quickly absorb your rune, shouted Long Chen. Only now did Yu Xiao Chen react and hastily fly up into the sky. She didn't need to wait for the rune to descend upon her. She could take the initiative to merge with it. Just at this moment, a voice rang out. HMPH, undergoing tribulation with a bunch of ants is practically an insult. That voice was icy, its tone seeming to say that only he was supreme. This voice resounded throughout the air. The aboriginals were all horrified and looked up at the sky. 4 figures were standing above the heavens in the center of the immemorial path. Their bodies were covered in flames, so it was impossible to see them clearly. They were like gods above the heavens. Don't bother with it too much. Gods and ants exist in the same world, there's nothing to be done. Now that the heavenly Tao energy here has been activated by the ants, it's perfect for us to undergo tribulation. Don't waste any more time. Another arrogant voice rang out. 4 incomparably powerful auras erupted. The immemorial path had begun calming down as people's tribulations ended, but now it became chaotic once more. Furthermore, their auras were even grander than when those countless experts had been undergoing their tribulations. Are they even human? How could they possess such terrifying auras? Almost all the experts within the immemorial path had already finished their tribulations. They looked up at the sky in horror. These auras are still in the Shantian realm, but how could they be so powerful? Are they gods? These 4 people's auras caused the immemorial path to rumble. Endless tribulations clouds gathered over them, making it look like the world was ending. Xiao Chen, careful, Long Chen suddenly shouted. Just as Yu Xiao Chen touched her rune, heaven and earth's energy began to rage. Her rune flew toward the tribulation clouds, toward the 4 of them. Yu Xiao Chen panicked. This was something she had won through immense danger. If this rune was taken away, all her efforts would be wasted. Thus, she went to grab the rune. The tribulation clouds continued to condense. Yu Xiao Chen's body shook, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood that dyed her robes red. But she grabbed her rune, refusing to allow it to fly away. Oh, there's still an ant. Hee hee, still lacking the final step. Stupid. One of those god-like people sneered. They continued releasing their auras, preparing for their tribulations. They didn't care the slightest bit about Yu Xiao Chen. Friends, can you be generous and pause your tribulations for a moment? Let my friend grab her heavenly Tao rune, or all her previous efforts will be wasted, said Long Chen to those figures in the air. Long Chen had activated the 9-star hegemon body art, and each of his words was shouted using his immense spiritual yuan. His voice rang throughout the sky. Ants don't have the qualifications to speak. Don't waste our time. If you irritate me, be careful of me destroying you in passing, said an icy voice. Yu Xiao Chen had a hold on her rune, but it was still being drawn into the tribulation clouds. She did her best to hold on. She was the scion of the original devil race, their only hope of changing their future. Long Chen was panicked and infuriated. At this moment, he couldn't help Yu Xiao Chen. Once her heavenly Tao rune was infected by his aura, it would dissipate to nothing. Original ancestor. Please, hear your descendants call. Bestow me my bloodline power. Yu Xiao Chen's face was pale. She had no core energy left, but she forcibly summoned her bloodline power. The rune in her hand suddenly escaped the pull of the tribulation clouds and merged into Yu Xiao Chen's body. Yu Xiao Chen immediately collapsed from the sky. A pair of arms caught her. Her face was pale without the slightest bit of color. The light in her eyes had dimmed a great deal. Xiao Chen. Long Chen felt a burst of pain. I succeeded. Long Chen. I'm happy. Yu Xiao Chen was exhausted, but she was still delighted. Long Chen nodded. He suddenly flew over to the Xiao tribe's people and handed Yu Xiao Chen to Xiao Ling. Then he charged back up the immortal condensing pillar. Long Chen, what are you planning on doing? It's not a good time for you to undergo tribulation. Their terrifying tribulation will affect you, shouted Lord Heavenai. That's fine. If they want to play, then I'll accompany them. Let's see just whose tribulation will be affecting whose. Long Chen slapped his hand on the immortal condensing pillar. The entire pillar shattered. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Long Chen absorbed all the Pilar's runes into his body. Has he gone crazy? The seniors felt like their eyes were about to pop out. As long as the immortal condensing Pilar's runes were activated, it would have an effect. However, there had been no record of anyone trying to absorb those runes into their bodies. Who knew what the terrifying consequences would be? This wasn't any different than suicide. Big Brother Long Chen is furious. Xiao Fei clenched his fists. Xiao Ling helped use Xiao Chen into a chair. Although she had managed to snatch her Heavenly Dao rune and truly entered Sea Expansion, she was incredibly weak now. After absorbing all the immortal condensing Pilar's spirit-gathering runes, Long Chen soared into the sky. Idiots, I'll let you see just who the ant is. Long Chen's furious roar resounded throughout the sky. As Long Chen fully activated the 9-star hegemon body art, the world's spiritual chi poured toward him. Rumbling came from Long Chen's body as though shackles had been broken. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. As Long Chen broke through, the world was silent for a moment. Very soon, the entire immemorial path began to quiver as a destructive aura filled the heavens. Is this the end of the world? Sensing that destructive aura, people found that no matter where they were under a terrifying pressure. Their bodies involuntarily quivered. Some people had already dug their way into the ground to conceal themselves. The fury of the heavens desired to destroy this entire world. All the people in the immemorial path were terrified. Many of them didn't know what was going on, but they all knew something horrifying was happening. Those 4 figures were still immersed within lightning. At this moment, the lightning around them began to surge as if it had been affected by something. It was no longer steady. Heavenly tribulation, don't make me look down on you. Let me see just how much power you have. Long Chen released his powerful will as well, one that wished to fight against the heavenly Daos. As if hearing Long Chen's provocation, the heavenly tribulation in the whole immemorial path surged toward him. It was absolutely endless. Even those 4 figures were enveloped by his tribulation. "Brat, you're courting death," shouted one of the 4. Those 4 were wrapped in flames, being surrounded by some kind of formation that made it so they couldn't move. They could only undergo their tribulations within the flames. Long Chen's actions had infuriated them. They considered this a provocation from him, and they were unable to accept such a thing. "The ones courting death are you," sneered Long Chen. The tribulation clouds around him grew denser, their scope could no longer be described. They covered the entire world in darkness, and their thickness was over 100 miles. Long Chen even sensed the surrounding space solidify. Even like this, Long Chen still wasn't satisfied. He suddenly took the initiative to charge into the lightning tribulation and punch it. A terrifying astral wind blew apart the tribulation's clouds. Long Chen continued punching, and the condensing tribulation clouds were pulverized by him. The aboriginals below felt their scalps turn numb. Long Chen had definitely gone crazy. Was he afraid that the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be strong enough, so he was intentionally provoking it? Since ancient times, every person revered the heavens. Each time they underwent tribulation, they were careful and respectful. Who dared to take the initiative to attack the heavenly tribulation? As expected, following Long Chen's actions, the heavens were enraged. A terrifying destructive will descended, and people were horrified to see cracks appear in the ground. Energy poured out of them and into the tribulation clouds. All the immemorial path's experts were dumbfounded. Whether it was the eastern, western, southern, northern, or even the central section, they all sensed that terrifying phenomenon. With all of heaven and earth's energy gathering, the heavens were blocking any form of mental probing. Other than the closest aboriginals, no one else could see what was happening any longer. All they knew was that something incredibly major was happening inside the immemorial path. Seeing this, Lord Heavenai suddenly ordered everyone to retreat further. "Lord Heavenai, if we retreat any further, we won't be able to see anything at all," grumbled Xiao Fei. At this distance, they weren't even able to see Long Chen's figure anymore. The surrounding heavenly Dao energy was blocking their line of sight. "Stop wasting words. Not being able to see Long Chen for now is better than Long Chen never being able to see us ever again. This level of heavenly tribulation is heaven-defying. Whoever wants to live better retreat," shouted Lord Heavenai. Just as they were retreating, the void suddenly shook. Endless lightning filled the spot Long Chen was at. Chapter 889 Lightning Sea devours the heavens. Heaven and earth rumbled and lightning filled the sky. From a distance, it looked like the spot Long Chen was at had been submerged in a sea of lightning. The immemorial path quivered. Lord Heavenai and the others stood far off in the distance, unable to speak in the face of that terrifying lightning sea. Xiao Fei began to sweat and no longer grumbled about not being able to see. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to clearly see this terrifying lightning sea. Even from such a distance, they could feel the berserk energy within the lightning sea. Even foundation forging experts sensed the threat of death from that lightning. If they entered this tribulation, they would definitely die. There's not the slightest bit of life energy in this lightning. On a fundamental scale, it refuses to give anyone a path to life. With its aura being entirely destructive, this is no longer heavenly tribulation, but heavenly punishment. Cried a shocked elder. Heavenly tribulation was just a law to wash out the weak. No matter how dazzling and intense the lightning tribulation, it always left behind a trace of life energy. But Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was filled entirely with a berserk destructive will. It was clearly intent on obliterating him. Is this the result of Long Chen provoking the heavenly tribulation? Lord Heavenai shook his head. Heavenly tribulation is a part of the heavenly Taos. It has no life, nor does it have any emotions to speak of. How could it have become angry? Long Chen has simply intentionally broken the heavenly tribulation's process, forcing it to advance to the next level while not having released its previous power. That's making its power superimpose. But even so, laws are just laws, and this kind of situation should never occur. This heavenly tribulation is fundamentally not allowing Long Chen to pass. Lord Heavenai's eyes were locked onto that sea of lightning. There was a figure bathed in that lightning, full of an undefeatable will that was clashing against the will of the heavenly Taos. Yu Xiaochen had consumed medicinal pills and recovered a bit of her energy. Although she was still pale, she could now stand. She nervously looked at that figure. She knew that Long Chen was doing this because of her. He was getting revenge on those 4 figures, making them pay a price for their actions. The feeling of being protected was a warm one, but she was also incredibly worried. Long Chen's temper was too explosive. This was far too dangerous. The first wave of the tribulation is already so powerful. How strong will it grow later? The thunder force was like a sea, its lightning runes surging like the tide, rumbling with heaven and earth. This kind of scene was something that they hadn't dared to imagine ever in their lives. As Long Chen's heavenly tribulation erupted, those 4 people wrapped in the flames were also affected. They were startled to find that their own tribulations were growing stronger because of Long Chen's influence. An ant's fury is laughable. Did you think that by infuriating the heavenly tribulation, you could bring us down with you? Foolish to the pinnacle, laughed one of them. It was unknown just which of the 4 had spoken these words. These 4 were extremely strange. Ever since they had broken through the void to appear here, each one of them had a whirlpool above their heads. Those were like 4 portals that had allowed them to break into this world. Breaking through the barrier between worlds and sending 4 experts here to undergo tribulation was a shocking ability, one that was hard to imagine. Even an idiot would know that these 4 had to possess terrifying backgrounds. However, Long Chen didn't give a damn about their origins. In order to show off their arrogance, these 4 hadn't given a damn about Yu Xiaochen's life or death. In the end, Yu Xiaochen had exhausted a huge amount of her blood essence to snatch back her heavenly Dao rune. Her miserable state still burned his heart. If they wanted to play, then they had better be ready to play. He had absorbed all the immortal condensing Pilar's runes, as well as actively attacked the tribulation. This heavenly tribulation's intensity was beyond belief now. Although this was impetuous and not a smart decision, Long Chen had never thought himself to be a wise sage. All he knew was that whoever hurt the people by his side would have to pay a price. That was the typical conduct of a fool, but Long Chen had always acted like that. They seemed to be talking. The aboriginals could only barely sense some fluctuations from them. Their voices were completely drowned out by the booming thunder of the tribulations. Long Chen seemed to not hear the mysterious expert's words. Flying higher into the air, he suddenly reached toward the sky and pulled. A whirlpool appeared over his head, and it instantly grew. Endless lightning crashed down on him. Even Lord Heavenai jumped in shock. Instead of doing something to block the lightning, Long Chen acted like he still hadn't gotten his fill. He took the initiative to absorb the thunder force pouring out of the whirlpool. Lei Long cried out in delight. It crazily devoured all the thunder force pouring into Long Chen's body. It was like a bottomless pit, able to take in as much energy as available. In this manner, Long Chen allowed Lei Long to absorb thunder force faster than when it acted on its own. This kind of scattered thunder force wasn't like the lightning beasts. It was just simple lightning. With Long Chen's assistance, Lei Long quickly absorbed the huge sea of lightning in less than 2 hours. Heaven and earth returned to calm. The aboriginals were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The tribulation had been passed just like this. Hand over your energy. Long Chen shouted and suddenly charged into the tribulation clouds, attacking them with his fists. The lightning clouds had originally been brewing, but once Long Chen scattered a huge mass of them, they were even thicker than before when they regathered. As for the 4 mysterious experts wrapped in flames, the thunder force attacking them once more increased. Fool, incurable, plebeian, each one of the mysterious experts spat out a disdainful snort. All 4 of them were men. The 4 of them were truly terrifying. Even immersed in this lightning, they didn't have to take any action to block it. This level of thunder force was clearly nothing to them, so they looked down on Long Chen's actions. Lord Heavenai, just who are they? Asked Xiao Fei. Everyone greatly wanted to know this. They are peerless geniuses. Their power has surpassed your imaginations. Perhaps only such people are worthy of supreme powers paying such an immense price to forcibly send them here to undergo tribulation. Lord Heavenai sighed, a complicated expression on his face. His heaven eyes had clearly seen through some secrets. Suddenly, rumbling cut off their conversation. Lightning swords began to shoot down from the sky at Long Chen. Each one of them was huge, over 300 meters long. But Long Chen continued to tear into the sky. The huge whirlpool still existed above him, and he actually began to absorb those terrifying lightning swords. People felt like they were going crazy. They had never seen someone undergo tribulation like this. The lightning swords flooded toward Long Chen and were all absorbed by him. The 4 of them are also affected, shouted Xiao Fei. Everyone hastily looked to see the thunder force attacking the 4 of them had also transformed into lightning swords. Long Chen's tribulation was affecting them. Although they were up in the void and the distance between them was impossible to estimate, they were still affected. Long Chen ignored what was happening over there as his mood was getting better now. Lei Long was too amazing. No matter how much thunder force he fed it, it would absorb it and grow stronger. Long Chen knew that heavenly tribulation was weakest at the start. Therefore, this was the best time to absorb thunder force. He had to absorb as much as possible now before it grew to the point where he couldn't absorb it. The lightning swords eventually disappeared. The tribulation clouds above Long Chen's head actually linked together with the 4 experts' tribulation clouds. They formed one huge mass of tribulation clouds that covered the entire world. Originally, each of them was undergoing their own tribulation. But now the situation had suddenly changed. All their tribulation clouds had connected, and the pressure immediately grew by hundreds of times. Retreat again, shouted Lord Heavenai. At this point, some of the sea expansion experts were quivering, feeling like they were about to be crushed. Within every inch of the immemorial path, experts were looking in horror at the central area. They were unable to see anything, but they could sense all the immemorial path's energy converging in that location. Terrifying fluctuations were spreading from there. This tribulation was too powerful, and it isolated all other auras. The other experts in the immemorial path could only tell something exceedingly terrifying was happening at the center of the immemorial path. However, they didn't dare to probe it. All of them had just endured their own tribulations. Many had been killed, and of those that had succeeded, the majority had only survived with half their lives. They didn't dare to do anything risky at this moment. They could only heal and sense what was happening. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds trembled. Endless lightning beasts began to fall from the sky, each of them 300 meters long and incomparably fierce. Chapter 890 Lightning Dragon Devours All Beasts. Seeing those lightning beasts, Yu Xiaochen's heart clenched. The lightning beasts she had fought during her own tribulation gave her a profound understanding of how terrifying they were. The last one had been especially powerful, and even though there had only been one, if Long Chen hadn't told her its weaknesses, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. But these lightning beasts were packed together and endless. Because it was impossible to grasp their numbers, even knowing their weaknesses was useless. Just how were you supposed to take advantage of those weaknesses when they were packed together in such numbers? In front of this sea of beasts, any strategy, any technique would be useless and impossible to use. There was only one option: to use power to beat power. Long Chen's tribulation clouds had now joined with the other 4 experts' tribulation clouds to form a mass of supreme tribulation clouds. They were absolutely endless. As for the lightning beasts, they were like water spurting out of a broken dam. They poured down from the sky. Seeing Long Chen enveloped by the sea of lightning beasts, everyone's hearts rose into their throats. Yu Xiaochen's palms were already covered in sweat. Come out and gorge yourself. Long Chen laughed. A dragon roar suddenly rang out and a 3-mile-long lightning dragon appeared. Its huge body released a majestic aura. Lei Long's body had originally just been 1 mile long, but after absorbing the lightning tribulation, it had tripled in size. Its lightning runes were circulating with an even fiercer power. Long Chen jumped onto Lei Long's head. Lei Long once more roared, opening its mouth and beginning to devour the lightning beasts. There were too many lightning beasts. But to the huge Lei Long, they were nothing more than rabbits. With each mouthful, it devoured 5 or 6 of them. The most interesting thing was that the lightning beasts only had eyes for Long Chen. They didn't attack Lei Long, allowing it to devour them. They only knew how to struggle, but not to counterattack. Laws were laws. They weren't flexible. Lei Long came from heavenly tribulation, so these heavenly tribulation beasts didn't recognize it as an enemy. When the lightning beasts came charging at Long Chen, Lei Long would simply swing its tail, and they would be sent flying. In terms of power, these beasts were a far cry from Lei Long. Lei Long was like a dragon swimming through a sea, easily devouring the closest beasts. The lightning beasts were unable to approach Long Chen. Long Chen could just stand atop Lei Long's head and watch as the lightning beasts were devoured. He felt Lei Long's own power slowly increasing. The aboriginals' jaws all dropped, their eyes almost popped out. If they weren't personally seeing this, they wouldn't believe it. Many people wanted to say something, but they found that no words were able to express their current thoughts. In the end, nothing came out of their mouths. Yu Xiaochen looked up at the grand and majestic Long Chen with adoration. In this world where only strength was respected, the stronger the man, the greater their charm. That was especially true when this man had risked his life and was now settling a debt with mysterious experts for her. Long Chen was surrounded by countless lightning beasts, but the mysterious experts were also being attacked by countless lightning beasts. They could no longer remain as indifferent as before. People were unable to see their movements clearly because the divine flames around them blocked their sight. But in any case, those lightning beasts were all destroyed as soon as they got close to them. It seemed that they still had it extremely easy. Heavens! One of the aboriginals suddenly shouted, causing everyone else who was watching with rapt attention to jump. "What are you shouting for?" raged someone. "No, do you not notice something strange?" said that person. "Something strange? Fuck, how could I not notice this lightning tribulation is strange?" "No, think about it. Long Chen's already in his lightning tribulation. He didn't expand his initial C yet." Hearing him say this, everyone fell silent, looking at each other. It seemed they had truly missed that detail. Could it be Long Chen really hadn't condensed his initial C before undergoing tribulation? Did he forget? They were speechless, but they really couldn't figure it out. Just who would possibly forget such an important step? Furthermore, if he hadn't condensed his initial C, how did he draw on the heavenly tribulation? What was going on? No one could explain it, not even Lord Heavenai or someone as learned as Yu Xiaochen. Let alone them, even Long Chen couldn't understand. In any case, he knew one rule about the 9-star hegemon body art: as long as he passed his tribulation, he would definitely advance. Who cared about expanding the C? 1 hour. 3 hours. Time passed bit by bit as Lei Long's body was growing larger and stronger. After a whole day had passed, it had grown to 7 miles. 7 miles. That was a huge monster. As Lei Long grew larger, its power increased and its devouring speed also multiplied. After this whole day, the lightning beasts finally stopped coming down from the sky, allowing people to relax. At this moment, Lei Long was still swimming through the air, devouring the few remaining lightning beasts. From the start until now, Long Chen hadn't done anything to resist the lightning tribulation. That easy manner of his made it look like he was just playing a game, not undergoing tribulation. Fool, using a devil item to absorb the heavenly tribulation is just an inferior cheating method. Ants really are ants, only capable of using the most contemptible tricks. Suddenly, a sneer came from one of the 4 experts. They had already killed all the lightning beasts around them, and it seemed that it hadn't taken any effort. Devil item, Long Chen sneered. He saw through some of their secrets. These 4 were wrapped in divine flames, and the flames should be their method to break through the spatial walls. While they were wrapped in them, others couldn't see their figures clearly, but the same issue could also be applied to their sight. They could only vaguely sense things, and so they thought Lei Long was a special tool used to trick the heavenly Daos. Where did you 4 bumpkins come from? Now that you've come here, you want to act grand. If you had any guts at all, you wouldn't hide in your tortoise shells. Come out and fight, sneered Long Chen. Right now, the first wave of the tribulation had just ended, and there was a bit of time to say a few words before the next wave came. Long Chen was very curious about their origins. Brazen Ant, you don't have the qualifications to know our origins. You should bless your fortune that we're wrapped in these divine flames, otherwise, a single finger from this lord would crush you. Shouted one of them. Don't bother bragging. If it weren't for your tortoise shell, you would have had your crap crushed out of you when you broke into this world. Who do you think you're trying to trick? Although Long Chen didn't quite understand everything about them, he wasn't so easily tricked. These four had clearly used some kind of divine energy to break through the walls of this world. But even though the world's barrier had been broken, not just anyone could get through. At the very least, it wasn't something that mere Shantian experts could survive. Although these people's auras were powerful, they were still undergoing their sea expansion tribulations. If it weren't for the protection of the divine flames, they would have been crushed by the power of spatial pressure upon breaking into this world. So Long Chen didn't fear them. Ant, you're courting death, raged one of them. Cowards, wait until you grow up and come out of your shells before saying such vicious words, laughed Long Chen. Just at this moment, the tribulation clouds once more shook. Huge lightning beasts descended from the sky, each of them being a mile long. This time, there weren't that many, but there were still over 1,000 of them. They charged at Long Chen. These lightning beasts were on the same level as the final lightning beast that had appeared in Yu Xiaochen's tribulation. But Yu Xiaochen had only had to deal with one, while Long Chen had over 1,000 of them. Yu Xiaochen was pale, and everyone else was also nervous. These lightning beasts were too terrifying. Boom! One of those lightning beasts had only just gotten close when Lei Long bit into it. It was too huge for Lei Long to devour in one bite. Furthermore, it was also struggling, making it so Lei Long couldn't smoothly swallow it. Just at this moment, another lightning beast charged at Long Chen. Its huge claw was the size of a small mountain as it smashed toward Long Chen. A blood-colored saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. A huge saber image whistled through the air. The huge lightning beast was cleanly cut in two by Long Chen's saber. This attack caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Long Chen hadn't used any battle skill. With just brute force, he had killed it. Lei Long, spit it out. Eat the one I killed, shouted Long Chen. Lei Long was trying to devour a lightning beast, but it was stuck in its throat and struggling. Lei Long wasn't able to swallow it. Hearing this, Lei Long spat it out and directly went to devour the lightning beast Long Chen had killed. But it was one step too late, and the lightning beast transformed into lightning runes that dissipated. Lei Long's fierce bite only managed to get a very small portion of those runes. Don't worry, work with me, Long Chen shouted, and Blooddrinker began to rumble, its runes lighting. He charged at those lightning beasts. Chapter 891 Berserk Lightning Battle Warriors. The huge lightning beasts were slashed apart by Long Chen one by one. Each one of them was killed in just one blow. Blooddrinker, you really are amazing. Long Chen was delighted by Blooddrinker. As long as he gave it the slightest bit of his spiritual yuan, Blooddrinker would release its specific sharp aura. The terrifying lightning beasts were easily cut down. Now Blooddrinker had truly awoken. Long Chen hadn't even known that it was so powerful before. Each bit of his spiritual yuan was being transformed into killing power. This weapon that had come from the barbarian race's expert was definitely extraordinary. As Long Chen killed the lightning beasts, Lei Long was behind him taking advantage. When they were cut down, before their runes could scatter, it would devour them in one gulp. These huge lightning beasts contained incomparably pure thunder force. If those previous lightning beasts were likened to rice, then these huge beasts were like meat to Lei Long. Long Chen swept through the air, blood-colored saber images flashing in the sky. Each attack killed a lightning beast. Sometimes there would be too many lightning beasts for Long Chen to handle, and Lei Long would swing its tail, knocking them back and giving Long Chen space. In this manner, Long Chen's dominance could not be stopped. It had been a long time since Long Chen had felt this satisfying feeling of using all his power to attack with a heavy weapon. Big brother Long Chen is amazing, cried Xiao Fei. He had always treated Long Chen as his idol. He hoped to become a domineering expert like him one day. Who cared about heavenly tribulation? Who cared about the heavenly Taos? Even in front of heavenly tribulation, Long Chen wasn't afraid. He was fighting against the very heavens, forcing them to submit to him. The other experts were affected by his imposingness and clenched their fists, their own hot blood surging. They had been suppressed here by the heavenly Taos for countless years. Moreover, they had to face the scheming, robbing, and killing of the invaders. They had long since grown dissatisfied with this world, but they didn't have the bravery to fight against the heavens. They were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare fight. However, Long Chen's display showed them what a true domineeringness was. His domineeringness even caused those old seniors to feel a passion they hadn't felt in many, many years. Each lightning beast he killed was like another shackle he broke through. He advanced dauntlessly. I want to fight the heavens too. I'll exterminate these merciless and unfair heavenly Taos. Whatever tries to stop me, I'll cut them down. Suddenly, a xianxia expansion expert began to shout. He came from the Stone Tribe, and he had drunk with Long Chen quite a few times. His eyes were red, and he charged out, startling everyone. That person had only just flown out when the Stone Tribe's leader slapped the back of his head, making him collapse on the ground. Just watch. Don't get drawn in too deeply. Being domineering and being suicidal are two different concepts. Long Chen is domineering now, but if you went, you'd be suicidal. He shouted. He felt a bit helpless. The Stone Tribe's warriors all possessed one-track minds. Having drunk and laughed with Long Chen before, they found him to be their kind of people, and they were now like brothers. Hence, they were receiving the greatest influence from Long Chen. It was unknown whether that foolish fellow hadn't sobered up from his drinking for him to actually want to charge into Long Chen's tribulation to fight against the heavens. The heavenly Taos can't be opposed. The heavenly Taos can't be disobeyed. Perhaps that's not true for all people. Lord Heavenai looked at Long Chen. He extended his hands and touched his middle finger to his thumb several times. It seemed he was calculating something, but in the end, he sighed and pulled back his hands. Heavens, are those people also monsters? They're also killing the lightning beasts in one attack. While their attention was drawn to Long Chen, they forgot about the four mysterious experts. They were slaughtering the lightning beasts as well. And just like Long Chen, each time they attacked, a lightning beast would definitely fall. Just who are they? These people have been sent here specifically to undergo their tribulations. They want to absorb as much thunder force as possible. My guess is that they finished condensing their initial Cs from wherever they came from, and then were sent here by supreme experts to absorb more thunder force to temper their bodies to the greatest level. Then they'll return to their world. Their goal should be the laws present within the immemorial path's tribulation lightning. Perhaps the most valuable thing in the immemorial path is the tribulation lightning during the spiritual chi eruption. Said Lord Heavenai. He looked at those four mysterious figures with a complicated expression. Here, the aboriginals were like trapped birds, while the immemorial path was their cage. They were treated like criminals. Others could come and go, taking their resources, while they could only endure in silence. These four people hadn't just come to steal the resources, even their tone toward everyone here was full of disdain as well. It made the aboriginals furious, but they were also powerless. Idiots, can you be a bit faster? I've been waiting for you all day. Long Chen's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look over and see him standing atop a lightning dragon's head, a blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder. The lightning dragon was now 8 miles long. Foolish ant, you are provoking us. Shut up, hurry up and kill them. The next wave of the tribulation won't come until you do, shouted Long Chen. You, that voice seemed to be coming through clenched teeth. But before he could say any more words, the sky trembled. Countless human-shaped lightnings fell from the sky. Berserk lightning battle warriors. How is this possible? Lord Heavenai was shocked. What are they? The Berserk lightning battle warriors are rumored to only appear in an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. Each of those human-shaped lightnings possesses their own intelligence. They are created when experts fail their tribulations, and their soul essence is drawn away by them. In truth, each of these warriors is an expert, with an expert's battle experience. They're completely different from those mindless beasts, said Lord Heavenai gravely. This was something none of the others had heard of. These lightning warriors actually possessed their own combat experience. Just as they were filled with shock, Long Chen had already exchanged blows with one of those lightning warriors. He had already met these human-shaped lightnings last time. They were formed entirely of lightning runes, but they were like real people. Even the lines on their armor were clear. When his saber met the lightning warrior's spear, sparks flew. He didn't manage to cut through its weapon. At the same time, the other lightning warriors attacked. Lei Long opened its mouth and devoured dozens of them. But as a result, as soon as it swallowed them, their weapons pierced out of its body, and they charged out. Lei Long's body was huge, but in terms of how solid its body was, it was a far cry from these lightning warriors. It couldn't devour them. Even if it could block them, it would be attacked. Lei Long was infuriated but unable to cause any effective damage to them. Divine Ring. 4-star battle armor. At this time, Long Chen couldn't keep holding back. His divine ring appeared behind him, and 4 stars circulated in his eyes. His spiritual yuan poured into Blooddrinker, and blood-colored light erupted. Whirlwind Slash. Long Chen spun, and saber chi blossomed like a flower. It devoured everything around him. The lightning warriors closest to him were all killed, while the others were knocked back. He killed over 100 of them in one blow. But that didn't make him the slightest bit happy. He saw that these lightning warriors all knew how to dodge and defend. They weren't much different from real people. In fact, when they had tried dodging just now, there had been hints of battle skills being used by them. Long Chen told Lei Long not to fight. It was just in charge of devouring the remnant lightning runes from when the lightning warriors were killed. Those were most important. Long Chen repeatedly attacked. He used Split the Heavens 3 times, killing waves of those lightning warriors. Their lightning runes were crazily devoured by Lei Long. Long Chen was getting more and more shocked. Even when he was releasing all his power, he still felt a great deal of pressure. These lightning warriors were truly powerful, even stronger than ordinary rank 3 celestials. While he fought them, up in the void, the 4 mysterious men panicked. The level of their lightning tribulations had exceeded their expectations. They had come here to absorb the remnant immortal aura that lay within this world's lightning tribulation. This remnant immortal aura was hidden deep within the immemorial path, and the outside world didn't have it. Each time the spiritual chi eruption occurred, the immortal aura would merge into the lightning tribulation. Hence, their goal had been to absorb that trace of immortal aura as preparations for their breakthrough. But they hadn't expected that incurring the wrath of what they had thought to be an ant-like existence would lead to a change in their heavenly tribulations. They were actually forced into the same tempo and intensity of tribulation as Long Chen. HMPH, ignorant ant, I'll show you what it means for there to always be heaven beyond the heavens, a height you couldn't attain even if you cultivated for millennia. The 4 people in the divine flames suddenly released multicolored runes, forming a vague barrier around them. At the same time, a terrifying pressure caused the sky to quake. Chapter 892 Ancient Heroic Spirits. The 4 people wrapped in divine flames suddenly began to release energy fluctuations. It was impossible to tell what kind of secret art they were using, but the terrifying pressure even came through the barrier of divine flames. The only things possible to see were those 4 figures flashing into motion and the berserk lightning battle warriors beginning to explode. That scene caused people to be dumbfounded. Just who were these 4? As expected, they have to be heavenly geniuses at that level, or no one would have paid the price to break through the walls between worlds and send them here. Countless runes began to appear in Lord Heaveneye's white eyes. He stared into the spatial cyclone in the air. That was where the barrier between worlds had been broken. There had to be experts on the other side maintaining it, making sure it didn't close before the lightning tribulation ended. Long Chen also sensed the change happening over there, but he didn't care. Everything was going according to his expectations. He sensed how terrifying those 4 were. They were experts on a level he had never seen before. They had a kind of aura that made it so even he found it hard to breathe. As soon as they appeared, they had displayed their tyranny, even causing Yu Xiaochen to be injured. Long Chen clearly knew that they were powerful beyond his imagination, but once he got angry, he never cared about such things. He would make these arrogant idiots pay a price. They wanted to undergo tribulation. Then they could go ahead and undergo tribulation. Each time Long Chen had to go through tribulation, he had to fight against terrible odds. Bringing a few powerful companions with him would make it much more fun. He wanted to see if these 4 peerless geniuses could block his heavenly tribulation. In fact, Long Chen even thought of a certain thing. At the beginning of the tribulation, he noticed that their heavenly tribulations had been nourishing them, as if doting on them with care. This proved beyond a doubt that these 4 were definitely the favorites of the heavens. They had to be even stronger celestials and received the heavens' pampering. But he, Long Chen, was the target the heavens wanted dead. Now that he was undergoing tribulation with them, he wanted to see what the heavenly tribulation would choose. Would it still mercilessly slaughter the 4 of them to kill him? Or would it let him off because of the 4 of them? However, Up to now, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation had chosen to kill him. It hadn't hesitated just because of those 4 favorites. It seemed that it wanted to kill them all together. Since that was the case, he was at ease. An intense battle shook the void. There were 5 battlefields with intense slaughter where thunder and lightning shook the land. Those 4 experts had clearly released their full power against the berserk lightning battle warriors. There were tens of thousands of lightning warriors, and each time one was killed, another would take its place. Long Chen was doing his best to kill them, but his arms were now numb, and he was constantly being injured. There were just too many of them, and they possessed all kinds of attack methods. Some were fierce and head-on, while some were sly and crafty. Each one had their own techniques, and being surrounded by this many of them, strategy was useless. The only thing to do was to go all out. The fortunate thing was that the huge forest in his primal chaos space provided him with enough life energy. Thus, all his injuries were instantly healed. Yu Xiaochen clenched her fists as she watched Long Chen. She was filled with worry, because she saw that what Long Chen had released was just a Xianxian cultivation base. He hadn't condensed his initial C. Without condensing his initial C, his spiritual yuan hadn't changed much. How was he supposed to keep up with such a terrifying consumption of energy? The other experts also saw through the clues, but they didn't dare say anything. Furthermore, saying anything now didn't have any meaning. They could only pray for Long Chen, hoping he could create a miracle. The only thing that comforted Long Chen was that Lei Long was continuously growing as he slaughtered the lightning warriors. Their runes were all devoured by it, and as long as it didn't take the initiative to attack or block those lightning warriors, they wouldn't attack it. As Lei Long devoured more runes, its body grew more condensed, gradually appearing like solid matter. It was now capable of blocking the lightning warriors' attacks. That helped Long Chen out greatly as he was in a crisis now. Lei Long could attack some of the lightning warriors and then rapidly retreat. They would instinctively attack Lei Long, but once it fled, they wouldn't chase it. That distraction saved Long Chen a great deal of trouble. This was a shocking battle. The reason Long Chen could last for so long was mainly because he had been cultivating lightning in his body since blood condensation, so his body had a powerful resistance to lightning. If it was anyone else, then just a few dozen of these lightning warriors would take their lives. But when Long Chen was injured, they were just superficial injuries. The thunder force that entered his body was absorbed and wouldn't cause any damage. So Long Chen was shocked to see that those 4 mysterious men were also able to fight against the berserk lightning battle warriors. However, now they had shut their mouths and no longer continued sneering. It was unknown whether they just didn't have the time or energy to do so. This shocking battle continued for a long time before the lightning warriors gradually lessened. Suddenly, 9 huge figures condensed within the tribulation clouds. Each one of them wore strange clothes that were extremely ancient. As soon as they appeared, all sound disappeared from heaven and earth. It was deathly silent. These figures caused everyone to jump in shock. They seemed alive. Even their eyes had light and expressions. They were no different from real people. Ancient heroic spirits. Lord Heaven's expression completely changed. Of everyone present, only he knew that these ancient heroic spirits were the peerless heavenly geniuses that had fallen during their tribulations. They were on a completely different level than the berserk lightning warriors, and the tribulation had copied their states before they had fallen. Those 9 huge figures charged at Long Chen. At the same time, illusory chi seas appeared behind them. 3,000-mile chi seas. Startled cries rang out. Those ancient heroic spirits all possessed 3,000-mile chi seas. They were 9C expansion heavenly geniuses. But right now, Long Chen was only at the Xianxian realm. Everyone's heart clenched. This was too unfair. This wasn't tribulation, but extermination. Bastard, just what kind of heavenly tribulation is this? Raged one of the mysterious men. At the same time as Long Chen was attacked, they were also attacked. The first one to face Long Chen was a young handsome man with a spear. When his spear pierced toward him, space trembled intensely and he immediately locked down Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen didn't dare to be careless, and he slashed down with his saber. Cracks appeared in the air, as the void almost shattered. Long Chen's blood flipped within him, and he flew back. This man was too strong. But through this exchange, he confirmed that this man was truly formed of lightning runes. As long as they weren't real people, there was hope. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, his heart suddenly shook, and he activated the lightning body blink. A saber just missed his shoulder, almost cutting off his arm. Lei Long let out a furious roar and attacked them. Suddenly, two of them slashed their weapons onto its body, and Lei Long immediately exploded. Lei Long could block the Berserk Lightning Battle Warrior's attacks, but it couldn't block these attacks. The two were not on the same level. Lei Long, come back for now. You aren't their match. Long Chen waved his hand. Lei Long's runes returned to his arm. Lei Long's power had grown explosively, but it wasn't a healthy growth. Although it had expanded like a balloon to a shocking point, it wasn't able to endure powerful attacks. Lei Long needed some time to refine the energy it had absorbed, and only then could it release its full power. Right now, it was still too weak. After putting away Lei Long, Long Chen was immediately surrounded by those 9 figures, and the pressure instantly increased. These 9 figures were too terrifying. Even going all out, he was being constantly injured, and the most dangerous moment was when he was almost cut in two. Long Chen clenched his teeth and bitterly endured. Right now, he was in a crisis, but those 4 experts were also surrounded in the same situation. None of them were better off than him, and he even saw one of them cough up blood. Hee, how is the taste of an ant's tribulation? Sneered Long Chen. Bastard, you are provoking us. Just wait. One of them ended up being slashed on the shoulder because he had divided his attention. It was unknown what treasure was protecting him, but instead of being cut, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Now you should know what it feels like to be implicated by another person's tribulation. Fighting all out, Long Chen gradually switched to a defensive battle. He found that although these ancient heroic spirits were powerful, their moves were inflexible. Laws were laws. Their moves didn't adapt as easily as real people. If the 9 of them were really alive, Long Chen would definitely die. Even though they were made of lightning runes, Long Chen still couldn't defeat them. He could only stall and continue watching them. Using the lightning body blink, Long Chen retreated, doing his best to avoid facing them head-on and preserve his energy. Through the divine ring, he began to restore the spiritual yuan he had used up. In any case, the 4 of them were undergoing tribulation with him. He wasn't impatient. He wanted to see just who would die first. As time passed, Long Chen was constantly injured, but that wasn't a problem with the primal chaos space. Long Chen was using his life energy to stall while his spiritual yuan recovered. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. One of the flame-wrapped men used some unknown technique to kill an ancient heroic spirit. Chapter 893 Chenkin Lightning Chains. That person managed to kill an ancient heroic spirit, but he paid an immense price. He was counterattacked and vomited blood. This is the last wave of the tribulation. Don't hold back any longer, said one of the men. He noticed that after killing one of the ancient heroic spirits, the tribulation clouds above him lessened. Following his shout, the others also began going all out. A huge saber image exploded and another ancient heroic spirit was killed. As expected, as that one was killed, the tribulation clouds in the sky shrank. This represented that once the ancient heroic spirits were all killed, the heavenly tribulation would come to an end. Kill. Those mysterious experts erupted with immense power and were clearly using their ultimate moves. It was impossible to tell what their moves were while they were wrapped in flames. But one thing that could be confirmed was that their strength was horrifying. Even from such a distance, it gave the people watching endless pressure. It seems it really is the last wave. I guess there's no need to hold back any longer. Blooddrinker, let's go all out. Long Chen smiled. His vast spiritual yuan all poured into Blooddrinker. Buzz. Blooddrinker seemed to come to life, and a blood-colored light soared into the sky. Long Chen's full-strength attack forced back all the ancient heroic spirits, and he used the rebound force to soar into the sky, raising Blooddrinker while he was at it. Blooddrinker rapidly grew into a huge heavenly blade. This was a treasure item's true form, a sign it was about to release its full power. Long Chen's spiritual yuan was sucked dry. Blood chi erupted from Blooddrinker's blade, forming a huge illusory image. That image was 3,000 meters long, 10 times longer than its true form. Split the heavens too. The huge saber slashed down, instantly devouring those ancient heroic spirits. Explosive sounds reverberated. The only thing remaining after that huge saber slashed down was a sky full of lightning runes. All those ancient heroic spirits had been killed by Long Chen's attack. Lei Long, time to eat. Long Chen summoned Lei Long and simply lay on its head. He felt like he was hollow now. He didn't have the slightest bit of energy left. But fortunately, the tribulation had ended. Lei Long devoured those runes. Although they weren't large, consuming them caused Lei Long's body to swell up explosively. Its body grew stiff, and it couldn't even swim through the air anymore. It slowly fell to the ground. You've eaten too much and need to digest it. Go into seclusion. Long Chen put Lei Long away again, and it fell into a slumber. Its power had increased too much and it needed to digest it. Seeing that Long Chen's final attack was able to destroy all those ancient heroic spirits, the aboriginals let out a cheer. Long Chen had actually succeeded. Yu Xiaochen even began to cry. Long Chen stood up on the immortal condensing platform, looking at those 4 figures above. He just managed to see them using their trump cards to kill their ancient heroic spirits. That caused Long Chen's heart to sink. Those 4 were truly powerful. As the final ancient heroic spirit was killed, the tribulation clouds in the sky shrank. Just as they were about to disappear, the tribulation clouds shattered. In that instant, lightning chains descended from the sky, piercing straight toward the 5 of them. These are Chenkin lightning chains. This bastard. Run, shouted one of the men, seeming to have realized something. The divine flames on his body suddenly fluctuated, and runes wrapped around the 4 of them. They flew back toward the spatial whirlpool in the air. Before Long Chen could even figure out what was happening, he was bound by the lightning chains and dragged into the air. He was startled to find that he couldn't even move with the lightning chains around him. Those 4 rapidly fled, but just as they were about to enter the spatial whirlpool, the lightning chains formed a huge net that trapped them. The 4 of them were horrified, but no matter how they struggled, it was to no avail. These were heavenly Dao chains and were impossible for them to break. Suddenly, space exploded. A large hand stretched out from the whirlpool and caught the 4 of them. It pulled, and the lightning chains were broken apart. The hand brought the 4 of them into the spatial whirlpool and disappeared. Everything returned to normal. That scene was too shocking. That large hand had been hundreds of miles long, like a celestial hand. Just what kind of power was that? The aboriginals were all motionless, unable to say a word. This kind of power had exceeded their understanding. Long Chen, Yu Xiaochen cried out and didn't bother with that huge hand. She was focused completely on Long Chen. He was bound by the chains and being pulled into the air. The tribulation clouds had disappeared, but chains were coming from heaven and earth, binding Long Chen. The lightning chains suddenly stretched taut, wanting to pull him apart. Yu Xiaochen panicked. She actually rushed over but was stopped by Lord Heavenai. At this moment, no one could help Long Chen. Fuck, I just knew my luck couldn't be this good. But good thing I still have a backup. Long Chen cursed inside. A seal within his body suddenly opened. This was where Long Chen had sealed all the medicinal energy and essence of the Enlightenment Palace pills he had consumed during this time. The medicinal energy erupted, pouring into the Enlightenment Palace star. The star had originally been almost full and now it suddenly shook. The Enlightenment Palace star absorbed all the medicinal energy that poured out of the seal. This was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and the originally still star began to slowly revolve. As it revolved, it went from an ordinary ball of light to become a planet. Images appeared, mountains, rivers, valleys. Once the Enlightenment Palace star had revolved 9 times, a faint mist began to appear over it. It then came to a sudden stop. The Feng Fu, Aliath, and Life Fate stars all revolved, sending energy to the Enlightenment Palace star. After receiving a trace of the 3 other stars' core energy, the Enlightenment Palace star suddenly began to rapidly revolve. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly reappeared behind him. But this time, it was no longer 300 meters wide, but 3,000 meters. Red, orange, yellow, and green rings were present within it. It rapidly spun, resonating with heaven and earth. All the spiritual chi within 10,000 miles was instantly sucked dry. Long Chen's exhausted spiritual yuan was fully restored in an instant. His mind shook, and the tearing force from the chains no longer felt so strong. At least for now, he didn't need to worry about being torn apart. Something's different. Is the 9-star hegemon body arts C expansion supposed to be done like this? Long Chen suddenly noticed that once the Enlightenment Palace star had reached perfection, the 4 stars suddenly had small whirlpools appear underneath them. The whirlpools were rapidly growing as energy was poured into them. Could it be these are my initial Cs? I have 4 of them. Long Chen sensed the energy within the whirlpools rapidly growing. But he was unable to tell how large they were. At this moment, he was still wrapped by countless lightning chains. He suddenly thought of something, and his divine sense entered the 4 whirlpools. He connected them to the chains binding him. The 4 whirlpools instantly grew explosively. 4 huge illusory initial seas appeared behind Long Chen. Each of those 4 seas was 300 miles wide, and they blocked practically half the sky. Lord Heavenai couldn't help being shocked. Long Chen had originally been in danger, but now he suddenly summoned 4 huge initial seas. Everyone looked at Long Chen with shock, not knowing what was going on. Long Chen was still bound by the lightning chains. They stretched far into the sky, too far to even see their end. It was an extremely shocking scene. Long Chen snorted. He hadn't expected to accidentally realize the mystery of the 9-star hegemon body arts sea expansion. So the requirement was that the 4 stars had to reach perfection before undergoing sea expansion. He had almost committed a grave error. Now the 4 seas were connected to the lightning chains, and heaven and earth's energy were pouring into them. His initial seas rapidly grew, reaching 3,000 miles in just a few breaths. Once they reached that size, they continued to surge, but something unknown was restricting them. He tried several times without succeeding. He tried many times but gave up in the end. Although there was more energy to be absorbed, this world's laws didn't allow initial seas to grow beyond 3,000 miles. It was impossible to break this law. But having 4 initial seas still delighted Long Chen. Now he had the equivalent of 4 dantians, which would give him enough spiritual yuan to play around with. The 4 initial seas disappeared. A chi sea appeared below each of the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars. The 4 stars floated above them, each star and sea being 1 unit. The 4 seas' energy suddenly poured throughout Long Chen's body, and his divine ring rapidly spun. Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying pressure descended upon the world. A will desiring to tear apart heaven and earth's restrictions exploded. I want to see whether you really can restrict me. 4-star battle armor. Chapter 894, tearing apart the dome of the sky. As Long Chen struggled, heaven and earth quivered. Each of the chains soared into the 9 heavens and deep into the ground. His struggling made it seem like heaven and earth would collapse. The aboriginals were pale. They had never seen anything like this and had never imagined that someone could rely on his own power to fight against the heavenly Taos. "Let's go help Big Brother Long Chen," said Xiao Fei. "Don't mess around. These are the heavenly tribulation's chains. Although the tribulation's clouds have scattered, the tribulation still isn't over. We would also be bound by the chains, or perhaps even killed," shouted Lord Heavenai, stopping a group of impetuous fellows. They were too young and didn't understand. But Lord Heavenai knew just how terrifying these chains were. They weren't things that could be resisted just through great power. Those chains represented the heavenly Tao's destructive aura. "You've come against me time after time, each time wanting to take my life. You blind heavens, just wait. Sooner or later, I'll tear you down," roared Long Chen as he struggled. He wanted to break these heavenly Tao chains, but he didn't know what these chains were made of. No matter how he struggled, they wouldn't break. As Long Chen's fury erupted, space constantly trembled. Long Chen pushed his 4 stars to their peak, and he clenched his teeth so hard that blood poured out. "Break for me, heavens, the void is being torn." With Long Chen's full power erupting, cracks appeared in the space around one of the chains. As Long Chen struggled, those cracks grew larger. From the pitch-black cracks, primal chaos aura poured into the immemorial path like a dam had been cracked. Boom! The cracks continued to grow, and as Long Chen pulled the chain, a hole appeared in the sky. He really knows how to pull. Following the creation of that hole, the heavenly Tao chains gradually faded. The tribulation had finally scattered, and Long Chen broke out of his chains, regaining his freedom. Long Chen looked up at the sky and saw the huge hole. It was in the midst of closing. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 10,000-mile-wide hole was fully recovered. The sky returned to normal. "Long Chen." Yu Xiaochen suddenly crashed into Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen smiled. "Sorry I worried you, I was too impetuous." Yu Xiaochen gently sobbed into his embrace, shaking her head. She knew he had done this because of her. But that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that Long Chen was still alive. The heavenly tribulation had come to an end, and everything had returned to normal. Many of the experts collapsed on the ground, feeling like their hearts had been in overdrive. This tribulation had been too frightening. Lord Heavenai had his eyes closed, seeming to be sensing something. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes, a faint smile on his face. "Lightning breaks the sky, the immemorial revives. Hee hee, so that's what it is, that's what it is." Do you all sense it? Asked Lord Heavenai to the tribe leaders. Sense what? You don't sense the change in the world. With Lord Heavenai's reminder, the tribe leaders spread their senses. An expression of disbelief and delight appeared on their faces. Shush, it's good as long as you know. Don't let the children know. Lord Heavenai smiled. Now that the tribulation had ended, Long Chen bid Lord Heavenai and the others goodbye. He returned to the Stone Tribe. He had finally advanced to sea expansion. Not only that, the Enlightenment Palace star had reached perfection, and he had created 4 chi seas. Even he didn't know how much his power had increased. Once he returned to the Stone Tribe, Long Chen got to work, refining pills for Yu Xiaochen. Although he couldn't recover her core energy, he could at least make her feel better. Long Chen, I want to return to the skyscraping world. 3 days later, Yu Xiaochen's condition had finally improved somewhat. She held Long Chen's hand, unwilling to part. Long Chen nodded. Yu Xiaochen had a method to leave the immemorial path ahead of time. She had already advanced to sea expansion, and her chi si was connected to her core energy. She had to return to the skyscraping world to replenish her lost core energy and blood essence. But she also didn't want to part with Long Chen. Just stay for a few more days. Long Chen gently brushed Yu Xiaochen's cheek. He also didn't want to part with her, but he also knew she had to go back to her race, and the sooner the better. Otherwise, if her blood essence was exhausted for too long, it would affect her foundation. Okay, Yu Xiaochen nodded. I'll refine a large batch of sea merging pills for you. When you get back, don't be in a hurry to stabilize your cultivation base. Use the medicinal pills to continue expanding your sea until it reaches its absolute limit, said Long Chen. The sea expansion realm was important. It decided how much a person could grow in the future. So the sea had to be expanded to its peak. The initial sea was just the first step of sea expansion. Once the initial sea was formed, it returned to the Dantian. Through medicinal energy, it was possible to continue expanding the sea. Once a cultivator reached the first heaven stage, their realm would completely stabilize, and future expansions would be in proportion to the size of the initial sea. So the greater the foundation, the greater the future prospects. Long Chen spent the next few days refining sea merging pills. Although he didn't have the earth flame's power, his spiritual strength had increased after advancing to sea expansion, so the difficult sea merging pills were refined much easier this time. Yu Xiaochen finally left a week later. She slipped away without telling him, but Long Chen was aware. He just acted like he didn't. He knew she had her own sorrows. Her tear-stained face when she left was enough to prove how badly she didn't want to leave. Long Chen also didn't want her to leave, but he had his own things to do. They had to part, and this silent departure of hers was just to avoid feeling more pain. Before she had left, Long Chen had given her a pile of heavenly Dao fruits and sea merging pills. The only way for him to comfort himself was to believe that they were parting so that they could stay together in the future. 2 days after Yu Xiaochen left, Guo Ran came. Guo Ran was also a sea expansion expert now. In his high spirits, he acted completely insufferable. Boss, did you hear about it? People are saying that there were experts that descended from beyond the heavens, shattering heaven and earth. It's just sad no one knows if it's true or not, said Guo Ran. It was probably just a bunch of bragging and nonsense. Just let them spread the rumors. How big is your chi si now? Asked Long Chen. 350. How much? Long Chen thought he had misheard. 350 miles. Said Guo Ran. How could you possibly have done that? Isn't it said that rank 3 celestials can at least expand their initial seas to 1,000 miles? Long Chen was speechless. Cough. There are multiple variables in all things. Boss, don't look at me like that, cried Guo Ran. This wasn't something he could exaggerate to make it sound better. If it was anyone else but Long Chen, he wouldn't tell the truth even if he was beaten to death. You really are a marvel. You're lucky you don't rely on that to live. Boss, I've investigated many things during the past few days. I heard many bad pieces of news, said Guo Ran. What bad news? I didn't expect so many people to have hidden themselves for this opening of the immemorial path. Now that everyone has advanced to sea expansion, they've finally revealed themselves. Shui Yu, Huang Junmo, Yu Changhao, and Ji Changtong have all become rank 4 celestials, and it's not just them. Other sects hid their monsters just for this moment. There are several rank 4 celestials on the righteous side. Who would have thought they would actually restrain themselves for this long? Guo Ran clenched his teeth. Anything else? Long Chen surprisingly didn't care about that. Yes, there are even more experts from the ancient races, and many of them are preparing to challenge Yu Changhao for the position of the #1 expert of the Eastern Wasteland's ancient races. And there's also someone from the corrupt path, something. I forget his name because it was garbage. He calls himself the Ghost King, and he says that he will cut down the corrupt King Shui Yu and subdue the Devil Empress Leng Yuyan. Leng Yuyan. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. Where had she gone? He hadn't sensed her undergoing her tribulation this entire time. According to reason, an expert like her would have caused a tribulation at least on the level of Yu Xiaochen's. But he hadn't sensed her at all. Then he suddenly laughed involuntarily. Those 4 fellows that had appeared had summoned even more terrifying tribulations. In the beginning, people had been vaguely able to see them over the central area, but once their tribulations had descended, no one had been able to probe them. It was reasonable that he hadn't sensed Leng Yuyan's tribulation while it was covered by theirs. Boss, let me show you my treasure. Guo Ran smiled with pride. That wretched smile made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Guo Ran took on an extremely flashy posture, and a huge figure appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a 300-meter earth dragon. Damn, how did it grow so fast? Long Chen jumped in shock. It had only been such a short time. How could an egg turn into this giant? Hee, sister-in-law Meng Qi gave me some special beast-taming methods. I don't eat, I don't drink, I don't sleep, all day I just find food for it. At night, I nourish it with my soul, communicating with it and helping it absorb spiritual qi. I really have spent my blood, sweat, and tears on it, said Guo Ran. He was grumbling, but the wretched pride on his face showed the truth. As soon as the earth dragon appeared, it growled at Long Chen. But once Long Chen glanced at it, it went silent and obediently hid behind Guo Ran. Its powerful spiritual perception allowed it to sense Long Chen's terrifying aura. Not bad. A magical beast that's raised properly will be even stronger and more intelligent than a magical beast in the wild. Congratulations on this dragon steed of yours, laughed Long Chen. It's all thanks to boss. Guo Ran solemnly sucked up. I'll go say goodbye to the tribe leader. Let's regather with Meng Qi, said Long Chen, bringing Guo Ran to the tribe leader's tent. Chapter 895 The Chanting Guo Ran. When Long Chen left the stone tribe, he told them to be careful. Their position had already been exposed. He and Guo Ran moved north, straight for Meng Qi's position. Guo Ran told Long Chen that the others had set themselves up around Meng Qi, so going to her position was the most convenient. As they rushed on their way, they didn't see a single person. Everyone had only just advanced to sea expansion and needed to use this time to continue expanding their sea. Otherwise, once their spiritual yuan stabilized, they wouldn't be able to expand them so easily. But Long Chen wasn't worried. He had sea merging pills, and he had also sent Guo Ran to distribute those pills to everyone. Although he hadn't been able to give them many at that time, it was enough to keep their qi seas active for a while. The two of them were extremely fast. Long Chen was using the lightning body blink. Although he couldn't summon Lei Long's power right now, just the natural thunder force he had was enough to use it. He was like a bolt of lightning. Guo Ran wasn't slower than him. His arms transformed into wings, and wind roared out from behind his butt. He sped along shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen. But Long Chen was still vertical, while Guo Ran was horizontal. Next time you design something, try to pay more attention to aesthetics. Does this really feel like flying freely to you? Looking at the energy shooting out of Guo Ran's butt, Long Chen was speechless. It was all too easy for a person to link that sight to a waste-like expulsion. There's no way around it. Putting the propulsion at the feet or hands requires the energy to be balanced at all times. At least this way, my hands are free to move as I please, said Guo Ran. He also knew this position wasn't very tasteful, but there was no way around it. Oh, there are fluctuations ahead. Strange, people came out to fight before stabilizing their realm. Let's go take a look. Long Chen changed direction, going toward the faint fluctuations he sensed. Having advanced to sea expansion, his spiritual perception had greatly improved, and the perfection of the 4th star made his 9-star hegemon body art even easier to use. The two of them were extremely fast. After passing by 2 mountains, they saw a group of people chasing 2 women. Those women were wearing the Righteous Path's robes, and the 7 men chasing them had their faces covered in scales. Their pupils were like crocodile eyes, thin, long, and vertical. They had to be members of an ancient race. It's the scarlet blood salamander race. They're the most perverted ancient race, said Guo Ran. They were a powerful ancient race, naturally predisposed to be excessively lewd. Whether male or female, they were required to be powerful. These experts had only just advanced to see expansion, and that hadn't just increased their strength. It had also provoked their most primal desires, and they needed to release them. One of their extremely perverted divine abilities was their exceptionally sensitive noses. Even from 100 miles away, they could sense people. So these two women were rather unlucky to be the ones they found. Half of the women's robes had been torn off already. Although they had advanced to see expansion, neither of them could compare to the perverts. Both of them were covered in injuries and had clearly gone through a fierce fight. Now they were fleeing miserably but were unable to escape the perverts' grasp. It was like they were playing with their prey. The scarlet blood salamander experts were like beasts in heat. No way, it's this coincidental. Long Chen was stunned when he saw those two women. Those two were particularly familiar. He suddenly recalled that Guo Ran had acted as the hero to save those two. Last time, they had been chased down by the corrupt paths experts, and it seemed that the corrupt experts had had some immoral goals. Now, these two were being chased by the scarlet blood salamander experts, and their goals were also immoral. These two really had to be excessively unlucky. Guo Ran, I'll give you another chance to be the hero-saving beauties, laughed Long Chen. These two women are too fickle and definitely not good people. Last time I helped them, they immediately fled. If I hadn't been able to handle my opponents, wouldn't I have been killed? They don't even have the slightest empathy. Completely immoral, Guo Ran grumbled, clearly dissatisfied with their conduct. Long Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Men should be magnanimous, act straightforward and upright, with a clear conscience. Being chivalrous isn't to get something in return. It's not a case of getting back what you put in. Although most chivalrous people don't have good ends and they'll occasionally be mocked by others for being stupid, they have their own considerations in their hearts. So let me ask you, if we don't do anything and just watch as these two women were used and killed by these perverts, will you have peace of mind? Not everything you do is to get a return, nor do you need to care about what others think. If you want to do it, then do it. That's called being a man. Alright, boss is always right. Then I'll show off for them once more. Boss, keep watch and tell me if Junior Brother's posing abilities have improved. Guo Ran shot forward, turning into a golden ray of light that appeared in front of that group of scarlet blood salamander experts. With a wave of his hand, a golden crossbow appeared and shot out a golden arrow. Those experts immediately sensed him and gave up on those two women. They hastily retreated. A huge arrow exploded on the ground. That was Guo Ran's exploding arrow. Once the arrow exploded, it transformed into countless pieces of shrapnel with immense killing power. However, when the shrapnel struck the scarlet blood salamander experts' bodies, it simply caused some dinging sounds. It was unable to pierce their skin. These experts had inherited the fire-bellied salamander's tough hide, making their defensive ability shocking. Now that they had entered sea expansion, even ordinary treasure items wouldn't be able to pierce their hides if they didn't release their full power. "Who are you?" shouted one of them, not having expected anyone to dare ruin their fun. "I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If you want a chivalrous hero, you can come find me." Guo Ran. The dust gradually settled. A figure appeared in front of the scarlet blood salamander experts. There was a huge golden crossbow resting on his shoulder, slanted at a 45-degree angle. He was looking at the sky, one of his legs lunged forward. His legs were constantly quivering from the effort. That ridiculous pose made people have an urge to throttle him. Then there were the verses he had recited just now. His words had just flowed off his tongue exceptionally smoothly, and the last words were said with extra emphasis, making them sound intimidating. The combination of his heaven-shaking arrow and flashy chant truly were imposing. But regretfully, Guo Ran didn't have his helmet on. That wretched smile of his and his quivering legs made him seem more like a brat in need of a spanking. Long Chen rolled his eyes and patted himself on the forehead. There was no saving Guo Ran. He had definitely learned this from Mo Nian. The new poser method didn't look anything like himself. But that chanting got full points for wretchedness. The two women had been in despair, so it delighted them to see someone come to save them. But seeing Guo Ran's face, they felt a burst of shame. They both recognized him. "Bastard, are you looking to die? Just who are you? An expert walked to the front of the group. He was a large guy with huge shoulders that made his neck practically disappear. He was covered completely in scales, and his blood chi seemed like it was about to erupt, showing just how strong his physical body was. This person was a terrifying innate rank 3 celestial. His voice was like thunder, shaking their ears. Guo Ran jumped, not expecting such a powerful character to come out as soon as he started posing. How was he supposed to continue posing now? Wouldn't he be beaten into a dead poser soon? But then thinking about it, his boss was right there, so what was there to be afraid of? He icily replied, "Are you an idiot, or are you deaf? I've already said that if you want someone chivalrous, you can come find me, Guo Ran. You can't even tell my name from that. Have you ever read a book? Courting Death. Do you know who we are, me Goran? A garbage name," shouted one of them. Guo Ran's expression sank and he raised his hand. As he pointed his finger, they thought he was about to curse him, but a golden light suddenly shot out and pierced that guy's head. His entire head exploded, and he fell to the ground, dead. If a celestial's spiritual strength wasn't strong enough, the most fatal part of them would be their head. Once the head exploded, those without powerful spiritual strength wouldn't be able to condense a soul that could escape the body. They would immediately die. The other scarlet blood salamander experts were shocked. Guo Ran had only raised a finger, and there had been no spiritual yuan fluctuations or soul energy fluctuations. This attack had come without any warning. All of them were infuriated and took out their weapons. The two women were also shocked. It was unexpected that after this long of a parting, Guo Ran had become so powerful. That dead guy had been a rank 2 celestial that had just reached C expansion. Did you see it clearly? This is the result of offending this lord. This lord's Jade Tree Wind Misty Unrivaled Max Instant Flash Kill Golden Yong finger has never missed. It is known to be the finger that kills gods, slaughters ghosts, the finger that takes all life. You ignorant fools, did you think this lord was just trying to scare you? Furthermore, let me correct one other thing. I am Guo Ran, not me Goran. Guo Ran's gaze icily swept over them, his gaze full of disdain as if he didn't even place them in his eyes. Long Chen couldn't help but nod as he watched from not so far away. Guo Ran had truly grown a great deal. His imposingness could intimidate his enemies. It had to stem from his confidence, so he trusted that this fellow hadn't lazed around during this time. His combat power had greatly improved once again. You two, why aren't you leaving yet? Guo Ran asked the two women. We've already been immoral once. We're already full of regret from that time, so now we swear not to do anything immoral for the rest of our lives. Even if we had to die 100 times, we would die without regret. Said one of them. They had already changed robes and were slowly recovering their energy, preparing to fight to the death with Guo Ran. Ha ha ha, you two girls don't need to be afraid. With this lord present, I guarantee no one will dare touch a single hair on your heads. Hearing their words made Guo Ran incredibly refreshed. He also had to admire Long Chen's magnanimity. That was the magnanimity a man should possess. He was also grateful to Long Chen. If he had just watched without saving them and only learned that the two had repented for their previous actions later, he would have been ashamed. Since you all want to die, then come. We'll tear you to pieces, shouted the innate rank 3 celestial. Wait, don't be in such a rush. Let me first introduce you to a godlike figure. Boss, it's time for you to come out. Everyone, warmly welcome my boss to the stage, shouted Guo Ran, looking toward Long Chen. This bitch. Chapter 896. A small test of power. Clapping rang through the air. It wasn't very loud, nor was it very warm. In fact, the only one clapping was Guo Ran. Long Chen raged, "You're the one who wanted to show off. What are you doing dragging me into it? Hehe, boss, I've already finished showing off. Now it's time for you to show off your own splendor. Junior brother wouldn't dare fight with you for the stage." Guo Ran smiled mischievously. Wouldn't it be better for you to hog the stage yourself? Long Chen didn't understand. When had this brat learned to be low-key? Cough. After bathing under the baptism of your light all day, after listening to your teachings every day, junior brother's immoral tendencies have already been dispelled. In the outside world, harmony and peace are the most precious. How could I start fighting with others so easily? Seeing Long Chen's despising glare, Guo Ran hastily changed tones. Cough. What I mean is that you know my power. Each time I attack, it costs money. I want to become a hard-working and thrifty man. At least Long Chen understood now. This brat definitely had the goods to kill these people, but he was unwilling. Many of his stronger attacks were one-time things. It not only wasted money, but it also exhausted his time and effort. Thus, he was unwilling. As for the top expert of the scarlet blood salamander race, he was clearly a stubborn, defensive opponent. After considering that, Guo Ran had decided being a poser wasn't worth the money this time. "Bastard, you dare to dupe me!" roared one of the scarlet blood salamander experts. He shot forward, slashing his saber at Long Chen and Guo Ran. This attack was shockingly powerful. This was the terror of sea expansion experts. With so much spiritual yuan, a random attack could shatter mountains. Guo Ran hastily shot back. A hand caught the saber. Long Chen had one hand behind him, with one hand forward, holding the saber. That powerful saber chi vanished without a trace under Long Chen's hand. Boss really is boss. To grab a blade with his bare hands, what a badass method. Guo Ran laughed as he hid in the distance. Many thanks to senior apprentice brothers for saving us. We thank the two women. It's fine, you can leave now. Once boss takes action, he'll definitely shake heaven and earth. You too should leave before being blown apart by the shockwaves. Guo Ran waved his hand, his eyes only on Long Chen. The two women glanced at each other, clearly a bit disappointed. Guo Ran wasn't warm to them. Perhaps it was due to their previous actions that had caused him to despise them. Without saying another word, they bowed to Guo Ran and left. Guo Ran didn't particularly care about their departure. His focus was on Long Chen. He had to solemnly learn these ultimate poser abilities. Long Chen had caught the saber with one hand, like he had caught a child's plaything. That saber was a low-grade treasure item, and its sharpness was shocking. But it wasn't even able to break Long Chen's skin. Long Chen finally experienced the delight of having his strength explosively grow. Having reached sea expansion and completing the 4th star, his physical body was comparable to treasure items. The feeling of catching treasure items bare-handed was excellent. The scarlet blood salamander experts jumped in shock. They didn't know this was Long Chen. Although they had heard his name, they didn't realize this was him. "Bastard, you dare look down on us!" That expert roared. This was a naked humiliation. His aura erupted, and berserk energy surged behind him. It was the sea manifestation of a sea expansion expert. There were 2 colored runes within that sea. That was the mark of a rank 2 celestial. Following the eruption of his full power, the ground began to shake. But he was unable to pull back his saber or to make it even twitch. Too weak. Long Chen shook his head. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Long Chen increased his strength, and the treasure item was shattered. He flipped the tip of it and stabbed it through the expert's head. Blood mist filled the air as he was killed in one blow. The innate rank 3 celestial's expression finally changed. Seeing how terrifying Long Chen was, he immediately attacked. Chi waves surged out of him, and his scales began to shine. He smashed his fist at Long Chen. Long Chen also punched out. As a result, that person was sent flying. He crashed into his fellow clansmen so hard that their bones broke and they fainted. As for the innate rank 3 celestial, his arm was completely deformed. He was appalled. Their scarlet blood salamander race was renowned for their powerful defenses. But this one attack had broken his arm. "You've attacked twice. It should be my turn now." Long Chen suddenly sent a punch toward the innate rank 3 celestial. This punch sealed any of his escape paths. The innate rank 3 celestial's expression completely changed. In that instant, he felt like his skin was about to explode, as if an ancient dragon had woken and was attacking him. Scarlet blood gold body. His entire body became covered in golden runes, forming layers of defense. He seemed like a golden statue now. This was his race's strongest defensive move. Long Chen had attacked with his full power. He wanted to see just how strong he was. The result was that the rank 3 celestial's arms were both broken, and Long Chen's fist still smashed onto his chest. The scarlet blood salamander expert stared at the fist stuck in his chest in horror. "Your chi isn't stable, your magical arts are impure. You can't even use your own power. What a waste of my effort." Long Chen shook his head, pulling back his fist. "Who are you?" The scarlet blood salamander expert's voice was as ugly as clashing steel. Regretfully, before he could hear Long Chen's response, his body exploded like a shattering statue. "Boss, you're too powerful. Even such a powerful fellow was one-shotted by you." Looking at those shattered remnants, Guo Ran was shocked. His boss was becoming more and more of a monster. These people just Advanced to sea expansion. They still weren't able to bring out a sea expansion expert's power, which was why they were killed in one blow. The strongest point of sea expansion experts is that they can use magical arts to activate natural energy. But these fellows came out before stabilizing their realm. It'd be strange if they didn't die. However, don't look down on the ancient races just because of this. These idiots from the Scarlet Blood Salamander race should have had many powerful inherited magical arts. The sea expansion realm is the stage where their power undergoes a heaven-toppling change. However, these idiots came out before even cultivating their inherited magical arts. So killing them was just a waste of time. There's no way to judge the ancient races' power through this. Long Chen shook his head. Guo Ran nodded. You're right. In truth, the most terrifying ones are those that have advanced to become rank 4 celestials. The rumor is that rank 4 have an immense suppressive effect on rank 3 celestials. They've already entered another kind of realm. For this many rank 4 celestials to appear at once, perhaps the immemorial path will be extremely chaotic for the next bit. Many people want to declare themselves king here. Seeing Guo Ran's worry, Long Chen smiled. What are you afraid of? As we swept through the land beneath the heavens, when were we ever afraid of anyone? Aren't they just rank 4 celestials? Just as before, when we see them, we'll smash their balls. Hee, I knew Boss was the biggest poser. To tell the truth, today, I've finally realized why I can't learn Boss's poser style, laughed Guo Ran. Because I'm just acting badass, but you really are badass. I have to act because I'm worried others won't realize I'm a badass, but you don't need to act like anything to prove who you are. So in the future, I've decided not to imitate you. I couldn't imitate you even if I wanted to. I have to find my own poser path, said Guo Ran, his face lit up with comprehension. Are you planning on spending your whole life posing? Cursed Long Chen. There really was no hope for him. Then what else am I supposed to do? With how badass you are, and with me following you, if I didn't show off, who would even be able to tell how badass I am? Grumbled Guo Ran. Long Chen looked at Guo Ran, unable to find a word to say in retort. It seemed this preposterous reasoning of his actually did have some logic to it. Was being a poser also a kind of cultivation? Guo Ran went and resolved the fainted fellows and took away any valuables. The two of them continued on their way. They traveled for a long time, but they didn't meet anyone. It seemed that other than those idiots from the Scarlet Blood Salamander race, no one wanted to waste this critical time. On the way, Guo Ran killed 2 7th-rank magical beasts as rations for the Earth Dragon. Guo Ran had become a qualified keeper during this time, caring for the Earth Dragon like he would his own wife. After half a day, they reached a desolate temple that had collapsed. There was a statue within the ruins, but it had also crumbled. Only its lower body remained, however, it was shockingly huge. There was a large Earth Dragon lazily soaking in the sun on top of the statue. What startled Long Chen was that this Earth Dragon was even bigger than Guo Ran's, and its aura had already reached the 6th rank. When Long Chen and Guo Ran arrived, the Earth Dragon suddenly stood up and glared at them. Guo Ran hastily tossed it a magical beast's corpse as a bribe, and it obediently moved aside, revealing a cave. What is this? It takes bribes to get in. Long Chen was speechless. Boss, you can go down first. I'll go out and find some more food. This little fellow's stomach capacity is too shocking. Guo Ran ran off. Long Chen followed the tunnel down. It wasn't long before he entered a large room. As soon as he did, a burst of fragrance attacked him, and a pair of arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Long Chen pulled that sweet body into his embrace. In spite of Meng Qi trying to dodge, his mouth firmly planted on hers, giving her a fierce kiss. Chapter 897 Search. Meng Qi suddenly cried out and tightly caught Long Chen's evil hand. Her face was completely red. Long Chen had known he couldn't possibly succeed. Other than some kissing and hugging, he was always caught at the next step. Long Chen, don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to face the other sisters. Meng Qi held Long Chen, pleading. But in this springtime of love, such a look made Long Chen even less able to control himself. Long Chen was helpless and could only release her. He was finding it harder to control himself around her, especially because of their bath in the spirit world. He had seen her flawless body, and it was because he had seen it that it made it even harder to stop himself. Being able to look but not eat was an extremely cruel torture. Perhaps if Long Chen tried pleading, he might have some methods that could work with Meng Qi's kind character. But he couldn't do such a thing. He loved her, and so he couldn't allow her to suffer the slightest grievance, even from himself. Love required sacrifice. Long Chen, I'm sorry, said Meng Qi. Foolish wife, what's there to be sorry about? I was clearly in the wrong. Long Chen lightly kissed Meng Qi on the forehead and smiled. Meng Qi was truly too kind. Meng Qi took out a sleek blanket and helped Long Chen take off his shoes, just like a gentle wife taking care of her husband. It made Long Chen emotional and apologetic. But he really wasn't able to refuse Meng Qi's kindness. She also took out a tea set and boiled tea for him, telling him about what had happened to her. Not long after she had entered the immemorial path, she had encountered Ji Changkong. That fellow's mouth had been so loathsome that even she had thought he had to die. When she summoned the red-eye sacred blood phoenix, she had almost killed that idiot. If he hadn't had a powerful soul item to protect himself, he would have long since disappeared from the immemorial path. After that, she had been sneak attacked several times. What made Long Chen furious was the fact that her sneak attackers were all experts from the righteous path. In the beginning, Meng Qi hadn't had the heart to kill them. But later, she found that more and more people were treating her as prey. She was finally infuriated and summoned the Blood Phoenix. As a result, those people all had miserable ends. She went through several trial regions without obtaining anything. In the end, she had inadvertently ended up here. She had found countless soul cultivator inheritances beneath these ruins, so she had stayed here to study them. When asked about how large her qi was, Meng Qi responded with 3,000 miles. That made Long Chen relieved. 3,000 miles was a limit. Having one marvel, like Guo Ran in the Dragonblood Legion, was enough. When he asked about the Blood Phoenix, Meng Qi said that it was out hunting, finding food for the Earth Dragon. After being raised by Meng Qi for so long, it was at the peak of the 7th rank. Even if it ran into sea expansion experts, it would have the power to protect itself. Right now, everyone was in the midst of expanding their seas. There would be no problem with it going out alone. It was because of the Blood Phoenix that the Earth Dragon was able to grow so fast. What about you, Long Chen? What happened to you once you entered? Asked Meng Qi, handing him a cup of fresh tea. Me, I seem to have been born under an unlucky star. Long Chen couldn't help but grumble. He gave her a simple rundown of his journey in the immemorial path, starting with killing Shui Guanji all the way to the heavenly tribulation. Just what kind of existences were those for? Asked Meng Qi with shock. Who knows? Although they're idiots, I have no choice but to admit that their strength exceeds my imagination. I only managed to con them once because my lightning tribulation is special. If it was a true battle, I definitely wouldn't be their match right now. I asked Lord Heaveneye, but he avoided my questions, merely saying that I had to be careful of them. Those are peak geniuses. From their tone and conduct, I later guessed that those four are likely those legendary true celestials, in other words, rank 9 celestials, said Long Chen. Meng Qi was startled. Rank 8 celestials and below were known as quasi-celestials. Only rank 9 celestials were true celestials. But such figures were on the level of legends. In fact, some people even doubted their existence. Long Chen, could it be that you guessed their identity from the start, but still decided to go against them? Meng Qi was a bit speechless. My wife really knows me the best. Long Chen laughed, giving her a thumbs up. Don't mess around. I have to say, your temper really is too explosive. If you don't care about any consequences, you'll suffer sooner or later. Said Meng Qi. There's no way around it. You know my temper. Back then, I was so angry I wanted to bite them to death. Just thinking about back then ignited Long Chen's rage. They really knew how to act arrogant. And in order to show off how badass they were, they caused Yu Xiaochen to exhaust so much of her essence blood. Even if he had to repeat this 10,000 times, he would do the same. If he didn't go all out against them for such an offense, he wouldn't be Long Chen. That Yu Xiaochen was willing to sacrifice her life to let you escape back in the Julie secret realm. She clearly is a woman who cares deeply about emotions and relationships, said Meng Qi. Long Chen smiled. Originally, he had just been probing Meng Qi's attitude toward Yu Xiaochen by bringing her up. You wouldn't be opposed to the matter between me and Yu Xiaochen, right? Long Chen solemnly held Meng Qi's hand. She cares so much for you and is also willing to sacrifice her life for you. She even bitterly endured her own sorrows for fear of implicating you. How could I be opposed to such a woman? Meng Qi shook her head. You really are the best. This magnanimous and vast heart of yours is my blessing. Long Chen excitedly hugged Meng Qi and gave her a kiss. He knew that someone as kind as Meng Qi was the best person to talk to about this. As long as she wasn't opposed to this, then this matter would be easy. However, you shouldn't tell Wan for now. That girl's spiritual yuan is wind attribute, and her temperament is also like wind and fire. She's extremely direct, and she won't be happy if you let her know, warned Meng Qi. Then what am I supposed to do? Asked Long Chen. Fool, didn't you say that you and Xiao Chen would reunite? Wait for then. Once everyone gets a chance to know each other, you can bring up this matter again. Wan isn't unreasonable. Her temperament is just too direct, and if you simply bring it up out of nowhere, she'll think you were fickle-hearted and went out to seduce Xiao Chen. But once everyone is familiar with each other and becomes friends, she won't feel that rejection. In fact, even if you don't bring it up, she might help you pull her in. With Wan direct temperament, she's amenable to soft tactics, not hard tactics, said Meng Qi. Wife, you really are the best. Let me give you a kiss. Long Chen emotionally moved in. No, you'll want a mile if I give you an inch. Meng Qi covered Long Chen's mouth with her hand. No, I definitely wouldn't do such a thing. I just want to express my gratefulness. I won't believe your lies. This is already the 17th time you've done this. I might have fallen for it the first 16 times, but this time. In the end, Long Chen didn't manage to get his way. But he was extremely grateful to Meng Qi. She was definitely the best of all his beauties. Meng Qi asked Long Chen about his plans. He told her that he would refine a large number of sea-merging pills for everyone so that they could expand their chi seas to their limits before reaching the first heaven stage. Now that their initial seas had formed, they would need a certain amount of time to adapt to their dantians. During this time, it was possible to use medicinal pills to expand the sea again. It was said that as long as the medicinal pills were strong enough, it was possible to increase the size of the chi sea by 30% before entering the first heaven stage. 30% was a shocking concept. For human cultivators, this could determine life and death. But this was just in theory. The quality of the medicinal pills determined everything. So Long Chen had come over in order to borrow the Earth Dragon's core flame. Long Chen extracted the Earth Dragon's core flame, using it as his pill flame. But during this time, the Earth Dragon entered a feeble state. It fainted, seeming almost dead. But there was no way around it. His Earth flame was still in slumber, and so he couldn't refine higher quality sea-merging pills. So Long Chen got to work immediately. His goal was to refine 9-ring sea-merging pills. Only pills of that level could allow them to expand their seas to their limits. For normal experts, increasing their chi sea by 10% this second time around would be exceptional. But Long Chen was seeking the greatest possible results. He refined for 7 days and nights without sleep, refining over 609-ring sea-merging pills, as well as over 2,000 that were below the 9-ring level. He had Guo Ran rapidly distribute these pills. The amount of 9-ring pills should be enough for his people to reach the pinnacle with quite a few leftovers. As for the remaining ones, he put them away. He was planning on selling them to gain more resources. After all, sea-merging pills were essentially extinct in the outside world. Returning the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze to the Earth Dragon, Long Chen also gifted it some of the beast flames he had been raising in his body to make up for the damage. It would allow its core flame to grow even stronger. Long Chen, you aren't going into seclusion with everyone else? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen sighed. Song Ming Yuan and Li Qi are still missing. I have to find them. They're my brothers. I have to find them no matter. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Otherwise, I wouldn't be fit to be called boss. Long Chen gently rubbed Meng Qi's cheek. I know my temperament is aggravating and even sometimes stupid, but there's no way for me to change it. I won't be able to have peace of mind until I find them. Don't worry, my chi si is different from yours. All of you can focus on increasing your power. I'm the one most suited to finding them. After settling all that, Long Chen left with a specialized sensor device Guo Ran had given him. Right now, his greatest hope was that 2 of their lives were hardy enough. Chapter 898 Finding a Clue. Even after 3 days of searching, there weren't the slightest vibrations from the sensor device. To search for the 2 of them, Long Chen had picked out 9 paths they could have gone after parting with Wild. These 9 paths were all paths to the trial regions. With the 10,000 beast forest at the center, these 9 paths were the most likely ones they would have taken. But after 3 days, he had already gone through 8 of them without finding anything. If he still didn't find anything on this 9th path, he would have to extend his search region on each of the 9 paths again. That would waste even more time. It had been over 7 months since the immemorial path had opened. There were less than 5 months until it closed. He was pressed for time. All the experts were in the midst of a metamorphosis. Once they came out of their seclusions, they would be true experts, and there would definitely be a bloody battle fought in the immemorial path. At that time, the righteous and corrupt paths would fill the sky with blood. But this time, the righteous path was clearly too weak. Furthermore, because of his enmity with Shui Yu, the next time they fought would be to settle everything. Even facing such opponents, Long Chen wasn't afraid. The thing he was afraid of was losing his brothers. So he had to find them. Even if they were dead, he had to bring back their bones. He couldn't let them rest forever in this foreign world. A day later, Long Chen's expression was dark. The sensor device still hadn't found anything on the 9th path. In this huge immemorial path, searching for a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The 9 paths he had picked were just the ones the 2 of them would most likely have chosen. But who could say for sure just where they had gone? Long Chen stood in front of a barren desert. There was a trial region below, but Long Chen had no heart to check what treasures there were. With the sensor device Guo Ran had made, he would be able to sense them if they were within 3,000 miles. If it didn't sense anything here, it meant they weren't in this desert. Long Chen sighed deeply. Calming his mood, he prepared himself to start a new search. Just at that moment, space shook. A terrifying attack shattered the void as it came for Long Chen's back. The attack had practically broken space-time. It had come without the slightest premonition. Long Chen was startled. The attack only accumulated energy for the blink of an eye before possessing such power. With a thought, Blood Drinker appeared in his hand. His spiritual yuan poured into it, and without looking back, he slashed his saber behind him. Heaven and earth shook. Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his arm and blew back like a lightning bolt. He shot 300 miles across the ground. He was absolutely shocked. Just who was so terrifying? Right now, everyone had only just advanced to see expansion. But this person's power had already reached such a monstrous level. Suddenly, sword light filled the sky. Like falling stars, they shot toward Long Chen, and an aura of death enveloped him. This attack contained boundless killing intent. Long Chen's heart shook. He knew he had encountered a terrifying opponent. His saber danced, forming a web of saber chi. The sword chi crashed onto his defensive net, causing heaven-shaking explosions. That power turned Long Chen's arms numb, and he was forced to repeatedly fall back. When the sword chi faded, Long Chen finally saw a figure wearing a black cloak. But before he could clearly appraise that figure, a huge sword image pierced the sky, parting the clouds. With boundless killing intent, it once more slashed at Long Chen like a devil's blade. Long Chen frowned. His divine ring appeared behind him. The 3,000-meter, 4-color ring shook heaven and earth. Blood Drinker pointed toward the sky, and its blood-colored runes lit up. Split the heavens too. A saber image crashed with a sword image. This was a world-shaking collision. Screens of light appeared in the void, constantly twisting and appearing incredibly shocking. The cloak his attacker was wearing couldn't bear the force of this attack, and it was torn to pieces. His attacker's face was revealed, stunning Long Chen. An elegant, jade-like figure with hair that fell to her waist. The most stunning part of her was her blue eyes that were like sapphires. They shone like the sky stars had fallen into them. In this world, only she possessed such a look. Leng Yuan. Long Chen was first stunned, but then he raged, "Do you have a mental illness?" Leng Yuan had attacked without the slightest mercy. Her attacks had been full of killing intent, and there was no way she could argue that she had not been trying to kill him. Leng Yuan's delicate mouth curved into a smile. She resheathed her bone sword behind her back and said, "Don't be so angry. Didn't I say that I'd give you a greeting before killing you? Let me warn you, stay further away from me. I'm not the old me. If you provoke me again, even I don't know what will happen. When I get mad, sometimes I even beat myself." Raged Long Chen. He truly was intimidated by this crazy woman. Leng Yuan had also reached sea expansion, and now her spiritual yuan was extremely strange, completely different from before. It contained death chi. Furthermore, there was something else to her spiritual yuan. There was some hidden energy within it. When fighting against her, it was like there had been a death god staring at him from behind. That was an extremely strange feeling. Ha ha ha. Long Chen's words caused Lang Yuyan to laugh. You really are different from before. I can sense it just from the test I did. Excellent. I was originally going to kill you this time to finish up everything here before leaving, however, your growth has exceeded my expectations. If we fight to the end, the most likely result is that we'll both die. That's not the result I want, so, I can only say goodbye to you now. You want to leave? Great. Cough. I mean, it's great you can have a good rest. After all, for a lady to wander outside must be tiring. If you can find a suitable person, you should just go marry them and leave it at that instead of spending all day fighting and killing, advised Long Chen. Lang Yuyan smiled. Don't be so happy yet. You're the man I've set my sights on. It took a long time for me to find such an excellent target. I'll be relying on your support to live in the future. Other than that, let me give you a piece of bad news. I've looked through this entire world and finally found what I wanted. Once I return, I'll go into seclusion. Let us meet again once I come out. After saying that, Lang Yuyan winked at Long Chen amicably and flirtatiously. For a beauty to do such a thing was an extremely moving sight. But Long Chen's hair stood on end and cold sweat covered his back. Hearing that this crazy woman had actually had her own goal in coming into the immemorial path and that she had obtained that goal, her power once she came out of seclusion would be. Do you really have to kill me? Sighed Long Chen. Yes, you're the greatest target I've found in my life, said Lang Yuyan. If you one day die beneath my hands, will you feel regret? No regret. To die to the man I acknowledge would be my best fate, said Lang Yuyan, her gaze just as staunch as Long Chen's. Then sorry, sighed Long Chen. My life isn't just my own. My life belongs to my brothers, my beauties, to each person who cares for me. If you kill me, they'll be hurt, aggrieved, and pained. I definitely won't allow anyone to hurt the people by my side. So the next time you come to kill me, I will go all out killing you. I definitely won't be merciful, said Long Chen. Long Chen was furious. If Lang Yuyan wasn't so terrifyingly powerful, perhaps he wouldn't have to kill her. But Lang Yuyan had the power to kill him, and he couldn't play with his life nor could he play with the emotions of his comrades. Lang Yuyan looked at Long Chen for a long time before sighing. Long Chen, you might be the most outstanding man I've seen, but I can't abandon my goal. Perhaps that's very selfish, but there isn't anyone in this world that isn't selfish, including gods. Perhaps you don't understand, perhaps you think I'm crazy, but as long as you can continue to live until the end, you will understand the reason behind this. Long Chen really was unable to understand her ridiculous goal, but the Eastern Wasteland Belle had said that she had her own reason that forced her to act like this. Long Chen wasn't someone who wanted to be friends with everyone. He was a selfish person. No matter what his opponent's reason was, as long as they wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be merciful with his counterattack. This time would be Lang Yuyan's last warning. Be careful. When Shui Yu and the others advanced to rank 4 Celestials, they awakened their bloodline power, and their combat power has greatly increased. Regretfully, I'm in a hurry to leave, otherwise, I really would want to see his power. Remember, you are mine, and you can only die to my hands. Don't get slaughtered by anyone else. Lang Yuyan reached out her hands and helped Long Chen tidy his slightly disarrayed robes. Long Chen was shocked by her actions. Even this killing goddess had a warm side. Beep. Long Chen didn't recover for a long time after Lang Yuyan left. But suddenly, a soft sound woke him. They're here, cried Long Chen. The sensor device had actually sensed something. Chapter 899 Earth Spirit Bead. Long Chen hastily took out the sensor device. He saw a small arrow pointing to some extremely faint fluctuations. He hastily rushed off in that direction. After just a few miles, Long Chen had to stop. A huge abyss had appeared. It was even bigger than the abyss he and Lang Yuyan had fallen into. They couldn't have. Long Chen looked at the sensor device with bewilderment. Once he was in front of the abyss, his heart sank. The arrow was pointing down into the abyss. They actually fell down. Now this matter was grave. If they had fallen down this abyss, then even 10,000 lives wouldn't have been enough. When he and Lang Yuyan had gone all out and worked together, they had only managed to escape with their lives because of a coincidence. But Li Qi and Songming Yuan had only been at the Shantian realm when they had left. There was no way they could have survived. Thinking of that, sadness crept across Long Chen's face. Although he had known the chances of them surviving were remote, he had still been hopeful. Now that he was facing this result, he couldn't accept it. No, Long Chen suddenly realized something was off. If they really had fallen to the bottom of an abyss, the terrifying spatial blades would have torn them to pieces. Even the sensor devices on their bodies should have been destroyed. They have to still be down there. Long Chen's heart jumped. Looking down at the abyss, he clenched his teeth and asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell, "Senior, if I go down, do you have the power to bring me up?" "That's no problem, but it would use up one of your favors. Think about it carefully. For two people who are likely dead, you are sacrificing a life-saving opportunity. Is it worth it?" warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell. "Of course it's worth it. Anything is worth it for my brothers. Since I know they're below, I have to go down. Even if what I find is their corpses, it's worth it," said Long Chen. "Sometimes I find you really are incurably stupid. But I like this stupidity of yours," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Its voice contained the slightest bit of gratification and admiration. "So then you're saying it's no problem?" asked Long Chen. "Of course, I am the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Even in my broken down state, such a minor matter is nothing," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell indifferently. But its voice clearly contained its own arrogance. "All right, then I'm going down. Go in peace. Go in peace." Long Chen was speechless. Those words seemed rather ominous. "Let me say it another way. With me present, you can be at ease as you go." The Eastern Wasteland Bell also seemed to have sensed that its words were a bit odd and changed them. "Is there any difference?" Long Chen rolled his eyes. "Did people from ancient times all talk this way? Are you going or not?" raged the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen jumped down into the abyss. This time, he was completely on guard. He did his best to control his own descent speed. He found that it was the same as the last abyss. He could only go down, not up. Now that he had jumped down, he had no way back up. He slowly descended. As he got deeper, his surroundings got darker. He suddenly found that this abyss was even deeper than the one he had previously encountered. Eventually, the sliver of the sky disappeared. But there still weren't any fluctuations from below. After another 2 hours, there were finally some spatial fluctuations. Minute spatial blades began to appear. But these spatial blades were gentle, almost like feathers. They didn't contain any offensive power. Furthermore, by stepping on them, it was possible to slow his descent. In fact, he could even stay stationary in the air. As he continued downwards, he gradually began to feel like something was off. He was hearing some faint rumbling from very, very far down. That had to be some terrifying force. It made his scalp numb. 100 miles down, the spatial blades were starting to grow powerful. But he still didn't see any sign of Songming Yuan or Li Qi. However, the sensor device's vibrations were growing more and more intense. He was clearly getting closer to them. The spatial blades here were now spinning. Long Chen had no choice but to take out Blooddrinker. This time, Long Chen wasn't as miserable as last time. These spatial blades weren't able to pose much of a threat to him. Blooddrinker was able to destroy any one of them with a single slash. There ahead, Long Chen suddenly noticed a huge, ancient tower below him. It was 100 miles long and was stuck diagonally into the side of the abyss, keeping it from falling to the bottom. Long Chen immediately began moving toward it. As expected, as soon as he jumped onto it, the sensor device's vibrating grew to a new level. The two of them had to be in the ancient tower. If it weren't for this ancient tower, they would have fallen to the bottom of the abyss and been exterminated by the spatial blades. There would be nothing left. The ancient tower was piercing the abyss's cliff. It had been split open and he easily entered inside. The fact that the tower hadn't been completely destroyed after falling such a distance showed that it was actually exceptionally sturdy. Long Chen saw 2 sets of footprints in the dusty tower's floor. He was delighted and hastily rushed deeper into the tower. "Songming Yuan, Li Qi," he shouted loudly. His voice reached every corner of the tower, but he didn't hear their response nor did he sense their auras. That made Long Chen's heart sink once more. He hastily continued deeper. When he reached the peak of the tower, he saw 2 earth statues. They were Songming Yuan and Li Qi. Long Chen was startled. The 2 statues were Songming Yuan and Li Qi, but their life auras had disappeared. They were standing there, wrapped in earth. Earth Spirit Bead. This tower actually had an Earth Spirit Bead protecting it. Regretfully, the formations were broken, and there was no one to look after the Earth Spirit Bead. It actually gave birth to its own intelligence and wants to devour their soul essence, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Only now did Long Chen see a huge sphere up ahead. It was 3 meters in diameter and covered in dust. He had just entered this region when his foot was suddenly caught by a powerful strand of earth energy. He instantly became encased in earth just like Song Mingyuan and Li Qi. This earth possessed its own powerful energy that was binding Long Chen. He felt like he was buried beneath endless earth. That pressure made it so he couldn't move. With a loud bang, the earth around Long Chen exploded. This earth was extremely powerful. Perhaps it could trap even sea expansion celestials, but it was far from enough to bind Long Chen. After breaking his earth seal, Long Chen extended his hands and pressed them against the foreheads of Song Mingyuan and Li Qi. He broke away the earth, touching their skin. Good, good. They hid their souls in their Nuan. They hadn't dissipated yet. Long Chen was delighted. The so-called Nuan was located in the middle of a person's head. It was also called the Nuan Palace and was the spring which gave birth to a cultivator's spiritual strength. When the earth seal had covered him, Long Chen had sensed a special energy from the earth trying to absorb his soul. As for Song Mingyuan and Li Qi, they had been unable to fight against that absorption, so they had sealed their own souls in their Nuan Palace, which had made them enter a state of quasi-death. That was the only way to slow down the absorption of their souls. However, even if they had sealed their spiritual strength in their Nuans, they still weren't able to completely stop it. The only thing they could do was stall for more time. Their spiritual strength was extremely weak now, and the flames of their souls were almost extinguished. It was no wonder he hadn't sensed their life auras. Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength gently entered their Nuans, nourishing their souls. As he did so, their souls were like dry riverbeds finally receiving nourishment and recovering. At the same time as they recovered, another kind of energy was absorbing quite a bit of Long Chen's spiritual strength. He sensed that it was being sent to the large sphere. Long Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. He allowed it to continue absorbing his spiritual strength. Song Mingyuan and Li Qi's souls were extremely weak, and so Long Chen didn't give them too much spiritual strength at first. Boss. It was several hours before their souls finally awoke. Seeing Long Chen in front of them, they were startled and delighted, but also ashamed. Recover your souls fully first, said Long Chen. Although the two had awoken, their spiritual strength was still weak. They needed more time to recover to their peak. Boss, we're sorry, said Li Qi. He felt himself to be too useless. He had wanted to get stronger, but the result was that he had just caused trouble for Long Chen. There's no need for such words between brothers. I have to admire the two of you. Can you tell me how you ended up here? Asked Long Chen as he continued pouring in his spiritual strength. He was curious, had the two of them wanted to get stronger so badly that they had gone insane? Had they decided to follow the legends of people jumping off cliffs in search of opportunity? It was that bastard Yu Qianshan. He joined forces with Zhao Wuji to chase us down. We weren't able to beat them, so we were forced into this abyss, raged Song Mingyuan. He hated those two to the core now, but they hadn't been able to defeat them. Alright, don't be so mad. If you want revenge, you can get it once we get out. Once you see those two, just directly crush them. Long Chen smiled. These two really were unlucky. They had fallen here not long after entering the immemorial path. After being sealed here for so long, they didn't even know what had happened outside. As for Zhao Wuji and Yu Qianshan, they were just rank 2 celestials. To the current Long Chen, rank 2 celestials were weaker than cannon fodder. An hour later, their souls had fully recovered. But Long Chen still kept them encased in the earth. Alright, be careful. I will help you refine this earth spirit bead. It might be a bit painful, but endure it. After saying that, Long Chen's spiritual strength suddenly spurted out wildly, and the two of them immediately felt a burst of pain in their souls. Chapter 900 Huge Skull. Although the two of them had been warned by Long Chen, they still screamed. They felt like their souls were being torn apart. Originally, half the spiritual strength Long Chen had been sending them had been absorbed by the earth spirit bead. But were his things ever so easy to snatch? It had always been Long Chen snatching things from others, and when others snatched things from him, they had to pay a steep price. Long Chen hadn't stopped the earth spirit bead from absorbing his spiritual strength. In fact, he had intentionally given it his purest spiritual strength. Once that spiritual strength entered the earth spirit bead, it began to spread, merging with every bit of the bead. The earth spirit bead was a spiritual treasure that only heaven and earth could give birth to. Because it had been nourished by the tower for so long, it had grown stronger, having its own intelligence. It had actually instinctively decided to absorb their souls to nourish itself. That would make it even more intelligent. In truth, although it was powerful, its current intelligence wasn't very high. Absorbing their spiritual strength had just been an instinct. As for Long Chen's spiritual strength, it just foolishly absorbed as much as it could. It didn't know that once his spiritual strength entered its body, it merged with all its core energy, making it so that the two could no longer be separated. Now that the opportunity had opened, his spiritual strength erupted and all of it was retracted. His spiritual strength pulled away all the Earth Spirit Bead's core energy. What was entering their bodies was not only a massive amount of spiritual strength, but also boundless Earth energy. It ravished their bodies, making them feel like their bodies and souls were about to explode. They continuously screamed, "What are you shouting about? Don't you feel embarrassed to shout? Weren't you willing to give up anything, including your lives, in order to get stronger? You're going to scream from this little bit of pain," raged Long Chen. They hadn't listened to him, so Long Chen refused to slow down the energy flow. In fact, he didn't even suppress the Earth Spirit Bead's retaliation, making the two of them endure it. Even since he had heard that the two of them had gone out on their own, there had been a stone on his heart. Now that he knew they were alive, they needed some punishment. Hearing Long Chen's words, the two of them actually did feel too embarrassed to continue screaming. They staunchly clenched their teeth. But it was truly too painful. The superposition of physical and spiritual pain made it so that their eyes were about to pop out and large veins bulged on their foreheads. Finally, the Earth Spirit Bead realized something was wrong, and began to crazily retaliate. At this time, Long Chen had no choice but to suppress it with his spiritual strength, or that power would make them explode. Don't just clench your teeth and wait for it to be over. Hurry and absorb this power. Gather it on top of your spirit root. In the future, you'll be Earth attribute experts, said Long Chen. Now the two of them didn't just need to endure the pain. They also had to remain focused and absorb the unending Earth energy. After 2 hours, the huge sphere cracked. The Earth Spirit Bead's Earth energy had all been extracted and given to Li Qi and Songming Yuan. Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of weariness. The Earth Spirit Bead was a treasure that had given birth to its own intelligence. The amount of Earth energy inside it could be likened to an ocean. He had exhausted a great deal of his spiritual strength to handle it. Songming Yuan and Li Qi didn't disappoint him. They had both become Earth attribute experts and were now lying on the ground like lumps of mud. They had almost fainted several times during this torment, but in order to absorb more energy, they had endured it. "We're sorry, boss." When the two of them finally recovered enough energy to speak, their first words were still the same. They were ashamed enough to die. The fact that Long Chen had come down here to search for them made them gratified, but it made them feel even worse. "It's fine. Seeing your expressions just now, I feel much better. Don't bring it up again," said Long Chen. He examined their surroundings. The two of them had equally split the immense energy within the Earth Spirit Bead. Now that they possessed Earth energy, Long Chen's plans changed. Originally, he was going to ask the Eastern Wasteland Bell to bring them up. But now that these two had Earth energy, why not have them dig a cave out? Although it might take an exorbitant amount of energy for them, it could be treated as part of their punishment. "Long Chen, you don't need to worry about leaving here. Help me out. Go down to the bottom of the abyss so I can figure out exactly what happened to the immemorial path." The Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice suddenly rang out in Long Chen's head. "What? I'll be killed by the spatial blades," said Long Chen. "I'll protect you. I can't go down by myself. Before things come to light, it's not convenient for me to reveal my body." "I need your help," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. "Then be careful. I only have this one life and it's very important. Don't make me lose it accidentally." Long Chen bitterly smiled. "You two can rest here. I'm going out for a trip. I'll be right back." Not waiting for them to reply, Long Chen flew out of the tower, descending down. In truth, he also wanted to know just what secrets lay at the bottom of these abysses. Last time with Leng Yuyan, he had vaguely seen a huge chain. But before he could see any more details, he had been forced to flee for his life. Now, the spatial blades were even stronger than before. They came one by one, but this time, Long Chen didn't need to block them. A layer of light appeared over his body, smashing apart any of those spatial blades. After descending more, he saw what was essentially a region of death. Countless spatial blades were clashing here, and space was constantly rumbling. Long Chen felt his scalp turn numb. These powerful spatial blades were as big as a mountain. When they struck him, Fierce ripples appeared on the barrier around him. He really was worried that the Eastern Wasteland Bell wouldn't be able to handle it, and he would be instantly blown to bits. The only comforting thing was that the Eastern Wasteland Bell was very reliable. Even when those terrifying spatial blades struck him, its barrier still blocked them. Finally, they were getting close to the bottom, but the Eastern Wasteland Bell told Long Chen to slide down from the wall. Those stone walls had been compressed by the spatial blades to the point that they were incredibly hard. After another, even more berserk sea of spatial blades, Long Chen finally saw the bottom of the abyss. When he saw it, his hair immediately stood on end. He saw that the block of land he was sliding down was actually an island, floating in the air. Below it was an endless sea of blood. That sea of blood was filled with surging blood qi. Even Long Chen felt terrified by it. There were huge chains within the blood, chains which connected to the bottom of the land blocks. Certain lines on the chains would occasionally light up. Continue forward. The Eastern Wasteland Bell pointed out a direction for Long Chen. He continued, flying above the sea of blood. The sea of blood was still, but it filled his nose with a pungent smell. Blood. There was human blood and magical beast blood. Just what was going on? What had happened for there to be this much blood? Long Chen was like a small, insignificant fly compared to this sea. It was just enormous. Later, Long Chen realized his speed was increasing. The Eastern Wasteland Bell must have been unsatisfied with his speed and was increasing it. The floating blocks passed one by one over his head. Long Chen shuddered. At this speed, if he crashed into one of those blocks, he would be squashed to death. This speed was too dangerous. He didn't know how far he had flown before his speed gradually slowed down. Following the Eastern Wasteland Bell's instructions, he went along the wall of a block, slowly moving forward. When he reached the end, he raised his head and looked around. What is that? Long Chen was shocked to see a huge altar. Countless chains connected to it. There was a mountain-sized skull on the altar. It looked like a human skull, but it was huge. The skull floated atop the altar, revolving ever so slowly. As it revolved, strange runes appeared in the air. Long Chen could almost sense strange energy flowing through the chains and into the altar. As he looked in horror at this unimaginable scene, the skull slowly turned to face him. He looked into its empty eye sockets. There were actually blue flames within them, and it seemed to be able to see him. Long Chen suddenly felt like his soul was about to flee from his body. A fierce sensation of death filled him from head to toe. It sees me. Long Chen was horrified. His intuition told him that this skull was somehow alive. A ray of light shot out from the skull's eyes, and Long Chen immediately felt the despair of death. He was locked down. This power was impossible to resist. The difference was too great. He was an ant against an elephant. This difference could make a person give up all hope. A powerful explosion rocked Long Chen. The land block beside him was shattered. He even thought that he had also been blown to bits. But the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He appeared at the place where he had jumped down into the abyss. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were beside him, stunned. Everything he had seen was like a dream. Senior, forget everything you just saw. Act like nothing happened, and definitely don't bring it up to anyone. You aren't at the level of being able to participate in any of this, warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Perhaps he had just come into contact with a terrifying secret, which was why the Eastern Wasteland Bell was warning him so gravely. He nodded. Overthinking such things wasn't good and would simply cause disorder in one's heart. He directly acted like it had never happened. He gave Li Qi and Song Mingyuan rank 3 heavenly Dao fruits in the peak. Grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir. Then while the remnants of the spiritual Qi eruption were still present, they quickly underwent their tribulations to enter Qi expansion. The two of them managed to expand their Qi seas to 2,500 miles, which was beyond Long Chen's expectation of just 2,000 miles. The Earth Spirit Bead must have helped them more than he had thought. Once they had advanced, he brought them back to Meng Qi's location. The Dragonblood warriors were finally all located. Long Chen's heart was finally at ease. Now was the time to refine the true dragon essence blood. Chapter 901 Refining True Dragon Essence Blood. Once he returned to Meng Qi's location, Long Chen found an isolated place to take out the dragon scale. His heart was pounding quickly. He was finally at the level of being able to refine this true dragon essence blood. He was now in the Qi expansion realm, and his 4 stars had all reached the great circle of perfection. As his physical body had reached an unprecedented level, it was time. Long Chen gulped as he took out the dragon scale. This was the treasure the dragon expert had left for him, what he had to rely on to train in the dragon blood body tempering art. Last time he had tried to refine this, he had still been in the Xuantian Dao sect. Back then he had failed miserably and almost died. But this time, Long Chen was confident in being able to refine it with his new power. Do you have any last words? Just as Long Chen was about to extract the blood in the scale, the Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice rang out. Senior, what do you mean? Long Chen was startled. What I mean is, once you draw that true dragon essence blood into your body and try to refine it, you'll definitely die. So do you have any last words? Once you die, I'll tell your friends. It can count as resolving the karma between us, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell indifferently. Long Chen jumped. What are you talking about? That mysterious expert said that as long as my physical body was able to endure 1,000 caddies of force, I would be able to refine this blood. This matter was too important, and the dragon expert had told Long Chen not to tell anyone about it. So he simply said it was a mysterious expert. Mysterious expert, whoever that was, they overestimated you, or perhaps they underestimated the change in the world. My guess is that the mysterious expert of yours said that in accordance with the standard of a rank 9 celestial. However, even a rank 9 celestial blessed with heavenly Tao energy would most likely die upon refining this drop of blood. That essence blood you're holding isn't ordinary true dragon essence blood. It comes from an emperor bloodline amongst the dragon race. Although it's just from a green dragon, it cannot be directly absorbed because of its incomparable purity. Furthermore, if you then attempt to refine it without the assistance of the heavenly Taos, you'll have to rely on yourself for everything. Furthermore, you don't know any techniques. If you just directly devour it like this, once you try drawing out its energy, your body will immediately explode. No way. Long Chen began to sweat. With the Eastern Wasteland Bell's experience, it definitely wouldn't just be messing around. Since this was what it was saying, it seemed that if he really tried to refine the blood, he would die. Then what am I supposed to do? Ah, fine. I've gained quite a bit from you, so helping you with something minor shouldn't invoke karma. I will teach you a sealing technique. Your physical body is powerful, so drawing the dragon blood into your body isn't a problem. But if you try to refine it, the dragon blood will instinctively struggle. That's not something you can endure. So you have to seal the dragon blood in your body, and then slowly refine its energy over time. That's the best method. Long Chen followed the Eastern Wasteland Bell's instructions, setting up a strange formation in his body with his spiritual yuan. The formation rested on top of his dantian. It was like a spiderweb, and once it was finished, Long Chen pressed his finger against the dragon scale. A drop of blood surged into Long Chen's arm. He immediately felt a burst of pain, as well as a powerful attack from the blood. He hastily focused. This attack was what had almost killed him last time. But now that he was ready for it, it didn't threaten his life again. As the drop of blood passed through his arm, Long Chen felt his own blood heating up. Some of his blood began to incinerate, and the intense pain made him clench his teeth. This drop of dragon blood was like lava that had entered his body. He felt like all his blood was about to vaporize. He finally understood why the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said he was going to die. All he had done was draw it into his body, but it had caused such a reaction. If he were to attempt to refine it, he really would be done for. However, Long Chen was extremely curious. That dragon expert wouldn't harm him. Why hadn't it told him any of this? If it weren't for the Eastern Wasteland Bell, wouldn't he have just stupidly died? The drop of blood finally entered the seal above his dantian. Once it was sealed, it didn't react. It just quietly lay there. But when Long Chen tried to refine it, it suddenly released a blinding light, and a powerful force erupted out of it. Long Chen felt like his body was about to shatter. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, filled with shock. He hastily used the formation to once more suppress it. But now that he had tried to refine it, the dragon blood continued to struggle as if it were alive. Having sensed the threat of death, it tried to struggle free of its restrictions. Now Long Chen was truly grateful toward the Eastern Wasteland Bell. He activated the formation, pouring in the energy of his 4 chi Cs and forcibly suppressing the dragon blood's counterattack. In truth, as soon as the dragon blood had released its power, the primal chaos bead had begun to slowly circulate. But when the formation suppressed the dragon blood, it once more returned to its calm state. It was just that none of that had been noticed by Long Chen, as he had been focused on the dragon blood. Don't be in a rush to refine it. Make sure it's completely sealed first, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Through 6 hours of work, even with his 4 chi Cs, Long Chen was covered in sweat. He was exhausted, but he had finally fully sealed the dragon blood. The dragon blood was sealed, but Long Chen had no energy to try refining it again. He had to recover first. Only after recovering did he try it again. This time, it went smoothly. It was unknown whether the dragon blood had accepted its fate and given up on fighting back, or whether the formation had wiped away its ability to resist. Traces of green blood were coming out of it now, spreading throughout his body. Long Chen hastily began circulating the dragon blood body tempering art. The dragon blood body tempering art was an extremely particular cultivation technique. As he circulated it, the blood energy merged with his own blood. However, they were like water and oil. Although they were together, they refused to fully merge. Long Chen ignored that and continued to circulate the technique, as well as absorbing more energy. He was shocked to find that he had still underestimated this drop of dragon blood. The amount of energy inside it could only be described as an ocean's worth. It wasn't something he could completely refine in a short time. He spent 6 hours, but he didn't notice any significant decrease in its energy. On the other hand, he was starting to become unable to continue. The energy from the dragon blood made him feel like his blood vessels would explode. At this time, Long Chen finally realized that the dragon blood body tempering art was trying to replace his blood. The dragon blood was too domineering, and it was constantly incinerating his original blood. Long Chen didn't dare to refine it too fast for fear his blood would run dry. He had to take things slowly. The dragon blood's energy was flowing throughout every inch of his body along with his own blood. As the practically imperceptible strands of energy spread, they merged into every single cell. Long Chen felt like his body was in a furnace, and the intense pain could only be called torture. The crux of the dragon blood body tempering art was to use a dragon's essence blood to replace a human's essence blood. However, that process required the body to first get accustomed to the dragon blood's energy. His own blood was still much weaker than dragon blood, so despite feeling like his physical body had reached a peak, he immediately felt the impact of the dragon blood's energy. His physical body was still too weak, but the dragon blood body tempering art was slowly improving his body bit by bit, allowing his body to get accustomed to it. This was a gradual process. Right now, he had just absorbed a trace of the dragon blood's energy to nourish his body, but that was already taxing. If he had tried to refine it all at once, then it would have been like what the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said. He would have died. This first nourishing process took 3 days, and only then did Long Chen's body get accustomed to it. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his body had clearly grown stronger and tougher. He was full of anticipation for the rest of the dragon blood body tempering art. After these 3 days, Long Chen told Meng Qi, who had been standing guard for him while he had been in seclusion, that there was no longer any need for that. Now, there was no longer any danger. Even if someone came to disturb him, he would only have to temporarily pause the refinement. He wouldn't be in any danger. Meng Qi called back the blood phoenix. With it and the earth dragon protecting them, they didn't need to have any worries. She also went into seclusion with Long Chen. Meng Qi focused on expanding her Qi Si, while Long Chen focused on refining the energy in the dragon blood. At this time, practically all the disciples in the immemorial path were in seclusion. They were expanding their Qi Sis to their limits before their realm stabilized. This moment was too important, and no one dared to be the slightest bit negligent. The current immemorial path was like a deep pool of water. It was frighteningly calm. The aboriginals were also silent. They sent all their women and children to safer places. Each time the spiritual Qi eruption ended, the invaders would launch attacks against them to snatch their resources. But this time, the aboriginals were surprised to find that after Long Chen's tribulation, a change had occurred in heaven and earth. The curse they were under was slowly weakening. Although the curse was weakening extremely slowly, it was definitely weakening. Furthermore, the power of the formations on their ancestral lands was growing stronger, allowing them to increase their radius. In the future, they would have a wider range to move around in. Although the seniors refused to say anything about this matter, some of the younger disciples had guessed that it had to do with how Long Chen had torn apart the dome of the sky. His name was now something practically every single one of them knew. Time passed day by day. A full 3 months passed before the slumbering immemorial path began to awaken. Powerful auras began to rise one by one. Chapter 902. A storm approaches. A large mountain crumbled and soaring chi waves surged into the sky. A long-haired man stood in the sky, 4 colored runes around him. Long Chen, the time for your death has come at last. My spirit blood has awakened, allowing me to comprehend the remote heaven canon. Just what will you use to fight me? A shout shook the sky. This person was the remote heaven gang's #1 expert, Ji Changkong. His spirit blood had awakened, and he had become a rank 4 celestial. Lord Changkong. A dozen righteous experts reverently bowed toward him. I've just reached the first heaven stage of sea expansion. I'll need a few days to completely stabilize my cultivation base and get accustomed to my new power. You are to spread out, gathering all the righteous experts. Spread the news that I've come out of seclusion as loudly as possible. This time, I want to teach Shui Yu, Yu Changhao, Huang Junmo, and the likes just who is the #1 person of the righteous path. Ordered Ji Changkong. Yes, however, we've heard that the Wind Chant Pavilion's top disciple, Feng Gayan, as well as the 7-star gates Zheng Mingkong, have advanced to become rank 4 celestials. The 2 of them probably won't be so obedient, said one disciple. HMPH, 2 nameless little sects. Did they think that just by hiding 2 talented disciples from others, they could rise? Laughable. What sect isn't formed through countless years and generations of accumulated efforts? If they don't know how to appreciate kindness, just have them die here, sneered Ji Changkong. Although he was a bit surprised that 2 such figures appeared out of nowhere, he didn't place them in his eyes. Small sects like theirs didn't possess a strong enough foundation. Even if they gave birth to talented disciples, their power would be limited. That had to do with the sect's foundation. There's also Long Chen, probed one person. HMPH, I will personally cut off his head. But before I do so, I'll make him lose all his reputation. I'll make him an absolute villain targeted by everyone. Then even if I kill him, the Xuantian Dao sect won't be able to make a fart. Hatred flashed in Ji Changkong's eyes. The icy smile on his face made them shiver. Greetings, Lord Shui Yu. Hundreds of corrupt experts were bowing toward a slim man. This was the corrupt King Shui Yu. There weren't any fluctuations coming off of Shui Yu's body, but an indescribable feeling radiated from him, one that made people feel even more terrified. His devil eye was open. Countless runes revolved within it, looking like a starry sky. It was like it contained a universe that was filled with terrifying power. What is happening outside? Asked Shui Yu, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. We've investigated. 7 rank 4 celestials have appeared in the corrupt path, reported one disciple. 7. That's not bad. Looks like there are quite a few scheming people who hid themselves deeply. What are their plans? Did they wish to follow me? Shui Yu found this a bit unexpected. He had been focused on cultivating during this time, so he hadn't learned of what had happened in the outside yet. He had given the task of information gathering to others. Your subordinates were too slow. 3 of the 7 want to follow you, but the other, they've been snatched away by Ka Wutu, said one disciple carefully. Ka Wutu, the one who provoked Leng Yuyan and was then tormented for a month. He still has the face to continue living. Shui Yu frowned. Yes, the Devil Empress once viewed him as a target to kill, but he was too weak, and each time, he was defeated and then tormented. When talking about Leng Yuyan, all of them felt a cold breeze on their backs. That idiot. It was clearly Lord Shui Yu who saved him, but now he dares to challenge you. He really is courting death. Raged a corrupt expert. Saying that Shui Yu had saved him was a bit exaggerated. The truth was that Leng Yuyan had felt Ka Wutu to be too weak and had simply lost interest in him. So she had changed her target to Shui Yu. In truth, at that time, Leng Yuyan's fame hadn't been very illustrious in the corrupt path. It was because she had later set her sights on Shui Yu that her fame had increased. They had fought 3 great battles without a clear victor. Of course, those 3 battles had ended with Shui Yu miserably fleeing. The last time, he had almost been killed by her. He never mentioned the results of those battles, and Leng Yuyan also disdained to mention the topic, so the outside world thought that they were evenly matched. In the corrupt expert's eyes, only Shui Yu could fight against Leng Yuyan. They didn't know that if Shui Yu saw Leng Yuyan, he would immediately turn tail and flee. That idiot does have some ability. However, he cultivates the corpse devil path and has cultivated his own body into a withered corpse. It's too disgusting. Now that he has advanced to become a rank 4 celestial, my guess is his bloodline's blood corpse energy has awakened, making his physical body even stronger. That's why he dares to challenge me. Ignore him. When the time comes, I'll put them all in their place. If they don't appreciate my kindness, I'll directly kill them. My devil eye has completely awoken, so starting today, the corrupt path is mine to lead. Those who oppose me will die. HMPH, I'll conveniently handle Lang Yuan as well, letting her know that I am the true king of the corrupt path, said Shui Yu confidently. That's right, Lord Shui Yu, in a certain place, we noticed the 9 yin corrupt bone transportation formation. It should have been left by the Devil Empress, said a disciple. She left. Shui Yu was startled. He couldn't understand why Lang Yuan had left at this time. But then he nodded. That's fine. I'll end her once I get out. Although he acted dissatisfied, he was actually relieved. Lang Yuan's departure lightened the pressure on him a lot. What about on the side of the ancient races? Asked Shui Yu. The ancient races are a bit disorderly right now. Quite a few vicious fellows have appeared. They were previously a bit irritated with Yu Changhao. 9 of them have just advanced to the 4th rank, and they've begun amassing troops, forming their own powers to declare dominance. That's normal. Those half-human half-beast people have powerful bloodline powers. Once they reach the 4th rank, their bloodline power completely awakens, granting them immense power. As for Yu Changhao, he overestimated himself, thinking that he is unrivaled in close range and long-range combat. That's why he often looked down and scoffed at people seeking asylum with him. Now that others have become rank 4 celestials, he's isolated. However, the ancient races are united. Even if they don't get along, they won't start an all-out war with each other. At most, they'll just work independently. That might be a good thing for us. What about the righteous path? Asked Shui Yu. On the side of the righteous path, there's nothing to worry about. After asking around, we found that other than Ji Chengkong, they only have 2 rank 4 celestials from smaller sects. They're the isolated, poor kind of sects. Their combat power is probably only slightly greater than innate rank 3 celestials, sneered a corrupt expert. A person's strength could not be determined merely by cultivation base and talent. Their cultivation techniques, their magical arts, their weapons, and all the resources that had gone into them were also extremely important. Just good talent alone was useless. It could be said that geniuses were built up mostly by resources. To put it even more bluntly, they needed money. So whether it was Ji Chengkong or Shui Yu, they didn't care about those 2 righteous experts. Such people weren't a threat. What about Long Chen? Is there any news? Shui Yu's eyes narrowed. When he mentioned this name, killing intent surged within his eyes. He hated Long Chen to the bone. Long Chen was the only one in this world to have ever cut off his head. That was an indescribable humiliation. This entire time, we were unable to even find Long Chen's shadow. He should still be in seclusion. However, we did hear that Ji Chengkong is searching everywhere for Long Chen. Furthermore, he is offering a bounty for anyone in Long Chen's group. A bounty? Shui Yu was startled. Yes, Ji Chengkong seems to want to rule the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path, using his power to intimidate all the righteous experts. Shui Yu nodded. I've heard of Ji Chengkong. The remote Heaven Gang's Ji family not only has a secret canon inheritance, but it seems that a supreme expert once appeared amongst their ancestors. Perhaps he has some ability. Ji Chengkong is in the midst of gathering all the righteous experts. He sent out an arrest warrant for Long Chen with a reward on it. Anyone who finds any of the people in Long Chen's group will be richly rewarded. The funniest thing was, there are 2 experts from the same sect as Long Chen, Zhao Wuji and Yu Qianshan, who have become Ji Chengkong's underlings. They're saying that Long Chen has colluded with the aboriginals to kill his fellow righteous experts. His group has become all the righteous path's targets, sneered a corrupt expert disdainfully. The righteous path was truly interesting. The others were also sneering in disdain. The righteous path was most skilled in this kind of game. Ji Chengkong's confidence must have inflated to the point that he wanted to use the status of the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path's #1 expert to challenge the corrupt path. However, in order to become the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path's #1 expert, he had to first eliminate Long Chen. Long Chen truly did have relationships with the aboriginals. The crime of forging secret ties with aboriginals was a grave one, and there was proof. However, for the ones who accused Long Chen of working with aboriginals to be the ones from his own sect was too laughable. Although Shui Yu hated Long Chen, he had no choice but to admit that Long Chen had his own pride and ability. Did he really need to collude with the aboriginals to kill a few people from the righteous path? Just how small did a person's brain have to be to believe such a thing? They were clearly framing him, but there were so many people who believed it without question. Those people clearly knew the truth but were just acting. They felt that Ji Changkong was stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't appeared, and the people from his own sect had betrayed him. They simply acted according to the situation. What should we do now? There's no need to do anything. Just calmly watch what happens. With Ji Changkong present, we don't even need to do anything. He'll force Long Chen to come out. When it comes to scheming, we are lacking compared to the righteous path. We should just wait until both sides are exhausted to kill them all. This time, we'll win a perfect victory, not letting a single one of those righteous experts to leave alive, said Shui Yu. Ever since the righteous path had gained Long Chen, the corrupt path had run into setback after setback, irritating the higher-ups. Long Chen had been number one on their must-kill list for a long time now, but he was still alive and healthy. That was a humiliation to the entire corrupt path. During this time, whoever could kill Long Chen would become the corrupt path's hero. They would gain unprecedented glory. Reporting to Lord Shui Yu, a disciple from the righteous path wants to see you. Suddenly, a corrupt disciple walked in with a strange expression. Chapter 903 Trouble. The person who had come was wearing black robes. He was wearing a helmet to cover his face, and the only thing revealed was his eyes. He clearly didn't want to reveal his identity. Ji Changkong sent you, asked Shui Yu. Here is the letter. That person had only just opened his mouth when a corrupt expert smashed his fist into his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and that person let out a pained grunt. I'll give you another chance. If you don't answer to the point, you'll immediately become a corpse. Lord Shui Yu is busy and doesn't have time to waste on you righteous idiots, raged the corrupt expert. Shui Yu didn't even look at the letter. He icily asked, Ji Changkong sent you. That person nodded, but he had only just nodded when he was kicked in the leg. He fell to the ground. Are you mute? A corrupt expert now had a saber in his hand. As long as Shui Yu nodded, he would kill this person. Yes, the righteous expert hastily opened his mouth. A corrupt expert received the letter and handed it to Shui Yu. Shui Yu opened it and an icy smile appeared on his face. Go back and report to Ji Changkong that I can cooperate with him. But he has to give me a third of the righteous path's heads. If he doesn't agree, then we can see just how much power he has. You can fuck off now. That person was delighted, and hastily hobbled away. Having escaped with his life, he didn't have any more extravagant desires. Lord Corrupt King, what did Ji Changkong say? Asked a rank 3 celestial. He was one of Shui Yu's trusted aides, so he dared to directly ask him this question. Ji Changkong wants to cooperate with us. It goes without saying that the righteous path really is devious. Originally, I wasn't planning on cooperating with them. But this plan of theirs has moved me. I can't decline. Shui Yu couldn't help but sigh. Are we really going to cooperate with them? Asked one of them with astonishment. That was something absolutely not permitted. The cooperation is just temporary. I need to cooperate with them to get the greatest profit. As for my request for a third of their heads, that was just to make them overlook my real goal. Not one of them will be able to leave the immemorial path alive. Did you all activate the photographic jades? Yes, we recorded it all. They will definitely be able to prove that Ji Changkong took the initiative to find you. Good, it won't be long before they reply. In fact, Ji Changkong might personally come to discuss the details. Remember to secretly record it all. For us, this cooperation is just a plan of convenience. Even if the higher-ups learn of it, it will just be some light punishment. But it's different for the righteous path. By working with us to handle Long Chen and the others, they have betrayed the righteous path. That's a grave criminal act for them. With the constant struggle between righteous sects, these photographic jades can be used to threaten Ji Changkong and make him bend to our will. If we can kill them all when our cooperation comes to an end, then it can be a gift we send to humiliate the righteous path. But if something unexpected happens and Ji Changkong manages to get away, then we can release them publicly. At that time, Ji Changkong will be attacked by the entire righteous path. I hear Ji Changkong's Ji family is quite strong. They'll definitely attempt to protect him. At that time, a huge war might erupt in the righteous path. We can take advantage of that opportunity to kill them all. Lord Shui Yu is brilliant. This way, no matter what happens, it'll be to our benefit. The corrupt experts exclaimed in admiration for his intelligence. This skill is something I learned from Ji Changkong. Right now he's smearing Long Chen's name, and he inspired me," laughed Shui Yu. "Gather all our experts. Send out my words. Those who want to go against me, Shui Yu, had better consider the consequences. Don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes." The corrupt experts immediately left. Shui Yu looked into the distance, a faint smile on his face. "You came up with a nice plan, Ji Changkong, but you've underestimated my appetite." While Shui Yu was busy gathering his army, the entire immemorial path became extremely lively. Perhaps it was agitation from feeling one's power explosively grow, or perhaps it was that a human's desire could not be satisfied. But people were fighting everywhere. Rumbling filled the air and chi waves surged. Battlefields appeared all over the immemorial path. Whether it was the righteous path, the corrupt path, or the ancient races, countless disputes arose. That was especially true of the righteous path. Some sects already had conflicts, so now that their disciples had advanced to see expansion and felt their power grow immensely, they all thought of getting revenge for those past grievances. However, this chaotic scene only continued for a while before becoming calm. The various experts had all received invitations. These so-called invitations were a mix of the carrot and the stick. The ancient races had fewer numbers, but their quality was high. As a result, they split into several factions, each extremely powerful and prepared. Even if they didn't want to snatch the number one position from Yu Changhao, they wanted to prove they had the qualifications to stand on the same level as him. The corrupt path was split into two factions, one led by Shui Yu, the well-known veteran, and another led by an upcoming newcomer, Ka Wutu. The two of them seemed to be at great odds, and Ka Wutu didn't seem to fear the famous Shui Yu. The righteous path had essentially been unified. The righteous experts pretty much all accepted Ji Changkong as their leader. Other than Ji Changkong, there were two other rank 4 celestials. One was Zheng Mingkong from the 7-Star Gate, while the other was the Wind Chant Pavilion's genius, Feng Gayan. But the remote Heaven Gang's power was enormous, giving Ji Changkong great influence. Even two of the 4 heavenly geniuses of the Xuantian Dao sect had surprisingly allied themselves with Ji Changkong. To put it nicely, they were allied. But to put it frankly, they were just licking his feet. Having entered the immemorial path, their luck hadn't been very good. They hadn't obtained any heaven-defying treasures and were still simply rank 2 celestials. As for the rank 1 celestials that had survived, many of them had obtained opportunities, allowing them to advance to rank 2 celestials. So the positions of Yu Qianshan and Zhao Wuji immediately fell. It was unknown what benefits Ji Changkong had given them for them to side with him. However, it wasn't that strange. The corrupt path was so strong, the ancient races were watching like tigers, and there was also the threat of the aboriginals. Thus, working together was a good decision. As for the 7-Star Gate's Zheng Mingkong, as soon as Ji Changkong's subordinates had found him, he had immediately agreed to join him. But what Ji Changkong hadn't expected was that Wind Chant Pavilion's Feng Gayan had immediately refused. He had even openly expressed that in this world, the only person worthy of him following was Long Chen. That infuriated Ji Changkong, but the situation was too unstable right now, so he didn't dare to make any big moves. He could only endure for now, but he had already placed Feng Gayan on his must-kill list. The thing that the righteous disciples were somewhat unable to accept was that soaring Long Chen had actually become a traitor of the righteous path. Disciples from the same sect as him were personally accusing him of colluding with the aboriginals to harm his fellow righteous disciples. Unable to bear staying on the same side as such a person, they had formed an alliance with Ji Changkong to find and punish Long Chen, to get justice for all the righteous disciples who had fallen because of him. Many people had refused to believe it at the beginning, but when many resolute people shouted something loud enough, it was enough to obscure the truth. Many people started to form doubts. Then, Long Chen refused to reveal himself, and no explanation came from him. That made Ji Changkong's influence even greater, allowing him to unite essentially all the righteous disciples, making him the #1 expert of the righteous path. People were like ducks. True or false weren't so important. In the end, those who joined Ji Changkong's side gave up their doubts and began to echo their peers, starting a snowball effect. From their point of view, standing by Ji Changkong's side could protect them. As long as he provided safety, he could say whatever he wanted. The truth wasn't important. The important thing was that as long as they were obedient, they could join this enormous army. As for whether or not Long Chen had been falsely accused, they couldn't be bothered to care. There were so many righteous experts that it even exceeded Ji Chengkong's expectations. There were actually 30,000 of them that joined his side, and more were coming. However, then Ji Chengkong recalled that of the two large entrances to the immemorial path from the eastern wasteland, their entrance had only been for sects that were comparatively higher in status. But the other entrance had no such restrictions. He hadn't expected so many new celestials to have appeared in the eastern wasteland. It seemed that they came from smaller sects that had entered from the other entrance. The fact that he had tens of thousands of experts made Ji Chengkong incomparably excited. His vanity was completely satisfied. He had actually become the leader of such a powerful army. Although the majority of them were just rank 1 celestials, with only a 10th being rank 2 celestials and less than a 100th being rank 3 celestials, these numbers made him completely confident. Time passed day by day. The immemorial path had gone from peaceful to chaotic, and then back to peaceful. But the undercurrents of this peace were extremely grave. It was the calm before the storm. Long Chen was still in seclusion. Meng Qi had already come out, as she had long since reached the first heaven stage. Her Qi had been expanded by a full 10%. During this time, she had been nourishing the soul items that Long Chen had given her. The item nourishing technique he gave her came from the Eastern Wasteland Bell, and it was incomparably refined. It allowed a person to form a practically perfect connection with an item spirit, allowing them to release the greatest power from a treasure item. Sister Meng Qi. Suddenly, a golden armored monstrosity appeared in the sky and landed in the ruins. Has everyone been well? Is there any news? Asked Meng Qi. Guo Ran was their messenger and information gatherer. His armor had already been completely remade, allowing his speed to reach a new level. Everyone's fine. They don't have anything important to do now, just focusing on nourishing their treasure items. As for the outside world, the ancient races and corrupt path are rather calm. Only the righteous path is like a pack of idiots, continuously smearing boss. That Ji Chengkong really is an idiot. He's like a shrew screaming on the streets. Then there are those shameless fellows who clearly know boss was falsely accused but still can blindly spout those lies without blinking. It's infuriating, raged Guo Ran. Let them do as they please. They're only doing that for their own protection. Is there any other news? Asked Meng Qi, indifferent to their actions. Ah, there was one laughable thing. I heard that Ji Chengkong captured Long Chen and is going to execute him at Drake Mountain. What a joke. Tell me, don't you think they're idiots? Sister Meng Qi, what is it? Guo Ran had been laughing when he suddenly realized something was off. Meng Qi's expression was grave now. Perhaps there's trouble now, said Meng Qi solemnly. She formed some hand seals. Chapter 904 Sinister Scheme. Meng Qi formed hand seals, and a spiritual rune lit up on her hand before fading. Guo Ran could count as a dabbler beast tamer no, so he knew Meng Qi was sending a message to her housepets. They two of them were currently hunting for food. Sister Meng Qi, what's wrong? Guo Ran was still startled. What he had thought was a funny joke had caused such a reaction in Meng Qi. The only thing you learn from Long Chen is his useless skills. When will you get past his ability to joke and curse, and actually learn any of his smarts? Rebuked Meng Qi. Guo Ran immediately felt awkward. It seemed the only things he wanted to learn from his boss were pick-up and show-off arts. This is no joke, but a trap set up by Ji Chengkong. He at least has goals in announcing that he has captured Long Chen. One is to force us to show ourselves, said Meng Qi. But we're not so stupid. That's just an insult to our intelligence. Guo Ran still didn't understand. You're underestimating Ji Chengkong. His other goal in sending in this announcement is to draw out the aboriginals. Once they appear, his second goal will be achieved, said Meng Qi. But the aboriginals wouldn't get duped so easily, right? Guo Ran frowned. That's why I said you underestimated Ji Chengkong. Since he dared to make such a naive move, he must have another move we don't know about yet. He definitely has a trick to dupe the aboriginals. My guess is once they fall for it, they'll kill a portion of them and then release news that they'll kill the rest. With Long Chen's character, how could he just allow them to slaughter the aboriginals? After all, the aboriginals once saved his life. In this manner, Long Chen will fall into Ji Chengkong's trap, and it'll also confirm his relationship with the aboriginals. Then the evidence from those 4 heavenly geniuses will become ironclad. No matter what Long Chen says, he'll be viewed as a traitor of the righteous path and attacked from every direction. If he's killed, the Xuantian Dao sect won't be able to do anything. And if he survives, Then to protect themselves, the best case is they will help Long Chen slip away. At that time, Long Chen will be viewed as an enemy of all sides. This is a malicious scheme with no solution, said Meng Qi. Fuck, this damn Ji Changkong. Cursed Guo Ran. Although all of this was just a guess from Meng Qi, her guess was reasonable. Even if it was off, it wouldn't be off by too much. Guo Ran had an urge to slap himself. All day, he only thought about showing off. This matter had been seen through even by Meng Qi. If it had been Long Chen, he would have seen through it easily. His intelligence was still too lacking compared to his boss. Furthermore, Long Chen has said that Lord Heavenai has left to somewhere unknown, and thus the Aboriginals don't have a leader right now. For something like this to happen now, it's worrying. Meng Qi frowned. Then what should we do? Should we disturb boss? Asked Guo Ran. We can't. Each time Long Chen goes into seclusion now, he stays in it for around half a month. There's still 1 or 2 days until he will come out naturally. This time is too important to him, so we can't disturb him. My housepets will quickly return. I'll leave the Blood Phoenix to protect Long Chen and give him the message. Once he awakens, he'll immediately rush over there. You have to alert all our people as fast as possible. Have them all hurry toward Drake Mountain. There will probably be a huge battle there, said Meng Qi solemnly. Originally, Song Mingyuan and Li Qi had been with them, but then Long Chen had told them to find a place with denser earth energy to continue expanding their seas. So Guo Ran needed to alert everyone on his own. I'll rush over there first. Hopefully, I can get there in time before the Aboriginals suffer too many casualties, said Meng Qi. Suddenly, 2 huge figures landed from the sky. They were the Blood Phoenix and the Earth Dragon. The Blood Phoenix was at the peak of the 7th rank. Its aura was unsteady, showing vague signs of being close to advancing ranks. When Guo Ran saw the Earth Dragon, he let out a startled cry. It has advanced to the 8th rank. Didn't your Earth Dragon also reach the 7th rank? Your soul energy is limited, so you need to nourish it longer. Only once a magical beast's intelligence rises will it be easier for it to advance ranks. However, this Earth Dragon has only just advanced, and its combat power isn't completely steady yet. It's only a bit stronger than the Blood Phoenix right now. I'll take the Earth Dragon with me, and you alert everyone as fast as possible. I'll do my best to stall. Meng Qi put the Earth Dragon into her spiritual space and told the Blood Phoenix to guard Long Chen. She also left a sheet of paper for Long Chen, explaining what had happened. Then she and Guo Ran split up. Drake Mountain was an unusual mountain. It was shaped like a circle, like a drake coiled on the ground. It formed a huge basin, with the only opening between the drake's head and tail. Within the 3,000-mile basin, shouts and roars rang out. Hundreds of Aboriginals were fighting against righteous experts. They were caught in an irresolvable situation. The one leading them was a young expert. This person was the Immemorial Path's youngest tribe leader, Xiao Fei. When he had heard that his tribesmen had personally witnessed Long Chen being covered in blood and chased down by the righteous experts, he had immediately summoned all the elites of his tribe and charged over. Following the tracks, he eventually reached Drake Mountain, and only then had he realized he had been duped. The blood-covered Long Chen was a fake, but his outer appearance and even his weapons looked just like the original. This kind of trap was something the righteous path had long since overused to the point that not even children would fall for it. But the Aboriginals were isolated from the rest of the world. The tribes all trusted each other and worked together. They had never schemed or been schemed against. Ji Changkong had accurately seen through that fatal weakness of theirs, and he had managed to trick them with such a childish trick. The people Xiao Fei were leading were the Xiao tribe's elites. They had all reached sea expansion, but this place wasn't their ancestral land. Although there had been a change in the immemorial path, and the curse had already lightened a great deal, they were still only able to release 80% of their power. The good thing was that there weren't too many enemies. They fought for a full day and night. Suddenly, another batch of Aboriginals killed their way in. "Uncle Shi Kang!" cried Xiao Fei. The person leading this group was a middle-aged man, the future leader of the Stone Tribe, Shi Kang. "We've fallen into a trap. Uncle Shi Kang, run!" But as he shouted, a mass of righteous experts flowed down from the mountain, surrounding them. Shi Kang had received a report from his subordinates that Long Chen was heavily injured and being chased down. He hadn't even had time to inform his tribe leader before coming to assist. Both of them had been duped. But by the time they wanted to retreat, they were surrounded by righteous experts. It was impossible for them to escape. Following Shikang, 3 more waves of aboriginals came and fell for the same trap. Ji Changkong had clearly figured out the locations of quite a few aboriginal tribes. Thus, this simple scheme of his was meeting with shocking effectiveness. These aboriginals are fools. They deserve to die if they couldn't even see through such a simple scheme. Ji Changkong sat in a hidden location, watching everything with disdain. He was in a secret room within the mountain. Other than Ji Changkong, there was another expert with him. He was Ji Changkong's new subordinate, the 7-star Gates Zheng Mingkong. Brother Ji's strategic planning is beyond perfect. I, Zheng Mingkong, could never come up with such a thing even if you gave me a lifetime. Zheng Mingkong sighed regretfully, but he was clearly sucking up. Mingkong, you definitely won't regret joining me. The 7-star Gate is just a small, worthless sect. No matter how good the seed, if it's planted in a garbage environment, it will easily die. Even if it manages to grow, it will be weak and frail. The most important thing is to grow in fertile land. As long as the soil is fertile, you'll be able to plant deeper roots and have more room to grow. Now you've also seen this. Although this game of chess has just started, the result is already obvious. Whether or not Long Chen dies, it's not important. My remote heaven gang's rise to the pinnacle of the eastern wasteland can no longer be stopped. In the 7-star Gate, even if you endure to the end, you'll only end up as a sect leader of a trash sect. But once my remote heaven gang leads the eastern wasteland and forms the remote heaven alliance, all you need to do is properly assist me, and Vice Alliance Master's position will be yours, laughed Ji Changkong. Zheng Mingkong was delighted. He hastily bowed. Many thanks for your favor, Alliance Master. Ji Changkong nodded. He praised Zheng Mingkong for being smart. He wasn't like that poor brat Feng Gayan who wanted to talk about some pride. If he had also joined him, they would have become his right and left hands. Then his plans would be even more perfect. Feng Gayan refused to submit, and even said that the only one worthy for him to follow was Long Chen. That infuriated him, and he had decided that once this matter was over, he would properly settle things with him. Any news from Shui Yu's side? Asked Ji Changkong. A disciple just reported that they're fully prepared, said Zheng Mingkong. Good. This chess move of mine is a bit big, and it's a bit too much for me. So to get the greatest profit, I have no choice but to work with them. Remember, there's no need to wait until the cooperation is over. As long as you see that it's more or less done, directly take action. Kill as many as you can, and then immediately scatter, said Ji Changkong. Yes, I've passed down those instructions. Good. If you're handling this, then I'm at ease. Ji Changkong smiled as he continued watching the battle outside. It's about time. Send orders to kill half of them. I hear the aboriginals have soul spirit jades back in their tribes. Once they die, their jade plates shatter. By killing a few of them, we should be able to bait more people in. An icy and excited smile appeared on Ji Changkong's face. He delighted in this feeling of control. A group of people charged at Shikang and the others. The aboriginals only had hundreds of people here. Thus, for them to face over 1,000 righteous experts, with quite a few being rank 2 celestials, their hearts sank. Sorry. Soul extermination, life devouring art. A sigh suddenly rang out from the sky. Chapter 905 Meng Qi displays her power. More righteous experts suddenly appeared. They were multiple times their number, charging at Xiao Fei and the others. This time, they were no longer just launching probing blows. Having received Ji Changkong's orders, they were going to slaughter a large mass of the aboriginals. During this time, Ji Changkong had used Long Chen as a bait to draw the aboriginals over. Then the baited aboriginals would act as more bait for more aboriginals. However, the aboriginals didn't send very many reinforcements. They had clearly already realized something was wrong. Perhaps they were gathering and discussing what was going on. Ji Changkong delighted in this feeling of control, of forcing his opponents to dance to his tune. Once a large portion of the aboriginals were killed, the other ones would definitely panic. They would definitely send a huge army to save them. In the face of this many righteous experts' attacks, Xiao Fei, Shikang, and the others' expressions were all grave. They had all made their preparations for the worst-case scenario. Brothers, this is a sinister trap. They want to use us to draw out more of our tribesmen, but we can't let them have their way. Do your best to kill as many as possible. Those who have died are heroes, and as for those who haven't died, brothers, you should know what to do. Shouted Shikang. He had seen through some clues. Kill. We definitely can't implicate others. The trapped aboriginals let out furious roars. They understood what he was saying. If they all died fighting, then their tribesmen wouldn't need to think about saving them. Then they wouldn't fall for this trap. They had all made their preparations. Either they had to die to their enemies' blades, or they had to die to their own blades. Of course, before dying, they had to break even. The righteous experts were like a flood now. Their numbers continued to grow. Just as the few hundred aboriginals were about to be submerged, a sigh rang out in the air. Sorry. Soul extermination, life-devouring art. The voice was beautiful, but it was full of regret and unwillingness. A terrifying fluctuation spread around the battlefield. The righteous experts stiffened and collapsed on the ground. Their life auras had disappeared. Everything had happened too quickly, and their momentum carried them forward for a while before they became still. Of over 2,000 people, only 40 to 50 experts had barriers of light appear over their bodies. That was the automatic defense of protective soul items. But those barriers had only just appeared before they dimmed and shattered. Those people immediately despaired, but it was too late for anything. The flames of their souls were like candles that had been dropped inside a pool of ice water. They were instantly extinguished. Everyone was shocked. The righteous experts had all been killed in just a breath's time. Even Shi Kang and the others were dumbfounded. People raised their heads to see a graceful figure floating in the air. Her white robes were sacred and holy. And combined with her pure face, she was like a goddess from above the heavens. She was Meng Qi. A trace of pain appeared in Meng Qi's eyes. She didn't like fighting, and she didn't like killing people. But she knew that these aboriginals had helped Long Chen. If it were Long Chen, he would definitely do this. Since Long Chen would do it, then whether or not she liked it, she would support him. So she had used a soul art to undertake a large-scale slaughter. As soon as Meng Qi appeared, corpses littered the ground. Everyone was appalled. They were all experienced people, and they knew they had just encountered a terrifying soul cultivator. But no matter how terrifying she was, how could she possibly kill this many people so quickly? Most of these people had possessed protective soul items, but even the strongest soul items had only lasted for less than a breath before running out of energy. Such a soul cultivator was truly too terrifying. The hidden Ji Changkong was shocked. But he quickly calmed down. He had fought Meng Qi before, but back then, her soul arts hadn't been so terrifying. Fuck, I didn't expect Long Chen to have such luck with women. Ji Changkong became a bit jealous. Hee, don't worry, Alliance Master. How could any woman you fancy escape you? Zheng Mingkong smiled. A woman with an immortal-like charm like Meng Qi was extremely rare in this world, and any man would be moved. But Zheng Mingkong didn't dare to express his own desire. However, Meng Qi's arrival didn't cause Ji Changkong any worry. In fact, it relieved him. It meant everything was still going according to plan. Right now, he was just thinking of what he had to do to capture this peerless beauty. Many thanks for helping, miss. May I ask? Shi Kang cupped his fists to Meng Qi, and all the aboriginals bowed. I am Long Chen's friend. Thank you everyone for taking care of Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen is fine, and he's already on his way here. Don't worry, Meng Qi returned the etiquette. Long Chen's on his way. Haha, good, then I, Shui Yu, can cut off his head. Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out, and a mass of corrupt disciples blocked the entrance to Drake Mountain, with Shui Yu standing at the front. You fucker Shui Yu, what the fuck are you doing? Cursed Ji Changkong. According to the plan, Shui Yu was only supposed to appear once Long Chen was baited. Then both sides would work together and make sure he had no chance of running. But Shui Yu had appeared now. Once Long Chen learned that both the righteous and corrupt paths, experts were lying in wait here, would he really just stupidly jump in? Ji Changkong cursed every member of Shui Yu's family. Girl, this lord has taken a fancy to you. The others will all die, but you won't. I hope you can see the situation and not force me to use violence. Shui Yu looked at Meng Qi with admiration. Meng Qi was incomparably beautiful. Shui Yu had only seen one woman as beautiful as her, and that was Leng Yuyan. However, even though he had gotten stronger, he didn't dare to place such thoughts on her. But he had no such qualms with Meng Qi. More and more corrupt experts were appearing. By the time over 10,000 experts had appeared behind Shui Yu, Shi Kang and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Over 10,000 sea expansion experts. Almost half of them were rank 2 celestials, and they had hundreds of rank 3 celestials. Furthermore, there were 3 fellows with vast auras behind Shui Yu, auras powerful enough to cause everybody to despair. When fighting invaders, without an altar's protection against the curse, only foundation-forging aboriginals could fight against rank 3C expansion celestials. And their power would only be slightly greater. But now, there were 4 rank 4 celestials. Even if all the aboriginals arrived here, they wouldn't be able to defeat such terrifying opponents. It would be a one-sided slaughter. You fucker Shui Yu, you've actually ruined all my work for one woman. Ji Chengkong was clenching his teeth in fury. He hadn't expected Shui Yu to be so unreliable. Now the chance of Long Chen falling for this trap had fallen. Secretly spread my orders. The concealed righteous experts aren't to move. Let this bastard deal with this. If he really ruins this matter, I'll kill him, ordered Ji Chengkong. Zheng Mingkong nodded and left, leaving only a gnashing Ji Chengkong in the room. The battlefield was still empty. Meng Qi's figure slowly descended from the sky, and she landed in front of Shi Kang and the others. To Shui Yu, she said, I've heard Long Chen mention your name. Oh, the more Shui Yu looked at Meng Qi, the itchier his heart grew. This goddess-like woman was too beautiful. He was only able to reply instinctively. Long Chen said that your neck was very hard, and cutting off your head took quite a bit of work. Is that true? Asked Meng Qi lightly. Shui Yu's expression instantly changed. The fact that Long Chen had cut off his head was his life's greatest humiliation and his greatest taboo right now. Even just mentioning it was no different than a slap in the face. Shui Yu turned icy. Looks like you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Since that's the case, I won't be courteous. What? You want to personally take action? Asked Meng Qi. HMPH, don't worry, if I were to personally handle you, it would just be bullying. You're a rank 3 celestial, so I'll also send out a rank 3 celestial. If you lose, obediently let yourself be captured. If you cooperate, I can spare these idiots' lives. Shui Yu pointed to Shi Kang and the others. However, a crafty light flickered deep in Shui Yu's eyes. This was a scoundrel oath. He had said he would spare their lives, but he couldn't represent the righteous experts. They were still allowed to kill as they pleased. Meng Qi was a soul expert, and right now, she had already refined that mysterious expert's soul crystals from the Xuantian Dao sect's trial. Her spiritual strength was as vast as an ocean, and this little trick was unable to escape her eyes. No problem, Meng Qi agreed to his terms. You can't. This bastard is simply conspiring against you. We can't exchange our lives for a woman's dignity. The aboriginals immediately shouted. They refused to allow such a matter to occur. If Meng Qi was defeated, just how were they supposed to face Long Chen? They would rather die than be saved like this. Don't worry, I'm confident. Meng Qi smiled at them, and she also sent a spiritual message to Shi Kang. Shi Kang was also unable to accept this, but once he received her message, he stopped everyone's shouting and led them to back up, leaving space for Meng Qi to fight. The aboriginals couldn't understand what he was doing, but his position was clearly high in their hearts. They still listened to Shi Kang's orders. Let's begin. Meng Qi's robes began to drift as she slowly floated into the sky. She made people have an urge to worship her. I'll handle you. Shui Yu cast a glance at a certain person. That corpse-like man immediately flew into the air. Chapter 906 Stall Tactics. A red-robed man holding a bone staff flew into the air. He was emaciated, without the slightest bit of flesh on his face. He looked like a skeleton, as if all his blood had been sucked dry. The bone staff had an egg-sized skull at the top. It looked like a human skull, but a human skull couldn't be that small. He immediately released his aura, and black chi surged around his body. His aura contained a sensation of rot. When that was added to his appearance, he looked like a zombie that had just crawled out of its coffin. The black chi behind him gradually formed 9 images. Each one of them floated in the sky. Space suddenly shook, and 9 desiccated corpses appeared behind him. Their skin was also black, and they released an aura of decay. The images and corpses merged together. An evil and terrifying aura instantly erupted, causing the sky to shake. Heavens, those corpses are alive! Someone cried in shock. Those 9 corpses had begun to move upon merging with that black chi. Girl, why don't you surrender? We're both soul cultivators, so your soul attacks are ineffective against me. I'd advise you to just obediently give up, he said coldly. His voice sounded like the grating of a toenail against a pot. He was a rank 3 celestial and a powerful soul cultivator at that. The 9 corpses he had summoned had been foundation forging experts when they were alive, and they had been refined into corrupt corpses by him. Although they didn't have a foundation forging expert's battle power now, the hardness of their bodies and their physical power were shockingly high. Even ordinary treasure items couldn't injure them, and he had 9 such powerful corpses. Within the same realm, he had never encountered someone who was his match. So he was viewed very importantly by Shui Yu, which was why he had been chosen to fight. Go ahead and attack. Meng Qi shook her head. Then I won't be courteous. The corrupt expert formed hand seals, and the 9 corrupt corpses charged at Meng Qi, punching at her. What startled everyone was that their movements weren't stiff at all. They moved as if they were alive. These corpses were priceless treasures to that expert, and they had come from the righteous and corrupt battles. They were the fallen righteous experts. The righteous experts gathered the corrupt experts' souls and corpses and used them as tools in trials for their disciples. As for the corrupt path, they used the righteous experts' corpses as tools for battle. Before entering the immemorial path, his sect's elders had gifted him 9 foundation forging experts, letting him refine them into corrupt corpses once he entered sea expansion. Without strong enough spiritual strength, he wouldn't be able to control such powerful corrupt corpses. But with them, he could essentially be counted as an apex figure amongst the corrupt path's rank 3 celestials. The 9 corpses' punches smashed into a tower. That tower was 30 meters tall, with a total of 9 levels. Meng Qi was standing on the 9th level, indifferently looking at him. A protective treasure item, HMPH, let me see just how long you can keep that up. Sneered the corrupt expert. He controlled his 9 corpses to attack the tower. Each time their fists smashed into the tower, ripples would spread on the tower. Their attacks were unable to reach Meng Qi. This is the soul-suppressing tower, a middle-grade treasure item. Just what can you do to me? Said Meng Qi lightly, but her expression was a bit unnatural, as if she wasn't as indifferent as she appeared. In truth, Meng Qi really was a bit uneasy. She was different than Long Chen. For Long Chen, nonsense lies could pour out of his mouth as soon as he opened it. In fact, his lies were sometimes even more believable than the truth. But Meng Qi was an obedient child. She had never tricked anyone. However, in order to stall for time, she lied. This soul-suppressing tower was actually a high-grade treasure item. That lie made her appear unnatural. But that unnatural appearance made Shui Yu and the others think that she wasn't confident and was trying to cover it up. Furthermore, low-grade treasure items were normally unable to materialize their larger true forms, while middle-grade treasure items normally did materialize true bodies around 30 meters long. This size made them believe that it was a middle-grade treasure item. However, the truth was that this soul-suppressing tower was extremely powerful, and through the item-nourishing technique from the Eastern Wasteland Bell, her connection to it was extremely strong. If she didn't release its true power, it was very difficult for outsiders to see through its grade. HMPH, watch me smash your broken tower. It's just a middle-grade treasure item. My corrupt corpses can pulverize it with their bare hands, sneered the corrupt expert. He had absolute confidence in his corpses. The corpses crazily attacked without any rhythm. They were like madmen foolishly beating a drum, and it was extremely unpleasant to listen to. But the concealed righteous experts didn't dare make a sound due to Ji Chenkong's orders. Xiao Fei, Shi Kang, and the other aboriginals were watching nervously. Meng Qi might have told Shi Kang that she was just stalling for time until reinforcements arrived, but he still wasn't at ease. Hearing the tone from the corrupt experts, he felt this battle to be extremely unfavorable for Meng Qi. The corrupt expert was confident in breaking the tower. The other corrupt experts calmly watched. Soul cultivators were very rare, so they wanted to see their power. For those newly advanced rank 3 celestials, they wanted to see what this fellow relied on to be viewed so importantly by Shui Yu. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. A total of 6 hours passed, but the tower was still fine. That made the corrupt experts grow a bit impatient. Your corrupt corpses only have this little ability. Don't tell me you're planning on hitting it until next year. If that happened, then before that woman was killed, we'd die from this irritating noise, insulted one corrupt expert. Even Shui Yu was growing impatient as this was taking too long. However, he didn't say anything because this also had its benefits. Meng Qi's soul energy was being exhausted. Using a treasure item required a vast amount of spiritual strength and spiritual yuan. Once she exhausted all her energy, wouldn't she also be easily captured? This was the best way to capture her alive. It was best to avoid having an accident and getting her killed. But now, 6 hours later, Meng Qi was still calmly watching from inside the tower. That leisurely appearance was just one step away from sitting and drinking tea. Hearing that insult, the fighting corrupt expert glanced at Shui Yu. He saw that Shui Yu was also a bit impatient. He clenched his teeth and formed new hand seals. The projection of his chi si appeared behind him, and black chi floated within it. Then it transformed into 9 streams that entered the corrupt corpses. The corrupt corpses began to glow, and their auras grew to a terrifying level. Black runes appeared on their bodies. Suddenly, their attacks grew to a whole new level. Each time they struck the tower's barrier, the entire tower would shudder. There were signs of the barrier collapsing. Meng Qi's expression finally changed. She formed new hand seals, and the soul-suppressing tower began to revolve. She had clearly increased her own output of energy. Everyone's expressions changed. Now the corrupt experts understood why this fellow was viewed so importantly by Shui Yu. After doing this, each of his corrupt corpses was comparable to a rank 3 celestial. It was no wonder he was claimed to be the number 1 expert below the rank 4 celestial level. He truly possessed that power. Shi Kang and the others' expressions changed. Such battle power was too terrifying, and even Xiao Fei jumped. He was a rank 3 celestial, but because of the curse, his combat power could only be compared to an acquired rank 3 celestial. He would definitely lose against an innate rank 3 celestial. Thus, each attack from the 9 corrupt corpses could be fatal to him. He finally experienced the terror of invaders. It was no wonder the invaders would invade their territories after the spiritual chi eruption. It was because they had the power to and didn't need to have any misgivings. Thinking of that, Xiao Fei's hatred for the heavens surged. He wanted to be like Long Chen and tear them apart. Explosive sounds shook the sky. The tower was now revolving, as both sides began to use their full power. One wanted to break their way through their opponent's defense, while the other was pushing herself to her full power, her face slightly pale as she bitterly endured. Another 6 hours passed. The corrupt expert was sweating. This endurance was too shocking. The only thing that comforted him was that Meng Qi's face was also getting paler. Another 6 hours passed. The corrupt expert's body was quivering. He was clearly overdrafting his power and had to be under immense pressure. As for Meng Qi, she had clearly reached the point of a lamp with no oil. The soul-suppressing tower was revolving slower now, and its barrier was growing dimmer and dimmer. She was like a candle flickering in the wind, one that might be extinguished at any moment. No wonder Long Chen likes to be mischievous all the time, it really is fun. While Meng Qi bitterly endured, an indescribable delight appeared in her heart. That was pride in playing everyone else. As the saying went, following good examples was hard, but following a bad example was as simple as a single slip. There was no need for a teacher to teach you. You would quickly manage to see the way and be engrossed by that moving feeling. Time passed bit by bit, and the flickering candle in the wind was still burning tenaciously. People were holding their breath as they waited for it to extinguish, but it refused to go out. What is going on? It's been a whole day. Suddenly, an expert looked up at the sky and felt that something was off. Due to the tense atmosphere, they hadn't sensed the flow of time. The only exception was the one fighting. He had felt this day to be as long as a year, and he was absolutely exhausted. But his opponent was still bitterly enduring, so he couldn't help but curse. If this continued, he would exhaust himself to death. Ji Chengkong was still watching in his hidden room. He hadn't cared particularly at the beginning. If they wanted to exhaust themselves, then they could exhaust themselves. In any case, he was just waiting for his prey to enter his net. But as more and more time passed, he felt an inexplicable jitteriness. That made him uncomfortable. Now that a whole day had passed, he wasn't able to endure it any longer. That feeling of unease was extremely intense now. Don't bother with the corrupt experts. 2 rank 3 celestials, go out and kill a portion of the aboriginals. Ordered Ji Chengkong. He couldn't let that idiot Shui Yu ruin his plan. 2 figures flew out. The aura of rank 3 celestials erupted as they shot toward the aboriginals. 2 rays of terrifying sword chi slashed toward the aboriginals. Xiao Fei and Shi Kang were startled and hastily defended with their full power. As a result, they were sent flying by the impact. They were under the suppression of the curse here and unable to retaliate. Die you inferior aboriginals! The 2 righteous experts shouted and moved in for the kill. But they had just raised their weapons when sword light flashed. It was simply a flash. The 2 experts didn't even have time to take out their defensive treasure items before they were turned to dust. Chapter 907 Arriving one by one. Before people could even clearly see it, the sword had already been resheathed. A man stood in the air. He gave off the feeling of a sharp blade. This person was Yu Zifeng. He had already advanced to the first heaven stage of sea expansion, and he seemed like an awakened divine weapon. As soon as he appeared, he shocked everyone. His attack had come too quickly and too sharply. Many people hadn't even seen anything happen at all before it was over. 2 rank 3 celestials had been killed just like that. There were countless people who used swords, but there were only a few that could be called sword cultivators. As expected, he's still alive. Ji Chengkong sneered. He had a deep impression of this powerful sword cultivator. Back then Ji Hongling had warned him that he had to kill this sword Dao genius. They couldn't allow him to mature. However, Ji Chengkong didn't make a move right now. Since Shui Yu had already revealed himself and ruined his plans, then Shui Yu could deal with the consequences. Do you need help? Asked Yu Zifeng. No, it's fine as long as you protect them. Meng Qi shook her head, her face extremely pale. Finally, someone had arrived. That made Meng Qi much more relaxed. If Yu Zifeng had arrived, then the others should already be on their way. The more time that passed, the more favorable their situation would be. Someone, go kill him. Shui Yu frowned. Running into a powerful sword cultivator was a bit out of his expectations. However, this wasn't enough to shock him. 5 experts behind him nodded, and they shot toward Yu Zifeng. They were all innate rank 3 celestials, but because of their impure bloodlines, they hadn't been able to use their advancements to sea expansion to also advance to rank 4 celestials. But even so, their combat power wasn't something ordinary rank 3 celestials could compare to. There was an impassable divide between them. Brat, time for you to die. The 5 of them released their auras, treasure items in their hands as they attacked Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng coldly stared at them. His right hand slowly grasped the sword on his back. Flying rainbow came out of its sheath, striking like a bolt of lightning. It reached one of the experts in an instant. That expert was horrified. By the time he reacted, Yu Zifeng's sword was already right in front of his chest. His sword seemed to be able to slash through spatial restrictions. Despite doing his best to block with his saber, it was ineffective. What horrified everyone was that even his treasure item was cut in 2 along with him. Scatter. That is a high-grade treasure item, shouted one of the corrupt experts. Only a high-grade treasure item could so easily cut through a low-grade treasure item. But it was too late. Yu Zifeng's sword began to glow, and suddenly a sea of sword light enveloped the 4 of them. They didn't even get to make a sound before being killed. Yu Zifeng's comprehension into the sword Dao was incredibly deep now, and combined with the peak-grade treasure item Flying Rainbow, he was like a tiger with wings. Shui Yu's expression finally changed. He hadn't expected Yu Zifeng to possess such battle prowess. Before he had to say anything, another expert suddenly flew out from his side. Let me handle him. That person was a rank 4 celestial, and he held a long spear in his hands. That spear was speckled with rust and extremely ancient. But if you were to look closely, you would see that the supposed rust was actually dried bloodstains. This was a terrifying corrupt weapon. The bloodstains were marks left behind when the spear killed supreme experts and absorbed their soul essence. Ordinary experts didn't even have the qualifications to leave behind such a speckle once they were killed. Blood chi erupted as soon as the spear appeared. The sound of countless ghouls wailing filled the air. Boom! When Yu Zifeng's sword slashed onto the spear, it merely left behind a tiny white mark. This spear was clearly extremely high quality. Even if it wasn't a peak-grade treasure item, it had to be high-grade. Die! The rank 4 celestial spear suddenly grew explosively, piercing toward Yu Zifeng. He had actually summoned his treasure item's true body. Yu Zifeng snorted and his sword also instantly grew. He had obtained Flying Rainbow's approval, allowing him to fully release its power. Terrifying chi waves erupted and everyone hastily retreated. This was the power displayed when treasure items released their true bodies. Both Yu Zifeng and the rank 4 celestial were blown back by the other's power. Then with a cold shout, they once more attacked. The 2 of them released their full power, causing the void to rumble. How is this possible? Isn't it said that rank 4 celestials have an absolute suppression against rank 3 celestials? But that brat doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. The corrupt experts couldn't help being shocked. The reason why rank 3 celestials didn't dare to fight rank 4 celestials was because of the suppression of the heavenly Dao runes. He is being suppressed. Look, his runic domain is clearly being suppressed and forced to a small size because of Senior Ku Ta's runes. But because he is a sword cultivator, his attacks are extremely sharp. That's why he's barely able to remain undefeated. But once enough time passes and he runs out of energy, he'll definitely be killed, said someone. On one side, Yu Zifeng was fighting intensely against the rank 4 celestial, causing huge explosive sounds. On the other side, Meng Qi was still bitterly enduring the attacks of her opponent. The expert fighting her was about to go crazy. Just as Yu Zifeng had appeared and everyone's attention had been drawn to him, the zombie-like corrupt expert had stealthily taken out a medicinal pill, one that allowed him to regain a part of his energy. But even so, he was still unable to defeat Meng Qi. Although she seemed to be on the verge of collapse, she refused to fall. He almost had an urge to kneel down and beg her to give up. If she continued, he would be the one to die. Shui Yu looked from the tottering Meng Qi to Yu Zifeng. Lost in thought for a moment, he suddenly waved his hand. A few people, go and kill some of the aboriginals. Dozens of corrupt experts immediately shot toward the spectating aboriginals. Many of them were rank 2 celestials. Ha ha ha, I suppose this counts as making it on time. Brothers, kill. Suddenly, heroic laughter rang out. Out of nowhere, over 30 experts wearing righteous robes appeared. There were men and women in that group, and the one leading them was a rank 4 celestial. That rank 4 celestial was a handsome man who looked to be in his 20s. Wielding his sword imposingly, he led his people to attack the corrupt experts. Everything happened too quickly. Those corrupt experts had only just charged forward when they were slaughtered. The majority of them were killed by the leader of that group. In front of a rank 4 celestial, they were nothing. Who are you? Shouted Shui Yu, the Wind Chant Pavilion's disciple, Feng Gayan. That man raised his sword at Shui Yu. The Wind Chant Pavilion's arrival shocked everyone, whether it was Ji Changkong, Shui Yu, or even Meng Qi. Why would they have appeared here? And it seemed they had come to help Long Chen. The aboriginals were also startled. But other than Long Chen, they didn't trust anyone. They tightly held their weapons. Who knew whether or not this was some trap? You're going to stand on Long Chen's side? Shui Yu was startled. If that was true, then they were too stupid, so stupid that he couldn't believe it. Haha, is that very unexpected? It is true, this is no different than courting death. However, we came just to court death. What's there to fear? Don't cultivators get stronger so they can do whatever they want to do? Otherwise, why bother cultivating? A portion of us simply admire Long Chen, for example, me. Another portion of us have received Long Chen's favor. So even though we know we'll die, we refuse to be turtles that simply wait for their deaths. Hehe, to be alive is to be willful. Feng Gayan seemed calm, as if he didn't care about life or death. That made Shi Kang, Xiao Fei, and the others feel profound respect for him. If what Feng Gayan was saying was true, then he really was a true man. HMPH, I didn't expect this idiot to actually be so stupid. Well, killing him here is also good. There's no need to find an excuse. Ji Changkong watched from his room, a sinister smile on his face. Should I go and cut him down first? Probed Zheng Mingkong. He had his own plans. In his eyes, Ji Changkong was the future leader of the Eastern Wasteland's junior generation. Thus, he would be Ji Changkong's right hand. In truth, he really was worried about Feng Gayan joining their side. If that happened, he would have a competitor. That was why he wanted to kill Feng Gayan. One reason was to prove his own worth, and another reason was to get rid of a possible troublemaker. No need. That idiot Shui Yu dared ruin my plan. All the consequences will be left to him, sneered Ji Changkong. Outside, Shui Yu was icily staring at Feng Gayan. He even suspected that this person was one of Ji Changkong's chess pieces who was intentionally sneaking his way to Long Chen's side to stab him in the back. But he quickly tossed aside that thinking. The probability of that was too low, and it would be too easy for Long Chen to notice it. There's no need to care too much. A few more of you, go out and kill half of the aboriginals. Remember, don't kill them all. As for anyone else, do as you please, ordered Shui Yu. Following his orders, thousands of corrupt experts charged out, with a rank 4 celestial leading them. He went straight toward Feng Gayan. Shui Yu was clearly using his true pieces now. Suddenly, a spear shot out like a meteorite at the rank 4 celestial. That rank 4 celestial was startled and hastily blocked. What? But as a result, the power of the spear sent him flying. If he hadn't been caught by other experts, it was unknown how far he would have flown. Great earthen spears. No one had seen who had thrown this spear. Suddenly, Two figures appeared in front of them. Their hands slapped on the ground. Retreat. Someone felt something was off and cried out with shock. Chapter 908 Soul Martial Dual Cultivation. But it was too late. Countless spears shot out of the ground, with each one of them 30 meters long and incomparably sharp. These experts' sense of danger hadn't even been triggered before they were skewered. Countless miserable screams rang out. The unending spears were like a huge wave devouring them. The majority of the corrupt experts that had been charging out were now killed. Only a small portion with extremely sharp senses had managed to escape with their lives. But seeing the endless spears on the ground, they felt a cold breeze on their backs. Those who died had been killed in the most humiliating and terrifying way. The spears that were enveloped by runes had pierced out of the ground and out of their bodies. Those that hadn't escaped fast enough and had been struck felt their bodies harden, and they quickly became earthen statues that then shattered. Haha, what powerful earth energy. Brother, you really are vicious. Up in the sky, there was a muscular man with a head as bright as the sun. That person was Ji Yu Yong. As for his bald head, it wasn't on purpose but because of a cultivation technique passed down from his ancestors. In this lifetime, he shouldn't even think about growing a strand of hair on his head. Ji Yu Yong held a golden spear, his muscles practically bulging with explosive power. Standing in the air, he gave off boundless pressure. Haha, since you could get strong, how could us brothers not follow? Laughed Li Qi. After refining the earth spirit bead's energy, their spirit roots had changed. They had instantly become experts capable of controlling earth energy and were finally able to vent. Just as everyone was shocked by Ji Yu Yong, Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan's arrival, the sound of vomiting blood rang out in their ears. That expert fighting Meng Qi finally couldn't endure any longer. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood and fainted. This fight, which had taken a day and a half, had finally reached its conclusion. Meng Qi put away the soul-suppressing tower. Standing in the air, her pale face recovered to its original rosy color. She didn't appear the slightest bit tired. You. PFT. The corrupt expert pointed at Meng Qi, shuddering. He vomited another mouthful of blood. He finally realized Meng Qi had just been playing him. Sorry, Shuiyu, you won't be able to achieve that desire of yours, said Meng Qi indifferently. In truth, using the soul-suppressing tower was extremely taxing, especially to a person's soul energy. It was just that Meng Qi was connected to the soul-suppressing tower's item spirit, and the two of them had worked together. The soul-suppressing tower had been in charge of defending, while Meng Qi had been in charge of absorbing energy from the air to make up for the consumption. Let alone fighting for a day and a half, she could have continued this kind of battle for a year without losing any soul energy. Lord, that expert looked at Shuiyu, aggrieved. Shuiyu icily stared at him. I only care about the results, and I don't like excuses. Sorry. That expert let out a miserable scream as Shuiyu took out a bone claw and crushed his head. That white bone claw was like a greedy beast. It crazily sucked the blood from the crushed head, desiccating the corpse. His essence, blood and heavenly Tao runes had all been absorbed. The corrupt expert's hearts shook. Shuiyu's ruthlessness was famed within the corrupt path. Shuiyu slowly pulled back the bone claw, his expression calm, as if he had done something completely unremarkable. He turned to face Meng Qi. You were stalling for time for them. Why hasn't Long Chen come? If you're patient, Long Chen will quickly arrive, said Meng Qi indifferently. At this time, Meng Qi was standing with Ji Yu Yong and the others in front of the aboriginals. They were greeting Feng Gaian's people. Although it was their first time meeting, after following Long Chen for so long, they had been infected by his habit of using intuition to judge others. Just looking at Feng Gaian, they judged him to be a righteous man. He didn't seem to be that kind of petty, scheming person. Thus, they directly treated him as one of them. Seeing Ji Yu Yong and the others treat them like their own people without even asking anything, Feng Gaian couldn't help being moved. This kind of magnanimity was something only the legendary Dragonblood Legion could possess. Even though he hadn't seen Long Chen yet, just this was enough for him to sacrifice his life for. Wait for him? No, my time is precious. Even if I have to wait for him, I have to prepare some gifts first. Shuiyu icily smiled. Now that he knew Long Chen was coming, he was at ease. He turned to the people behind him. These aboriginals have no use anymore. Kill them all. As for Long Chen's group, I only want that woman alive. I only need the heads of the others. Now's the time for you to display your use. Don't disappoint me. With Long Chen's woman and brothers here, then with his character, even if this place was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, he would come. Since that was the case, these aboriginals weren't important. As for Ji Chengkong's plans, he hadn't cared about them from the start. He had always believed that schemes were useless in front of power. As long as he could kill Long Chen, he wouldn't care about any plans. He would then lead his army to slaughter their way into the aboriginals' ancestral lands. Even if they had foundation forging experts guarding it, he was confident in being able to destroy their altars in the first instant. Once the altars were destroyed, they would be under the heavens, Curson would be like sheep for the slaughter. At that time, the corrupt path could not only offer sacrifices to their corrupt weapons, but they could also wantonly snatch their resources. He was already getting impatient for it. Shui Yu hoped that by the time Long Chen arrived, Meng Qi would already be in his hands. At that moment, he would display Ji Yu Yong and the others' heads as gifts. That was the only way to win back the face he had lost. Kill! The corrupt experts roared and charged. Other than Shui Yu, they had all sprung into motion. Everyone below rank 4 Celestials, fall back. There's no need for you to participate. All you need to do is protect yourselves. Otherwise, we won't be able to face boss, shouted Ji Yu Yong. The aboriginals and disciples from the Wind Chant Pavilion were startled. Like this, wouldn't the only one participating in the battle be Feng Gayan? Everyone, fall back, Shi Kang ordered his people. A battle of experts on this scale could kill them with just shockwaves. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that a battle on this level wasn't something they could participate in. Following Shi Kang's shout, all the aboriginals rapidly retreated. The battlefield was left to Meng Qi and the others. As for the Wind Chant Pavilion's disciples, they hesitated, but in the end, they retreated with the aboriginals. A rank 4 Celestial had already exchanged blows with Ji Yu Yang. That terrifying power caused the void to shake. Ji Yu Yang's spear shook, and like a dragon coming out of the sea, his aura erupted. As a rank 3 Celestial, he obstinately held back this rank 4 Celestial. Both of them were brute power fighters, so their exchanges were particularly resounding. On the other hand, Yu Zifeng was fighting with the previous spear-wielding rank 4 Celestial. Sword chi erupted, and spear images shook the sky. Neither side could take the advantage. Meng Qi had just been about to use a large-scale soul art again to kill these experts when her heart shook. A terrifying ray of sword chi locked down on her. The soul-suppressing tower appeared in front of her, blocking this sword chi. This was an extremely powerful attack, and the soul-suppressing tower quivered. It was actually knocked back, and Meng Qi felt a burst of pain in her soul. This attack had also contained a spiritual attack. For a physical attack to contain a spiritual aspect shocked Meng Qi. Only now did she see the one who attacked her. It was a woman and also one of the corrupt path's rank 4 Celestials. Are you curious? HMPH, then I'll let you see the power of soul martial dual cultivation. The woman raised her sword, and sword flowers suddenly appeared in front of her. They transformed into millions of rays of sword light that shot toward Meng Qi. Meng Qi rapidly formed hand seals, and the soul-suppressing tower rapidly grew, becoming 300 meters tall. It revolved in the air, and her enemy's sword light all shattered upon coming into contact with it. HMPH, I knew your tower was strange. However, you'll still die. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Meng Qi, startling her. This corrupt woman's cultivation was extremely terrifying. It was unknown what she had done in order to suddenly appear behind Meng Qi while she was distracted by the sword light. The corrupt woman launched a sudden sneak attack that came too fast to react to. Even though she was being sneak attacked, Meng Qi's expression didn't change. She shook her head. Sorry, Long Chen has said that my life isn't just my own anymore. It belongs to everyone who loves me, so I can't die. The corrupt woman suddenly sensed that something was off. Seeing the hand seal Meng Qi had formed, her expression changed. A furious roar shook the sky. A huge figure appeared, and one of its wings smashing toward her. The huge wing struck her like a hammer, smashing her into the ground. 8th rank Earth Dragon, she crawled up from the ground, blood dripping out of the corner of her mouth. She looked in shock at the Earth Dragon, which, despite constantly flapping its wings, was still rapidly descending from the sky. The Earth Dragon crashed into the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Although it had wings, its body was too heavy to fly. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and a fiery wave of heat attacked the corrupt woman. Chapter 909 Fantasy Blade Storm. The dragon breath released a sea of fire that rapidly spread. The corrupt woman had no time to dodge before being submerged in the flames. Countless miserable screams rang out. The earth dragon's fire breath covered a huge area, and some of the corrupt experts were burned to charcoal. The earth dragon golden blaze was ranked first on the beast flame rankings, and that was the beast flame from a 6th rank earth dragon. Now that it was coming from an 8th rank earth dragon, its power was even more incredible. Even sea expansion experts were unable to block it if they didn't have protective treasure items. And to activate a treasure item to protect oneself required the treasure item to have at least reached the middle grade level. That wasn't something just anyone had. A single wave of dragon breath killed hundreds of corrupt experts. When the dragon breath faded, it revealed the corrupt woman was being enveloped by sword light. She shot toward Meng Qi while activating her treasure item's true power. She finally understood Meng Qi's power and didn't hold back at all. Her sword grew to a shocking size, and sword qi filled the sky. That sword qi was mixed with fakes. Some of them weren't true sword qi and were only condensed from spiritual strength. However, it was difficult to tell the difference. This was the terror of soul martial dual cultivation. If you treated the spiritual attack as a physical attack, or the other way around, you would suffer greatly. This woman's position in the corrupt path was extremely high, and her soul martial dual cultivation's prowess was shocking. Therefore, she had few opponents to compete with. Now she had just joined Shui Yu, and so she was planning on using a thunderous blow to defeat her opponents, showing off her power. The corrupt path was different from the righteous path. Their principles were extremely simple. Life was survival of the fittest. The only important thing was power. Experts only needed other experts. They didn't feel that following another person was an insult, as long as that person was strong enough. Even if the strong wanted to enslave them, they could accept that. The corrupt path's principles were that the weak existed only to serve the strong. But subordinates needed to display their value if they wanted to be viewed more importantly and gain more resources. Meng Qi used the soul-suppressing tower to block the physical attacks while personally blocking the spiritual attacks. At the same time, she was also controlling the earth dragon to attack. The corrupt woman was startled and infuriated. She found that with the assistance of the earth dragon, Meng Qi's defense was seamless. Each time she fell into a disadvantageous position, the earth dragon would immediately launch an attack. The earth dragon was extremely strong. Its breath, its wings, and its tail all possessed immense power, enough power to threaten the corrupt woman's life. She suddenly realized that the power she was so proud of and confident in didn't have the slightest effect against Meng Qi. Meng Qi stood on the earth dragon's head, her expression calm. The earth dragon completely made up for her low defense. While Meng Qi and Yu Zifeng were fighting, Ji Yu Yang was also battling another rank 4 celestial with a warhammer. Ji Yu Yang's opponent was extremely tall. He was more than 2 meters tall, but his waist was as wide as his height, like a large balloon. Although his appearance was comical, his power was shocking. Each smash of his hammer caused heaven and earth to rumble. Ji Yu Yang fought fiercely against him. Every single one of his muscles and veins bulged, and 3 colored runes surged behind him. What shocked Shui Yu and Ji Chengkong was that Meng Qi, Ji Yu Yang, and Yu Zifeng were all rank 3 celestials, but could still battle the rank 4 celestials. Their runes were clearly dimmer than usual, showing that their heavenly Dao runes were being suppressed. However, they were still able to fight against rank 4 celestials without falling into a disadvantage. This was an extremely unusual situation. For a rank 3 celestial to become a rank 4 celestial didn't just require opportunity. It required the power of innate spirit blood. Those who could become rank 4 celestials all possessed a trace of spirit blood. However, the rank 4 celestials that had advanced didn't possess very dense spirit blood, which was why they couldn't compare to Shui Yu and made the smart decision not to fight him. But even if these rank 4 celestials didn't possess dense spirit blood, in a 1 against 1, they could definitely dominate rank 3 celestials. Originally, they had been thinking of using the most direct, most domineering method to defeat their opponents. But what made them feel awkward was that they were unable to do a thing. While the 3 intense battles were being fought, thousands of corrupt experts were flooding toward the aboriginals. Feng Gayan met them head-on. 3 innate rank 3 celestials immediately surrounded him. At this time, the difference was made apparent. Feng Gayan was also a rank 4 celestial, but just fighting against these 3 was taxing. Normally, a rank 4 celestial would be able to fight against 8 innate rank 3 celestials. Stronger ones might even be able to win 10 against 1. But Feng Gayan came from poor origins, and his sect was only able to offer him limited resources. His treasure item was only middle grade, and his foundation wasn't even as good as most of the corrupt path's rank 3 celestials. He wasn't qualified to fight against the other rank 4 celestials. It was precisely because Zheng Mingkong knew Feng Gayan's power that he dared say he would kill him. He had that confidence. Feng Gayan had to fight all out in order to maintain a tie against these 3 corrupt experts. Seeing that, the other corrupt experts ignored him and continued towards Song Mingyuan and Li Qi. The 2 of them were the final defense before the aboriginals. As long as they got past them, they could undergo a massacre. Great earthen spears. Li Qi patted both his hands on the ground, and countless spears shot out of it. But this time, the corrupt experts were prepared. Wings appeared on their backs and they shot into the sky, easily dodging the spears that had appeared out of the ground. HMPH, do you think we're idiots? What? The corrupt experts' disdainful expressions changed. While Li Qi summoned the spears, Song Mingyuan formed hand seals. The ground shook intensely. The spears that had appeared out of the ground shot out like arrows, piercing into their midst. The corrupt experts were horrified. Previously, they had seen these spears grow out of the ground like bamboo. Thus, they thought these spears couldn't leave the ground. But now thousands of them were flying through the air. The corrupt experts let out panicked screams. Those who were struck were transformed into earthen statues that crashed to the ground, crumbling. The most terrifying aspect of these spears was that they contained extremely strong earth energy. When it invaded a person's body, it would transform them into earth. It was the same move that had once attacked the 2 of them. However, this time, it was Li Qi and Song Mingyuan controlling the energy. The result was 100 times better than when the Earth Spirit Bead had been using it. Unlike it, they knew how to attack a person's weak points. However, this kind of large-scale attack was only effective against weaker experts. Several rank 3 celestials waved their hands, activating their treasure items. The spears were blown apart, and they shot back toward the 2 of them. Earth Spirit Battle Armor. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan both formed hand seals. Earth energy erupted, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the ground twisted and wrapped around them. They became 2 earth giants 30 meters tall. Earth pillars appeared in their hands, and they were covered in runes. People could even sense the ground sending endless energy into their bodies. Their weapons smashed on the ground. The ground shook, and then huge earth swords shot out of it. Each one of them was a mile long. The corrupt expert at the front roared furiously and slashed his treasure item. He shattered the huge earth swords one by one, but the comparatively weaker ones didn't have that ability. When their weapons smashed onto the giant swords, it was like they had struck unbreakable boulders. They vomited blood. Only 30 some rank 3 celestials managed to make it through. They charged at the 2 earth giants. Song Mingyuan's earth pillar smashed toward one of them. That expert blocked with his full power, but he was blown to bits. Blood filled the air, startling the other experts. They didn't know that this was Song Mingyuan and Li Qi's strongest state. Now that they had summoned the Earth Spirit Battle Armor, they were drawing out the limitless energy within the ground. This was the strongest point of Earth attribute experts. Their energy was practically limitless. Don't fight them head on. Their bodies are huge, so they have plenty of openings. Split up and attack, shouted one of the corrupt experts. He was someone who had gone through plenty of battles, and he immediately noticed that while the 2 of them were powerful in this state, their movements were clumsier. That was a fatal weakness. The corrupt experts hastily spread out. They noticed that when these 2 earth giants attacked, their movements were extremely obvious and easy to predict. Die. One of the corrupt experts slashed his weapon onto Li Qi's head. This was his full-strength blow, and he cut a small nick into Li Qi's giant head. That nick instantly healed, not affecting Li Qi at all. Careful, that person was stunned. His companion warned him and he suddenly realized 2 huge hands were clapping toward him, like a person trying to kill a fly. Boom. That expert was flattened. As thin as a piece of paper, he fell from the giant's hands. Don't fight them head on. Split up. We'll handle this. Everyone else, go kill the aboriginals, shouted one of the rank 3 celestials. They surrounded the 2 giants. The other corrupt disciples shot toward the aboriginals, bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. The aboriginals no longer had any guards. Brothers, don't be afraid. Go all out, kill them one by one. If you kill 2, then you'll have earned a profit, shouted Xiao Fei. He gripped his weapon, prepared to fight to the death. Fantasy Blade Storm. A voice rang out. It was a beautiful sound like the music of nature. A huge storm cloud condensed in the sky and then rapidly grew. Chapter 910 Tang Wan'er arrives on the scene. A huge storm cloud appeared in the sky. It was a mile long and comprised of countless wind blades. An ear-piercing sound came from it. The rapidly spinning wind blades cutting apart space. They surged towards the corrupt experts. Everything happened too quickly. That huge storm erupted, and wind blades filled the air, instantly covering an area of 100 miles. The corrupt experts were horrified. There were too many wind blades. They hastily blocked, but the wind blades came in waves that devoured everything. They came from every angle. Those with weaker cultivation bases, as well as those who had thought to show off and had charged to the front, met with a terrible end. Hundreds of the corrupt experts were killed despite blocking with their lives on the line. Those who barely managed to survive were covered in blood, looking like they had just been cut by a million blades. Everyone hastily looked up to the sky to see a beautiful woman standing there, her robes and hair billowing. She looked like an immortal descending upon the world. Tang Wan'er was surrounded by endless wind blades. The void was constantly twisting, making her appear even grander and more heroic. I got here in time. Tang Wan'er looked at the battlefield and sighed with relief. As soon as she had received Guo Ran's information, she had rushed over here. There are actually two such beautiful women, and they have two completely different styles. Hehe, looks like my luck with women isn't bad. Seeing Tang Wan'er, Xueyu was startled and delighted. He was innately lecherous, and Tang Wan'er wasn't just a beauty. She was a kind of extremely willful and strong beauty. Xueyu hadn't seen a beauty like her before. When she appeared, Xueyu hesitated about whether he should personally take action to capture her or not. But in the end, he didn't move. The corrupt path was different from the righteous path. They didn't fear battle. To their experts, it was a game of survival where the weak were washed out. The more unfavorable situations you could survive, the more it proved that you were powerful, smart, and lucky. Only such a person was worthy of being groomed. The corrupt path had fewer numbers, but they were elites amongst elites. Each time they fought against the righteous path, they viewed it as a trial. The corrupt path used those trials to pick their disciples. These were the corrupt path's unwritten rules on raising geniuses. This was the only way to guarantee that their resources were used on the right people, avoiding unnecessary waste. Furthermore, there was almost no such thing as possessing a powerful background and getting special treatment. Even the children of peerless experts had to kill their way up from the bottom. Other than some simple care, they wouldn't be doted on. The righteous path was the exact opposite. The resources were only given to their own people. Even if their talent was ordinary, they would pile on the resources, raising them as high as possible. This had created an existence like Feng Gaian. Disciples with talent weren't able to obtain many resources. Many sects would rather waste their resources on their families than let outsiders get an advantage. Tang Wan'er's arrival allowed Li Qi and Song Mingyuan to relax. They were well aware that this huge form of theirs wasn't nimble enough. Although it was their strongest battle state, because their forms were too big, it sacrificed agility for absolute power and defense. They weren't confident in being able to protect everyone. Now that Tang Wan'er was here, that worry evaporated. They launched a full-out attack against the corrupt experts. The other corrupt experts had all retreated because of Tang Wan'er's arrival. Wind attribute attacks were too terrifying. They didn't just possess immense destructive power, but their scope was also shocking. If ordinary celestials came over here, they would just be cannon fodder. All remaining rank 3 celestials charge with me. One of the innate rank 3 celestials not fighting Song Mingyuan and Li Qi attacked Tang Wan'er. Following him were dozens of other rank 3 celestials. Tang Wan'er had originally been forming hand seals when she received a spiritual message from Meng Qi. She stopped her original hand seals and formed new ones. Following the change in her hand seals, endless wind energy condensed into millions of wind blades around her. The space around her became a cyclone that enveloped her attackers. The corrupt experts didn't dare to be careless. They blocked with their full power, but they were horrified to find that these wind blades were exceedingly powerful. Although when they went all out, they were able to break apart the wind blades, she was able to summon more and more of them. The corrupt experts were unable to approach her. Heavens, are all the people that follow Long Chen like this? How is each of them more terrifying than the last? Xiao Fei was stunned. He was already a rank 3 celestial and had awakened his bloodline power. But what made him speechless was that even if he was free from the heavenly Tao's curse, the difference between him and them was immense. Of everyone fighting on their side, it seemed that the sole rank 4 celestial, Feng Gayan, was the weakest. That made no sense at all. Meng Qi, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Tang Wan'er were all shockingly powerful. We really were stupid. With our little power, we wanted to save Long Chen. All we did was cause trouble for him, said an expert from the Stone Tribe. They were all ashamed and regretful. They hated themselves for being too stupid and overestimating their own power. If someone like Long Chen really was in danger, would people like them really be able to save him? These aboriginals who had seen Long Chen being miserably hunted had all thrown caution to the wind to increase Long Chen's chances of escaping by just a fraction. But they hadn't expected that their hot-headedness would lead them head first into someone's meticulous trap. Now they were even implicating their own tribesmen who were thinking of how to save them. But even in such a dire situation, Long Chen's people were charging into this trap one by one to save them. As for those who followed Feng Gayan and worshipped Long Chen, they didn't like this taste. They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in this battle. Looking at Feng Gayan, who was surrounded by 3 rank 3 celestials, they sighed emotionally. You want to launch a sneak attack? Die. While Tang Wan'er was entangled by dozens of corrupt experts, a squad of corrupt experts slipped past her battle, wanting to kill Xiao Fei and the others. As a result, a huge wind blade flew over. On the way, that huge wind blade suddenly exploded into millions of tiny, fingernail-sized wind blades that surged over them. But it was too late. Now that Tang Wan'er had advanced to see expansion, her spiritual yuan was incredibly vast. She had obtained an ancient scroll in the immemorial path that recorded extremely profound wind magical arts. Her control of wind energy had reached a new level. Although attacks would be impacted if they were spread too widely, these experts were all rank 2 celestials. They weren't able to block these terrifying wind blades. Once the wave of wind blades passed, it was like cherry blossoms were flying through the air. Over 700 corrupt experts had been killed in one shot. Their blood dyed the land red, a bloody but beautiful sight. Hee, Shui Yu, now you've finally tasted the bitter fruit you personally planted. Serves you right. Within the mountain, Ji Chengkong smiled icily. Ji Chengkong's original plan had been to capture them one by one. It would have been much easier, but this idiot Shui Yu didn't even know how terrifying Long Chen was. Phoenixes didn't fly with sparrows. Dragons didn't swim with loaches. Although Ji Chengkong hadn't been aware of most of their powers, he was well aware of how terrifying Meng Qi was. He had once suffered immensely because of her. For Shui Yu to want a rank 3 celestial to defeat Meng Qi, he must have been dreaming. Ji Chengkong had intentionally not said anything. This scene was almost entirely within his expectations. He wasn't furious. Instead, he was delighted. Unless Shui Yu personally took action, his subordinates definitely wouldn't be able to handle this. But once he personally took action, it would prove he had run out of other options. His expression definitely had to be like an idiot who had just eaten dogshit. Thinking of that marvelous expression on Shui Yu's face, Ji Chengkong felt a burst of invigorating freshness. Tang Wan'er's attack finally caused Shui Yu's expression to change. He had noticed that Tang Wan'er had actually been hiding her true power. She definitely could rapidly defeat her current enemies, but she wasn't doing so. That made him a bit uneasy. A curious feeling rose in his heart. He felt like something bad was about to happen. He was very curious, with his current power, who could possibly threaten him. As time passed, he was growing more and more uneasy. In the end, he finally decided to personally move out to capture Tang Wan'er. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, laughter rang out. A terrifying pressure descended upon Drake Mountain. A group of people had appeared in the sky. Shui Yu and Ji Chengkong's expressions changed. More than 10,000 corrupt experts had appeared, and each one of them was releasing their aura. They seemed to want to crush everyone with just that pressure. The person at the front was extremely tall, and every inch of his exposed skin was covered in scars. His face was especially scarred, making it look like his head had been cut into several pieces and then reattached. He had only one eye that looked as if it was made of bronze. It emitted a bloodthirsty light, like a cruel magical beast. Shui Yu, I didn't expect you were so useless. You can't even handle these few people. That signifies that there's no longer a use for you. The corrupt path's overlord is me, Ka Wutu. That scarred man laughed, his voice full of haughtiness and domineeringness. Chapter 911 Explosively Powerful Wild. Ka Wutu. Shui Yu narrowed his eyes. Ka Wutu hadn't reserved his aura at all. That berserk energy coming from him made it feel like his body contained a hibernating dragon. There were 4 powerful rank 4 celestials behind Ka Wutu. As for rank 3 celestials, they numbered in the hundreds. It was not at all inferior to Shui Yu's group. The scars on Ka Wutu's face could not be healed even with heavenly Tao energy. That was because those scars had been left by Leng Yuyan. Each time she had attacked Ka Wutu, she had cut him to pieces. However, she hadn't killed him. But the scars she had left behind were for him to remember her by. Previously, Shui Yu had sneered upon hearing Ka Wutu's name. He hadn't thought that he possessed the power to challenge him. But now seeing him in the flesh, he was startled. Ka Wutu's aura was extremely powerful, and he saw black blood flowing under his scarred skin. "You've activated your death spirit blood?" asked Shui Yu icily. As soon as Ka Wutu arrived, he intimidated everyone. His arrival impacted the entire battlefield. Everyone stopped to stare. His powerful aura made it so everyone present felt that they were facing a devil king. It was like a wave of his hand possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, and Feng Gayan stood in front of the aboriginals, their expressions grave. Ka Wutu was too terrifying. If they fought, it would be a true life and death battle. There would definitely be casualties. Ji Chengkong was also no longer able to remain sitting. He stared closely. He had always thought that Shui Yu was the strongest expert of the corrupt path. But he wasn't afraid of Shui Yu. He had his own trump cards. Even if he couldn't defeat Shui Yu, he was confident in not being defeated. That was the only reason why he dared to cooperate with him. Although he had heard of Ka Wutu, he had underestimated him. Now that he saw him, he sensed his power was most likely not weaker than theirs. That aura gave people a feeling of boundless pressure. Ha ha ha, if I hadn't awakened my death spirit blood, how could I have dared declare myself ruler? Shui Yu, the reason I've brought my people here today isn't to challenge you, but to tell you that the corrupt path is no longer just yours. Ka Wutu smiled sinisterly at Shui Yu, and with his shocking scars, his appearance was truly terrifying. Shui Yu clasped his hands behind his back. A display of power. Haha, a bit interesting, but I'm used to eating everything alone. I don't like splitting it with anyone, and I also don't like anyone standing at the same height as me. Oh, if that's so, then it's very simple. We can resolve our problems according to the corrupt path's old rules. A fierce light shone in Ka Wutu's eyes. He was just like a beast in human form. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Suddenly, he saw Meng Qi and Tang Wan and his smile grew more sinister. I didn't expect the righteous path to have such beautiful women. I want them. Ka Wutu suddenly shot toward Meng Qi and the others like a cannonball. His speed was shocking. Courting death. Shui Yu was enraged. He had long since begun viewing Meng Qi and Tang Wan as his prey. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to stick their hands on them. He flashed into motion, also charging toward Meng Qi and Tang Wan. He wanted to capture them before Ka Wutu got there. Ka Wutu and Shui Yu were both attacking at the same time. Their powerful auras shook the world. Meng Qi and the others' expressions changed. Although the two of them were also rank 4 celestials, their power was several times that of ordinary rank 4 celestials. The difference in combat power was immense. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan both shouted, slamming the ground with their palms. Their earth energy circulated, and a huge wall dozens of miles thick appeared. It was covered in runes and filled with the aura of the earth. HMPH, an insignificant skill. Ka Wutu snorted and raised his palm, crushing the huge wall in one attack. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan received a backlash. If their feet weren't planted on the ground, they would have coughed up blood. Meng Qi's soul-suppressing tower flew out, and the earth dragon released its breath. At the same time, Yu Zifeng and Ji Yuyong each launched a full-power attack. They were no longer stalling for time and had to go all out. A huge wind blade appeared in Tang Wan-er's hand. A mantis trying to stop a cart. Ka Wutu sneered and sent out a palm. It was unknown what magical art he was using, but his huge palm image possessed such immense power that all 6 of them were blown back. As for Feng Gayan, he vomited blood. If Li Qi hadn't formed an earth shield around him at that critical moment, he might have lost his life. Oh, you have some ability. Interesting, but all your struggles are useless. So sorry Shui Yu, this prey is mine. Ka Wutu had moved before Xueyu. Although he had been forced to go through 2 blockades, he was still ahead of Xueyu. Spirit blood locks the universe. Ka Wutu suddenly shouted, and blood chi suddenly soared into the sky. Ji Yu Yang and the others suddenly found that they were unable to move. It was like they were bound with countless invisible chains. They weren't aware that when Ka Wutu had advanced to become a rank 4 celestial, he had also awakened his innate bloodline. His spirit blood was extremely dense, and he was able to release an inherited secret art. Caught off guard, Meng Qi and the others couldn't possibly defend. Space was locked around them. Although it was at most only able to last for half a breath's time, that was enough to determine life and death. "Come over here, you 2 beauties," laughed Ka Wutu. Seeing Ka Wutu release his bloodline power, Xueyu was startled. He was just about to form hand seals but suddenly stopped. A furious roar rang out, shaking the world. Even Ka Wutu's ears were ringing. A bone club smashed down from the sky. It came without any warning, and there wasn't the slightest bit of aura released with it. This attack came too suddenly. Before Ka Wutu could react, this club smashed into his shoulder. Cracking sounds rang out, and Ka Wutu shot back like a shooting star. The ground was like a lake that had been struck by a meteorite. Earthen waves erupted, and a hole was blown into the ground. Everyone was horrified. That was Ka Wutu. Just who could smash him into the ground? Only now did everyone get a chance to see who had attacked. They saw a huge muscular man standing in front of them. Wild. Meng Qi and the others were delighted. In this world, perhaps only Wild's natural height was so tall. Wild was even more muscular than before. His arms were thicker than a person's waist. His body seemed like a volcano that had been slumbering for 10,000 years. He was full of explosive energy. "I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains. Heaven and earth ripple because of me. I slaughter demons, kill devils, pluck the stars and moon. A bout of fury from Guo Ran causes heaven and earth to flip." Just as Wild appeared in the most domineering, bold manner, a rhythmic chant rang out from the sky over the battlefield. Li Qi, Song Ming Yuan, Ji Yu Yang, and the others' expressions stiffened. They speechlessly rolled their eyes. Even at this time, this brat didn't forget to be a poser. They had never seen someone so dedicated to their craft. They knew Guo Ran's character, but the others didn't. They looked up at the sky with shock. Even Ka Wutu looked up. He wanted to see just who was such a poser. What he saw was Guo Ran standing in the sky, glowing with health and looking down on these countless experts. It was truly the posture of a supreme expert. But that smile on his face sold out his wretched inner heart, gravely harming his image. "Who are you?" shouted Ka Wutu. He was somewhat intimidated. Guo Ran's aura was extremely weak. He seemed to be no more than an ordinary rank 3 celestial. No, even ordinary celestials couldn't be this weak. But his experience told him that Guo Ran was truly a rank 3 celestial. It was precisely because his aura was so weak that his guard was raised. He thought that Guo Ran was extremely sinister and disguising himself as a pig to eat the tiger. After all, Wild's attack just now had shocked everyone. This fellow seemed to be Wild's companion, and he was extremely flashy. Everyone was wondering about his true status. Are you all idiots, or am I just so hard to understand? Why is it every time I report my name, people ask me what my name is? Have you ever read a book? You can't even hear the name in the poem. Are your ears useless? Guo Ran pointed at Ka Wutu and cursed. He really was angry. Each time he used this flashy method to appear, people would always ask the same question, "Who are you?" That was a slap in his face. He felt like his flashy entrance in poem had been an act for deaf and blind people. Furthermore, with such a huge stage with so many experts watching, Guo Ran's greatest wish was for them to suddenly change their expressions upon hearing his grand name. It would be best if his name alone was able to intimidate them all. But these hopes had been extinguished by a single word from Ka Wutu. Guo Ran was so infuriated that he had an urge to spank Ka Wutu. But he still maintained some rationality because he was unable to beat him. Everyone was startled by Guo Ran's fury. They were intimidated because Guo Ran's fury really wasn't faked. Guo Ran took a deep breath. "Stand steady. My grand name is one that shakes the land and is spread throughout the 5 regions, the grand, the renowned, the mighty Guo Ran. Nameless pawn, you dare to trick us? Courting death." How could Ka Wutu have heard Guo Ran's name before? He was infuriated, and he shot toward Guo Ran. He wanted to personally tear him apart. "Wild, smash this idiot." Guo Ran didn't even look at Ka Wutu. He directly had Wild attack. I'll smash you. Wild was extremely obedient. Carrying his bone club, he charged toward Ka Wutu. Chapter 9:12 Collision of Explosive Power. Wild met Ka Wutu halfway. His club once more smashed toward him. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Wild's attack didn't release any aura, nor were there any spiritual yuan fluctuations. This wasn't a magical art or battle skill. It was a simple, ordinary smash of his club. This attack contained purely brute force. It was no wonder no one had sensed anything when Wild had attacked. Even Ka Wutu hadn't sensed it. Die, you brute. Black blood chi twisted around Ka Wutu's arm. It was like hundreds of black vipers. Ka Wutu had activated the power of his spirit blood. He could tell that Wild was a brute force fighter. To defeat him, the best way was to use power to defeat power. So he immediately used the power of his spirit blood, which released a powerful pressure that caused heaven and earth to rumble. The boulders on the ground shattered from the power. This was a forbidden kind of power. Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a peak rank 4 celestial? Shui Yu and Ji Changkong's expressions changed, and the other rank 4 celestials gave up any hopes of challenging him. This power wasn't something they could handle, so they gave up any thoughts of fighting any of the peak experts. If they had to blame something for this, it would be their bloodlines. By their generation, their spirit blood was too thin, making them unable to compare to someone like Ka Wutu. This was the terror of spirit blood. Careful, Wild, shouted Meng Qi, her expression changing. Ka Wutu's power was completely beyond her expectations. Wild's bone club collided with Ka Wutu's fist. Surprisingly, Wild grunted and flew back, smashing into the ground. Wild, Tang Wan and the others cried. Don't be afraid. Boss said that Wild's current combat power isn't any weaker than his own. Don't worry about it, said Guo Ran. Long Chen had told him that in critical times, Wild was the most dependable warrior out of them all. When he wasn't present, Wild would definitely be number one. A furious roar shook the land. A tyrannical pressure descended upon the world, like an ancient beast had finally awoken. A bronze giant flew out of the ground. The ground beneath him once more collapsed. The entire world was quivering because of his existence. Is that a monster? Seeing the 30-meter Wild who seemed like a god, all the righteous and corrupt experts were stunned. Let alone them, even Meng Qi and the others were startled. They had never seen Wild enter such a state. Others could summon some kind of energy to reach a height of 300 meters. 30 meters wasn't anything compared to that, but those people were like Song Mingyuan and Li Qi who summoned their Earth Spirit battle armors. For Wild's true body to explosively grow to such a size was too shocking. Die! Wild's roar shook the heavens. His bone club had grown with him, becoming a huge bone pillar. When he smashed his club down, even space would crumble. Ka Wutu was startled. He was a ruthless character, but seeing the giant, furious Wild, his heart quivered. Ka Wutu once more met his club with his fist. This time, he had increased his power, but he was horrified to have an unblockable force send him flying. He vomited blood, feeling a burst of pain in his arm. His upper robes blew apart. Impossible. Ka Wutu has already activated the power of his spirit blood. Just who is this monster? Everyone stared at the giant Wild with shock. They felt goosebumps. Just what kind of existence was Long Chen for all the people beside him to be such monsters? Feng Gayan had already retreated from the battlefield. As the battle was growing in intensity, he was helpless to find that he had gradually fallen into the ranks of those who needed to be protected. Although he felt powerless, he was smart. If he went out, he would only hold the others back. Although coming here was a bit impulsive and lacking forethought, he didn't regret it. He originated from a poor family. He was poor to the point that the only thing remaining was his pride. To have fought beside such powerful experts, to be viewed as a brother by them, it would be worth it even if he lost his life. Feng Gayan fell back amidst the aboriginals. His current mission was just to protect them. Just like them, he looked up at the sky. The giant Wild was still floating in the air, and Feng Gayan felt a feeling of worship looking at him. In this era, strength possessed the greatest charisma. Death spirit energy. Ka Wutu roared and black chi began to revolve around his body. The image of a fiend's face appeared on his forehead, and with the black chi circulating around him, he seemed like a devil that had crawled up from hell. Ka Wutu was furious. This was his first battle since becoming a rank 4 celestial, but he had actually encountered a freak like Wild. Wild couldn't even count as a cultivator. Ka Wutu's heavenly Tao energy had no suppressive effect against him. Feeling helpless, he could only release his full power. A blood-stained sickle appeared in his hand, releasing a bloody desire to slaughter. Giant fool, time for you to die. Little brat, you're the one who's going to die. Ka Wutu and Wild both roared and attacked. Ka Wutu was infuriated, while Wild was also easily angered once he had summoned the barbarian blood bronze body. Their weapons once more collided, causing the world to shake. Although they were fighting in the air, each exchange would cause the ground beneath them to sink. The experts watching on the ground all felt their blood surging within them. Each impact made it feel like their innards were flipping. They were filled with horror. This power had already escaped the scope of their understanding, and they could only watch. Wild and Ka Wutu were fighting intensely in the sky, neither side able to get an advantage. They were both brute power experts, so their exchanges were simple and direct. There weren't any flowery moves. As Shui Yu watched their fight, he realized that his feeling of unease was growing. The arrival of Ka Wutu and Wild made him lose his sense of absolute control. Suddenly, Shui Yu took advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to Wild and Ka Wutu to charge toward Meng Qi and Tang Wan. He was incredibly fast. I knew you weren't a good fucker. Trash. Although Guo Ran liked to show off normally, at important times, he was prudent. Having heard from Long Chen about Wild's combat power, he hadn't been worried about Ka Wutu. So his attention had been on Shui Yu the entire time. As soon as Guo Ran saw Shui Yu's gaze roving, he knew what he was thinking. He took out a huge golden crossbow. It was his greatest masterpiece, an upgraded version of his Voidbreaker crossbow. As his power increased, his forging arts became more refined. A golden arrow even thicker than his arm silently shot out and struck Shui Yu midway. Its attack power was shocking. Shui Yu had clearly not expected Guo Ran to easily see through his thoughts. Furthermore, this attack came out of nowhere, and the timing and angle had practically reached the pinnacle of perfection. Shui Yu snorted and slashed with his black sword. Boom! Guo Ran's golden arrow exploded, but the explosive power was great, even shaking the void. Shui Yu was blown back hundreds of meters away. Shui Yu's expression involuntarily changed. The instant he had slashed the golden arrow, it had automatically exploded. If he hadn't activated his heavenly Tao energy to form a shield in time, then he would have been injured. At the very least, he would have been covered in dust. This move was too evil. Hee, idiot, how's the taste of my exploding arrows? Guo Ran rested his huge crossbow on his shoulder, smiling coldly. But in reality, Guo Ran's heart sank. Shui Yu's power far surpassed his expectations. This exploding arrow of his could easily shatter mountains, and for an ordinary rank 4 celestial, they would at least be heavily injured upon being struck. Shui Yu hadn't known about the arrow's trickery, and he had simply let out a random slash. He hadn't had any defense at that time, but he still wasn't injured. Furthermore, his arrows were best suited for sneak attacks, especially the first sneak attack. Now that he had exposed his explosive arrows, even if Shui Yu couldn't dodge them, he would be on guard. The chances of him using the explosive arrows to kill any true experts were now exceedingly low. But then he would be unwilling to use them against small fry. So this exchange could count as his loss. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. This kind of reaction speed is ridiculous. In this world, perhaps only a supreme monster amongst monsters can suppress a fellow like Shui Yu. Guo Ran was now completely convinced. When he heard that Long Chen had suppressed Shui Yu, managing to cut off his leg and his head, he had thought that Shui Yu wasn't that strong. Now he realized he was wrong. Brothers, attack together. Kill Shui Yu, shouted Guo Ran. He took out a large cylinder. Chapter 913 The Storm's Fury. Guo Ran took out a cylinder several feet thick and 6 meters long. He pointed it at Shui Yu. The cylinder's runes lit up, and whistling noise filled the area. Countless foot-long needles pierced through the air, possessing shocking power. The air revolved around them as if space was being pierced through. Guo Ran shot out millions of needles in an instant, completely submerging Shui Yu. Even Shui Yu didn't dare look down upon the needles. He slashed down with his sword, and as a result, explosions rocked the air. Each needle possessed the same effect as an explosive arrow, and now that millions of explosions enveloped him, although they might not be able to injure Shui Yu, they could at least cause him some trouble. After the wave of needles exploded, a huge tower suddenly appeared above Shui Yu and smashed down upon him. Meng Qi no longer needed to hold back and bolstered the huge tower to 300 meters tall. HMPH. Shui Yu snorted, and black light erupted from his sword. He slashed at the soul-suppressing tower, but he was startled to find that the soul-suppressing tower was even stronger than what he had expected. He was actually blown back. Meng Qi and the soul-suppressing tower were naturally suited to each other, and with her vast soul energy, she was able to allow the soul-suppressing tower to release its greatest power. Suddenly, Tang Wan'er's wind blades, Ji Yu Yang's spear, and Yu Zifeng's sword arrived. Shui Yu once more slashed his sword, shattering all of their attacks. But he was once more blown back. He was startled and infuriated, not able to understand why these rank 3 celestials were so strong. Corrupt pupil gaze. Shui Yu's third eye suddenly released a ray of light toward Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang felt as if a devil was staring at him. He was unable to move and could only watch as the ray of light shot toward him. A feeling of death washed over him. He didn't know what this light was, but he was sure that if he was struck, he would definitely die. However, he couldn't dodge. Soul-suppressing light. Meng Qi formed hand seals, hastily urging the soul-suppressing tower to block. At this moment, the soul-suppressing tower's runes condensed at the top of the tower. It also shot out a ray of light. The two rays collided, and terrifying soul energy covered the battlefield. Those with weaker spiritual strengths felt like needles were stabbing into their heads. Big sister. Tang Wan'er saw that Meng Qi's face was extremely pale now. A trace of blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. She had clearly suffered from that exchange. To be able to block my attack with soul energy, your spiritual strength is very strong. Good, you're definitely a must-have. Shui Yu's eyes lit up. Tang Wan'er was enraged, instantly summoning 2 wind blades in her hands. Endless runes danced around them as she shot toward Shui Yu. Meng Qi's injury caused Tang Wan'er immense pain. Meng Qi had always looked after her kindly. Although she was a bit petty, Meng Qi had always conceded to her. Now seeing her injured, and for Shui Yu to say such brazen words, Tang Wan'er no longer bothered with Meng Qi's warning. She didn't care about stalling right now, she wanted to kill Shui Yu. Storm's fury. 2 wings suddenly appeared on Tang Wan'er's back. They were 30 meters long and different from other people's wings. The world became silent for an instant. It was like the world's wind energy had all been sucked dry by Tang Wan'er. The runes circulating around her wind blades suddenly exploded in speed. Because they were so fast, it was no longer possible to see them. Die. Tang Wan'er slashed her wind blades toward Shui Yu. As they slashed through space, the void was cleanly cut. Shui Yu was appalled. He had never seen such a terrifying wind cultivator who chose to fight at close range. Moreover, the 2 wind blades released a pressure that was greater than high-grade treasure items. He slashed his sword, but he felt an irresistible power send him flying. Storm apocalypse. Everyone's jaws dropped upon seeing this scene. But the greater shock came later. With her hair dancing in the air, Tang Wan'er merged the 2 wind blades, forming a sphere. Within the storm sphere, there were 4 large wind blades circulating. A painful whistling sound came from it, one that sounded like blades being scraped. The storm sphere left her hands and shot toward Shui Yu. It rapidly grew larger, until it was a mile wide when it reached Shui Yu on the ground. Shui Yu was directly enveloped by the storm sphere. This attack was so quick that it came before he could recover from her previous attack. The storm sphere didn't immediately explode upon striking the ground. It continued to revolve chaotically. The earth blew apart, and it was deep in the ground when it suddenly exploded. An earthquake erupted. The experts standing on the ground suddenly felt a shockwave pass through them. Many of them weren't able to endure it and coughed up blood. The ground exploded and a figure soared out. Shui Yu's hair was in disarray, and he was covered in quite a bit of dust. But his gaze was even more excited. Looking at Tang Wan'er, he wasn't the slightest bit angry. He was even delighted. Ha ha ha, my luck really isn't bad. I want you both. If you don't want to listen, then once I refine you into puppets, you'll definitely be peak grade. Laughed Shui Yu. A huge illusory figure appeared behind Shui Yu. Blood-red runes circulated as he activated his blood devil possession. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi's power had exceeded his expectations. If he captured them, then the corrupt path had countless ways to make them submit. Thinking of how he could obtain 2 peerless beauties who would also be powerful helpers, he was full of anticipation. Die. Tang Wan'er's fury didn't lessen at all. She once more condensed wind blades and attacked Shui Yu. Boom. Shui Yu stood in his original location, while Tang Wan'er was forced back. Beauty, be careful. I'm going to get serious. Shui Yu suddenly appeared in the air, summoning countless afterimages behind him. His speed had increased. One sword hunts the soul. Yu Zifeng's flying rainbow came slashing toward him. This was his strongest attack, and his killing intent caused the void to shake. Boom! Shui Yu had no choice but to block, and as a result, both sides were knocked back. But Shui Yu was only knocked back 3 meters, while Yu Zifeng was sent flying. Dragon pierces out of the sea. Yu Zifeng's attack had just ended when Ji Yu Yang's spear shot forward. At the same time, an arrow came from a crafty angle. Shui Yu blocked Ji Yu Yang's spear with his sword, while his other hand smashed apart Guo Ran's arrow. As expected, it was another explosive arrow that blew apart his sleeve. He had just blocked those 2 attacks when Meng Qi's soul-suppressing tower once more descended, smashing into him. Shui Yu was entangled by their attacks. The 5 of them were all shocking experts on their own. When they worked together and stopped holding back, even Shui Yu was temporarily unable to do anything to them. Lord Shui Yu is being held back. What are we supposed to do? The corrupt experts felt like they were dreaming. Don't just stand there. Kill those useless people, roared Shui Yu as he dodged Guo Ran's silent sneak attacks. Only then did his remaining experts react. Under the lead of the 3 rank 4 celestials, they charged toward the aboriginals. Brother Mingyuan, Brother Li Qi, the defense will be left to you, shouted Guo Ran. The current battle was being fought in the sky, and the 2 of them couldn't leave the ground to fight or their power would be greatly reduced. If they did join in to fight against Shui Yu, well, their attacks were too direct and massive. They weren't suited for this high-speed battle, so they wouldn't be able to work together with them very well. In fact, they might end up breaking their rhythm. Not only were Shui Yu's experts moving, but even Ka Wutu's experts were charging over now, led by 4 rank 4 celestials. HMPH, we'll show you what absolute defense is. Song Mingyuan and Li Qi were still in their earth giant forms. They slammed the ground with their hands, and the earth wrapped up the aboriginals, forming layers and layers, eventually turning into a huge dome. The 7 rank 4 celestials from the corrupt path sneered. They slashed their weapons down and were startled to find that this dome was incredibly sturdy. They were unable to break it. Even if they could cause some damage to one layer, it would instantly recover. The 7 of them continuously attacked, but they were unable to break the dome. They were dumbfounded. When it came to combat power, perhaps Li Qi and Song Mingyuan hadn't reached a high enough level. But when it came to defensive power, then while they were standing on the ground, they possessed practically limitless power. As long as no one could break the dome in one strike, their earth energy would come in an unending stream. That was the most monstrous aspect of earth attribute cultivators. While on the ground, they were practically undefeatable in the same realm. Ji Changkong, are you just going to watch? Seeing that they were unable to do anything, Shui Yu finally opened his mouth. Chapter 914 I look favorably upon you. Ji Changkong, are you just going to watch? Shouted Shui Yu. He was surrounded by them and was unable to do anything to them. Meng Qi and the others were too strong, especially Tang Wan-er. She was like a fierce tiger. Her attacks were extremely sharp, and she posed the greatest threat to him. A stone door opened on the mountain. Ji Changkong walked out, indifferently saying, I don't need you, Shui Yu, to tell me what to do. Don't forget our positions. After all, Ji Changkong was part of the righteous path. Even if he were to take action, he had to clearly state his position. He didn't want to leave behind evidence after killing them all. Shui Yu sneered disdainfully. The thing the corrupt path despised the most about the righteous path was their need to act sanctimonious while really being corrupt. It was the typical case of being a prostitute but wanting a memorial tablet erected for them. It was shameless to the pinnacle. However, Shui Yu didn't bother exposing him. In any case, the evidence was in his hands. Whether or not he could kill Ji Changkong, in the end, Shui Yu would use the fact that Ji Changkong had colluded with him to frame Long Chen and viciously humiliate the idiots of the righteous path. Long Chen has colluded with the aboriginals to harm the righteous path. His vicious means have made him guilty of reprehensible crimes. Despite your association with him, if you put down your arms now, we can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting vengeance from my fallen comrades and cleaning up the righteous path by killing you, shouted Ji Changkong. Ji Yu Yong and the others were so infuriated that they felt like their lungs would explode. This bastard was truly too dangerous. He was clearly colluding with the corrupt path, but he still gave such pompous reasoning. Fuck your mother, "Ji Changkong, you shameless trash. You better get ready to have my boss beat the shit out of you for this," roared Guo Ran. "Frame, Guo Ran, you're just one of Long Chen's jackals. You've lost the face of the Xuantian Dao sect. I can testify that Long Chen is a liar through and through. He caused the deaths of many of the Dao sect's disciples." Zhao Wuji suddenly appeared. Yu Qianshan was standing by his side. Now two of the Xuantian Dao sect's heavenly geniuses were correlating the story that Long Chen had colluded with the aboriginals. At the same time, quite a few of the other disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect also appeared, joining in. Long Chen is the scum of the Xuantian Dao sect. For some selfishness, he harmed his own sect. He's not just the scum of the Xuantian Dao sect but the scum of the entire righteous path. Such a person cannot be allowed to exist any longer in the righteous path. All of you on Long Chen's side are going all out to protect aboriginals. That proves everything. Are you stupid? Brother Ji Changkong, please clean up the righteous path and kill these traitors. Clean up the righteous path and kill these traitors. Condemnation rang out in waves. The righteous experts following Ji Changkong were experts at shouting. This was the best time for them to form relationships with Ji Changkong, so they went all out shouting, afraid their voices would be quieter than others. They shouted so hard that they turned red in the face. It was like Long Chen had caused the deaths of their mothers. A group of idiots. Guo Ran was so infuriated that his hair stood on end. He really had an urge to kill these idiots who clearly knew the truth but decided to go along with it anyway. Ignoring their consciences, they blindly spouted whatever anyone wanted. Seeing the excellent morale his side had, seeing the countless fervent gazes looking at him, Ji Changkong felt like he had become the people's hero. His wings flapped, and he flew over to a large dome on the battlefield. That was where Song Mingyuan and Li Qi had laid down their absolute defense. 7 rank 4 celestials were actually helpless against this defense. It had become a battle of attrition, but since the two of them were supported by the Earth's energy, they were able to remain undefeated. Useless fools, scram, don't say I didn't warn you once you die. Ji Changkong had an urge to kill all of them together, accidentally, but he resisted that urge in the end. If he really did that, then both Shui Yu and Ka Wutu would immediately turn on him, and the situation would become chaotic. Because he couldn't expose that he was colluding with the corrupt path and he also couldn't kill these people, his best option was to use a disdainful tone to get them to scram. An ancient immortal character lit up on Ji Changkong's forehead. That was his ancestral mark. It was different from ordinary ancestral marks, as golden lines were flowing within it. It was the extremely rare spacetime energy. Ji Changkong's family possessed a long history, and terrifying experts had appeared amongst his ancestors. Although those experts had already died, they had used secret arts to leave behind a portion of their soul essence right before they died, leaving it to their family. When outstanding disciples appeared, they could receive the ancestors' spiritual blessing. This blessing had not only increased the purity of Ji Changkong's spirit blood, but it also allowed his combat power to increase by a shocking amount once his spirit blood awakened. Break. Ji Changkong smashed his fist onto Song Mingyuan and Li Qi's earthen dome. When his fist met the dome, golden runes covered his fist. Boom. Everyone was startled to see that the absolute defense that 7 rank 4 celestials had been powerless against was instantly broken by a single punch from Ji Changkong. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan vomited blood, and it also contained some broken pieces of their innards. In fact, even their bodies were covered with cracks. They were just one step away from being blown apart. Ji Changkong's attack looked ordinary, but he had actually used an extremely powerful magical art. His control over that magical art had reached the pinnacle, which was why its aura was condensed and didn't leak out. The two of them were almost killed by this blow. They took on 80% of its power, but the other aboriginals with weaker cultivation bases fainted, blood pouring out from their orifices. Only experts on the level of Feng Gayan, Shi Kang, and Xiao Fei had been able to resist it without being injured. But they felt a ringing in their heads. Traitors from the righteous path, you've colluded with the sinister aboriginals to harm the righteous path, and you refuse to stop time and time again. Don't blame me for taking the place of the heavens to eliminate you, shouted Ji Changkong righteously, his palms smashed toward them. This attack was no weaker than his previous one. In fact, it might even be stronger based on the rumbling it caused. Guo Ran had no choice but to stop assisting Tang Wan and the others. 3 huge arrows shot out, coming toward Ji Changkong at different angles. Guo Ran was alarmed to see Ji Changkong smile. His right palm was still attacking, but his left hand had formed a seal. A runic shield appeared around him. He was actually able to activate a magical art with just one hand. It had to be known that almost all magical arts required two-handed seals. Ji Chengkong most likely specialized in magical arts and had studied them all the way to their roots. This was actually one of Ji Chengkong's top moves. This way, he could attack and defend at the same time. Guo Ran's arrows had been timed and angled perfectly. Thus, no matter how he tried to dodge, he would be struck by one. This way, he didn't have to. Guo Ran's 3 arrows struck the shield and directly rebounded. 3 explosions rang out. Because the surrounding experts were too concentrated, 2 of the arrows landed amongst the corrupt experts, while 1 landed amongst the righteous experts. They had all been watching to see how Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and the others would be killed by Ji Chengkong. When those arrows rebounded toward them, they instinctively took out their weapons to block. But their endings were tragic. 3 huge explosions caused miserable screams. Not everyone was as powerful as Shui Yu. The explosion of these arrows blew apart any experts within several miles of the epicenter. Even rank 3 celestials didn't manage to escape. Everyone was startled. Originally, Guo Ran's arrows hadn't caused much effect against Shui Yu, so they hadn't expected them to be so powerful. Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, seeing that they were unable to stop Ji Chengkong, they panicked. They went all out attacking Shui Yu, hoping to force him back so they could assist them. Are you looking down on me? Corrupt pupil gaze, heaven and earth revolves. Shui Yu laughed, and a strange fluctuation came from his third eye. They felt space become twisted and lost their sense of direction. It was like the world was constantly spinning around them. They were startled. This didn't seem to be an illusion. They were unable to describe it with words, and now they were unable to make any effective attacks. They were forced to switch to defense. They knew this kind of misperception would only be temporary. As long as they endured it, this move would run its course. But Shui Yu's goal had been achieved. He wasn't in a hurry to kill them. He just stalled them, allowing Ji Chengkong to kill Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and all the others. Righteous Path's traitors, time for you to meet your fate. Ji Chengkong waved his hand, and a terrifying astral wind filled the air. Li Qi and all the others were within the scope of this attack. They found it hard to breathe, and they also couldn't move. They could only watch as death approached. You dare to call my brothers traitors? I look favorably upon you. A voice rang out across the battlefield, shaking people's ears and hearts. Chapter 915 1.1 Slap in the face. Following the arrival of that voice, a huge figure appeared in the sky, one that hid the sun. It was Meng Qi's housepit, the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. There was a black-robed man standing atop its head. His eyes sparkled like 2 stars, possessing an unspeakable charm. Tang Wan and the others were delighted. Not even the slightest fluctuations could be sensed from Long Chen's body. He seemed like an ordinary mortal. But everyone knew this was a sign he had controlled his power to the pinnacle, preventing even the slightest bit of his aura from leaking. Long Chen suddenly pointed his finger. A violet lightning arrow shot toward Ji Chengkong. Long Chen, are you looking down on me? Ji Chengkong sneered. His runic shield once more appeared, and its power was now double what it had been before. In front of everyone's stupefied gazes, that powerful runic shield instantly exploded upon being struck by the lightning arrow. The lightning arrow didn't pause at all. What? Ji Chengkong was shocked. He gave up on attacking Li Qi and the others, sending his palm toward the arrow instead. Seeing that Ji Chengkong was able to change the direction of his attacks so easily, everyone was startled. It had to be known that in order to change the direction of an attack that was already about to be released, it would require that the body contain at least twice the amount of energy it had. In other words, that terrifying attack wasn't even close to Ji Chengkong's full power. Space exploded as Ji Chengkong's palm blew apart the lightning arrow. But he was deeply shaken, because his arm was numb now. Berserk Thunder Force had invaded his arm, and he hastily circulated his spiritual yuan to suppress it. Lightning runes exploded and faded, looking like beautiful fireworks. Once the fireworks were over, a figure with a raised hand appeared in front of Ji Chengkong. That hand moved in a beautiful and graceful arc. It was dazzling and contained an incomparably profound rhythm. That movement was so beautiful that a person couldn't bear to interrupt it. Just as they were intoxicated by it, Long Chen's slap viciously struck Ji Chengkong's face. That resounding sound could practically shake heaven and earth, a sound that could shock the heavens out of the sky and into the underworld. Ji Chengkong smashed into the ground, and a huge wave of earth spread. With a single slap, Long Chen had sent a peak expert flying. Even Shui Yu's expression changed slightly. Instead of continuing to fight, he slowly retreated. He was completely focused on Long Chen, and his energy circulated as he prepared to release his greatest power. On the other side, Wild wasn't paying attention. In his barbarian blood bronze body, he had a crazy feeling, and he ignored anything happening in the outside world. His club continued to smash at Ka Wutu. Ka Wutu went all out, knocking Wild back. Just as Wild was about to attack again, Guo Ran held him back. Now that Long Chen had arrived, they had to move in accordance with Long Chen's plans. Wild stopped and his body instantly shrank. His face was a bit pale, and he quickly took out a huge leg of a magical beast and began crazily eating. As soon as Long Chen arrived, all the battle stopped. Long Chen didn't even look at his enemies. He walked over to Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. Patting them on the shoulder, he said, "Good work. It's a good thing you came when you did." Li Qi wiped off his sweat. Ji Chengkong was just too strong for them. "Big brother Long Chen, sorry," said Xiao Fei. Long Chen gave Xiao Fei a fierce embrace. He patted him on the shoulder. "Now you're a man. Don't just randomly apologize to others, or you'll get in the habit of lacking confidence. People will sometimes get hot-headed and do some foolish things. But only those who dare to do foolish things are real men. If you're always overcautious and scheme all your actions, you'll eventually lose yourself, and you'll find your cultivation path limited by your own doing. There are no absolute rights or wrongs in this world. However, a hot-blooded man can't be lacking that hot-bloodedness, or they would have lived for nothing." Just these few words from Long Chen made Xiao Fei feel incomparably grateful. Rather than blaming him, he approved of his actions. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, this junior is Feng Gayan from. Feng Gayan finally had a chance to meet this legendary figure. Seeing him send the insufferably arrogant Ji Chengkong flying with a point of his finger and a slap in his face, his worship of him rose even greater. "I don't care where you came from. As long as you can stand beside me during such a time, it proves you're a hot-blooded man. Such people are all my brothers." Long Chen cupped his fists toward Feng Gayan and the others who had come to assist the aboriginals for him. Although their power was low, that just made him even more grateful. They had essentially sacrificed their lives to come to help him, so he wasn't forcing himself when he called them brothers. If someone could sacrifice their lives for him, then he could do the same for them. Hearing him call them brother, these people all felt their blood burning hotter. They had been ashamed before this, as instead of helping, they had essentially held them back, forcing Li Qi and Song Mingyuan to risk their lives to protect them. But this demeanor, this heroism, was something that hadn't disappointed them. Such a person was worthy of them following into death. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the ground, startling people. How was it that he only appeared after this long? Just how deeply had he been blown underground by Long Chen? Long Chen! Ji Chengkong's furious roar shook the heavens. His aura erupted to a new level. Wasn't it just a slap in the face? Is it worth getting so riled up for? Look at big boy Shui Yu. His head was cut off, his leg was cut off, but he's not making a sound. "Don't be so petty," said Guo Ran contemptuously. Meng Qi, Ji Yuyong, and the others had all gathered with Long Chen. From three sides, Ji Chengkong, Shui Yu, and Ka Wutu's armies surrounded them. As expected, Shui Yu's killing intent erupted upon hearing Guo Ran's words. Mentioning that was like picking off his scab. It might even be more infuriating than being slapped in the face. But Shui Yu was shrewd and didn't say anything. Long Chen's side was too powerful. Just now, he had caused Ji Chengkong to suffer with just a wave of his hand. And while he was confident in his power, he knew he couldn't handle Long Chen, Wild, and all the others by himself. Since that was the case, it was best to gather everyone's power to first kill him before saying anything else. They couldn't start fighting amongst themselves and allow Long Chen to flee. So although Guo Ran's words were extremely insulting, he kept his expression flat. He kept his focus on Long Chen, guarding against his escape. "You are Long Chen, hee, your life is mine." Ka Wutu stared at Long Chen, licking his dry lips. His tongue was actually the size of an ox tongue, and he appeared extremely sinister. Long Chen glanced at him. "Looking at your idiotic appearance, I suppose you must be that Ka Tulu fellow." "It's Ka Wutu," he roared. "Ah, that's about the same, no need to be so serious. Lang Yuan told me that you're a good cutting board. I wonder how many times I can cut you with my saber." sneered Long Chen. After saying that, he ignored the fuming Ka Wutu. To the righteous experts standing behind Ji Changkong, he said, I, Long Chen, am not a kind-hearted man. Let me give you some advice. It'll be my last time advising you, so listen properly. Those who want to frame me, I can't be bothered to even care. I don't care if you're doing it to suck up or to protect yourself. Your brainlessness is loathsome, but it hasn't touched my bottom line. Remember, you can spout whatever nonsense you want, but don't use the weapons in your hands to provoke me, or you'll become my enemies. And I don't have mercy on my enemies. Everyone, don't fall for Long Chen's scheme. He's trying to split us up. It was unexpected that the first person to speak up was the Xuantian Dao sect's Zhao Wuji. He and Yu Qianshan stood together. Long Chen didn't even glance at them. I've already said what I wanted to say. Whether or not you want to be my enemies, choose for yourselves. He didn't care about the opportunists who swayed with the wind. But he had his own principles and his own conscience. Now that he had warned them once, he wouldn't feel so bad. Stupid people had to pay their own bills for their stupidity. The choice was up to them. A small portion of people did begin to sway due to Long Chen's words. However, being instigated by the majority, they began to say Long Chen was being sanctimonious, shameless, and despicable. To sum up, all kinds of curses and insults were thrown his way. Rather than getting angry, Long Chen smiled slightly. He nodded and then flew high into the air. Do you really think you can escape? Ji Changkong sneered. A huge ceiling barrier formed over the 10,000-mile Drake Mountain. Chapter 916 Killing their way out of the encirclement. You idiot Long Chen, senior apprentice brother Ji has long since laid down a heaven-encompassing net for you. Sneered the righteous experts. In truth, Ji Changkong had spent over a month setting this trap up. This formation was actually something he had luckily obtained within the immemorial path. In order to make sure he could capture Long Chen and the others, he had spent countless resources and materials to set it up. Even Shui Yu didn't know about it, as Ji Changkong's plan was to kill him with everyone else. In his opinion, his combat power wouldn't be any lower than Shui Yu's. But he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating him. So this formation wasn't just targeted against Long Chen. Ji Changkong's appetite truly was large for him to want to devour Long Chen and Shui Yu with the same play. Ji Changkong was completely confident in this formation. Even if the two of them went all out, it still wouldn't break. If he didn't deactivate it, then no one could leave. Only a few people by Ji Changkong's side had even known about this formation. Seeing it now, the righteous experts felt that Ji Changkong had long since been prepared for everything and grew more confident in him. Long Chen, what face do you have to live in this world? If I were a despicable traitor like you, I'd have killed myself. To trap your own allies, you're the scum of the righteous path. You deserve to be hacked to pieces and burned to ash. For a while, the righteous experts wildly cursed Long Chen to display their loyalty. All kinds of vulgar words came in an unending flood. Guo Ran was fuming. His crossbow was already raised at them. His hatred toward the righteous experts had now even exceeded his hatred for the corrupt path. That was because amongst this crowd of righteous experts were many disciples from sects subordinate to the Xuantian Dao sect. They had begged for the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples to look after them. Back then, they had been so respectful and deferential. Now, they were hostile and cursing at them. Guo Ran's body quivered with rage. Don't be so angry. Don't you see, there are over a few dozen familiar faces behind Zhao Wuji and Yu Qianshan. It means many of them are still able to differentiate right and wrong. Although they didn't come to stand by our side, they didn't join them either. Furthermore, don't we also have quite a few brothers supporting us? That's enough, said Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected Ji Changkong to have set up such a powerful formation. This formation seemed to be on the same level as the Xuantian Dao sect's protective formation. Although he hadn't tested its power yet, he knew Ji Changkong wasn't an idiot. Setting up such a huge formation came at an immense price, and he wouldn't set it up for nothing. Furthermore, looking up at the barrier above him, he felt a great deal of pressure from the runes circulating within it. Long Chen, what should we do? Go all out, asked Tang Wan. Long Chen shook his head. We don't have time to bother with them. We have to leave immediately. The only ones here are the righteous and corrupt experts. But there's not one person from the ancient races. That's definitely off. I've had some relations with Yu Changhao, so he would definitely join in for the fun. I checked the map on my way here, and I think this trap is even greater than it looks on the surface. When I arrived, Ji Changkong definitely sent out news of my arrival. Perhaps he used photographic jades as proof that we're all in danger. The aboriginals will definitely charge out to save us, and at that time, Yu Chenghao will lead the ancient races, experts to slaughter them. If that's the case, then they really split up the work perfectly. Ji Changkong's head really does have some skill, said Long Chen. Everyone's expressions changed, especially Xiao Fei and Shi Kang. Hearing that their tribesmen were in danger, they began to sweat. Although the aboriginals had the numbers advantage, they had now seen just how powerful Ji Changkong, Shui Yu, and Ka Wutu were. Even without the curse, the aboriginals weren't their match. This batch of invaders was the strongest they had ever encountered. Ji Changkong was incredibly vicious. With this one move, he planned on eliminating all the aboriginals, experts. But Xiao Fei and the others weren't able to do anything other than panic. However, they saw that Long Chen's eyes were sweeping over the sky, as if he was calculating something. No one dared to interrupt him. Long Chen, don't you think it's time for you to come out and face your death? Ji Changkong was surrounded by glowing runes as he stood in the air. Long Chen nodded. Li Qi, Ming Yuan, in a bit. After telling them the plan, Long Chen flew into the air. A blood-colored saber rested on his shoulder. Ji Changkong, Shui Yu, Ka Tulu, come over and face your deaths. Long Chen's shout contained his unrivaled will, and at the same time, his aura erupted, causing heaven and earth to rumble. Courting death, Ji Changkong, Shui Yu, and Ka Wutu were all infuriated. Long Chen was actually challenging all three of them at the same time. That was a naked insult. Ji Changkong formed hand seals, and a mile-long spear appeared. That spear was formed from runes, and as soon as it appeared, it released an immense pressure. Shui Yu's third eye opened. A ray of light shot onto his black sword, and a huge sword image soared into the air. Ka Wutu's eyes looked like they might spurt flames at any moment. Long Chen was intentionally saying his name wrong. Forming hand, seals, black chi appeared and transformed into the face of a fiend. With a sinister laugh, it shot toward Long Chen. That fiend's laughter caused everyone's expressions to change. They hastily circulated their spiritual yuan to block it, but quite a few people were still too slow. Blood poured from their 7 orifices. Long Chen gripped Blooddrinker with both hands. Countless runes lit up on it, wrapping around Long Chen. A huge saber image appeared. What startled everyone was that Long Chen didn't actually release his attack. He allowed all 3 of their attacks to land on him. A strange sound rang out. The blood-colored runes around Long Chen weren't at all damaged, and neither was Long Chen. The blood-colored runes scattered. Blooddrinker began to rumble. Light blossomed from it, looking like a blooming blood lotus. Not good. Stop him, shouted Ji Changkong suddenly. Too late. Long Chen smiled. Using a strange technique, Blooddrinker had absorbed the power of their attacks. At the same time, his spiritual yuan poured into it. Boom! A crescent moon saber image soared into the air, slashing into the huge barrier in the sky. The world shuddered violently, and countless people vomited blood. They were like ants stuck inside a bell that someone had viciously hit. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, looks like you're still dead. Even if you combined all of our power, you still, what? Ji Changkong was originally delighted to see that the barrier hadn't shattered, but very quickly, a strange noise caused his face to turn pale. The translucent barrier in the air was like a block of ice. Countless cracks appeared on it, rapidly spreading. Boom! In front of Ji Changkong's disbelieving eyes, the entire barrier shattered. Ji Changkong almost crumbled along with the barrier. That was a barrier that contained both offensive and defensive aspects, and it was his greatest assurance in being able to kill Shui Yu and Ka Wutu. But this formation that he had spent over a month setting up and spent countless resources on was destroyed in one blow without even showing its power. Ji Changkong's heart was crumbling. Earth prison. Just at this moment, Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan placed their hands on the ground. The earth surged around the aboriginals, completely wrapping them up. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix flew over and caught the earth prison with its claws. Its wings flapped, and just like that, it brought everyone soaring into the clouds. From the moment the barrier was broken, to Meng Qi and the others jumping onto the blood phoenix, to the creation of the earth prison, everything had happened smoothly and easily. By the time anyone reacted, the blood phoenix was miles away. Everything was within Long Chen's expectations. When the blood phoenix flew by him, He reached out a hand and caught one of its wings, also getting onto its back. Stop them! Ji Chengkong's eyes almost tore out of his head. With a furious roar, he gave chase. Shui Yu and Ka Wutu followed, trying to stop Long Chen from fleeing. But they had underestimated the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's speed. Now that everyone was on it, the blood phoenix's feathers began to shine, and countless runes lit up. Ripples appeared in space, and the blood phoenix shot away. Bastard! Chase! Shui Yu, Ji Chengkong, and Ka Wutu were all infuriated. Even in this kind of situation, they had allowed Long Chen to escape. They chased as fast as they could, while their subordinates followed. There's no time to rest. Adjust your states and prepare for the real battle, shouted Long Chen. The blood phoenix crossed thousands of miles in a flash, and in just a bit, they arrived at a barren desert. Countless experts were currently fighting on it. There were hundreds of aboriginals fighting ancient race. Experts. Corpses were everywhere on the blood-stained ground. I'll kill these bastards. Xiao Fei, Shi Kang, and the other aboriginals were infuriated. Seeing their tribesmen fall one by one in pools of blood, they clenched their teeth so hard they were about to break. Yu Changhao, come out and die. Long Chen's blood began to boil. He shot straight toward the battlefield. Chapter 917 All-Out Killing. The endless desert was covered in blood. Hundreds of thousands of aboriginals were crazily charging, but they were being held back by 30,000 ancient race experts. Faint halos of light could be seen on the aboriginals' bodies. That was a sign they were currently being weakened by the heavenly Taos. Hundreds of foundation forging experts were leading the aboriginals. But they were still blocked by the ancient race experts, and with each passing moment, the aboriginals suffered losses. The ancient races were too strong. They had 14 rank 4 celestials and possessed ancient bloodlines. When they reached sea expansion, their combat power would soar. Even several foundation forging aboriginals would still be at a disadvantage against one of them. In fact, the situation was so precipitous that the aboriginals might get wiped out at any moment. There were 4 experts standing side by side in the air, indifferently watching the battlefield below. The 4 of them represented the ancient races' strongest powers. They were different from Shui Yu and Ka Wutu. They all considered themselves to be on the same level as Yu Changhao and had formed their own independent powers. However, they didn't have any plans of truly fighting to the end with Yu Changhao. The 4 of them were publicly known as the 4 ancient race experts with the purest bloodlines. But as for who was truly number 1, that was something that would have to wait until they had the fair public challenge back amongst the ancient races. It wasn't to be decided through slaughtering each other here. Even if they took the number 1 position through a fight in the outside world, they wouldn't receive the approval of the ancient races. In fact, they might bring down the ire of the higher-ups. So although the 4 of them refused to be ruled by the other 3, they were still somewhat peaceful. From the way they looked at the battle below, it seemed the battle wasn't worthy of them participating in. The other rank 4 celestials below were enough to defeat the aboriginals that were suffering from the curse. Even foundation forging experts could be handled as long as they were under the curse. The ancient races were extremely perceptive to bloodlines, including other people's bloodlines. So even other rank 4 celestials had to accept that these 4 were truly the strongest of them. Yu Changhao, come out and die. A furious roar suddenly shook the sky, one that caused heaven and earth to change color, one that sounded like the roaring of gods, one that contained boundless killing intent. Long Chen was already charging toward Yu Chenghao's group of 4. The battle below practically couldn't be called a battle. It should be called a slaughter. Seeing the corpses on the ground and the blood-soaked sand, Long Chen's eyes were scarlet. Long Chen, you didn't die to Shui Yu and Ji Chengkong. Haha, good. Yu Changhao laughed and charged at Long Chen. Letting out a punch, he roared, have a taste of my bloodline power. Yu Chenghao's fist was covered in runes and swung like a warhammer. Brilliant light and astral winds erupted from it. Taste your fucking mother, roared Long Chen. He ignored Yu Chenghao's punch, allowing it to smash on his chest, while his own fist landed on Yu Chenghao's nose. This fighting style lacked any technique and could only be described as a scoundrel's fighting style, but it was extremely effective. Both fists connected. Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his chest, as even with his extremely powerful physical body, he couldn't ignore Yu Chenghao's power. As for Yu Changhao, his face caved in, and it was basically impossible to see his original features. Both of them shot back. Kill them all, shouted Long Chen to Guo Ran and the others. Even without Long Chen's shout, Guo Ran had already made his preparations. A 30-meter sphere appeared in his hands. From high above, he tossed it to the ground. The sphere exploded, releasing countless black needles. Screams rang out, as that sphere contained the quills Long Chen had gathered. They were poisonous, and once struck, a person's body would rapidly rot. If they didn't want to die, they would have to cut off the rotting portion as fast as possible. But while it was possible to cut off a leg, it was less easy to deal with being struck in the heart, the neck, and the head. Some of the ancient race experts instantly turned into withered skeletons. In reality, these quills didn't possess much offensive power on their own. But the poison in them was something that could be fatal even to rank 3 celestials. As for rank 2 celestials who didn't cut off their infected body parts fast enough, they would definitely die. Heavenly Tao energy didn't have much effect on this kind of corrosive poison. There simply wasn't enough time to heal. This explosion covered 100 miles. Over 3,000 ancient race experts were killed in this one move. They panicked, and a portion of them gave up on the aboriginals. Instead, they were charging at Guo Ran. 9 underworld soul-devouring wave. Meng Qi took a deep breath in the air. A determined expression appeared on her face, and forming hand seals, a ripple rapidly spread from her. "It's a spiritual attack. Activate your protective soul items," shouted one of the ancient race experts. As the ripple spread, even the ancient race experts that had activated protective soul items were unable to block it. They collapsed one by one. This attack contained Meng Qi's full strength. She couldn't hold back at all at this time, because with each passing breath, there were aboriginals that fell. She didn't dare to be soft-hearted. "Quick, kill her," roared an ancient race expert. He was a powerful rank 4 celestial, and he charged at her. But he was stopped by Ji Yuyong. The instant Meng Qi had attacked, Tang Wan had already led the others to the side of the aboriginals. Wind blades filled the air as she went all out slaughtering the ancient race experts. With Tang Wan, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and the others' help, the pressure on the aboriginals lessened a great deal. Ji Yuyong and Yu Zifeng were the only ones in charge of protecting Meng Qi. But there were still ancient race experts charging past them, and Meng Qi had no choice but to stop her soul art. Standing atop the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's head, she summoned the soul-suppressing tower to fight against them. Meng Qi's killing power was too great. Even in just the blink of an eye, thousands of ancient race experts had died without realizing it. So she was their number one priority. Guo Ran and Meng Qi's attacks had killed 8,000 ancient race experts. That kind of efficiency was horrifying. Guo Ran was locked onto by a rank 4 celestial. However, Guo Ran had already summoned his golden armor and was fighting intensely against him. Meng Qi was being entangled by 2 rank 4 celestials. They refused to permit Meng Qi to once more release such a powerful move. The top experts of the ancient races quickly found their targets. But the lower levels were in a panic, because 3 terrifying earth dragons were running amok in their midst. Those earth dragons were Meng Qi, Guo Ran, and Tang Wan-er's housepets. Of the 4 original eggs, 1 had been given to Yu Xiaochen, while the rest had been left to them. Meng Qi's earth dragon had received special nourishment and already entered the 8th rank. As for Tang Wan-er and Guo Ran, in the end, they weren't beast tamers. Although they had done their best raising their housepets, they were still only at the peak of the 7th rank. But those 2 smaller earth dragons released waves of fire under the guidance of Meng Qi's earth dragon. The ancient race experts weren't able to block their fire breaths. There were experts that tried to attack the earth dragons, but even when rank 3 celestials went all out, they were at most able to break the hide of the earth dragons. They were just minor wounds of no consequence. Even for Long Chen, killing the 8th rank earth dragon back then had required extremely potent poison, and he had still almost been killed. Now, these ancient race experts could also learn just how terrifying earth dragons were. Brave warriors of the aboriginals, retreat. Distance yourself from the battle to avoid being hit by the shockwaves, shouted Long Chen. Blooddrinker appeared in his hand. Yu Changhao had just recovered. Although his nose was fixed, he still felt some pain from it and he couldn't stop tears from leaking out. Attack together, said one of the powerful rank 4 celestials. He saw that something was off. Meng Qi and the others were too powerful, and they had no time to waste. The person they had to get rid of the most was Long Chen. The power he had shown off just now caused them to be extremely uneasy. The 3 rank 4 celestials attacked at the same time, releasing powerful auras and seas of runes. "Fuck off," roared Long Chen. He met their weapons with a single flash of his saber. The three of them felt bursts of pain in their arms as tyrannical energy knocked them back. They were horrified. Long Chen was shockingly powerful. They knew that this attack had been purely based on his physical strength. Suddenly, countless powerful auras appeared. Shui Yu, Ka Wutu, and Ji Chengkong had caught up. They had appeared just in time to see Long Chen send those three flying with a single blow. They were shocked to find that Long Chen was even stronger than they had expected. "Everyone, kill Long Chen together. Anything else can be put aside until later," shouted Shui Yu. He clearly wanted everyone to give up their own grievances and first kill their common enemy. "Those subordinate to me, Shui Yu, assist the ancient races to kill their enemies." Ka Wutu followed, ordering his people to help the ancient races. Only the righteous experts looked foolishly at Ji Chengkong. "Our righteous path only cares about righteousness. We must be firm against traitors, so everyone, move out to kill them," ordered Ji Chengkong. The righteous experts hesitated, but in the end, they took out their weapons and charged. They had no way back this time. "I'm finally full. Time to get back to work." Wild patted his stomach. Raising his bone club, he charged toward one of the ancient races, rank 4 celestials. Chapter 918 One-shot instant kill. Wild charged forward with his bone club, directly smashing it at a rank 4 celestial. That ancient race expert only noticed Wild's existence now. He normally relied on aura to sense others, but Wild's body didn't release any. He was startled but just snorted coldly. He let out a fierce punch at Wild's club. Blood splashed. A mix of bones cracking sound and his pained grunt rang through the air. His upper body had been shattered by this one blow. He had underestimated Wild's power drastically. "Die!" Wild roared, and in front of that ancient race expert's dumbfounded gaze, he suddenly grew to become a 30-meter giant. His bone club viciously smashed down at him. This technique was something Guo Ran had taught Wild. He had him pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Once his enemies were startled, caught off guard, and injured by him, he would then release his full power. As a result, this move was truly effective. In his carelessness, the expert had been heavily injured, and now before he could react, Wild's terrifying club smashed toward him again. With a bang, his body exploded into bloody mist. A powerful rank 4 celestial, one who stood practically at the peak of his realm, had been killed in one blow. All the surrounding experts were stunned. This was the first rank 4 celestial to be killed on the battlefield. This performance from Wild stunned everyone. "Gather up, kill this idiot before killing the aboriginals." Following one person's shout, 8 rank 4 celestials charged toward Wild. 6 of them were from the ancient races, while 2 were from the corrupt path. One of the ancient race experts had only just charged up when he was struck by Wild's club. He shot back, vomiting blood. Fortunately, his weapon and body were strong enough, or this attack would have killed him. Once Wild had summoned the barbarian blood bronze body, his power was terrifying. "Don't hold back. This giant's tough," shouted one of the corrupt experts. A warhammer appeared in his hand, and he didn't hesitate to sacrifice a huge amount of his spiritual yuan to activate his treasure item's might. The others also didn't dare to be careless. Even 8 against 1, they didn't seem to have good odds. The aboriginals were rapidly retreating with Tang Wan and the others' protection. They were rapidly distancing themselves from the battlefield. That freed up more enemies' experts, and quite a few charged over at Wild. But Wild was too terrifying. Rank 3 celestials were fundamentally incapable of approaching him. In the end, only one more rank 4 celestial managed to join the battle. The 9 of them surrounded Wild, and only then were they able to maintain an even situation. Wild's appearance immediately reversed the board. He had drawn over 9 rank 4 celestials to handle him and even killed one. "Everyone else, retreat. Li Qi, Songming Yuan, you're in charge of protecting them. I have to help Sister Meng Qi." Tang Wan shot off to the core of the battlefield. The battlefield had been stretched. The aboriginals were much further away, with only a small portion of ancient race experts attacking them. The majority of them had switched to defense to block Meng Qi, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, and the others. The 3 people attacking Meng Qi were exceptionally strong, and she relied on the Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix's speed to constantly dodge. As a soul cultivator, she wasn't skilled in close-range combat. Furthermore, having 3 rank 4 celestials at the same time, she had to be careful. Her situation was a bit dangerous. Her enemies were too strong. Other than the 4 peak experts, the ancient races also possessed 13 other rank 4 celestials. As for rank 3 celestials, they numbered in the hundreds. 7 rank 4 celestials from the corrupt path now joined in, as well as Zheng Mingkong from the righteous path. Other than the one that Wild had killed, there were still 21 rank 4 celestials. Ji Yuyong and Yu Zifeng were now also in danger. They were both facing 3 rank 4 celestials. This was beyond their limit. The only one safe was Guo Ran. With his golden armor, and 2 golden sabers in his hands, he was fighting 3 rank 4 celestials. Occasionally, holes would open in parts of his armor and needles would fly out. The 3 people fighting him were like 3 hungry wolves that had surrounded a porcupine. Despite this porcupine not being strong, they couldn't eat it. Sometimes the needles Guo Ran shot out had poison, infuriating them. This armor was too infuriating. When their attacks struck it, a portion of their power would be absorbed, while another portion would be dissipated. Guo Ran was at most enduring 30% of their power. Furthermore, he then used their power to attack them, making them so furious that they cursed him. They had never encountered such a shameless armor, nor had they ever encountered such a shameless person. Now, there were no more rank 4 celestials attacking the aboriginals. Their safety was practically guaranteed, especially with how many foundation forging experts they had. Now that Tang Waner joined in, the slanting scales once more evened. They were no longer all fighting 1 against 3, but gathered together with Meng Qi at the core. In this situation, they no longer needed to kill these people. Their main goal was to protect themselves. The main characters of this battle were not them. That belonged to another battlefield. Long Chen stood in the air, his eyes glowing with a frightening light. His blood-colored saber was pointed toward the people in front of him. Ji Changkong, Shui Yu, Ka Wutu, Yu Changhao, and the other 3 peak experts, were all glaring at him. All their auras had risen to their peaks. Countless runes were surging in the air, and faint ripples appeared in space. Long Chen and the 7 of them roared at the same time and attacked. Long Chen slashed his saber down, and a biting cold saber chi locked onto the 7 of them. Long Chen was blown back. When the 7 of them worked together, he couldn't overpower them. HMPH, you're only at this level. One of the ancient race experts sneered. His body swayed strangely, and using some unknown movement art, he moved toward Long Chen like a fish in water. He arrived in front of him in an instant, reaching for his throat. His fingers were like steel. They were covered in scales, with each scale possessing circulating runes. There was actually blood flowing within those runes. His attack caused heaven and earth to tremble. Careful, but Shui Yu, Ji Changkong, and Ka Wutu's expressions suddenly changed. They thought of an extremely bad possibility. The ancient race expert saw a sneer appear on Long Chen's face. Then hearing Shui Yu and the others' cries, a bad feeling rose in his head. But it was too late to do anything. Seeing Long Chen's saber slashing down, he felt a sensation of death well up within him. He instinctively reached toward Long Chen's hand to block it, and he also moved one of his feet forward, entering Long Chen's shadow. His tactic was extremely clever. In his opinion, once he blocked Long Chen's attack, Long Chen would definitely be struck in his vitals by his kick. And then with a tempest of attacks, he would be killed. His plan was good, but perhaps he was a bit too conceited in his defense. In any case, the result was that when Blooddrinker reached his arms, an earth-shattering power erupted, shattering his arms. This attack was created through Blooddrinker's absorption ability. It had absorbed a portion of their attacks. Although it said a portion, it was actually 7 portions, and adding on Long Chen's own power, its might was shocking. This was a monstrous ability that Blooddrinker had told him about after completely awakening. The most monstrous part about this was that the power wasn't stored like a magical art. Once the energy was absorbed, it was stored within Blooddrinker's body. Others wouldn't notice it. What exploded wasn't just the ancient race expert's arms. After his arms exploded, his head exploded, and then the rest of his body. All the aboriginals saw it clearly. Previously, they had jumped upon seeing Long Chen being forced back by the 7 of them. But in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had killed one of those 7 peak experts. It happened so suddenly that it seemed surreal. Boss is amazing. Keep going, there are only 6 left. 6 more attacks and you'll be done, shouted Guo Ran. Because of the distraction, he had been struck in the back. Although his armor blocked most of the power, his blood flipped within him. He didn't dare to be careless and continued fighting. Wild had shocked everyone by killing a rank 4 celestial in one exchange. Now Long Chen, 1 against 7, had killed one of the peak experts here. Long Chen, don't get too pleased. I'll show the feather race's true power. Yu Changhao was the first to react. His wings shook and his blood qi surged. Boundless pressure erupted, and a huge illusory figure appeared behind him. It appeared to be a giant bird. Because it was so huge and illusory, it was impossible to see what bird it was. But as soon as it appeared, his aura erupted like a volcano. It was as vast as an ocean. Yu Changhao charged forward, a golden bow in his hand. What was startling was that as soon as he drew the bow, countless light arrows condensed and shot toward Long Chen. Someone I already defeated also dares to talk. Unafraid, Long Chen released a heaven-shrouding saber image that slashed down on those arrows. The arrows were piercing through space, but in front of Blooddrinker, they were easily shattered. With his vast spiritual yuan, Long Chen could now afford to squander extra energy on Blooddrinker. Corrupt pupil heavenly prison. Shui Yu's third eye opened, an array of light shot out, enveloping Long Chen. The world suddenly froze. Chapter 919 Sneak Attack. The light from Shui Yu's third eye enveloped Long Chen. Space froze around him, and the others didn't even hesitate to attack. Shui Yu's third eye was an innate corrupt eye. It possessed mystical powers, and one of those was spatial locking power. Although its effect only lasted for a moment, it was easy to kill experts within that moment. There was no time to think. They all launched attacks at their greatest speed. Even if they weren't their ultimate attacks, they could still kill Long Chen instantly with all of them combined. A 3,000-meter divine ring appeared, its 4 colors revolving. The locking power around Long Chen blew apart. At the same time, a terrifying chi wave sent all the people charging at him flying. A drop of blood leaked from Shui Yu's third eye. Long Chen's divine ring had actually injured his corrupt pupil. Long Chen's body suddenly moved. Like a bolt of lightning, he appeared in front of one of the ancient race peak experts. He was the one closest to him. That person immediately felt a chill. It was like a wild lion had set its gaze upon him. Even the companions around him didn't provide him the slightest feeling of safety. Clenching his teeth, his blood qi suddenly erupted. The runes around him became blood-colored, and a strange diagram appeared behind him. His aura erupted like a volcano. Boom! Long Chen's saber slashed down on his weapon. Although they were in the air, the shockwaves spread in every direction, shattering the ground. Quite a few people were instantly killed by the shockwaves. The ancient race expert was smashed into the ground, leaving a deep hole. But Long Chen was startled to see that this person merely coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was surprised to see this person could receive an attack from him now that he had summoned his divine ring. But the others were even more shocked. This peak expert had activated the might of his spirit blood to obtain power beyond his limits but still had been injured. Shui Yu and the others finally became fully aware that Long Chen's power far surpassed their expectations. In the beginning, everyone had been trying to preserve their strength and trump cards for the upcoming battle after they killed Long Chen. At that moment, it would be time to split the spoils. But now seeing that this peak expert had turned into his current state even after the support of his spirit blood, they recognized the cruel reality. Trying to be clever would make them pay a terrible price. Whoever keeps holding back will be attacked by everyone else after the battle is over, said Shui Yu. He activated his spirit blood, which was his ancestors' bloodline blessing. It was an extremely miraculous and precious energy. The whole reason why they were able to become peak existences amongst rank 4 celestials was because of their density of spirit blood. It far surpassed the other rank 4 celestials, allowing Shui Yu and the other to suppress them. Now that they had all activated their spirit blood's power, the runes around them turned blood-colored. An invisible energy was gathering toward them, causing a loud rumbling. Shui Yu's sword was the first to slash toward Long Chen. An indescribable energy was contained within this sword that made it terrifying to the peak. Boom! When Long Chen blocked with his saber, he was knocked back several steps. As expected, the support of spirit blood was extremely powerful. Even with his divine ring, he was knocked back. On the other hand, even with his spirit blood, Shui Yu felt Long Chen's power to be the truly terrifying thing. He was blown back dozens of meters before stabilizing. Ji Changkong, Yu Changhao, Ka Wutu, and the other peak experts all released their full power with Shui Yu taking the lead. With 6 peak experts going all out, their combat power was heaven-shaking. Up in the air, Long Chen fought against 6 peak experts. The void was constantly shaking due to their power. The battlefield was now split into 3 sections. Long Chen's battle was at the center. Then there was Meng Qi and the others fighting the rank 4 celestials. And the third battle was even further away but involved many more people. The corrupt path, righteous path, and ancient race experts were fighting against the aboriginals, 3 earth dragons, and 1 red-eye sacred blood phoenix. The 4 magical beasts were extremely powerful, and quite a few experts had to be used to keep them back. That allowed the aboriginals to take advantage. Added together, the righteous path, corrupt path, and the ancient races had originally possessed over 70,000 experts. But because of Meng Qi and Guo Ran's ultimate attacks, as well as the powerful attacks of the magical beasts, they were down to less than 60,000. In truth, a portion of that loss wasn't just due to deaths. Some had fled. Of course, those people were from the righteous path. One reason was because they were just too weak. Rank 1 celestials were no different than cannon fodder in a battle on this level. A shockwave from any random blow might kill them. Previously, they had thought that by cheering for Ji Changkong, they could form friendly ties with him, and through that, elevate their status. But now, the situation was rapidly changing and getting out of control. Even while facing the corrupt path, righteous path, and ancient races, peak experts, Long Chen was still able to fight. That combat power terrified them. They even regretted that they had overestimated Ji Changkong. Their decision to invest in a relationship with him had been too brash. Now, their best decision was to retreat with their lives while they could. The righteous path had originally numbered over 30,000. After a portion had died, a greater portion had stealthily slipped away. Now, the ones remaining were less than 10,000. And these people remaining were just cheering loudly without putting in any work. They managed to make themselves sound loud and brave, but to maintain a safe distance, they only launched long-distance attacks. Those kinds of attacks were nothing more than itches, because they were afraid of making their enemies angry and being attacked. In any case, the corrupt path and ancient race experts were the true fighters that fought to the death. The righteous path's experts all excelled in cheering while doing nothing, giving a new meaning to the word useless. Now the aboriginals possessed greater numbers and greater individual power. While the situation wasn't set in stone yet, their advantage was growing greater and greater. Tang Wan and the others were surrounding Meng Qi, guarding her while she used the soul-suppressing tower to help defend everyone else. At the same time, she occasionally activated her treasure items to launch attacks. Meng Qi was the one who possessed the most treasure items currently. She had bracelets, rings, and earrings. In fact, even her shoes were treasure items. The majority of them were energy storage treasure items. Activating them to launch an attack didn't require any of her own spiritual yuan. The most terrifying aspect of these energy storage treasure items was their ability to launch instantaneous attacks. Of everyone present, Meng Qi was the only one not skilled in close-range combat. In order to make sure that Meng Qi could protect herself, Long Chen had spent the most on her, giving her over 10 energy storage treasure items. One reason was because Meng Qi needed them the most, but the other reason was only someone with vast soul energy like her could precisely control so many treasure items. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and Yu Zifeng were working together as a unit. The rank 4 celestials were all blocked by them, and they were all exhausting a great deal of their soul energy to maintain their soul items. That was to prevent Meng Qi from killing them in one shot with a spiritual attack. That was the terror of soul cultivators. Without a soul item protecting a person, then there was the constant danger of being killed in one attack. Not every expert possessed such powerful spiritual strength. Due to this, they were unable to truly release all their power. So both sides were at a stalemate. A bit further from them was Guo Ran. With sabers in both hands, he was fighting 3 rank 4 celestials, which caused metallic ringing to continuously come from there. Those fighting Guo Ran had an urge to vomit blood as Guo Ran's armor was completely immoral. After fighting for so long, they finally saw cracks appear on Guo Ran's armor. That had made them ecstatic. But after so much work, when the armor finally broke, they almost went insane. What they had broken was just the outer skin of the armor. Once that outer layer was broken, it revealed a completely fine set of armor. Are you guys going to be alright? My armor has a total of 18 layers, and at this rate, you won't be able to see my amazing body until next year. Said Guo Ran. PFFT, you fucker, you're too shameless. One of them directly coughed up a mouthful of blood from Guo Ran's words. He was incredibly close to passing out. However, they also didn't dare to ignore Guo Ran and could only continue like this. Otherwise, he would charge into their army. His killing power was too great, so even if they couldn't kill him, they had to hold him back. Both parties were stalling on Guo Ran's side. But on Wild's side, danger sprang up all over. There were 9 experts attacking him, and one of those had almost lost his life to Wild right at the very beginning in his carelessness. Wild's attacks were too terrifying for them. There were no hints prior to the attacks, and they came in a bold and unconstrained style. All 9 of them were unable to predict his next actions. In truth, Wild was just randomly smashing his hammer. Previously, Long Chen had refused to accept that Wild couldn't learn any techniques, and he had spent a full month teaching Wild a move. But the result was that Wild forgot it in just 2 days. Nowadays, Long Chen wouldn't try teaching Wild anything even if he was beaten to death. The fiercest battle was at Long Chen's side. The desert around them was constantly sinking. The fierce clashing auras were incredibly intense. The entire battlefield had entered a strange equilibrium. Meng Qi suddenly felt a twist in space. A slender, translucent sword suddenly appeared next to her, piercing toward the space between her ribs. Chapter 920 Full Firepower. A translucent sword appeared out of nowhere, looking as if it had come right out of space. It advanced at a dead angle toward Meng Qi. "Sister Meng Qi," cried Tang Wan. As a wind attribute expert, she was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Water was variable, but wind was always in motion. Any obstructions either had to be blown away by the wind or cause the wind to change direction. So Tang Wan was the first to notice. But suddenly, she found that something was off. The sword had pierced through Meng Qi's body, but there was no blood, nor was there any reaction from Meng Qi. Her body faded. An afterimage, a man slowly appeared in the air, surprised. Explode. Meng Qi appeared hundreds of meters away. Forming hand seals, an invisible sphere exploded above her, splattering yellow powder everywhere. That man was instantly blanketed by the yellow powder. However, it seemed that the powder was just ordinary powder. It didn't contain any offensive power. This sneak attacker was naturally the Bloodkill Hall's top assassin, Huang Junmo. He had been hidden on the battlefield the entire time. In fact, he had been there ever since Long Chen had arrived at Drake Mountain, only holding back the entire time because he had never found a good time to kill Long Chen. When Long Chen had arrived at Drake Mountain, he had felt that something was off. However, he hadn't been able to pinpoint the exact reason. It was as though he was being stared at by an expert, but he had been unable to sense the expert's position. That had made him keep his guard up. The only one who could hide his existence from him was a peak assassin like Huang Junmo. Therefore, Long Chen had given Meng Qi some instructions on their way here. She had kept a protective treasure item active the entire time. It was an extremely special treasure item. When she was about to be struck by a close-range attack, it would instantly teleport her away. This kind of treasure item was of little use normally, but it was priceless to Meng Qi. She didn't fight in close range, so such a treasure item was practically made for her. Although using it once would exhaust all its energy, just this one time was enough. As soon as Meng Qi had activated the treasure item, she had also detonated the sphere Long Chen had given her. The golden powder gave off a strong stench and light. There was no way for Huang Junmo to erase them in the short term. They had basically broken Huang Junmo's self-concealment abilities. Huang Junmo's expression changed. He instantly realized what was going on. Long Chen's prediction had been accurate. Huang Junmo would be lying in wait for an opportunity to kill him or assassinate one of the most important people to him to make him go crazy. According to his experience with assassins, if they weren't guaranteed to kill him in one blow, they wouldn't take action. Even if he were to try baiting Huang Junmo into attacking him, with Huang Junmo's immense assassination experience, it wasn't likely he would fall for it. Instead, it would expose that he had sensed him. So Long Chen's guess was that Huang Junmo would kill one of his women to infuriate him. He wouldn't choose one of the men, as the easiest way to enrage a man was to target their women. Long Chen had absolute confidence that Huang Junmo would choose either Tang Wan or Meng Qi. As a wind attribute expert, Tang Wan was immersed in the endless wind element around her, making her extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Thus, it would be difficult for Huang Junmo to approach her. As for Meng Qi, she was a soul cultivator. Although her spiritual strength was great, and she was also sensitive to auras, it would be easier for him to approach her while she was focusing on her enemies. So Long Chen had been almost sure he would choose to attack Meng Qi. Huang Junmo, you've finally appeared. I've been waiting for a long time. 4-star battle armor. Stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and an explosive sound came from his body. His aura erupted like an awakening dragon. Shui Yu and the others were instantly sent flying by a terrifying chi wave. They couldn't help being horrified. Long Chen had actually been holding back. After summoning the 4-star battle armor, he appeared like a battle god. With a single step, he closed the distance between himself and Huang Junmo, slashing his sword down. Huang Junmo's expression changed. He hadn't expected his perfect assassination attempt to be ruined and to be thrown into Long Chen's trap. There was no way for him to conceal himself any longer. Blood Fiend Grand Formation, Heaven and Earth Merge, shouted Huang Junmo. He immediately activated his spirit blood and used a secret technique to push his power to its peak. Boom! Visible ripples appeared in the void. Although Ji Yu Yang and the others had been informed by Meng Qi and retreated, they were still struck by those ripples. Those ripples struck them, as well as the rank 4 celestials fighting them. They felt as if a mountain-like hammer had smashed into their bodies, and they all vomited blood. Only Meng Qi and Tang Wan were slightly better off. Meng Qi had already retreated far away, while Tang Wan was extremely fast. But they were both sent flying even further. More explosive sounds rang out as the ripples spread to the ground. Huang Junmo crashed into the desert, vomiting blood. The people fighting where he landed were devoured by a wave of sand. He had landed right in the center of the battlefield. Fortunately, Guo Ran had been smarter. After seeing Long Chen's attack, he had immediately let out a fierce spurt of wind and soared straight to the clouds. The 3 experts fighting him were stunned as they lost track of him. Before they could even tell what was happening, a huge wave of earth devoured them. The previous ripple that had struck them had been the shockwave from their attack. But this earth wave contained the true power of Long Chen's attack. Even Huang Junmo hadn't been able to bear it and had been blown into the ground. This wave of earth was the result of him shedding as much of the excess power as he could. As a result, the 3 of them were very unlucky. In fact, the experts fighting against Wild were also unlucky. They were like ants in front of that wave. The energy within that wave of earth smashed their bodies to pieces, and hundreds of other figures were blown to bits. Those figures had been hidden before this. But when that earth wave erupted, they couldn't continue hiding. They had tried to flee, but they had been too slow. These people were the Bloodkill Hall's elite assassins. They had caused countless experts to tremble in fear, but now they had been turned to dregs. The strongest aspect of assassins was their assassination arts. Their combat power lay in sneak attacks and fleeing. Defense was something they looked down upon, or there wouldn't be the assassin's creed of fleeing if the first attack failed. Even if they had the power to kill across realms, their defensive ability was basically zero. This one attack had killed all the elites of the Bloodkill Hall. If that news was transmitted, the entire world would probably be shaken. The Bloodkill Hall's way of raising disciples was extremely stringent. This attack had basically killed this generation of the Bloodkill Hall's talented disciples. Boss really is vicious, he's getting more and more monstrous. Guo Ran had flown into the air with a single fart. Looking at the apocalyptic scene below and those experts miserably vomiting blood, he felt goosebumps. He tried to wipe the sweat off his forehead but forgot he was wearing a helmet. Personally watching the earth wave rapidly spreading, Guo Ran gulped. Li Qi, quick, great earth and protection. Song Mingyuan saw that this earth wave would still affect them despite how far they were. If they were struck, there were quite a few people that most likely wouldn't be able to bear it. A huge dome covered everyone, protecting them from the earth wave. The experts outside were dumbfounded. They had no time to think too much. They fled so quickly it seemed like they wished they could use their third leg as well. But they were still devoured by the earth wave. The wave spread tens of thousands of miles. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's defense was covering a huge area, and they still managed to bear it. When the wave passed, people popped out of the ground like moles, filled with horror. They were currently in a huge crater. It was like a meteor had struck this place. Is this really the power of a human? Muttered one of the Foundation Forging tribe leaders. The threat has passed. Everyone, go all out. There's no need for mercy now. What we need is the blood of our enemies. We'll use their foolish lives to comfort our departed brothers, shouted Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had always been worried about Huang Junmo and his assassins. They were the ones that posed the greatest threat to his people and the aboriginals. Now that threat was over, it was time to let loose and start a slaughter. Kill. The aboriginals thought of their fallen tribesmen and charged toward the enemies closest to them. Pain made people angry. Pain made people crazy. But pain could also make a person brave and tenacious. Huang Junmo's not dead. Everyone, work together to kill Long Chen, shouted Yu Changhao. He still sensed Huang Junmo's aura and had to gather everyone's power to kill Long Chen. Long Chen was in the midst of preparing his second attack, so they all charged forward to interrupt him. Let's settle things today. Long Chen tightly gripped Blooddrinker, battle intent soaring out of him. It was time to resolve all their grudges. Chapter 921 Peak Battle. Shui Yu was the first to unleash his attack. A huge bone claw shot forward, releasing an evil air. Its runes were completely different from before. After being nourished by Shui Yu, it had become stronger and more sinister. The bone claw was as large as a mountain as it reached toward Long Chen. Shui Yu was no longer holding back any trump cards. He had realized that holding back was an exceedingly foolish thing to do now. Long Chen's power far exceeded his expectations. It was only because they had been holding back that Long Chen had managed to kill one of them. If they continued being so foolish, the results would be unthinkable. In the beginning, he had put aside his plans to fight Long Chen on his own and work together with the others because he had been worried about Long Chen fleeing after being defeated. But now he realized that the ones to flee would be them if they continued holding back. The evil dragon Bone Claw released a horrifying power. That evil air it released made it seem like thousands of ghouls were wailing, demanding lives. Boom! Long Chen used Split the Heavens, but he was blown back. Now that Shui Yu was going all out, he was extremely powerful. Long Chen had just blocked Shui Yu's Bone Claw when a golden wing slashed down. This wing was formed of runes and was a mile long. It released blinding light. Yu Changhao possessed the Golden Wing Blood Falcon's bloodline. In ancient times, the Golden Wing Blood Falcon was renowned for its power. It was said they were the Golden Peng's descendants, and their wings were their greatest weapons. Yu Changhao was also no longer holding back. The illusory image behind him transformed into a huge golden wing that slashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's expression was solemn, but he wasn't surprised. He had long since known that these fellows were hiding ulterior motives and holding back the majority of their power. After killing him, they would rely on that power to fight over the spoils of battle. But now they finally felt threatened and stopped holding back. This combat power was within his expectations. Long Chen didn't retreat in the face of Yu Changhao's attack. Blooddrinker's runes circulated. The energy of his 4 stars and 4 Qi Si surged forth. Long Chen managed to block the huge wing, but its immense power continued to blow him back rapidly. With a furious roar, Long Chen's muscles bulged as he fought back against the wing's immense power. Die. Seeing Long Chen was deadlocked with Yu Changhao, the 2 ancient race experts didn't hesitate to pour all their energy into their treasure items. The true form of their treasure items appeared in the air. Scram! Long Chen's roar was like thunder. With a fierce shove, he forced Yu Changhao's huge wing to the side. It now came crashing toward the 2 of them. Boom! Yu Changhao's huge wing struck their 2 attacks. All 4 of them were blown back. This was a truly heaven-shaking collision. Heaven and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost all color, and space crumbled. The peak experts were finally going all out. The level this battle had reached was appalling. Spiderweb cracks appeared on the ground. The distant experts had no choice but to stop fighting and focus on defending against the aftershocks. After enduring it, whether it was the aboriginals, the righteous path, the corrupt path, or the ancient races, they all stopped fighting. Gathering together, they retreated even further. They now realized that their battle was no different than a game between children. The true battle was over there. If they continued fighting, then before their enemies killed them, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Remote Heaven Dragon Trapping Net. Ji Changkong also finally took action. He specialized in magical arts, and the hand seals he made caused the void to quiver. Millions of chains appeared in the air from every direction, piercing toward Long Chen. This was an extremely terrifying magical art, and its scope was especially astonishing. These chains covered an area of several thousand miles, making it so no one could dodge. Long Chen could only receive it head-on. The instant the chains had formed, Long Chen's heart was shaken. He hadn't expected Ji Changkong's control over magical arts to have reached such a refined realm. He released a slash of saber chi that struck the chains, but they didn't break. The chains were flexible, allowing them to avoid taking on too much force. They continued to pierce toward Long Chen. Long Chen, this is my remote heaven dragon trapping net. It is a secret art that my remote heaven gang does not share with others. It is incomparably tough, capable of even trapping dragons. You won't be able to escape, sneered Ji Changkong as he controlled his hand seals. This remote heaven dragon trapping net was his strongest technique. In a 1-against-1, he had the confidence to trap anyone. Just this one technique made him undefeatable. The dragons you're talking about are definitely not true dragons. A dragon's power isn't something an idiot like you could understand. Watch as I break your garbage net. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker. Its runes rapidly circulated, and it grew rapidly, piercing into the clouds and the chains. Break. Blooddrinker's runes suddenly froze and terrifying ripples erupted. The ripples destroyed the chains one by one. Impossible. Ji Changkong couldn't believe his own eyes. Long Chen had now summoned Blooddrinker's true body. This was Blooddrinker's strongest state. Blooddrinker was a peak-grade treasure item, and after being nourished by his soul for so long, their connection was extremely close. Its power wasn't something other peak-grade treasure items could compare to. The chains were heavenly Dao chains, and it should have been impossible for them to break. All cultivators felt respect and fear for the heavenly Daos. That was an innate suppression. No matter how brazen a person was, they wouldn't dare to fight against the heavens. The name of the remote heaven dragon trapping net was actually a ploy to intimidate others. Relying on the heavenly Dao suppression, then adding the intimidating name, it made it so others wouldn't even be able to form the urge to fight back. It destroyed a person's will and then easily trapped them. But this kind of trick was useless against Long Chen. In front of those terrifying heavenly tribulations, he had never lowered his head. Last time, he had even been bound by true heavenly Dao lightning chains, but he had still torn apart the dome of the sky. Was Ji Changkong trying to make a joke by attempting to trap him in these chains? In truth, Blooddrinker's power wasn't what had destroyed these chains. Instead, while releasing its own power, it had also released Long Chen's unrivaled will. Even the will of the heavenly Daos had to break in front of Long Chen's will. Without the will of the heavenly Daos supporting them, these chains were just formed of ordinary heavenly Dao energy. That was what had resulted in their easy collapse. Long Chen, have a taste of my devil soul possession corrupt corpse rebirth. Long Chen had just broken the remote heaven dragon trapping net when a huge figure appeared in front of him. In front of all those ultimate moves, Long Chen's expression had been extremely flat. But seeing the current Ka Wutu, he was shocked. Ka Wutu's entire body was black. He looked like a corpse, and even his head had disappeared. He attacked Long Chen with a huge hatchet. Long Chen had never seen a technique like this. When his saber clashed against Ka Wutu's hatchet, he found that the headless Ka Wutu was now incomparably powerful. His body emitted endless death chi that would make a person feel like their bodies were rotting when they came into contact with it. With his saber blocking the hatchet, Long Chen sent a kick toward Ka Wutu's abdomen. But Ka Wutu was only kicked a few meters away, while a burst of pain came from Long Chen's foot. Long Chen was startled. He dodged Ka Wutu's next attack and slashed his saber into his shoulder. Although Ka Wutu's power had explosively grown, his agility had dropped quite a bit. Shockingly, his saber merely caused some metallic ringing when it landed on Ka Wutu's body. It was like it had slashed into another treasure item. His body wasn't injured at all. Ha 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 ha, Long Chen, you look down on me too much. This technique of mine is called the devil soul possession corrupt corpse rebirth. This body you see isn't mine. Even the soul isn't mine. It is a peerless expert's soul and a peerless expert's corpse. Sword or spear, fire or water, nothing is able to damage me. This is my undefeatable state. Ka Wutu's laughter came from his abdomen. This technique was so strange that it made a person's hair stand on end. So what? Your corpse is lacking a head, and no matter how strong that soul of yours is, the corpse can't be used to fight without a head. If you can't control it properly in battle, it's still trash in the end. Long Chen slashed his saber. Ka Wutu instinctively went to block it, but this had just been a feint from Long Chen. His hatchet landed on nothing, which revealed an opening that Long Chen used to kick him away. Lang Yuan had been entirely correct. Ka Wutu was precisely a cutting board. Right now, Long Chen had no time to study him any further, because Shui Yu and the others were once more charging forward. Long Chen had pushed his combat power to its peak with his divine ring and 4-star battle armor. A fierce battle erupted, one that caused the world to shake. Peak-light blood shadow, a furious roar resonated, a figure flew out, leaving phantoms behind him as his speed was pushed to the peak. He charged forward and slashed a sword at Long Chen. Chapter 922 Double Dragon Destruction reappears. Sword chi pierced toward Long Chen, causing his hair to stand on end. There was something different about this sword chi. He used the lightning body blink to dodge it, and it flew past his body. Ka Wutu had been in the midst of raising his hatchet when the sword chi struck him. Shockingly, Ka Wutu's previously impervious body had a cut appear on it. Long Chen, I'll definitely end you. Huang Junmo appeared, his eyes scarlet. He hated Long Chen down to his bones. Last time, he had acted like a god to play the devil with the Eastern Wasteland Belle. He had caused him to lose a fortune and almost lose his life. It was a huge humiliation for him. He had been waiting from moment time Long Chen arrived at Drake Mountain, but he hadn't found an opportunity to kill him in a single blow. Without being assured of killing him in one blow, he hadn't attacked. Up until now, he had never failed his assassination attempts with the exception of when he had attacked Long Chen on Insect Island. This time he had decided to kill Long Chen in one blow to erase the humiliation he had given him and retrieve his glory as a killing god. However, Long Chen was too strong. Despite his calm as an assassin, he had lost his patience. He was worried Long Chen would kill everyone, and then he would never be able to kill him. So he had set his gaze on Meng Qi. Originally, he hadn't had any plans on killing her. His plan had been to heavily injure her and take her as a hostage. That would give him another trump card and infuriate Long Chen. Regretfully, he had landed within Long Chen's plan. As soon as he made his move, he had been seen through and had his concealing arts ruined. Then Long Chen had launched a sudden attack against him. Due to having his aura concealed, his energy had been in a static state. He hadn't had time to fully activate his power, so that one attack had almost taken his life. If it hadn't been for Shui Yu and the others attacking, then one more attack from Long Chen would have erased Huang Junmo's existence from this world. Huang Junmo was infuriated. After healing, he had immediately erupted with his full power, using the peak-light blood shadow. Movement art, as well as his Bloodfiend sword chi. Bloodfiend sword chi was a secret technique of the Bloodkill Hall. After using the user's essence blood, it absorbed all the baleful aura in the world to release an incomparably fierce attack. Legend said that the Bloodfiend sword chi was an extremely extraordinary secret art. It was a magical art that had received the killing god's blessing. Do you not have eyes? Raged Ka Wutu upon seeing this attack leave a foot-long cut on his body. This body was not his own. It was a corpse, and it didn't bleed, nor did it feel pain. But once its muscles and bones were severed, its combat power would sharply drop. Don't fight, work together to kill Long Chen first. Otherwise, don't even think about trying to explain yourself to the higher-ups, shouted Shui Yu. To kill Long Chen, the corrupt path, the righteous path, and the ancient races had suffered immense losses. If they couldn't even kill him in the end, they would be screwed. They had no way to explain such huge casualties. Shui Yu, Yu Changhao, Ka Wutu, Ji Chengkong, Huang Junmo, and the two peak ancient race experts attacked at the same time. The treasure items in their hands released blinding light, as huge projections of their weapons appeared in the air. 7 experts had unstintingly sacrificed their spiritual yuan to summon their treasure items, true forms. Right now, there was nothing more important to them than killing Long Chen. Blood Drinker, let's see just how strong you are. Long Chen took a deep breath, and the energy in his 4 Cs poured into Blood Drinker. A 300-meter saber appeared in the air. Kill! Long Chen roared and charged forward. The manifestations of the treasure items, true bodies clashed together fiercely. It was like the end of the world. The distant experts were only able to see light exploding, unable to see anything within that light. All of them were stupefied by the level of this battle. Watching this apocalyptic battle, even Meng Qi and the others were sweating despite their trust in Long Chen. The people he was facing were all heavenly geniuses that could shake the world. They all had legends of being undefeatable. But Long Chen was facing 7 of them at the same time, causing their hearts to rise into their throats. Not good. Boss is starting to lose. Ji Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed. They had been fighting evenly for an incense stick's worth of time. Even 1 against 7, Long Chen hadn't been at a disadvantage at the start. But as time passed, the 7 of them gradually got used to the others' attack styles. Their cooperation was growing, and they were no longer just fighting on their own. Long Chen was being forced to constantly fall back. Seeing that caused everyone's hearts to clench. Wild was about to charge out when he was stopped by Meng Qi. Perhaps in the entire Dragonblood Legion, only Wild possessed the power to participate in a battle on this level. But Wild didn't understand any battle tactics, let alone how to cooperate with others. If he rashly entered, then there was a chance he might be able to kill one of them instantly. But if they were in a deadlock, then considering that the 7 of them were veterans of hundreds of battles, it would gradually become dangerous for Wild. And the chances of him managing to kill one of them instantly were extremely remote. At that time, Long Chen would have to look after Wild. It wasn't worth it. Unless Long Chen was truly in a critical situation, they couldn't interfere. Long Chen, no one will be able to save you now, shouted Shui Yu as he attacked with his bone claw. In truth, Shui Yu and the others were incomparably shocked, and not just by Long Chen's combat prowess. They were also shocked by the blood-colored saber in his hands. Even after fighting so long and clashing so many times against their own peak-grade treasure items, that saber wasn't the slightest bit damaged. On the other hand, it was their peak-grade treasure items like the bone claw and Yu Chenghao's bow that were starting to reach their breaking points. As for Huang Junmo, there were several small nicks in his translucent sword, making him incredibly distressed. The only comforting thing was that they had finally understood each other's rhythms and were able to put Long Chen at a disadvantage at last. Now the situation was dangerous for him. Long Chen had no choice but to admit that the 7 of them were extremely strong. It was fortunate he had killed one in the beginning, or his current plight would be even more miserable. Suddenly, the 7 of them released a combination attack. The energy from their 7 weapons merged together, forming an incomparably terrifying attack. This combination attack was full of flaws as it was their first time using it, but it was still extremely powerful. As soon as it appeared, Meng Qi and the others clenched their fists. Boom! Long Chen used the second form of Split the Heavens and brought out all of Blooddrinker's power, but he was still sent flying and vomited blood. If it weren't for the fact that he had started refining the true dragon essence blood, completely changing his physical body, he'd have long since been blown apart. And if Blooddrinker wasn't so strong and blocking the majority of their power for him, he would have become Kao Wutu's cutting board. Long Chen vomited blood, feeling that his organs and bones had been badly damaged. Their combination attack was unblockable, and after fighting so long, he felt his spiritual yuan had dropped drastically despite his 4 chi Cs. Seeing their attack injure Long Chen, they didn't give him any breathing room. They once more unleashed their combination attack. With their experience from the last one, its power was even greater than ever. Long Chen, Tang Wan was filled with worry. Seeing him vomit blood, she felt like needles were stabbing her heart. Meng Qi held her hand, both of their palms covered in sweat. Despite their worry, they were unable to help. Shui Yu, Yu Chenghao, and the others were peak rank 4 celestials. The density of their spirit blood gave them immense combat power. Tang Wan and the others were able to fight ordinary rank 4 celestials, but these 7 were too terrifying. With the power they were currently displaying, they could easily kill an ordinary rank 4 celestial. As for the aboriginals, they didn't have the slightest ability to fight people like Shui Yu and the other. The difference in power was just too big. Don't worry, boss has a trump card. Contrary to the others, Guo Ran was full of confidence. The faith he had in Long Chen was practically blind. But as expected, it was truly Guo Ran that understood Long Chen the best. As soon as he had said this, Long Chen put away Blooddrinker and formed hand seals. As he formed the hand seals, 2 dragon tattoos on his arms began to shine. An aura that caused heaven and earth to change rose. Looks like there won't be any more variables, so there's no need to hold back any longer. Double dragon destruction. Roaring filled the air. A lightning and flame dragon erupted into the air like a twister. Chapter 923 Devil Blood Sacrifice. After devouring the blood-incinerating lion flame, Huo Long had finally finished refining its energy. It was now incredibly powerful. As for Lei Long, it had refined the thunder force from Long Chen's tribulation, which made it even fiercer. Now that the 2 dragons appeared in the world again, their pressure caused the world to shake. After testing it several times, Long Chen had concluded that there wouldn't be any more unforeseen events. He directly released his greatest trump card. The 2 dragons coiled around each other as they charged toward the 7 of them. The two dragons were both a mile long, but in truth, their true bodies were much larger. If they brought out their true bodies, they would at least be 10 miles long. But Long Chen had them compress their bodies. That might catch their opponents off guard and bring about the greatest possible gains. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, the double dragon attack ruthlessly struck Shui Yu and the other's combination attack. A blinding light erupted and even the stars shuddered. Shui Yu and the others were appalled to find that their combination attack was unable to bear even the first impact of the two dragons. Their attack instantly exploded, and then the two dragons continued to rush toward them. A terrifying sensation of death filled their hearts. They all realized it was too late to run. Shui Yu was the first to act. A blood-red ray shot out of his third eye and onto the bone claw. Shui Yu was feeding his own essence blood to the corrupt dragon bone claw in order to bring out its greatest power. He had no choice but to sacrifice his precious essence blood now. He had to protect his life first. The bone claw closed around him, protecting him at its core. At the same time, a threefold blood-red barrier appeared around it. The others also quickly unleashed powerful trump cards. Those trump cards all came at a price, but it allowed them to summon the greatest possible defense. The two dragons exploded. The world lost all its light and the time turned still. Even Long Chen was shocked by his own attack. The distant experts looked up at the sky in horror. This time, the power was extremely condensed. The explosion had only affected the core region without unleashing an immense shockwave. It was extremely strange. After a moment, the 7 of them reappeared in their sights, all of them vomiting blood. Shui Yu's bone claw was covered in cracks. This attack had basically ruined it. Shui Yu himself was pale as paper. His third eye was tightly closed, a trickle of blood slowly pouring out of it. Yu Changhao appeared even more miserable. The 2 wings that had protected him were smashed apart, and he was covered in blood. The others were the same. The peak-grade treasure items they held in their hands had shattered. The only reason why they had managed to survive was because they had used self-harming techniques to push their defenses to the peak. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Huang Junmo. A saber pierced through his body. While they were still in the midst of their terror and shock, Long Chen had launched a sudden attack. Huang Junmo's treasure item had already shattered, and blocking Long Chen's attack had heavily injured him. While his body looked complete, in reality, his insides had been smashed and broken. He was incredibly weak now. To block the double dragon destruction, he had used up all his spiritual yuan. There was no way for him to use heavenly Dao energy to recover. As a result, Long Chen's blade easily pierced his chest. "Huang Junmo, do you have anything to say?" said Long Chen, panting. Just now, Long Chen hadn't held back with the double dragon destruction. He had basically used up all his spiritual yuan. That was what had allowed Lei Long and Huo Long to possess such terrifying power. He was also exhausted, but he knew the others were worse off than him. His first choice was to immediately kill Huang Junmo because of his abilities to flee. The speed he had displayed in their battle hadn't been slower than his own when he used the lightning body blink. With his saber through his body, Long Chen could tell exactly what was going on inside Huang Junmo. His injuries were incredibly heavy, to the point that he was on the verge of collapse. Defense was the fatal weakness of assassins. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that Huang Junmo looked down at the blade piercing his chest and smiled. He shook his head. The winner is king, while the loser is garbage. There's nothing to say. Death is the final fate of all assassins. I return to the god's embrace. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Huang Junmo's body. His body cracked like porcelain and then broke apart, falling to the ground. Huang Junmo was dead. He had used the final bit of power remaining inside him to end himself. Even his soul had dissipated as he had chosen a dignified way to die. Long Chen looked at Blooddrinker. In truth, he had sensed Huang Junmo's actions and could have stopped him. But he hadn't in the end, allowing Huang Junmo to die with dignity. Although Huang Junmo had been arrogant and targeted him multiple times, that was simply a part of the cultivation path. This path was naturally a game of natural selection. The majority of people only did what they did in order to live. Once a person was dead, the past grievances were settled. A generation's genius, a peerless assassin, had died. The world was silent for a moment. The other 6 experts stood in the distance, filled with shock. This result was not something they had wanted. Suddenly, the experts of the corrupt path and ancient races charged toward them. They were horrified. If they allowed this to continue, their peak experts would find it difficult to flee from Long Chen's vicious grasp. "Stop them," shouted Guo Ran as he led everyone over. Everyone on Long Chen's battlefield was out of energy. Although the others couldn't help before, they could help now. Wild roared furiously and charged to the front, with other experts following. The aboriginals moved out in full force, forming a wall that prevented the others from passing. The battlefield once more became chaotic. Long Chen felt weary enough to die, but he still raised his blade and charged at Shui Yu and the others. All of them were out of spiritual yuan and were fighting with only their physical bodies. All of them knew that Long Chen was also exhausted. In the end, it would be up to who could last longer. After an intense bout, one of the peak ancient race experts was struck by his saber and blown to bits. But to do so, Long Chen had left an opening on his back. The other ancient race expert stabbed his sword through him. But before he could celebrate, Long Chen sent him a kick to the crotch. That fierce pain caused his brain to go blank for a moment. "Watch out," shouted Ji Chengkong, but it was too late. Long Chen's saber had already severed his neck. His head flew into the air, but before it could get far, Long Chen turned his wrist and slashed his saber through it. Another peak expert fell. At the same time as Long Chen killed the two of them, he had to take 4 attacks. Shui Yu's sword almost cut him in half. Shui Yu's peak-grade treasure item was still fine. He had sacrificed the evil dragon bone claw, while Yu Chenghao had sacrificed his wings to keep his weapon intact. Right now, the only ones remaining were Shui Yu, Yu Chenghao, Ka Wutu, and Ji Chengkong. Ji Chengkong was the most treacherous one. When blocking Long Chen's double dragon destruction, he had intentionally taken a step back and stood behind the foolish Ka Wutu. As a result, the cutting board was truly effective, managing to save his life. Although his treasure item had still been broken in the collision, Ka Wutu had at least saved his life. As for Ka Wutu, his corpse had been completely destroyed, revealing his true body. All his spiritual yuan had been sucked dry by the corpse, and right now, he was fighting with a high-grade treasure item. Seeing Long Chen be repeatedly injured delighted Shui Yu and the others. Without spiritual yuan, there was no way for them to recover, so taking injuries at this time could be fatal. But their hearts quickly turned cold. Long Chen's injuries disappeared in the blink of an eye. There wasn't even a scar. If it weren't for his torn clothes and bloodstains, they might even think their eyes had broken. The reason why Long Chen dared to take all these injuries was because he had the primal chaos bead and its monstrous healing capability. At this time, its healing ability was practically heaven-defying. Meng Qi and the others were blocking the corrupt path and ancient races, experts from assisting. Fortunately, the righteous experts had disappeared. However, Meng Qi was aware of the truth. The truth was that they were pretending to be dead by lying on the ground. Some of them even dug their way into the ground. It seemed that if Long Chen won, they wouldn't do anything. But if Ji Chengkong won, they would suddenly revive from the dead. Although this kind of conduct was contemptuous, it was a good thing for Meng Qi and the others. Suddenly, Ka Wutu's club was split apart by Long Chen's attack and he was knocked back, vomiting blood. Long Chen naturally wouldn't give up on this opportunity, and he appeared in front of Ka Wutu like a phantom, once more slashing with his sword. "You idiot Long Chen, why don't you go kill the others? Are you treating me like an easy target?" roared Ka Wutu furiously. Ka Wutu suddenly reached into his own chest. Blood splashed as he ripped out his own heart. Ka Wutu crushed his own heart, and a blood diagram appeared in front of him. At the same time, Ka Wutu's vitality rapidly declined. Devil blood sacrifice. The void erupted as a huge figure appeared. A fist bigger than a house smashed toward Long Chen. Chapter 924 Terrifying Trump Card. A figure appeared out of nowhere and smashed its fist toward Long Chen. Long Chen's expression changed as he recognized this figure. Long Chen was sent flying. That berserk power seemed like it could shatter heaven and earth. Long Chen shot across the ground, leaving behind a long ditch. This sudden change shocked everyone. Whether it was Shui Yu, Yu Chenghao, or Ji Chengkong, they looked at that figure with shock, as well as complete terror. Flame Devil. Shui Yu and Yu Chenghao also recognized this figure. It had 2 horns on its bullish head. Its 300-meter body had scarlet runes circulating around it like surging lava. Long Chen, Shui Yu, and Yu Chenghao were the most terrified ones out of them all. Back when they had fought in the Coffin region, they had inadvertently broken its seal, releasing this ancient devil. Back then, They had almost been killed by it. They had miserably fled and barely escaped with their lives. Just thinking about that made their hearts palpitate. This musclehead Ka Wutu had actually been hiding such a terrifying trump card. Lord Flame Devil, I've sacrificed my heart's essence blood to you. I ask you to kill this brat, shouted Ka Wutu. When everyone looked at Ka Wutu, they were startled to see that practically all his blood chi had vanished. Even the flame of his life was exceedingly weak, looking like it might extinguish at any time. It seemed Ka Wutu had paid an extremely steep price to summon the Flame Devil. Once this battle was over, Ka Wutu would basically be crippled for the rest of his life. You released me, so I promised to help you out once. I won't eat my words. That huge Flame Devil actually opened its mouth and spat out human words. Its voice resounded throughout the air, shaking people's eardrums. The Flame Devil suddenly reached out a hand and caught Ka Wutu, throwing him in his mouth. Crunch! Ka Wutu's startled cry rang out for a moment before the sound of bones breaking rang out. Everyone's hair stood on end and they became covered in sweat. Our agreement's complete. I'll kill him for you, and we'll owe each other nothing. The Flame Devil finished swallowing Ka Wutu and turned to look at Long Chen. The Flame Devil had escaped its prison, but it had still been bound by its seal. It had only been able to move within a small region. Ka Wutu had heard of its release, and once he had advanced to become a rank 4 celestial and his corpse devil blood had awoken, he had the courage to try seeing if he could subdue the Flame Devil. Amongst his ancestors was an almighty expert who had specialized in controlling corpses and devils, so he possessed a special kind of energy. He could also use this energy as feed for devils to make them obedient. However, Ka Wutu had underestimated the Flame Devil's terror. As soon as he had tried placing a slave mark, the Flame Devil had gone crazy. If it weren't for the seal, he'd have died. Since the Flame Devil was so terrifying, he gave up on enslaving it. Instead, he switched to forming an agreement with it. He walked the corpse devil Dao, so he understood a bit about the Flame Devil's seal. Setting up a formation was extremely complicated, but breaking it was simple. Ka Wutu formed an agreement with the Flame Devil that he would break its seal, and it would help him out once. But the Flame Devil was extremely greedy, and for it to help him, it required him to sacrifice his heart's essence blood. Experts who cultivated the corpse devil Dao concentrated their essence blood in their hearts, and that was the tastiest thing to devils. It possessed an irresistible allure. Ka Wutu had agreed in the end, so the Flame Devil had been staying in his spiritual space this entire time. It was Ka Wutu's strongest trump card. Ka Wutu hadn't used it this entire time because he had been hoping for Long Chen to kill Shui Yu, Ji Changkong, and Yu Changhao for him. Then it would be his turn. That way, he could summon the Flame Devil and have Long Chen killed. Then all the top geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland would be dead, and he alone would rule. But once they were down to 4, Long Chen had started placing his sights on him. So he had no choice but to release the Flame Devil. As a result, he had underestimated the Flame Devil's appetite. After devouring his heart's essence blood, he had devoured the rest of him as well. Inferior human race, you can all die. The Flame Devil's roar resounded throughout the air. It stamped on the ground, and a ripple spread. Ji Changkong, Yu Changhao, and Shui Yu were immediately sent flying, wildly vomiting blood. As for the Flame Devil, its huge body shot toward Long Chen. It closed a gap of hundreds of miles in an instant. Long Chen didn't dare take its fist head-on. He hastily dodged to the side. As a result, the Flame Devil's fist smashed onto the ground, causing another explosion. Inferior ant, you shouldn't resist. Just obediently carry out your role and I'll give you a painless death. The Flame Devil continuously attacked, destroying the ground. Its body was huge, but its movements were shockingly fast and nimble. His size didn't cause any clumsiness in his movements. Long Chen's expression was solemn. He suddenly used the lightning body blink to appear right in front of the Flame Devil's head, right after the Flame Devil had finished one punch and was storing energy for the next. Long Chen once more brought out Blooddrinker's true body. An immense saber image slashed onto the Flame Devil's head. It was unknown whether it had been sealed for too long or whether it was an instinct, but it vainly tilted its head, trying to dodge. However, its head was too big and they were too close, so there was no way for it to dodge. Long Chen's saber landed cleanly on its forehead. Long Chen's saber managed to strike the Flame Devil, but the Flame Devil's palm also struck him. Long Chen felt like every bone in his body had broken, and he vomited blood. Long Chen, Tang Wan shot over. Just as she was reaching out to catch him, her expression changed. Hastily forming hand seals, a dozen wind nets appeared in front of her, catching Long Chen. Those sturdy wind nets were pierced through, but Long Chen's speed dropped slightly. Only then did Tang Wan reach out to catch him. However, she still felt as if a mountain had struck her and they both flew back. Tang Wan only managed to stabilize 100 miles away. Everyone was horrified by how powerful the Flame Devil was. The situation had once more changed. Everyone stopped fighting to stare at the Flame Devil. It only had eyes for Long Chen. The ancient race experts flocked toward Yu Changhao, and the corrupt paths experts all surged toward Shui Yu. Countless dead people flew out of the ground and regrouped with Ji Changkong. Long Chen was still hacking up blood. The Flame Devil's power simply was too much. Boss, Guo Ran and the others saw that Long Chen's injuries were terrifying. Practically all his bones were covered in cracks. Long Chen took a deep breath. He looked inside the primal chaos space. As he drew out its life energy to heal, he saw that all the huge trees had withered by the time he fully recovered. After such a long battle and after taking so many injuries, the huge trees were finally unable to bear it. Furthermore, Long Chen's physical body was stronger than before, meaning he needed more life energy to heal. This was the last time he could heal. The Flame Devil roared and once more charged at Long Chen. It had to fulfill its obligations and kill Long Chen before it could regain its freedom. Boss, what should we do? Asked Guo Ran urgently. Wild, you led everyone to block it for a moment. I need time to launch a big move, said Long Chen. He took a deep breath. All right, Wild shot forward, immediately using the barbarian blood bronze body. Hey, I wasn't finished talking yet. Quick, go help him. Stall for me, said Long Chen. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Yu Zifeng, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Guo Ran all flew out, along with the 3 earth dragons and the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Wild had already exchanged blows with the Flame Devil. On the entire battlefield, Wild was the one with the greatest power right now, with the exception of the Flame Devil. He had been making up for his exhaustion the entire time. As soon as he stopped fighting, he would take out more food. This huge battle had caused him to use up all his rations now. However, his power was still at its peak. Regretfully, even in his peak state, he couldn't stop the Flame Devil. In their first exchange, he was blown back, his hand bleeding. But he continued charging forward. Fortunately, at this time, everyone else arrived. Treasure items flew through the air, unleashing powerful attacks. Combined with the 4 magical beasts, they were just barely able to stop the Flame Devil. However, the Flame Devil's power surpassed their imaginations. Other than Wild, who was able to take a head-on blow, the others couldn't stop him without combining all their efforts. Despite working together, there was the danger of being killed at any moment. Ji Yuyong was almost killed by an attack, but Meng Qi sacrificed a high-grade treasure item to block the Flame Devil for him. That treasure item exploded upon being struck by the Flame Devil's fist. The fortunate thing was that they were rich now. Each one of them had several high-grade treasure items. After a while, sacrificing those treasure items was the only way for them to hold back the Flame Devil. Even Meng Qi's 8th rank Earth Dragon could be killed in one shot by the Flame Devil. Looking at them fighting such a bloody, dangerous battle, the aboriginals all clenched their fists. But they were powerless to assist. They had the heart but not the power. Suddenly, the Flame Devil roared and sent Wild flying. The bones of his shoulder broke through his skin, but Wild continued to fight. However, the difference in power was starting to show itself. With another fist, it sent Wild flying once more. 2 globes of light appeared in its hands, and it suddenly merged them together. A berserk aura erupted. Despicable humans, you can all die. The Flame Devil slammed the combined globe into the ground, and a sensation of death filled Meng Qi and the others. Just as that fierce attack was about to erupt, divine chanting filled the air. Chapter 925 Little Snow's Sacrifice. The globe the Flame Devil had summoned was created from his core energy. It had been angered at being held back and grew impatient, so it had been preparing to unleash one of its ultimate attacks. Once that attack was unleashed, it was confident that it could kill all the ants stopping it. This attack wasn't something the Flame Devil could unleash whenever it wanted. If it hadn't been angered at being held back, it wouldn't have been willing to sacrifice its core energy like this. Just as its attack was about to erupt, countless flame runes condensed in the air around it. Columns of flames soared into the air, forming a mile-long prison that trapped it at the center. It was at this moment that the flame devil's attack erupted. Meng Qi's earth dragon used its huge body to block the attack for everyone. But the explosion of that globe was too terrifying. The earth dragon was turned into a bloody mess. Even its insides were leaking, and it was pushed to the brink of death. However, with it blocking for them, everyone else only suffered some injuries. Meng Qi felt a burst of pain. Just now, she hadn't ordered the earth dragon to block for them. She had been preparing to use the soul-suppressing tower to block it. But the earth dragon had been worried she would suffer a backlash and charged in front of her, causing her to feel both moved and guilty. She hastily returned it to her spiritual space. Fortunately, the earth dragon possessed a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. Its body was extremely powerful. Although it was on the brink of death, it wouldn't die. But recovering would definitely take a long time. In truth, the main reason Meng Qi and the others were able to survive was because of the raging flame prison. It had received the majority of the impact. What the earth dragon had received was nothing more than some aftershocks. Long Chen was covered in sweat. What leftover spiritual yuan he had was now sucked up by the raging flame prison. The fortunate thing was that using the Nirvana scripture didn't require his spiritual yuan. As the chanting resounded throughout the air, all the flame energy in the world surged into his flame prison. Everyone help! Raging flame deathblow. Long Chen suddenly changed his hand seals, and the prison began to rapidly shrink. Long Chen wanted to use the Nirvana scripture to crush the flame devil to death. Meng Qi and the others all rushed over beside him. Placing their hands on his backs, they poured in what remaining spiritual yuan they had into his body. The flame devil let out a furious roar and went all out attacking the flame prison. However, it was unable to break it. When Long Chen had used the raging flame prison before, its flame chains had only been the width of a finger. But now, each one of those flame chains was as thick as a person's waist. It was unknown just how many times stronger it was. The power of the raging flame prison was directly related to the quality of the flame it used. Huo Long had now devoured another stronger earth flame, making its power soar. That combined with the Nirvana scripture allowed Long Chen to trap this incomparably powerful flame devil. Ants, the supreme devil race can't be trapped by the likes of you. The flame devil roared, unleashing berserk attacks against the flame prison. Once the flame prison had shrunk to the same size as the flame devil, it stopped shrinking. It was unable to compress the flame devil any further as it crazily struggled. Furthermore, it would occasionally expand and shrink again. All tribesmen move out. The stone tribe's leader was the first to charge over. Placing a hand on Ji Yu Yang's back, he poured in his own energy through Ji Yu Yang. Although their combat power was reduced by the curse, they had plenty of spiritual yuan. Following the stone tribe's leader, the others also shot into motion. Placing their hands on the backs of whoever was in front, hundreds of sea expansion experts sent all their Dantian's energy to Long Chen without reserve. 10,000 streams formed a river, 100 rivers formed a sea. All the aboriginals, regardless of cultivation base, passed on their spiritual yuan. After such an intense battle, the warriors of the aboriginals had lost 2/3 of their number. Now, they numbered less than 100,000. But for almost 100,000 experts to send their spiritual yuan to him, Long Chen immediately felt the pressure lighten. Although this kind of spiritual yuan transmission was extremely crude and lost 90% of the energy in the process, with their numbers, it was still an extremely powerful force. Long Chen concentrated all this energy into compressing the raging flame prison. Damnable ants, the noble devil race won't submit to you. The raging flame prison rapidly shrank to 150 meters. The flame devil wasn't able to move any longer. Furthermore, as it shrank, its power only grew. For the flame devil to once more expand the prison would be very difficult. Long Chen, are you alright? How about I also help you? Suddenly, the distant Shui Yu sneered, causing Long Chen and the others' expressions to change. Shui Yu formed hand seals and an illusory figure appeared behind him. That was the image of a fiend. Its long hair touched the ground, and long tusks protruded out of its mouth. It appeared incredibly lifelike. It immediately took out a dagger and left a cut on its long tongue. Black blood flowed out. As that black blood flowed out, Shui Yu's third eye opened. A bizarre rune surfaced in his eye, and that black blood landed on it. Yama King Blood Curse. A fiendish image shot out of his third eye and at Long Chen. The entire world became full of death chi like it was cursed. The Yama King Blood Curse made this world seem like hell on earth, and whether ally or enemy, everyone felt their hair stand on end. It felt like their souls were about to be squeezed out of them. Long Chen's arm shook and Lei Long shot out. This was a trump card Long Chen had been holding back specifically to handle Shui Yu's Yama King Blood Curse. Shui Yu's curse arts were too bizarre and too insidious. He was able to curse a person to death. Although Long Chen had gone all out with the double dragon destruction previously, he had still told the 2 dragons to preserve a tenth of their energy. This cautiousness was now proved to be the right choice. His luck was always lacking, so rather than hoping that he would be lucky and nothing bad would happen, he would rather have the strength to handle things when they did happen. Huo Long had been used to condense the flame prison, while Lei Long was used to block the curse. Lei Long came from the 9 heavens tribulation lightning. It was a supreme yang existence, a direct counter to Shui Yu's curses. Although it only had a tenth of its power, Long Chen was sure that destroying Shui Yu's curse would be no problem for it. Long Chen had no time to pay attention after sending out Lei Long. He went all out trying to kill the flame devil. He had to kill it as fast as possible, or if Shui Yu once more attacked, it would be troublesome. Long Chen, let me help you as well, ha ha ha. Ji Chengkong suddenly laughed. He took out a yellow scroll that emitted an ancient and desolate aura. Spatial displacement. Ji Chengkong smiled sinisterly. A rune appeared in his hand, and he pressed it against the ancient scroll. A ray of light shot out at Lei Long. Space twisted and Lei Long vanished from their sights. When it reappeared, it was tens of thousands of miles away. Ha ha ha, Dai Long Chen, laughed Ji Chengkong. The ancient scroll in his hand turned to dust. It was a one-time use item. It didn't normally have any use at all, but now, it became the best trump card to kill Long Chen. This sudden change caught even Long Chen off guard. By the time he realized what was happening, the Yama King Blood Curse was right in front of him. Long Chen's mind turned blank. This kind of curse could not be dodged. There needed to be someone to take his place for it, or it would continue chasing him forever. If he tried using the lightning body blink, it was true he could escape it. By flying into the midst of the corrupt path, finding a scapegoat was easy. But if he did that, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The raging flame prison would instantly collapse, and they would have to face the flame devil's merciless slaughter. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Long Chen didn't know what he should choose. A roar reverberated throughout the air. Don't! Long Chen suddenly cried out. His spiritual space fluctuated and a snow-white figure appeared in front of Long Chen. The Yama King Blood Curse instantly struck its body. No! Long Chen let out a heart-rending cry, and as a result of his chaotic mental state, his spiritual strength became unsteady and the raging flame prison exploded. Everyone was sent flying by a shockwave. Long Chen tightly held Little Snow. His gaze was rapidly growing dim. Little Snow, you can't die. Feeling Little Snow's vitality rapidly fading, Long Chen felt like vipers were biting his heart. Little Snow licked Long Chen's face and then turned limp. Right before dying, his final message was, if there is another life, I would want to be with you again. Ah! Long Chen roared. Killing intent filled the entire world. The winds and clouds changed color. His fury had reached a kind of pinnacle. He thought of how Little Snow had been with him ever since he was the size of a palm. He thought of how Little Snow had risked life and limb to cross thousands of miles to find him as just a cub. Countless scenes surfaced in his mind. Die, you damnable ant. Having escaped its prison, the flame devil smashed its fist at Long Chen. Suddenly, a barrier of light surrounded Long Chen, blocking the flame devil's attack. You should let me handle this, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It was just about to take action. Fuck off, you just watched as Little Snow died. I don't need the help of a bastard like you. Tears streamed down Long Chen's eyes. Little Snow's death caused him to go completely crazy. Long Chen's blood chi began to boil. It was like a wild dragon was awakening. A divine and terrifying aura erupted. Chapter 926 Green Dragon Battle Armor. Something inside Long Chen's body seemed to break. Blood chi crazily erupted and shockingly, his skin began to crack. Blood poured out, dyeing his entire blood red. Long Chen, you're crazy. There's still a portion of the true dragon essence blood that you haven't finished refining. You'll die, roared the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Me being crazy is at least better than an emotionless bastard who just watches as others die. Long Chen roared back. He was full of hate. He hated the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It clearly possessed the ability to save Little Snow but had chosen to just watch. He hated Shui Yu. He hated Ji Changkong. He hated the flame devil. He hated every one of his enemies, wishing to bite them to death. He hated the heavens. He hated them for being unfair, for always targeting him. They didn't just want to exterminate him but also take away every person by his side. He also hated himself. He hated his weakness. He had clearly accounted for every possible thing, but he had still been one move off, causing Little Snow to sacrifice his life. As Long Chen furiously roared, his blood chi continued to boil and all his skin split apart. His bloody appearance was ghastly. Seeing Long Chen in his crazy state, they felt like blades were stabbing their hearts. They all knew about the deep feelings between Long Chen and Little Snow. They knew what kind of pain he must be feeling right now. Although Long Chen liked to laugh and joke normally, he cared deeply about every single person by his side. He would be willing to put his life on the line for any one of them, willing to fight against any powerful enemies. But he wasn't able to endure the pain of losing someone close to him. Green Dragon Battle Armor, get the hell out here! Long Chen roared furiously, and more blood gushed out of him. Even the ground around him turned scarlet. The entire eastern section of the immemorial path trembled intensely. With Long Chen at the center, a huge chi pillar soared into the sky, blowing apart the clouds. What? Shui Yu, Ji Changkong, and Yu Changhao were all horrified. He had clearly already reached his peak power. So how was it that his power was now suddenly growing so explosively? At the same time, within the boundless cosmos, a pair of large eyes slowly opened. The gaze pierced through countless stars to look into a world that looked like a speck of dust. Too slow. The master of those eyes indifferently sighed and once more closed its eyes, as if unconcerned with anything. As the huge chi pillar soared into the clouds, it was like the boulders became weightless. They began to float into the sky, and then in front of everyone's appalled gazes, they were crushed into nothingness. This is too crazy. Are all young people this brainless now? They'll throw their lives away at a whim. Or is it that I really have become old and can't keep up with the ages? Looking at Long Chen covered in blood, the eastern wasteland belle sighed. Suddenly, another explosion shook the land. A huge storm erupted and then disappeared just as fast. The dust in the air settled, and the world returned to calm. When the dust settled and they saw that figure, everyone was shocked. Long Chen was covered in green scales, a dragon-shaped mark on his forehead. The divine aura he was releasing made it feel like he truly was a reincarnated dragon. Long Chen's roar was like thunder through the air. With a single stamp of the foot, he arrived in front of the flame devil. There was no longer any aura coming from his body, nor were there any spiritual yuan fluctuations, as his spiritual yuan was completely exhausted. The only thing left to him was the power of his physical body. In his rage, in his fury, in his craziness, Long Chen had instantly refined the remaining 20% of the Green Dragon Essence blood to summon the Dragon Blood Body Tempering Art's strongest state, the Green Dragon Battle Armor. According to his normal speed, Long Chen would have needed 2 or 3 more months to refine the rest of the Essence blood. For him to instantly refine it all was truly impetuous. But Long Chen was in a berserk state. He hated the Eastern Wasteland Belle for not helping, and so he wanted to personally get revenge for Little Snow. The fortunate thing was that Long Chen's body was strong enough to bear the impact of refining the remaining Essence blood. The reason why his skin had split apart was because the Dragon Blood Body Tempering Art's goal was to force out his ordinary blood. Once all his blood contained Dragon Blood Essence, he could finally summon the Green Dragon Battle Armor. He was now completely covered in dragon scales, and even without any spiritual yuan supporting him, just the dragon blood flowing within him gave him endless energy. Boom! Long Chen's fist collided with the Flame Devil's fist. What startled everyone was that cracking sounds rang out as the Flame Devil's arm broke. Its huge body shot back, tumbling across the ground. Return Little Snow's life. Long Chen's voice was full of killing intent, and he chased. He caught its tail. The Flame Devil was smashed into the ground repeatedly by Long Chen. The ground crumbled with each smash. The Flame Devil roared, and a huge globe condensed in its mouth. This was one of its innate divine abilities. But before it could release it, Long Chen kicked his jaw. A muffled bang rang out as the globe exploded in its mouth. The Flame Devil's jaw blew off. Half its head collapsed. That had been an extremely powerful attack, and for it to explode inside its own body, its destructive power was horrifying. Die! Long Chen jumped up, and with his hands clasped, he smashed them toward the Flame Devil's forehead. The Flame Devil's huge head exploded from Long Chen's attack. Broken bones and fresh blood flew through the air. Long Chen stood on top the flame devil's corpse, his scales flickering. Even after killing the flame devil, Long Chen's fury didn't lessen. He shot toward the distant Yu Changhao. He had no spiritual yuan and couldn't use his movement technique. But just relying on the power of his physical body, his speed was not slower than before. He arrived in front of Yu Changhao in an instant, smashing his fist at him. Yu Changhao was horrified. As soon as Long Chen had looked at him, he had begun fleeing. Not only were the ancient races retreating, but even the corrupt path was running. As for the righteous experts, they had long since disappeared. It went without saying that righteous experts were blessed with the best vision. As soon as Long Chen had sent the flame devil flying with a single punch, they had begun stealthily slipping away. As for the ancient races in the corrupt path, they had just been foolishly watching. Only now that Long Chen had turned his sights to them did they recover from their dumbfounded state. Yu Changhao hastily circulated his essentially exhausted spiritual yuan to activate his bow. This peak-grade treasure item bow was blown apart with a single blow because it didn't have enough spiritual yuan supporting it. At the same time, Yu Changhao's body exploded. Now that Long Chen had summoned the green dragon battle armor, the power of his physical body could no longer be described as human. With the power of a green dragon supporting him, no one could stop him. The bow was shattered, and the person was dead. The ancient races, peak experts had all fallen now. Within Long Chen's primal chaos space, another heavenly Dao fruit appeared on the heavenly Dao tree. This heavenly Dao fruit had 4 Dao marks. But Long Chen was still lost in the pain of losing Little Snow. He didn't even notice that. The only thing in his heart was a desire to slaughter. He wanted to slaughter all his enemies. The other ancient race experts were fleeing for their lives. Long Chen was just about to chase them when he felt the world spinning around him. He almost collapsed on the ground. His scales vanished and the feeling of boundless energy also vanished. Long Chen felt a bout of weakness overwhelm him. He didn't even have the power to stand. Long Chen. 2 soft bodies caught Long Chen. Once the scales vanished, it revealed Long Chen's original body, covered in blood. Seeing him in that state caused Meng Qi and Tang Wan to softly weep. I want to see Little Snow. He had terrified his enemies, but Long Chen was still lost in his sorrow. Little Snow was his companion who had been with him from the start. But they had been parted just like this. No matter how many enemies he killed, he wouldn't be able to revive Little Snow. He tenderly rubbed Little Snow's head. Little Snow was lying on the ground, looking extremely peaceful. It was like he was just sleeping. Despite trying to hold back his tears, he couldn't stop them. Little Snow was motionless. He would never move again. Meng Qi, Tang Wan, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Guo Ran, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were also crying. Little Snow wasn't just Long Chen's housepet. He had been a companion who had fought through life and death with them. We'll definitely kill all those bastards for Little Snow. Especially that bastard Ji Changkong. I'll tear him to pieces. Guo Ran clenched his teeth. If it hadn't been for Ji Changkong who had teleported away Lei Long, Little Snow wouldn't have died. 8 peak experts had joined hands to kill Long Chen. But 6 of them had been killed. Right now, the only ones remaining were Shui Yu and Ji Changkong. The debt for killing Little Snow would have to fall to them. Furthermore, they were the main ringleaders that caused Little Snow's death. Regretfully, they had already fled. Ji Changkong had fled especially early, and if the 2 of them wanted to hide in the huge immemorial path, it would be basically impossible to find them. Long Chen, don't feel too bad. In truth, I wanted to interfere back then. But Little Snow stopped me. You've been with Little Snow for so long, so I'm sure you understand what he was thinking. The eastern wasteland bell sighed. Long Chen nodded. His fury had passed, so his rationality had returned. Little Snow had already been aware that it wasn't able to keep up. He had used this method to choose his own way to leave, giving himself a dignified death. With Little Snow present, Long Chen wouldn't accept other housepets. Thus, Little Snow had chosen to leave so that Long Chen could find a stronger helper. Little Snow didn't want to implicate Long Chen. But Long Chen only felt grief. Had Little Snow really thought that once he was dead, he would be able to accept new housepets? An indescribable sorrow filled him. Little Snow didn't understand him well enough. A scarlet crystal core appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's expression became furious. Don't get mad. Although Little Snow died, I sealed his soul and memories in his crystal core. In the future, if you can find a magical beast with limitless potential, you can merge it with this crystal core. Then Little Snow could count as being reborn, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen was delighted to hear that. He carefully received the crystal core. At the same time, he felt ashamed for his previous rudeness toward the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The battle's over. Everyone can go back and rest, suggested the Stone Tribe's leader. Everyone hastily began to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 927 Preparing to leave. Within the Stone Tribe's ancestral land, Long Chen was sitting alone beside a small lake. He was as still as the motionless water. It had already been a month since the battle, and Long Chen had fully recovered. He had taken a great risk in summoning the Green Dragon battle armor last time, and although he had succeeded, it had been extremely damaging to his body. The Green Dragon essence blood had been so domineering that it had almost broken his meridians. Fortunately, the Flame Devil's corpse had been thrown into the primal chaos space and devoured by the Black Soul, giving him enough life energy to recover. Guo Ran and the others fully recovered in less than 3 days. After refining the rank 4 heavenly Dao fruits Long Chen had given them, they had all become rank 4 celestials. The high-spirited Guo Ran had just been about to lead everyone to look for Shui Yu, Ji Chengkong, and the others as revenge for Little Snow. But Long Chen had stopped him. There was no meaning behind such an action. As long as they weren't stupid, they would have hidden themselves. Trying to find someone who was hiding in a place as large as the immemorial path was no different than searching for a needle in an ocean. It was just a waste of time. Although Meng Qi and Tang Waner had accompanied him while healing, Long Chen hadn't returned to his lively self. He gradually became a person who liked to be silent. Little Snow's death made him feel like a boulder was crushing his heart. It was hard for him to breathe. He gently rubbed the scarlet crystal core in his hand. That was Little Snow's crystal core. His memories and soul were sealed within it. Although he knew that if he could find a suitable housepet, he could erase that housepet's soul and allow Little Snow to be reborn, that didn't change the fact that Little Snow had died. Last time, it was Yi Ziqiu and Lu Fang'er who had died. Yi Ziqiu had been lucky, and a powerful expert had brought her away. Long Chen had sensed her aura, so he knew she had been reborn and was more powerful than ever. But Lu Fang'er was gone forever. Meng Qi hadn't been able to bear burying her, and she had instead used a crystal coffin to keep her body by her side forever. Legend said that if a corpse wasn't buried in the ground, its soul wouldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. Then the soul would forever guard the person it was with. When Meng Qi thought no one was around, she would occasionally look at her dead sister and silently weep. Long Chen had noticed her several times like that, but he had never disturbed her. Everyone had their own weak spots. Everyone had times when they were helpless. But people could only do their best to hide their weaknesses and instead expose their sharp fangs as they fought against fate. Yi Ziqiu had been lucky. Little Snow had also been lucky that the Eastern Wasteland Bell was present. But something like luck wasn't reliable. Long Chen wasn't someone who could hope to live off luck forever. Perhaps what is required is another reign of terror. Otherwise, some people will never learn their lesson and will constantly try to scheme against me behind my back, said Long Chen as he gently stroked Little Snow's crystal core. The Flame Devil had been killed. 6 of the 8 peak experts had been killed. But Long Chen was still filled with anger and sullenness. He just didn't know who his hate was targeted towards. He felt like he was a bloodthirsty devil king who had constantly been suppressing his own urge for slaughter. But now, he was feeling like he couldn't suppress it any longer. He had to release his true self. Senior, no matter how strong the enemies I encounter, you can still help me handle them, correct? Asked Long Chen. Of course. The Eastern Wasteland Bell's response was extremely direct. Then good. Next time, I'll let my name resound throughout the entire Martial Heaven continent. Whether it's a glorious name or an infamous name, I will make sure it becomes known through slaughter. I'll kill until those people scheming against me are finally afraid and will tremble upon hearing the name Long Chen. He continued to stroke Little Snow's crystal core gently, but his voice was full of killing intent. I know that persuading you is useless, but I'll just warn you one more time. Take it easy, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell a bit helplessly. To it, Long Chen was becoming more and more terrifying. Sometimes he was frighteningly calm, sometimes he was frighteningly crazy. Furthermore, he had found that Long Chen was a determined person. What he had decided, no one could change. Long Chen. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. Meng Qi and Tang Waner walked over. They looked like two fairies who had walked out of a painting. They sat beside him, holding his arms. They were full of worry, as they had never seen Long Chen in such a slump. Little Snow's death had been a huge blow to him. Sorry, I've made you worry. Long Chen felt a bit guilty. Little Snow's death had been a constant weight on his mind, and this entire time, he hadn't been able to escape his sullen mood. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had done their best to cheer him up during this time. In fact, they had even slept in the same bed with him, subtly indicating that they would have been willing to go through with certain acts. However, in his pain and guilt, Long Chen hadn't been interested. The two of them had been willing to break their promise with their other sisters in the hope that it would allow Long Chen to walk out of the shadow he was under. That made Long Chen grateful and ashamed. With his kind of conduct, he really had been blessed by his ancestors to have such beauties by his side. Long Chen, do you feel better? Asked Tang Wan'er. She and Meng Qi were the same. They were worried Long Chen would be affected by a heart devil. I'm better, everything's better. I've already thought things through. Long Chen smiled and pulled the two of them into his embrace. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er both blushed with his arms wrapped around their waists. His actions made a strange feeling rise in their hearts, one that was very warm and very safe. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, one on the left, and one on the right, leaned against Long Chen's chest. Seeing Long Chen smile, they felt like the light after the rain had finally appeared. Long Chen, you scoundrel, do you know how worried we were for you? While in Long Chen's embrace, Tang Wan'er gave him a vicious pinch. But Long Chen had finished refining the green dragon essence blood, so his body was extremely strong. Even if he didn't do anything to resist, treasure items wouldn't be able to easily injure him. After a few pinches and finding that she wasn't able to cause any damage, then seeing Long Chen's evil smile, Tang Wan'er suddenly opened her mouth. Aiya! Long Chen let out a miserable cry. His earlobe had been bitten by Tang Wan'er ruthlessly. He found that even the dragon blood body tempering art had its flaws. The defense of his ears hadn't increased much at all, so being bitten was still very painful. Scoundrel, we were worried to death because of you. How can you smile? Tang Wan'er felt wronged. Although she was a fiery woman and very opinionated, her heart was entirely Long Chen's. For Long Chen to become silent and sullen, she had felt like the sky was falling. Suddenly, a warm mouth ruthlessly pressed against Tang Wan'er's lips. Her body shook as his smell entered her nose. She was instantly lost in that emotional feeling. She tightly held onto him when she suddenly realized something was off. She struggled to get away, but Long Chen held on tightly. After a moment, Aiya, were you born in the year of the dog? Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of pain as his lips were bitten by Tang Wan'er. He even tasted blood. He had found another weak point in his defense. Bastard, how can you bully me right in front of big sister Meng Qi? Wait, no, even if sister Meng Qi isn't here, you still can't bully me. Cried Tang Wan'er. Her face was much thinner than Long Chen's. Although she had liked the feeling just now, Meng Qi had been right there. She would rather express her anger than express her willingness. Fine then. Long Chen directly turned to give Meng Qi a deep kiss. Meng Qi immediately turned red and tried to pull away, but how could she, a soul cultivator, escape his grasp? Bastard, release big sister Meng Qi. You can't bully her, shouted Tang Wan'er. Her fists were like a tempest of rain, but her attack power was essentially zero. She grabbed Long Chen's neck and began some familiar motions. Stop, stop. Long Chen hastily let go of Meng Qi. Only then did Tang Wan'er take her mouth away from his ear. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were both red. The three of them didn't say anything, instead just looking at each other. Long Chen suddenly burst into laughter. They both reddened, but they were full of delight and hope. Long Chen had finally returned to normal, so they could finally put down their worries. The next few days were peaceful. The Stone Tribe leader handed all the spoils of the battlefield to Long Chen. Long Chen had his people pick out a portion of the treasure items useful to themselves, and the rest was all left to the Aboriginals. They also didn't keep a single medicinal pill. As for the people who had followed Feng Gayan to help, each one of them obtained 2 high-grade treasure items and several middle-grade ones. They were incredibly grateful, especially since they came from poor origins. They had never thought they would one day have a high-grade treasure item. Long Chen had taken less than 1% of the spoils, and the wealth left to the Aboriginals was truly an indescribable amount. That battle had been too immense. The Stone Tribe's leader knew Long Chen's character, so he didn't say anything. He directly gathered all the tribe leaders and gave him all the Yuan spirit stones they had in storage. Long Chen also didn't stand on courtesy and received them all. The days passed one by one. Long Chen was waiting for Lord Heavenai's return. According to the Stone Tribe's leader, Lord Heavenai had gone to another region, and no one knew when he would return. Only Lord Heavenai had the ability to cross the barriers into other regions. Suddenly, there came a day when clouds filled the sky of the immemorial path. The void began to shake, and the jade tablets Long Chen and the others held lit up. It was time for everyone to leave. "Boss, let's leave quickly and go for a slaughter," shouted Guo Ran. He summoned his armor, killing intent erupting out of him. He was ready for a good fight. Chapter 928 The Change in the Sect. Lord Heavenai has returned. Just as everyone was about to activate their jade plates and leave, a shout rang out. Long Chen hastily stopped everyone. A path opened within the crowd, leading to the transportation formation. Lord Heavenai had finally appeared. Lord Heavenai. Long Chen quickly cupped his fists toward him. Long Chen was still grateful to him. If it hadn't been for the identity plate he had given him, he and Yu Xiaochen would have been killed back then. It was also because of Lord Heavenai's guidance that the Aboriginals had formed such a strong relationship with him. Long Chen was extremely moved by the Aboriginals. They were simple and honest. Compared to the righteous path which was filled with deception and internal conflict, Long Chen would prefer a place like this. "I suppose I made it on time. Here, take this." Lord Heavenai looked weary from travel, but he tossed Long Chen a black jar, which had an ancient seal on it. It appeared to have been sealed for countless years. 10,000 spirit blood, this fellow knows how to spend wealth. Long Chen, what he's giving you is a priceless treasure. This 10,000 spirit blood is an artificial spirit blood made during the immortal era. Although it's not on the same level as a true spirit blood, as long as a rank 4 celestial absorbs it, it will evolve into spirit blood that matches their elemental attribute, benefiting them for the rest of their life, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen only heard the Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice after receiving the jar. When he did, he couldn't help but feel that it was incredibly heavy. Looking at Lord Heavenai's weary appearance, he didn't know what to say. "Senior, did you leave in order to get this?" A sour feeling welled up within Long Chen's heart. If Lord Heavenai hadn't left, then with his intelligence, he definitely would have seen through Ji Chengkong's scheme. Then the hundreds of thousands of warriors from the Aboriginals wouldn't have been sacrificed. "Child, don't overthink things. As an unrivaled heavenly genius, it is fated for you to rise like a shooting star. Considering the cycle of karma, everything that I've done is for us. Go." The dragon swims through the sea, the pung flies through the clouds. "We will definitely meet again one day." Lord Heavenai patted Long Chen on the shoulder like a kind elder comforting a child that was about to go on a long journey. Long Chen took a deep breath and put the black jar into the primal chaos space. He bowed deeply toward Lord Heavenai. Following him, Meng Qi and the others also bowed. "This kindness is something I, Long Chen, will remember. I'm confident as well that we will meet again." Xiao Fei and the others waved goodbye as fiercely as they could. Long Chen's unrivaled appearance during that shocking battle had made him the idol of every youngster. Now that their idol was leaving, they were full of unwillingness. Long Chen swept his gaze over their reluctant eyes. After that, he finally steeled himself and crushed his jade plate. A rune erupted out of it and enveloped him. He instantly disappeared from their sight. One after another, they disappeared. They couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. Don't sigh. The current immemorial path is not the old immemorial path. Because Long Chen tore apart the dome of the heavens, he has released the aura of the outside world. The energy and laws that the immemorial path was lacking have been made up for. In other words, our cultivation bases will no longer be suppressed to the foundation forging realm. Work hard on cultivating and stepping into higher realms. Long Chen might need us one day. Lord Heavenai looked up at the sky, a faint smile on his face. Long Chen felt his feet hit the ground. He was standing in the midst of the original entrance. When he had entered, there had been a sea of people. But now that he was coming out, there were pitifully few people present. The occasional people that were present all looked at Long Chen like he was a demon and instantly fled. People appeared one by one. However, Feng Gayan didn't appear as he didn't come from this entrance. Of the people that had helped Long Chen, only 5 had come from this side. After exiting, they waved goodbye to Long Chen. "Boss, Something's wrong, said Guo Ran as he looked around. Yes, I agree. Why didn't the various sects send experts to receive us? Did something happen? Long Chen nodded in agreement. The fact that Ji Changkong and the others weren't present was very normal. They had most likely immediately rushed out of the immemorial path and fled. Long Chen had thought that Ji Changkong would ally himself with the various sects, experts to surround him and attack. But this was out of his expectations. But the righteous sects hadn't sent anyone to receive their disciples. Even Ouyang Chuyu wasn't present. That was curious. Let's go. We can ask around once we return to the Xuantian Dao sect. Meng Qi summoned the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Under her constant care during this time, the blood phoenix had broken through to reach the 8th rank. The 8th rank blood phoenix was even larger and faster than before. The 3 spatial storms they met were easily pierced through. In just a day, they reached the Xuantian Dao sect's territory. But as soon as they arrived, a loud alert rang out. The Xuantian Dao sect's grand protective formation activated, shocking everyone. What was going on? Who dares to attack the Xuantian Dao sect? An icy shout rang out from within the formation. A white-robed elder stood within it, staring vigilantly at the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Although he didn't recognize it, he could sense how terrifying it was. Long Chen jumped off and looked inside the formation. There were only 6 sea expansion experts inside that he could see. He frowned. Why were there so few people inside the sect? Furthermore, he saw that many places showed signs of damage and were in the midst of being repaired. It was like an immense battle had been fought here. I am Long Chen. Release the grand formation, shouted Long Chen. He recognized that person. He was from the Shui family and was at the peak of sea expansion. He had once been in the running for the Shui family's future head. But this person had repeatedly targeted Shui Wuan, and in her fury, she had left the Shui family to go to the 36th supermonastery. You are Long Chen. Who knows whether or not you're a fake? This is an extremely tense time, so you can't enter the sect for now. He shouted, but he was clearly a bit panicked. Courting death. Long Chen snorted and flew forward. He smashed a single fist onto the grand protective formation, and it shattered. Long Chen, are you rebelling? His reply was a slap in the face. He vomited blood and all his teeth shot out. He fainted. This was after Long Chen had held back. If he had increased his power just a bit, that old man's head would have exploded. Speak. What happened? Long Chen turned to look at the other 5 sea expansion experts. Seeing Long Chen shatter the grand protective formation with a single punch, they were all horrified. One of them hastily said, a month ago, the corrupt path gathered all their power and... The truth was that a month ago, the corrupt path had suddenly launched a sneak attack on the 36 supermonasteries as well as the Xuantian Dao sect. This sneak attack was of an unprecedented scale. All the corrupt path's elites had moved out. They had caused heavy casualties to the Xuantian Dao sect, and the entire righteous path entered a state of battle. No one knew who would be the next target. Fortunately, the majority of the 36 supermonasteries' elites had been gathered at the Xuantian Dao sect. That was a joint agreement between the monastery heads, as they were part of a welcoming ceremony for the sect master. Ouyang Chuyu had left for a trip to the Central Plains after sending Long Chen and the others into the immemorial path. This was an official meeting that happened once every 4 years. The various sect masters would report what had happened during this time, and after that, the head sect would give them various material benefits. That was something very much worthy of celebration to their branch sect. In past years, there had never been a problem. Only this time did the corrupt path suddenly launch a berserk attack that caused the 36 supermonasteries to suffer tragic losses. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, the attack on it had been so fierce that the grand protective formation had been destroyed. Their enemies' cultivation bases had just been too high. The vice sect master and Shui Wuan who had just advanced to foundation forging had gone all out, and only then had they managed to make sure the Xuantian Dao sect wasn't completely destroyed. But the sect had suffered unprecedented damage. The vice sect master had died, and Shui Wuan had taken heavy injuries under the attack of 2 foundation forging experts. In that incredibly critical moment, Ouyang Chuyu had actually returned a day early. When she saw her home was under siege, she had furiously slaughtered her enemies. The corrupt path had immediately retreated when Ouyang Chuyu had arrived, but Ouyang Chuyu had still managed to slaughter a huge mass of their experts. Seeing the half-destroyed Xuantian Dao sect, learning the vice sect master had died, and finding that Shui Wuan's soul had been injured and she had descended into slumber, Yang Chuyu had exploded in fury. She had immediately sent out a call to summon all the Righteous Path's experts to launch a counterattack. But what infuriated her even more was that all the various large sects found convenient excuses not to help her. She realized these opportunists had decided that the Xuantian Dao sect's core had been too heavily damaged by this attack and would quickly collapse. So they didn't want to get too close to the Xuantian Dao sect. Even amongst those smaller sects under the Xuantian Dao sect's protection, only a few of them supported them with their full power. Furious, just like that, Yang Chuyu led the Xuantian Dao sect's surviving elites and a pitiful number of experts to slaughter a path into the corrupt path's territory. Apparently, Yang Chuyu had attacked 3 of the corrupt path's smaller strongholds, and in the midst of conquering the 4th stronghold, she had encountered a large-scale counterattack by the corrupt path. Both sides were in a deadlock. Hearing that Shui Wuan had been injured, Long Chen immediately rushed to her side. Shui Wuan was pale and withered, with death chi over her forehead. She was pitifully haggard. When Long Chen arrived, a maid was in the midst of feeding Shui Wuan medicine with a small spoon. She couldn't swallow, so she could only allow the medicinal liquid to enter bit by bit. Long Chen suddenly grabbed the bowl of medicine. He looked at it with a bewildered expression of disbelief. Sniffing it, he shouted, "Who prepared this medicine?" Chapter 929 Absorbing 10,000 Spirit Blood. Long Chen's shout was full of killing intent. The 3 monastery heads who had led Long Chen to this room all jumped. Long Chen's killing intent was absolutely terrifying. It was berserk and icy. They felt like the tips of millions of blades were pointed toward them, and with a single thought, those blades would pierce their bodies. I don't know," said the maid. She was pale. With her Shantian cultivation base, in front of the current Long Chen, even just speaking was extremely difficult. Monastery head Shui Qingfeng was in charge of it. "Could it be?" muttered one of the 3 monastery heads. "Bring that idiot over," said Long Chen icily. One of the monastery heads obediently ran off. Long Chen put aside the bowl of medicinal and gently placed a medicinal pill into Shui Wuan's mouth. Her face had lost all signs of life right now. Wrinkles she had never possessed had appeared. "Let me." Meng Qi gently pressed her hand over Shui Wuan's forehead. Her spiritual strength carefully entered her body. Shui Wuan's spiritual strength had been essentially exhausted now. She had reached the point of a lamp out of oil. Without more spiritual strength to nourish her, her soul would have completely dissipated. Because her spiritual strength had dried up, Meng Qi had to give her new spiritual strength slowly and carefully. Finally, her spiritual strength gained control over part of Shui Wuan's nerves, and she made Shui Wuan swallow the medicinal pill Long Chen had given her. At the same time, Meng Qi's spiritual strength spread throughout Shui Wuan's body. Her body was in a quasi-death state right now and needed to be awoken. The medicinal pill Long Chen had given her had been personally refined by him. Its medicinal effect was extremely strong. With Meng Qi's help, it was rapidly absorbed. A rosy color gradually appeared in her pale face. "Long Chen, what are you doing?" Shui Qingfeng was escorted over. Long Chen's slap hadn't just knocked him unconscious. He had also sealed his spiritual yuan, and he was powerless to resist. Long Chen didn't say a word. He directly pressed a finger against Shui Qingfeng's forehead. His spiritual strength erupted into Shui Qingfeng's mind sea. Shui Qingfeng's body quivered, and then his eyes became distant. The other 3 monastery heads were horrified. Long Chen had directly used a soul search without saying anything. But they didn't dare say anything. They were aware of many things, and now that the Devil King Long Chen had returned, they didn't dare to go against him. Yu Deshui, Zhao Fu, Li Wenshao, Zhang Heoran. Long Chen listed off 17 names, causing the 3 monastery heads' hearts to pound. "Bring them all here." The 3 of them were shocked. Although those 3 weren't monastery heads, they possessed extremely high status in the Xuantian Dao sect. Some of them were even closely related by blood to Yang Chuyu. "There's no need for the 3 of you to do it. Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, go with them and handle it," said Long Chen coldly. The 3 of them were helpless. Although Long Chen was just a disciple who had only recently entered Sea Expansion, and he also didn't possess an official post or status, they didn't dare to speak. They felt that if they did say something, Long Chen would directly kill them. They quickly led Guo Ran and Yu Zifeng away. The reason Long Chen wanted them dead was because they had participated in this matter. He didn't care what their goal was, but since they had clearly known that this would harm Shui Wuan, he had decided they could disappear from this world forever. The most infuriating thing to him was that two of those people were from the law enforcement hall. They had both been bought by Shui Qingfeng. When Liang Chuyu had left, Shui Wuan had been unconscious from her heavy injuries. She had needed to rest her soul. Liang Chuyu knew about the unending battles between the four families, so she had intentionally left some people to look after her. She had left behind 4 of the Shui family's monastery heads to look after the Xuantian Dao sect. She would never have imagined that Shui Qingfeng would actually be so deranged as to kill Shui Wuan. He foolishly thought that once Shui Wuan was dead, he would become the next Shui family head. For safety purposes, he had pulled in a large group of people. Using both threats and bribes, he had pulled them to his side. This way, once Shui Wuan died, they could all testify that they had done their best, but Shui Wuan's illness had suddenly taken a turn for the worse and she had died. The 3 monastery heads actually had known about this matter. They hadn't been willing to go along with it, but they also hadn't dared to go against Shui Qingfeng. It was precisely because they hadn't participated that they could keep their lives now. It's done. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Guo Ran and the others returned. The 3 monastery heads were shocked. Amongst the people Long Chen had listed, 9 had been sea expansion experts. But they had been killed by a wave of the hand by Guo Ran. They probably hadn't even understood what was happening before they were killed. Furthermore, when Guo Ran killed people, he was frighteningly calm. It was like he was just killing ants. There was no change in his expression at all. Long Chen nodded and continued looking at Shui Wuan. The medicinal energy was beginning to activate. Shui Qingfeng had been extremely sinister. He had added soul poison into her medicine. In the state where her soul was damaged, she needed slow nourishment. Although that poison's effect was extremely slow, it exhausted all her spiritual strength. Once she died, there would have been no way to find out what had been used. Long Chen. Suddenly, Shui Wuan opened her eyes. Her originally bright eyes were dark now, and her voice was harsh to the ears. "Big sister, I'm here." Long Chen hastily held her hand. "You're back. Good. I was worried about you." A gratified expression appeared in her eyes. Her face twitched as if she was trying to smile, but with her corpse-like face, there was no way to do so. Seeing that Shui Wuan had escaped death, Long Chen sighed with relief and almost teared up. Shui Wuan had always looked after him like she was his big sister. Although she would occasionally act fierce and reprimand him, it was all for his own good. Big sister was useless. The Xuantian Dao sect was shamed. I failed the sect master's mission. Tears leaked out of Shui Wuan's eyes. She felt extremely guilty for the Xuantian Dao sect's heavy losses. "Big sister, it's fine. This enmity is something I'll repay for you. Just peacefully heal. You're tired and sleepy. When you wake up, everything will be fine," said Long Chen softly. He glanced toward Meng Qi. She immediately understood and changed her spiritual strength. Shui Wuan immediately felt a bout of sleepiness and fell into a deep slumber. "Get me a map and tell me where the sect master is." A monastery head immediately took out a map. Long Chen quickly saw his target. "I'm leaving my big sister with you. If something happens to her, don't even think about living. When I kill people, I don't need to give any reason." After saying that, Long Chen and the others jumped onto the red-eye sacred blood phoenix, flying northwards. Although he was a bit worried about Shui Wuan, he knew that with his medicinal pill and the replenishment of Meng Qi's spiritual strength, she would quickly wake up. Once she was awake, although she wouldn't have her peak power, her safety would be guaranteed. Furthermore, he was also sure that those 3 wouldn't dare to do anything to Shui Wuan. They didn't have the guts, otherwise, they would have been on the same side as Shui Qingfeng. It was precisely because they didn't have any guts that they hadn't participated in that matter. Right now, the Xuantian Dao sect's main power was attacking the Corrupt Path's stronghold, and the disciples had been transported to a secret location. The current Xuantian Dao sect was almost an empty city. The Corrupt Path's power and attention were also concentrated on their strongholds, so the chance of them attacking the Xuantian Dao sect was essentially zero. Looking at the map, it seems it'll take around a day of flying. There aren't any spatial walls this time, so it'll be a calm journey. Don't waste this time, everyone. Start refining the 10,000 spirit blood I've given you. It shouldn't be anything hard for you. Work hard, because we're going to deal a vicious blow this time, said Long Chen. Long Chen had given a drop of the 10,000 spirit blood to each one of them before. On their way back, the spatial walls had been too disruptive to refine it. But now that there were no more disruptions, they couldn't waste any more time. They all took out a drop of violet blood. In truth, the 10,000 spirit blood was a kind of guiding medicine. Once experts refined it, it would excavate a person's potential, bringing out their greatest power. For example, a cultivator might only possess a trace of earth energy that was normally useless. In this case, cultivating any earth attribute battle skill would be very difficult. But once they refined the 10,000 spirit blood, that trace of energy would become even purer, and they would become a true earth attribute cultivator. Everyone began refining the 10,000 spirit blood. There was no reaction when it entered their bodies, and it quickly spread throughout every inch of them. The first one to cause a reaction was Tang Wan. Her runes revolved around her. She was a powerful wind attribute cultivator, and the 10,000 spirit blood had only just entered her body when it merged with her wind energy. Practically invisible lines appeared on Tang Wan-er's runes. The 10,000 spirit blood was purifying her wind energy, and it was also changing it. Tang Wan-er originally possessed practically no spirit blood, but she gradually became able to control spirit blood power. It was like a seed had landed in fertile soil and begun to germinate. From now on, Tang Wan-er would become an expert in command of spirit blood, and an extremely terrifying wind attribute spirit blood at that. Her bloodline power would make her even stronger. Following her, Meng Qi, Yu Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Guo Ran all entered similar states. There was no reaction after Wild consumed the 10,000 spirit blood. He just foolishly looked at Long Chen. Long Chen just smiled slightly. He had long since been prepared for this result. It wasn't strange. Wild's body was just too special. Long Chen looked into the distance, and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. It was time to flip the heavens. Chapter 930. The slaughter begins. Blood splashed. Furious roars rang out. In front of thousands of corrupt experts, the Dragonblood warriors were still releasing awe-inspiring killing intent. The Dragonblood warriors were all at the peak of Xianxia. On a 1,000-mile battlefield, they were on the right wing, surrounded by a mass of corrupt experts. Over half of these corrupt experts had reached sea expansion. The intense battle dyed the yellow ground red. We can't continue like this. Fuck that Joe bastard, he intentionally left us here to draw the majority of their forces. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on, roared one of the Dragonblood Legion's squad leaders. The Dragonblood Legion had been assigned to the right wing of the battlefield during the strategy meeting. Only once the battle began did they find out that the majority of their enemy's power was concentrated on them. At the front of the battlefield, Ouyang Chuyu was fighting two of the corrupt path's top experts. The void rumbled around them, making it so the others couldn't see their battle clearly. This was their third battle against this stronghold. The previous two times, the righteous path had been at an advantage. But this time, the corrupt path had clearly sent reinforcements. The Xuantian Dao sect's experts were all here along with some smaller sects' experts. That was an extremely strong force. There was a group of sea expansion experts blocking the majority of the other sea expansion elites from the corrupt path, but the corrupt path just had too many sea expansion experts. As a result, quite a few of them managed to get by and attack the Dragonblood Legion. What shocked everyone was that these peak Xiantian warriors were actually able to handle 10 times their number, even when half of those enemies were sea expansion experts. Although they weren't elite sea expansion experts, they still weren't things that Xiantian disciples should have been able to handle, especially not in a 1-against-10 situation. However, this kind of intense battle was too exhausting. The Dragonblood warriors hadn't expanded their seas, so their spiritual yuan was limited. They couldn't keep up with this intensity forever. After a day and night of fighting, their energy was starting to flag. Their situation was growing desperate. Talking about that now is useless. Boss should be arriving soon, so just endure it. We'll settle our debts then, said another squad leader. In the back of the battlefield was the Zhou family's genius commander who had come up with the troop distribution. But even if the Zhou family was trying to intentionally harm them, they couldn't do anything about it now. Once their line buckled, the people behind them would be doomed. The entire army would be implicated, so they could only clench their teeth and endure. Fall back into the arched slaughter formation. Your main goal isn't to kill your enemies, but to survive, shouted a squad leader. He saw that they were still able to fight against their enemies. But they wouldn't be able to keep it up for much longer. Bastards, you have to form a barrier at the front. Hold the line, or the enemies will get by, shouted a person standing at the back of the troops. That was the genius commander from the Zhou family. He had been in command of multiple righteous and corrupt battles and had won despite many setbacks. He had plenty of experience, so he had naturally become the commander. Fuck your mother, Zhou idiot, just wait until this over. Cursed the squad leader. He ignored his orders, having everyone form a protective arc formation. They changed from offense to defense, making sure they could temporarily survive. He couldn't care too much anymore. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors were all his brothers, and their lives were more important to him than his own. He wouldn't allow any of them to fall. Bastard, you dare to ignore orders. Just wait. Halfway through his furious roar, a golden light shot through his body and he exploded. That light hadn't come from the front, but from behind. In other words, it had come from the side of the Xuantian Dao sect. Let's not wait. We're too busy to listen to your long-windedness. An icy voice rang throughout the battlefield. Boss. Hearing that voice, the Dragonblood warriors immediately felt their blood heat up. That voice was too familiar, and they cheered, their morale surging. Long Chen and the others appeared in the air. With his black robes billowing, it was like the arrival of a death god. Everyone, don't panic. An idiot commander's death signifies that victory is near, said Long Chen lightly, calming the uproar caused by the death of their commander. All the experts from the Xuantian Dao sect were affected by Long Chen's arrival. He was the leader of the Xuantian Dao sect's junior generation, and his prestige was extremely high. In the younger generation, his prestige might even surpass the sect master. Good job, brothers. Long Chen gave the Dragonblood warriors a thumbs up. To remain undefeated 1-10 gratified him. Leave the rest to us. Brothers, just watch the show. Guo Ran was the first to charge out, a flashy golden crossbow. In his hands, the crossbow shook and released golden rays that exploded amongst their enemies. The corrupt experts in the middle of attacking the Dragonblood warriors were blown up in large clumps. The Dragonblood warriors' jaws dropped. The fierce corrupt experts that they had had such difficulty with were nothing in front of Guo Ran. With just 10 arrows, hundreds of them were killed. Guo Ran's awe-inspiring power shook the entire battlefield. He immediately drew everyone's attention. He loudly chanted, "I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If you want a chivalrous hero, you can come find Aya." Before Guo Ran could report his name, he was sent flying into the Corrupt Path's army by Long Chen. He couldn't stand him right now. Everyone jumped in fright. Because of Long Chen, Guo Ran had flown right into the battle of the Elite Sea expansion experts. Don't just watch. You all have important work to do. Long Chen returned to the Dragonblood warriors, ignoring Guo Ran's plight. Great Soul Barrier. Meng Qi formed hand seals, and a huge spiritual barrier enveloped them. People outside were only able to see a curtain of light around them, but they were unable to see inside. Guo Ran grumbled, "Why couldn't you just let me finish the last 3 words? Boss, I wasn't done yet." The corrupt experts were first startled at a person suddenly being kicked into their midst, but then they quickly recovered and attacked. "Kill your mother," raged Guo Ran. His fury from having his poser act interrupted now fell onto the corrupt experts in front of him. 2 golden sabers appeared in his hands, and he hacked the person shouting in two. Guo Ran, I'm right here. Whoever dares can come at me." With his 2 sabers dancing in the air, Guo Ran started a slaughter. The 2 sabers were a pair of treasure items he had obtained within the immemorial path. Paired weapons on the level of a treasure item were extremely rare. After he had added them to his set of armor, they hadn't even been damaged during the huge battle in the immemorial path. Thus, it could be seen just how powerful they were. Now that they were just facing corrupt experts who at most possessed low-grade treasure items, he cut through any resistance easily. In an instant, over 10 of the Corrupt Path's Sea expansion experts were killed, shocking them. They hastily retreated. Looking at the armored monstrosity that was Guo Ran, the Xuantian Dao sect and the Righteous Path's experts were all shocked. "The vanguard, hold the line and slowly retreat." Long Chen's voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield. He appeared out of the spiritual barrier, looking down on the entire field. The battlefield contained tens of thousands of experts. But when he compared it to the battle fought in the immemorial path, Long Chen felt like it was nothing more than child's play. Long Chen wanted all the Righteous Path's people to retreat from the battle, as they were too weak. There were even Meridian Opening disciples fighting on their side. Just now, he had gathered the Dragonblood Legion and distributed the 10,000 spirit blood, divine mortal molting elixir, heavenly Tao fruits, and sea-expanding pills to them all. They were to absorb the first three things as fast as possible and then get ready to attack sea expansion. Of course, those treasures were too important, and so he had Meng Qi summon a barrier to block other people's vision. He watched as Guo Ran's addition to the battlefield caused the whole battle to become imbalanced. Just on his own, he drew all the experts' attention. Many of the Xuantian Dao sect's monastery heads were freed up and went to help other squads that were in a dangerous situation. The tempo of the battle slowed down quite a bit. Those at Xuantian and below, retreat out of the battle, shouted Long Chen. What? The Xuantian Dao set's experts couldn't believe their ears. If all Xuantian experts and below left, then they would only have a few hundred people left on the battlefield. Listen to Long Chen. Those below sea expansion, retreat. A booming voice rang out from the air. It was Ouyang Chuyu. Ouyang Chuyu was fighting two corrupt experts who had both reached foundation forging and were extremely strong. They had intentionally distanced themselves from the battlefield and were fighting in the air. Hearing Ouyang Chuyu, no one hesitated any longer. They all retreated, leaving behind only sea expansion experts. This sudden change caught the corrupt path completely off guard. But looking at Long Chen standing in the air, for some unknown reason, they felt like they shouldn't approach him. It was like getting one step closer to him was getting one step closer to death. The corrupt experts gathered the majority of their power on Guo Ran. But even in the face of hundreds of sea expansion experts, Guo Ran was unstoppable. The main thing was that this armor was too shameless. All their attacks were unable to break it, thus, the corrupt experts could only bitterly endure. After a moment, the Xuantian Dao sect and the smaller sects, tens of thousands of experts had mostly all retreated into the distance. They were perplexed, not knowing what Long Chen was thinking. Long Chen icily looked at the sky. His heart shook, and he suddenly looked at the spiritual barrier below him. With a stamp of his foot, he shot toward Ouyang Chuyu. What? Everyone was shocked. Long Chen actually wanted to join a battle of foundation forging experts. Had he gone mad? Chapter 931 Unable to bear a single blow. With a single step, Long Chen arrived at Ouyang Chuyu's side. Everyone was startled. Ouyang Chuyu was fighting against two old monsters from the corrupt path. It was an incredibly imposing sight, and any sea expansion experts that entered their scope would be blown apart. Sorry, I'm very busy. Don't mind me. Long Chen directly charged at one of the corrupt path's old monsters. The two of them were both late foundation forging experts. With their full power released, space was constantly twisting around them. That was the specific power of foundation forging experts. Foundation forging experts were able to control a certain amount of spatial power. That was a kind of comprehension realm. Advancing to foundation forging didn't just rely on support and talent, but it also required high comprehension skills. For a Xuantian expert to reach sea expansion was comparatively easy. By piling on the resources, any somewhat talented person could reach sea expansion. But for foundation forging, no matter how many resources you piled on, no matter how great their innate talent, if their comprehension skills were lacking, they would never be able to reach foundation forging. It required a certain level of comprehension into the heavenly Daos. So foundation forging experts were very few. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, Shui Wuan wouldn't have reached foundation forging ever in her life. These two were precisely two of the three that had killed the vice sect master and heavily injured Shui Wuan. The two of them were extremely strong, but back then, one of their group of three had been killed by Ouyang Chuyu, and these two had fled. Now that they were once more fighting, the two of them were merely focused on stalling Ouyang Chuyu. They hadn't expected Long Chen to join their battle, as he had clearly just advanced to the first heaven stage of sea expansion. With a cold snort, they simply ignored him. With his combat power, it wasn't worth it for them to split their attention. They had to focus on Ouyang Chuyu. Long Chen smiled slightly. He sent a single punch toward one of them. Idiot, you won't even be able to break my spatial wall, sneered that old monster. But his sneer quickly transformed into astonishment and then horror. The transparent spatial barrier around him was instantly shattered by one punch. Long Chen then sent out another punch. The corrupt expert hastily moved his soul summoning banner to block. Long Chen's fist became covered in thunder force as he struck it. What astonished the corrupt expert was that cracks appeared on his soul summoning banner. It was a peak-grade treasure item, but was broken just like this. Bastard, how can you possess heavenly lightning? That old monster finally realized the problem. His soul-summoning banner was a supreme corrupt item that contained the aggrieved souls of countless people, and Long Chen's Thunderforce had killed all the evil energy within it. The only thing that could possess such power was the most supreme Yang existence, heavenly tribulation lightning. Boom! His response was another punch. It was just a single punch, one relying on just his physical strength. At this time, Long Chen's body had been completely changed by the green dragon essence blood. The corrupt expert summoned a runic shield, but it was unable to bear a single blow from Long Chen. His shield shattered and he shot back, vomiting blood. One fist broke his spatial barrier, one fist broke his peak-grade treasure item, and one fist caused a late foundation forging expert to vomit blood. Everyone was shocked. Those people from the Xuantian Dao sect were especially shocked. A year ago, Long Chen had already been terrifying enough. But now, his power had practically surpassed the scope of their understanding. Is he really human? The experts who had come from other sects couldn't believe their eyes. How could they? Their jaws were dropped so low it was almost possible to see their stomachs. At Sea Expansion, he was able to fight across realms against a foundation forging expert. Furthermore, it was the early Sea Expansion against late foundation forging, and with just 3 punches, he caused him to vomit blood. They felt like their heads had broken. Even Yang Chuyu was shocked. However, she was also delighted. Long Chen's power caused her to feel much more assured. In truth, although she had launched a furious counterattack against the corrupt path for their sneak attack against the Xuantian Dao sect, she had her own secret troubles. The Xuantian Dao sect had suffered immense damage this time, and their prestige had dropped sharply. It was a grievous blow, especially to their influence over the righteous path. Yang Chuyu had no choice but to launch a fierce counterattack in order to show the Xuantian Dao sect's power. Otherwise, not only would others look down on them, but she would also have no way to explain this to the head sect. However, the vice sect master had died, and Shui Wuan had been heavily injured. Yang Chuyu's plan had been to wait for Shui Wuan to heal from her injuries, which was why she had just been patiently fighting these two. She was waiting for Shui Wuan. She had never imagined that Shui Qingfeng would actually be so stupid. Even at this life and death juncture of the entire Xuantian Dao sect, he had actually wanted to play games. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, Shui Wuan would be on the brink of death right now. The person Yang Chuyu had been waiting for hadn't arrived, but Long Chen had. And his power was just what she needed. Bastard brat, fuck off. The injured corrupt expert roared furiously. Previously, he had been focused on fighting Yang Chuyu, which was why he had been at such a disadvantage. A huge palm image covered the sun and smashed toward Long Chen. A terrifying pressure descended upon him. Careful, warned Yang Chuyu. She knew that this was a full power attack from him. She was worried Long Chen wouldn't be able to handle it, and she was just about to help him. But suddenly, a blood-red saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. A huge saber image manifested, looking like a celestial blade. Split the heavens too. Boom. The palm image and saber image both exploded. Heavens, Long Chen can break a foundation forging expert's full-strength attack. Doesn't that mean he truly has the power to challenge late foundation forging experts? That's terrifying. At the first heaven stage of Sea Expansion, he can challenge late foundation forging experts. Just what kind of monster is he? Countless people from the Xuantian Dao sect were looking at the sky in shock. They were looking at that godlike figure holding a blood-red saber. Blood soul devours, ghost kill. After having his attack broken, the corrupt expert clapped both his hands together and a sea of blood appeared behind him. That sea of blood was 300 miles long. A bloody scent filled the air. Although it was condensed from countless runes, in truth, those runes were created through the souls and essence blood of countless dead experts. The sea condensed into a huge skull, and it smashed toward Long Chen. Bang! Long Chen slashed his saber onto the skull, but he felt an immense power behind it. He was constantly forced back. A 4-colored divine ring emitting endless might appeared behind him. Long Chen's power explosively grew alongside Blooddrinker. He had activated its true form. At the same time, his spiritual yuan poured through 18 acupuncture points. An unstoppable saber image erupted into existence, instantly shattering the huge skull. The huge saber image continued toward the corrupt expert. The corrupt expert was appalled. He had never imagined that Long Chen could possess the power to destroy the magical art he was so proud of. He hastily formed a layer of defense. As a result, it was cleanly cut through. Boom! The corrupt expert smashed into the ground like a shooting star, and the experts Guo Ran was fighting against were blown to smithereens by the impact. Even Guo Ran was unfortunate. He hadn't expected disaster to suddenly fall from the sky. He just happened to be where the corrupt expert fell. He felt like a balloon that had been kicked by a foot. He flipped through the air, his blood surging within him. If he hadn't refined the rank 4 heavenly Tao fruit in the 10,000 spirit blood, strengthening his constitution to a whole new level, he would have been heavily injured just now. While Guo Ran felt like the stars in the sky were spinning around him, he suddenly felt someone catch him. Only then did he realize he had been blown back into his group. Now the Xuantian Dao sect's people finally understood why Long Chen had all Xuantian experts in below retreat. The result of Long Chen's attack had caused a powerful shockwave that exterminated over 10,000 corrupt experts. Even Sea expansion experts were killed. Thinking of that, they felt a chill. What if the corrupt expert had landed on the side of the righteous path? Just how many people could have survived? Well done, Long Chen. Ouyang Chuyu felt like flowers were blooming inside her heart. Although she had always had a favorable opinion of Long Chen, she had never dared to imagine he would be so powerful. A figure flew into the air. He was flying toward a spatial portal in the distance. Stop him, Long Chen. He's trying to flee, shouted Ouyang Chuyu. But that corrupt expert was quite crafty. He had traveled quite a ways underground, and only then had he flown out. He instantly flew into the portal and disappeared. Seeing him flee, the other corrupt expert suddenly released a blinding light like the sun. He lit up the entire sky, blinding people, and somehow, everyone's other senses disappeared. Their sense of hearing, smell, and even touch were gone. It was like the world had turned static. Just as everyone was shocked by this move, the blinding light disappeared. Their senses returned to normal. Up in the sky, Ouyang Chuyu was smiling coldly. At some unknown point, a sword had appeared in her hand. It was stabbing through the corrupt expert's body. That corrupt expert was filled with shock. He was unable to move an inch. Ice chi began to envelop him, turning him into an ice statue. Did you think I was an idiot? You wanted to escape with such a flimsy little trick. Ouyang Chuyu disdainfully wrapped her opponent in runes before extracting her sword. He had his life, but now he was a hostage. She dropped him to the ground. Ouyang Chuyu smiled at Long Chen. Who would have thought that in just 1 year, you would be able to fulfill your promise? Chapter 932. Do you want to play it big? For some unknown reason, seeing Ouyang Chuyu's smile made a trace of warmth appear in Long Chen's heart. Perhaps it was because of dealing with schemes for so long, but that simple act touched him deeply. I don't remember making any promise to you. Long Chen shook his head. Oh, you've forgotten already. I seem to recall that back then, someone intimately called me little sister and said that if anyone bullied me, I could come and find you, laughed Ouyang Chuyu. Long Chen's arrival caused Ouyang Chuyu's originally chaotic mood to instantly improve a great deal. The haze over her heart finally faded. Long Chen immediately felt awkward. Back then, he really had been an idiot. He had been tricked by Ouyang Chuyu's outer appearance and treated her as an ordinary disciple. He had even bragged so much. You came from the Xuantian Dao sect, right? What's going on there? Shui Wuan should have recovered by now, so why didn't she come with you? Asked Ouyang Chuyu. As soon as Shui Wuan was mentioned, Long Chen's gaze turned cold. His gaze swept over the Sea expansion experts of the Xuantian Dao sect, and his killing intent slowly rose once more. Sect Master, although raising this topic now is a bit unsuitable, I'm an impatient person and I don't like to stall. Within our group are several black sheep that need to be eliminated. When Ouyang Chuyu heard that Shui Qingfeng had actually been so stupid as to try to kill Shui Wuan, Ouyang Chuyu's expression sank to a frightening point. How brazen. The brazen ones aren't just those few idiots from the Shui family. The Zhou family is also quite brazen. Wouldn't you say, Zhou family head? Long Chen turned toward a certain elder in the crowd. That person was the new Zhou family head. He immediately shouted, Long Chen, I admit you're powerful, but you can't willfully slander others. As soon as you appeared, you killed our commander, but I didn't say anything. Now you want to slander me? Just what are you thinking? Why do you always have to target my Zhou family? The Zhou family head's voice sounded righteous and wronged, and he spoke loudly so everyone could hear him. HMPH, that commander was clearly garbage. His distribution of battle power was clearly unbalanced. The right wing's enemies were strong, but he placed the majority of our power to the left. Do you think I'm an idiot and can't see that he placed the Dragonblood Legion at the front to be sacrificial pawns? Asked Long Chen icily. What does a brat like you know of battle tactics? You're just shamelessly framing people. If you want to accuse someone, bring out your proof. If you don't have any proof, then just shut your mouth. Shouted the Zhou family head. Proof? Sorry, but I'm not a bailiff. If you want proof, well, let's just see. Long Chen's gaze locked onto the Zhou family head, and he suddenly found that he was unable to move. Long Chen's spiritual strength crashed down on him like a mountain. He felt like he had been dropped in an icehouse. He was unable to move, but it wasn't a spatial art. It was a spiritual suppression and a kind of killing intent lock. I ask you, was that commander intentionally harming the Dragonblood Legion? Shouted Long Chen. Ouyang Chuyu was startled. She hadn't expected that it wasn't just Long Chen's combat power that was so frightening. Even his spiritual strength was terrifying. This was an extremely domineering spiritual interrogation. With his spiritual strength locked around him, the Zhou family head couldn't lie. If he did, the slightest spiritual fluctuation from telling a lie would activate Long Chen's killing intent and his soul would be destroyed. Yes, after struggling for a long time, the Zhou family head didn't have the courage to lie in the end. Were you the one who incited that? Long Chen's expression didn't change. The Zhou family head tightly shut his mouth, his whole body trembling and sweating. He didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at Ouyang Chuyu with a pleading expression. Long Chen. Ouyang Chuyu had just opened her mouth when Long Chen flashed into motion, pressing a finger against the Zhou family head's forehead. Soul search. Everyone was horrified. Long Chen truly was brazen, to actually exceed his position and directly use a soul search against the Zhou family head in front of Ouyang Chuyu. Once this soul search was over, wouldn't the Zhou family head be turned into an imbecile? You brazen criminal, hurry and release me. The Zhou family head's furious roar was cut off by a golden light. He was dead. When my boss takes action, don't make such a fuss, shouted Guo Ran. He had been the one to kill him. Ouyang Chuyu's expression changed slightly. Long Chen's actions truly were not giving her, the sect master, face. He didn't care at all about her opinion. Zhou Chengwei, Zhou Yaohui, Zhao Chengji. Long Chen listed off 8 names, all of which were the Zhou family's higher-ups. Those who were named immediately turned pale as paper. Guo Ran raised his finger and pointed at them. The 8 of them were locked down. Long Chen, we can discuss this matter later. Right now, Ouyang Chuyu couldn't help but open her mouth. Now wasn't the time to continuously kill their own sea expansion experts. It would affect their army. Guo Ran, help them out. Long Chen seemed to not hear Ouyang Chuyu. Okay. Guo Ran pointed his finger. A golden ray shot out and killed one of the Zhou family's experts. Sect master, save us. Miserable cries rang out as Guo Ran continued pointing. Arrows shot out too quickly and at too close of a distance for them to do anything but die. Long Chen, I order you to stop. Shouted Ouyang Chuyu furiously. Why should I stop? Long Chen suddenly turned to look at her. He looked like a furious lion, his killing intent soaring into the sky. They wanted to kill my brothers, so why can't I kill them? Do I really have to wait until they actually do kill my brothers so I can kill them in revenge? Who came up with that dogshit logic? Don't try giving me some garbage about taking my time and how I can settle the bill later, or how I need to get proof. I don't care about any of that. Anyone who dares to touch my brothers all have to die. Every single one of them. Long Chen thought of Little Snow's death. His fury and killing intent were about to erupt out of his control. His final words echoed through the air. Even someone with Ouyang Chuyu's cultivation base felt her head ringing from Long Chen's voice. But even more terrifying, Long Chen's eyes were completely red. He looked like a bloodthirsty devil who might start killing people at any moment. This was Ouyang Chuyu's first time seeing Long Chen so furious, and her own fury vanished without a trace. The reason I traveled so far wasn't because I care so much about the Xuantian Dao sect, but because my brothers are here, and because my big sister is here. For them, I can put my life on the line. But as for the dogshit rules you higher-ups like to play, I've had enough. Don't talk to me about background or influence. Anyone who dares to scheme against my people will have my butcher's knife chop off their heads. Long Chen's voice shook everyone's hearts. In that instant, it felt like all their lives were in his hands, as if a single thought from him could kill them all. He was too terrifying. 8 of the Zhou family's experts had been killed. After completing the mission Long Chen had given him, Guo Ran casually walked back behind him. You don't feel any ties to the Xuantian Dao sect. Ouyang Chuyu sighed with disappointment. As the head of that family, she viewed each disciple as her own child. Long Chen's words were hurtful. I don't like the Xuantian Dao sect's atmosphere. The internal strife and despicable schemes continue in an unending stream. Just now, all I did was kill a few of the vermin targeting me. But in reality, the Xuantian Dao sect is infested with more vermin that hinders the sect's proper development. I'm sure you're even clearer about that than me. I want to love the Xuantian Dao sect, but in front of the endless schemes that want me dead, I don't know just how I'm supposed to love it. Said Long Chen. The higher-ups all felt ashamed. Yes, it was true that all their energy was focused on internal strife. But there was no way around that. If they didn't, they would have to leave or die. No matter what they wanted to do for the sect, they would have to go through many twists and turns. Countless people were worried that you would soar like a shooting star above them, and so they would heavily suppress you. As you constantly worked your way through that, you would constantly run into blockades. Cooking a good bowl of porridge wasn't easy, but ruining it was. All it required was a single log of stool to destroy your work of several years or even decades. After trying for so long, everyone had given up. Instead, they held their own logs of stool in their sights on other people's bowls of porridge. It began an unending, vicious cycle. Many people understood this principle, but they were unable to do anything about it. These had become unspoken rules, and they had to follow them. This was what it meant by the law could not condemn everyone. It wasn't as if they could kick out every single one of them. Wouldn't the sect be disbanded then? Although they were all just holding logs of stool to target others, at least on the surface, it would appear like the sect was flourishing. This was the case for the majority of sects. Although I don't have any good feelings toward the sect, my brothers and sisters are here. They are the people I love, so I've come, continued Long Chen. Hearing that, Ouyang Chuyu's disappointed eyes brightened. I don't care about the problems with the sect system, nor do I care about your hopelessly tangled relationships. How other people want to fight against each other means nothing to me. However, don't provoke me. Long Chen glared at the Xuantian Dao sect's higher-ups. This was a warning. Originally, Ouyang Chuyu had thought that Long Chen was saying these heartless words because he was planning on leaving the Xuantian Dao sect. But now he had clearly expressed himself. Although he didn't like the Xuantian Dao sect, he wouldn't leave the sect. That relieved her. At the same time, she was also extremely ashamed. She was the highest leader of the Xuantian Dao sect, but she had never been able to steel herself to completely cleanse the sect. If she had been ruthless back then the Xuantian Dao sect might not be in its current form. Long Chen, what are you planning to do now? Asked Ouyang Chuyu. Sect Master, do you want to play it big? Long Chen stared at the distant spatial portal, his eyes icy cold. Chapter 933 Killing their way into the corrupt path's hive. Originally, Ouyang Chuyu had been about to call a retreat. She had only summoned everyone to win back the Xuantian Dao sect's honor. To put it more bluntly, it had been for face. Now she had won and succeeded in killing tens of thousands of the corrupt path's experts. She had even killed 2 foundation forging experts. This counterattack had been enough to shake the eastern wasteland. Once she reported this accomplishment back to the head sect, they wouldn't reprimand her. Instead, they would praise her, and the Xuantian Dao sect's name would rise to a new height in the eastern wasteland. With this battle, she would be able to give a show to the head sect as well as the eastern wasteland's righteous path. And so she had been planning on retreating, because if they continued fighting, this matter might escape her control. You want to? Ouyang Chuyu jumped in shock. Yes, I'm preparing on leading everyone into the spatial portal and start a slaughter of their hive, said Long Chen. You can't. That spatial portal leads to one of the corrupt path's 7 great strongholds. Although it looks calm from the outside, once you go in, you won't just have to face countless formations and mechanisms, the other 6 strongholds, experts will also come to reinforce them. At that time, you'll be facing the entire eastern wasteland's corrupt path's attack. In fact, half-step kings might appear. Don't think that the corrupt path only has so few people. This is just an unwritten rule that without approval from above, neither the righteous nor corrupt path will launch an all-out war against the other. But if we ignore that and attack, the corrupt path will be able to gather all their experts to kill us. Everyone was shocked to hear that Long Chen wanted to charge into the corrupt path's hive. Perhaps the younger generation didn't understand, but the Sea Expansion elders were aware of these rules. More rules. I hate those things the most. Battle is not a game. Who is the referee? Who came up with the rules? After they're broken, who gives out the punishment? I'll tell you, rules are always chains the strong use to control the weak. As for the strong, they'll ignore those chains and kill you whenever they please. Isn't the righteous path a perfect example? Each time the righteous and corrupt battles begin, isn't it the corrupt path that attacks? Did they ever send you a notification before attacking? Did they tell you where they were attacking? Did they tell you their numbers? Why do they get to be the player and the referee, while we just have to accept that? Long Chen looked at Ouyang Chuyu, his voice full of disappointment. Even Ouyang Chuyu, an expert who could command an enormous existence like the Xuantian Dao sect, was actually constrained by these idiot rules. Long Chen really was starting to feel like there was no hope for the righteous path. Ouyang Chuyu didn't know what to say. She had always felt the righteous path to be very stupid and cowardly, but despite how high her cultivation base was, she didn't dare to break the rules that had been followed for countless years. Seeing Long Chen's disappointed expression deeply stimulated her heart. She clenched her teeth and said, "Long Chen, no matter what you choose to do, I will accompany you." Although she hadn't known Long Chen for long, she had to admire his heaven-defying ability to stir up trouble. Since Long Chen wanted to play bigger, then as the sect master, she would accompany him for a bout of craziness. Even Ouyang Chuyu herself didn't know why she felt that taking risks with Long Chen was so frightening, but this kind of fright was also extremely stimulating. She had always handled things steadily and calmly. Whatever she did, all the results were basically within her expectations. But this time, she had no idea what the results would be. The more you didn't know the results, the more stimulating it was. It was like a gamble. Without revealing the final card, no one knew just who had won and who had lost. Guo Ran, come over. Boss, you have instructions for me. Do you still have any more of those supreme bombs? I just need one. Boss, I only have one. This bomb's scope was huge. Back then, he had only managed to use one at the start, as otherwise, he would have injured his own people. So the second one had gone unused. Good, we'll use it as the opening act. Guo Ran, you can be the vanguard. Give them our gift. Remember, we want to start off with a bang. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on the shoulder. Haha, don't worry boss, it'll definitely be enough to shake heaven and earth, said Guo Ran excitedly. However, don't put on your poser act. If you want to be a poser, wait until you set off the bomb, warned Long Chen. Who knew if this fellow had gotten too addicted to posing and would mess things up? Long Chen, are you sure he can handle such a thing? Ouyang Chuyu was hesitant. Although Guo Ran's aura had reached C expansion, his aura wasn't particularly outstanding. She couldn't help being worried. Sect Master, don't worry. If I didn't have any ability, how could I follow boss? My life is pretty tough as well, said Guo Ran, confidently patting himself on the chest. After the immense battle in the immemorial path, Guo Ran could also count as someone with his own story. Each movement he made seemed to possess the manner of an expert. It did have a bit of an intimidating flavor. The others, you don't need to enter. I suppose you can just wait outside. Long Chen glanced at the C expansion experts of the Xuantian Dao sect and shook his head. You, Long Chen, are you ignoring us because you think we're too weak? Asked one of them. Long Chen helplessly stared at him. In the end, he truthfully nodded, almost causing that elder to cough up blood. You, not every C expansion expert here was a coward. They had their own dignity and hot blood. They were willing to fight for the sect. Although they constantly fought amongst themselves, they still cared about the sect in their hearts. Furthermore, quite a few of the disciples and family they cared about had died to the corrupt path. They had come with a determination to fight to the death as revenge for them. Long Chen, you should let them come. Ouyang Chuyu looked at Long Chen, her tone almost pleading. Some of these C expansion experts were still people with face. If they didn't participate in this battle, how were they supposed to work for the sect in the future? Long Chen understood their meaning, and he bitterly smiled inside. Looking at the several staunch experts, he felt a bit of comfort. This meant that not all their hot blood had been wiped away by those garbage rules. The righteous path could be saved. You can come, but you have to listen to my orders, said Long Chen harshly. He definitely didn't want chaos because of them. Don't worry, I will personally guarantee that each one of them will listen to your orders, said Ouyang Chuyu. She knew that these sea expansion experts might be a bit too old to feel comfortable with being treated as fighters that had to obediently listen to orders. So she hastily mediated things. Everyone, to tell the truth, the corrupt path is completely intolerable, and so I am planning on undergoing a true bloody battle with them. The corrupt path's strongholds are all linked with transportation formations, so once we charge through this spatial portal, we'll essentially be facing the entire Eastern Wasteland's corrupt path. Think carefully about whether you want to fight this battle. It might be a battle to the last man. Do you still want to participate? Warned Long Chen. Nonsense. If a group of children like you can sacrifice your lives, then how could a group of people with half a foot in the grave possibly refuse? Isn't it just death? That happens sooner or later, but to bring a few bastards from the corrupt path with us, we can make sure our children have fewer enemies. Disciples, listen well. If I don't return, the monastery head position will fall to. The various sea expansion elders were all ready for death. In fact, even some of the smaller sects, leaders had entrusted their position to their juniors. Other than a few of them that evasively hid themselves, the majority of them were invigorated and ready to fight a battle to the death. Who would have thought that at a critical moment, the righteous path's experts would actually possess some courage? Looking at these old elders ready to sacrifice their lives, Ouyang Chuyu couldn't help being moved. People can be good, but the righteous path's rules have harmed them. If you are alright with the pain of cutting out a malignant tumor, the Xuantian Dao sect might be able to walk into the right path in the future. Long Chen also hadn't expected there to be this many people who wanted to fight. Sect leader, we also want to go in. We can also fight. Even if death lies within, we're not afraid. We'll go all out against those bastards from the corrupt path. Affected by their sect leaders, quite a few disciples began to shout emotionally. All of you shut your mouths. Even we would just be cannon fodder once we enter, so how do any of you have the qualifications? Go back and focus on cultivating. Wait to put your life on the line once you get stronger, scolded their sect leaders. But they were gratified. Perhaps only at this time was it possible to clearly see who was a real man. They were gratified to see that there really were quite a few hot-blooded men in the righteous path. They regretted wasting their time fighting each other. What would happen if they focused on raising these hot-blooded men? Thinking of this all, they were incredibly ashamed. Space suddenly shook. The powerful rumbling shocked everyone, and they hastily turned to look in a certain direction. Meng Qi's spiritual barrier now vanished. Over 300 experts were releasing turbulent auras. Illusory seas appeared behind him. Collective sea expansion tribulation. Everyone was shocked. The Dragonblood Legion's experts were all advancing to sea expansion at the same time. Hundreds of chi pillars soared into the sky. Each one of the Dragonblood warriors' chi seas was over 2,000 miles. They were all together so their seas superimposed, causing intense rumbling in space. Guo Ran, go ahead. Fire the opening shot, shouted Long Chen. Alright, I'm going. Guo Ran summoned his golden armor and charged into the spatial portal. Everything was silent for a moment, but then the spatial portal began to tremble. It was possible to hear a very faint bang. Dragonblood Legion, charge, undergo tribulation in the corrupt path's hive. Chapter 934 Blood dyes the ground scarlet. The corrupt path's stronghold was actually a whole minor world. It was a world created by an almighty expert and was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. This kind of minor world was similar to a spatial vessel and didn't possess its own laws. It was essentially the same as the outer world, but it was extremely hidden. If you didn't know the entrance, it was essentially impossible for others to notice it. Countless experts of the corrupt path had gathered within this minor world. The old monster that Long Chen had injured was nervously looking at the portal. Are you sure they'll enter? You have mustered such a large force, but there's no movement coming from their side. Are you sure you weren't just scared out of your wits? A pockmarked, corpse-like elder glared at the person who had been injured by Long Chen. His voice contained ridicule, because in the sneak attack against the Xuantian Dao sect, all 7 of their strongholds had sent in troops, but only this stronghold was counterattacked. Now, although their sneak attack had succeeded, Ouyang Chuyu had led a fierce counterattack to turn the old monster into his current state. He had lost all his elite warriors, so this elder was laughing at his misfortune. However, since he had received an urgent request for help, he had no choice but to come here. This stronghold now contained the elites of all the other 6 strongholds. They numbered over 400,000. Having mustered such a huge force, if the Xuantian Dao sect didn't dare to attack, it would become a massive joke. They had over 3,000 sea expansion experts, and a total of 18 foundation forging experts. Such a force was practically enough to overturn the entire eastern wasteland. This was the result of that injured elder sending out an urgent distress signal. Although they had all known that bringing all their forces like this was overkill, when the urgent distress signal was used, they all had no choice but to move out. Those were the rules, and no one dared to go against them. "Shut up, don't think that you can bully me just because I'm down and out," roared the person Long Chen had injured. He was this stronghold's master. All his elites had been killed. Such immense damage was something that couldn't be recovered from without several centuries. Originally, his stronghold had counted as above average amongst the 7 strongholds. But now, they had immediately become the bottom existence, and even he had been beaten badly. He was already enraged, and as soon as that other elder added some oil to the fire, he exploded. As for the person he cursed, he was infuriated to be pointed at and cursed back. He had long since gotten tired of that old monster's bragging, and he was just about to counterattack. Suddenly, a golden figure charged through the spatial portal, startling everyone. But when they saw that it was just one person, they hesitated. "Don't activate the killing formation. They sent one scapegoat, so don't waste the formation on one person," shouted one of the corrupt path's elders. "Scapegoat, fuck your mother, I am the grand and illustrious Guo Ran. When did I become a scapegoat? Fuck, here." Guo Ran furiously tossed out a huge sphere. It landed in front of the spatial portal, an empty land covered in runes. It was a huge killing formation. The huge sphere exploded upon striking the land. An immense force instantly erupted. Not good. The bomb's explosion was absolutely horrifying, as it completely destroyed the killing formation. Not only that, but bone thorns also shot out like rain. Those bone thorns came from the immemorial path. Even ordinary sea expansion experts couldn't handle them, let alone the Xianxian disciples the corrupt path had gathered. Anyone touched by a bone thorn would instantly die. This attack's scope was incredibly huge, and although the foundation forging experts hastily took action and formed barriers of light, tens of thousands of their disciples had still been killed. These bone thorns contained poison, and a single one of them could pierce through hundreds of disciples. They were just too weak in comparison. "Kill that golden armored monstrosity," the corrupt path's experts roared. They found that the killing formation they had set up in advance had been completely ruined and couldn't be activated. They had the urge to tear Guo Ran apart piece by piece. "I've already said, my name is Guo Ran. Are my words too complicated for you, or are you deaf?" Raged Guo Ran. Just as the corrupt path was thrown into a mess by Guo Ran's attack, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavens, someone's undergoing tribulation. A huge mass of people charged out of the spatial portal. Their initial seas surged behind them. Endless lightning poured down from the sky, landing amongst them. "It's a sea expansion tribulation. Sea expansion experts, hurry up and kill them. Foundation forging experts, suppress your cultivation bases to sea expansion and slaughter them, quick," shouted one of the foundation forging experts. They hadn't expected Long Chen to be so ruthless as to send in a huge group of people that were undergoing tribulation. This move was too vicious. Because this was a sea expansion tribulation, their Xianxian disciples all met misfortune. This tribulation wasn't something they could endure. "A portion of you, go kill them. Xianxian disciples, gather together and find a sea expansion expert to protect you. This is just the first wave of the tribulation and isn't that strong. Quick, kill them now," roared a foundation forging expert. "Ha ha ha, in a battle against opponents from the same realm, when have the Dragonblood warriors ever been afraid of anyone?" The Dragonblood warriors laughed and brandished their weapons, slaughtering their enemies. Their collective tribulation was a part of Long Chen's battle plans. Within the scope of the tribulation clouds, everyone had to suppress their power to the level of the person undergoing tribulation. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would suddenly grow in power. Unless the foundation forging experts gave up on everyone else's lives, they couldn't go all out. Otherwise, this sea expansion tribulation would become foundation forging tribulation. That tribulation could instantly annihilate anyone below foundation forging. At this time, Long Chen, Ouyang Chuyu, and the others also entered. However, Long Chen didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he just calmly watched. No one was more confident in the Dragonblood Legion's power than Long Chen. On this battlefield, no one could defeat them in the same realm. When those sea expansion elders that had valiantly demanded to be allowed into the fight saw the sea of corrupt experts, they were all startled. They hadn't expected the corrupt path to possess such numbers. However, they also saw the Dragonblood warriors slaughtering their way into their midst while also dealing with the lightning tribulation. They were like tigers pouncing on a flock of sheep. Each slash of their blades killed a group. This was an absolute slaughter. Long Chen, this move of yours is ruthless. You're forcing the corrupt path to not use their true power. Ouyang Chuyu couldn't help being moved. She saw that the foundation forging experts who charged toward the Dragonblood Legion were completely unaccustomed to fighting with their cultivation bases suppressed to sea expansion. They didn't dare to use many of their moves, and as a result, a single one of them was at most able to hold back 5 Dragonblood warriors. Just 5 disciples were able to go against a foundation forging expert. They were so furious that their faces were green. Then seeing the Dragonblood warriors slaughtering their elite disciples, they felt like they might explode. Disciple of the righteous path, just wait. We'll slaughter you to the last, roared one of the foundation forging experts. I'll slaughter you all with a smash of my club. Wild charged out. The lightning rain was unable to affect him at all, and he charged right in front of that foundation forging expert. Fuck off, do you think I'm easy to bully? Roared the foundation forging expert. He sent a punch at Wild. Seeing that, quite a few of the sea expansion elders couldn't help but feel worried for Wild. But they suddenly found that Long Chen, Meng Qi, and the others suddenly couldn't bear to watch and turned away. That foundation forging expert had his cultivation base suppressed to sea expansion. As a result, a single smash of Wild's club destroyed half his upper body. And before he could even react, Wild's second smash blew him to bits. The sea expansion elders were all horrified. A foundation forging expert, an almost pinnacle existence within the eastern wasteland, had been killed with 2 smashes of a club. This was too hard to believe. Even Ouyang Chuyu was filled with shock, her hand covering her mouth. She couldn't believe her eyes. On the contrary, Long Chen's expression was calm, everything was within his expectations. Wild was a complete freak. He had no cultivation base, and the heavenly tribulation was unable to lock onto him. For a foundation forging expert to suppress his cultivation base to sea expansion, he would only be a bit stronger than a peak sea expansion expert. But Wild's power wasn't suppressed at all, so for him to be able to kill that expert with 2 smashes of his club was completely normal. Wild's participation in the battle caused complete chaos. He was focusing on the strongest experts of the corrupt path, the foundation forging experts. When another foundation forging expert activated his treasure item but was still almost killed in a single blow, he shouted, "Avoid that giant brat." Something's off about him. Wild wreaked havoc amongst the corrupt path as he chased the foundation forging experts through the battlefield. Seeing foundation forging experts fleeing like chickens in front of a dog, Ouyang Chuyu and the others were flabbergasted. The lightning tribulation grew even stronger. Lightning rain, lightning arrows, lightning spears, and finally, lightning beasts appeared. The corrupt path was finally unable to bear it. The Shantian experts were still blown apart even under the protection of sea expansion experts. "Hold, this is the final wave of the tribulation," shouted a foundation forging expert. He saw lightning beasts descending from the sky one by one. By the time the lightning beasts had filled the battlefield, the corrupt path's original army of over 400,000 had been reduced by 2/3. 99% of their casualties had been because of the heavenly tribulation. What? It's over already? Is this the bias given to celestials? Seeing the tribulation cloud slowly scatter, Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. He had an urge to fly up and give it a punch to bring it back, but he decided against it. Then he would be playing a bit too big. "You damnable righteous path, time for you to die," roared one of the foundation forging experts. His aura erupted and he sent a powerful palm crashing toward the Dragonblood warriors. Chapter 935 The Corrupt Path's Terrifying Strength. "You're the one who should die, you old ghost." A huge giant appeared in the sky, breaking his palm image with a single blow. Wild had activated the barbarian blood bronze body. He smashed apart his attack and then sent another smash toward him. "Corrupt blood grand formation," shouted the foundation forging expert. He suddenly transformed to look like a ghoul who had just flown out of a pool of blood. Ghost chi soared out of his body, and with a wave of his hand, a blood-colored spear shot toward Wild. Boom! The blood-colored spear was shattered by a single blow from Wild. "Impossible. How can you not be affected by the blood soul impact?" Seeing Wild had no reaction, that corrupt foundation forging expert was shocked. That blood spear of his was not just a physical attack. It also contained a powerful spiritual aspect, one that would confuse a person's mind and make a person fall into illusions. They would fall into a blood sea that they couldn't escape from. He couldn't believe that Wild really had no reaction to his attack. What corrupt blood grand formation, what soul impact. My brother long said that no matter what enemies I face, they can all be handled with a good smash of my club. If one smash isn't enough, then two. If two isn't enough, then I just have to continue until they're dead. Watch. Wild once more smashed his club at him. The corrupt expert refused to accept this, and he launched 7 of those blood spears again. But Wild seemed immune to the blood soul impact, causing him to be so furious that he involuntarily trembled. Foundation forging experts possessed a high level of comprehension into spatial energy. Thus, they were able to release the full power of magical arts. But no matter what magical arts this foundation forging expert used, whether offensive or defensive, Wild would simply repeatedly smash his club at him. The runes of his magical arts would shatter each time. At the same time, Meng Qi, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan all moved out, starting a fierce fight with the foundation forging experts. Ouyang Chuyu and the others were shocked to see that they were able to fight foundation forging experts one-on-one without losing. Originally, they had been weaker than Wild. But that weakness had been erased after consuming rank 4 heavenly Tao fruits in the 10,000 spirit blood. Their power had reached a completely new level. Should we first destroy their transportation formations and cut the reinforcements off? Asked Ouyang Chuyu. No need. Since we're playing, let's play bigger. I want to make the corrupt path pay a miserable price. Long Chen shook his head. Shui Yu had completely infuriated him. Right now, he wasn't fighting for the righteous path, but for revenge for Little Snow. A blood debt had to be paid with blood. Fine, up to you. In any case, I'm just accompanying you. I'll go out first. Ouyang Chuyu smiled slightly. She felt a feeling of freedom she hadn't felt in a long time. Long Chen was the true leader of this battlefield. Ouyang Chuyu felt a feeling of delight. This was the first time in many years that the burden on her shoulders was released. She felt relaxed and carefree. She had an urge to give Long Chen the title of sect master. In fact, she felt like she had returned to the springtime of her youth back when her blood had been boiling as well. Brats from the corrupt path, if you have any skill, come and try me. Perhaps it was because she had forgotten herself, or perhaps she was just too excited, or perhaps Ouyang Chuyu had always been hiding her craziness. But she actually shouted such an inappropriate thing as she charged out. Ouyang Chuyu attacked, blocking 5 foundation forging experts on her own. Her jade palm released powerful runes that caused the world to shake. What startled Long Chen was that Ouyang Chuyu's magical arts were different from others. She didn't need any hand seals. With each wave of her hand, a rune flew out and transformed into a sword. In truth, Ouyang Chuyu had been holding back when she had fought outside the spatial portal. She had been constantly thinking about what kind of victory she required in order to win back the Xuantian Dao sect's face. She had possessed the power to kill those 2 foundation forging experts back then. After all, she had already touched the next barrier. Compared to an ordinary foundation forging expert, she was much stronger. However, what she wanted was a total victory. She needed her disciples to win as well, as just slaughtering the corrupt experts on her own wasn't enough to raise their morale. Furthermore, that would go against the unwritten rules of the righteous and corrupt battles. During huge battles, the experts on both sides couldn't attack those of a weaker level. Once they did, the entire world would become chaotic. With each side doing their best to ruin the other, there was no way for either party to develop. This law of troops fighting troops, generals fighting generals had existed since a long time ago. Otherwise, if everyone started sending experts to kill their opponents, children, this world would become completely chaotic. That was why even if Ouyang Chuyu had killed those 2 foundation forging experts, it wouldn't have counted as a victory to her. She had needed her disciples to kill the corrupt experts and win a double-sided victory. However, all of this had been changed by Long Chen. He didn't give a damn about any of that. He directly charged into their hive, and his goal was only to cause their blood to turn into rivers. He wanted revenge. Ouyang Chuyu had thrown caution to the wind, allowing Long Chen to do as he pleased. She would rather be a merry warrior and charge into the front lines. Long Chen, "What do you want us to do?" asked a monastery head. They had all made their preparations. "Just watch, or perhaps activate some photographic jades to record the battle. You can use those to encourage your disciples in the future," said Long Chen indifferently. "What, is that really all right?" he asked. "There's no choice. This battle is just the beginning. Look, another 2 foundation forging experts just appeared from the transportation formation. That means our enemies are still gathering. The battle will only grow more intense. You might have the correct heart, but you don't have the power. In this battle, any random shockwave might kill you. Such death has no meaning." Long Chen shook his head. The transportation formation was constantly lighting up. Groups of corrupt experts were constantly appearing, and they had all at least reached sea expansion. The monastery head sighed despondently. The others also looked dispirited. "I don't say these things because I'm looking down on you or because I want to insult you. I want you to know just how big this world is. As for us, for some insignificant advantages, we act like a leaf can blind us to a mountain. The only thing we do is use our small intellects to fight against each other. There is no meaning behind that. Although the lot of you don't have the power to fight here, you have plenty of experience and can use that experience to raise your disciples in the future. Let them resolve the regrets you have," said Long Chen. They all clearly understood his reasoning. Seeing these experts fighting, they felt even more regret for wasting all their time on useless things. "Just watch here, I have work to do." Long Chen also charged into the battle in the air. That was the battle of the foundation forging experts. More and more corrupt experts were appearing, and Long Chen went to replace Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. In the air, the 2 of them were like fish that had jumped onto dry land. They were already starting to buckle. "Go take a break, remember my signal." Long Chen summoned his divine ring and slashed with his saber, blocking 3 foundation forging experts. All right, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan both wiped off their sweat. They really were unable to bring out their full power in the air. Long Chen had joined the battle, but he didn't use his full power. He was simply stalling as he fought with Yang Chuyu and the others. More and more experts were arriving. The Corrupt Path's foundation forging experts now numbered 25. That number was shocking. Down below, the majority of the Shantian experts had been killed. Blood dyed the ground scarlet, and corpses littered the ground. Right now, the battlefield on the ground belonged solely to sea expansion experts. Tens of thousands of sea expansion experts had surrounded the Dragonblood Legion. Despite their huge numbers advantage, they were unable to stop the Dragonblood Legion. With each passing breath, several of their experts died. As for the Dragonblood warriors, their morale only continued to grow as the battle progressed, and they became fiercer and fiercer. It was like a group of sheep was surrounding a group of tigers. "Steady, steady," shouted one of the squad leaders. The Dragonblood Legion had 4 captains, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan. Below them were the squad leaders. There was 1 squad leader for every 10 warriors. Normally, they were only in charge of their squads, but now this squad leader had no choice but to give a warning to everyone. Sorry, I was getting too addicted. I forgot," apologized a Dragonblood warrior. They needed to kill at a steady pace so that their enemies only continued to increase. Long Chen wanted to play big and force the Corrupt Path to bring out all their power. It was to give the Corrupt Path an unforgettable experience. There's 28 of them already. How could the Corrupt Path have hidden them so well? Yang Chuyu sent a spiritual message to Long Chen. She was extremely shocked. "Long Chen, how do you plan on handling this? My appetite's big, so we're just going to continue until the Corrupt Path uses up every last bit of their power," said Long Chen. "Are you confident?" Yang Chuyu was startled. "Don't I have you by my side? As the Xuantian Dao sect's leader, I don't believe you don't have some frightening trump cards," laughed Long Chen. "Sly brat, so you even included me in your calculations," raged Yang Chuyu. As time passed, more experts continued to arrive. Yang Chuyu was shocked to see that the Corrupt Path had over 100,000 sea expansion experts. As for foundation forging experts, they now numbered 56. Long Chen and the others were in a dangerous situation now. How could the Corrupt Path have so many experts? This power is already beyond the sum of the righteous path. The sea expansion elders watching the fight were stunned. If they weren't personally witnessing it, they would never have believed such a thing. When had the Corrupt Path grown to such a level? Had they always been concealing their power? Had they been planning some immense scheme? Thinking of that, they felt a chill. One of them thought to leave now and spread the photographic jades while he could, letting everyone realize the scope of the corrupt path's forces. Even if they all died, at least the righteous path could prepare themselves. Crap, the spatial portal has been sealed. His expression suddenly changed. More and more corrupt experts arrived. After 2 hours, they finally came to a stop. It's about time. Everyone, there's no need to hold back. Start the slaughter, shouted Long Chen. His saber lit up, and with a single slash, a foundation forging expert was killed. 4-star battle armor. Chapter 936 Half-Step Kings. With the 4-star battle armor and divine ring, Long Chen's power leapt to a level the corrupt foundation forging experts had never imagined. For Long Chen, who had been in such a desperate situation, to suddenly explode with such power, the expert was caught off guard and blown into bloody mist in a single attack, his treasure item also shattering. His spatial arts posed no resistance against Long Chen's full power. They were as weak as paper. A huge saber image tore into the sky and ruthlessly slashed down. Boom! 5 foundation forging experts were sent flying. Before they could stabilize, Long Chen formed hand seals. 2 huge coiling dragons shot out, releasing a destructive power as they charged at the 5 of them. Despite doing their best to block and summoning many layers of defense, their power was not worth mentioning in front of the 2 dragons. The 5 of them were turned to ash. This sudden change stupefied the corrupt path. No matter what, they couldn't make themselves believe their own eyes. Long Chen had suddenly transformed into an unrivaled battle god, killing 6 of their foundation forging experts in an instant. There's finally no more need to hold back. God slaying slash. Long Chen had just erupted when Yu Zifeng's flying rainbow slashed down. He also killed a foundation forging expert in one blow. After absorbing the 10,000 spirit blood, he had condensed innate divine runes in his own spirit blood. When he used spirit blood to activate his divine runes, his power could shake the heavens. At the same time, Ji Yuyong, Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others all instantly released their power, slaughtering the foundation forging experts they were fighting. I won't lose to you youngsters. I'm not old yet. Seeing her young disciples release such power, Ouyang Chuyu clapped her hands together and shouted, Xuantian triple revolution slash. A violet rune formed a huge cyclone. 3 flying blades rapidly spun within it as it struck the 5 foundation forging experts she was fighting. The 5 of them went all out, but as soon as they clashed, their expressions changed. That cyclone paused due to their defense, but then it once more spun. Once the first blade was blocked, the second blade fell on them. They once more hastily blocked. This time, its attack was even stronger and the 5 of them vomited blood, feeling like their bones were about to fall apart. Just at that moment, the third blade struck. Helpless to resist, the 5 of them were cut to shreds. After killing 5 foundation forging experts with one attack, a faint rosy color appeared on Ouyang Chuyu's face. But it quickly receded. Long Chen saw it clearly and couldn't help but shake his head. This sect master of his truly was competitive. She had definitely paid a price to release that attack. But he didn't say anything to break her facade. Under everyone's powerful retaliation, over 10 foundation forging experts were killed in an instant, shocking the entire battlefield. Brothers, kill, Earth Burial. Song Mingyuan and Li Qi attacked at the same time. The ground crumbled and countless earth dragons sprang out. Their 30-meter-wide mouths devoured people in one gulp. Dozens of corrupt experts were devoured into the ground. Those people's auras rapidly vanished. Kill. There's no need to hold back any longer. Cut them down. The Dragonblood warriors' auras erupted like volcanoes. They could finally release their full power. Heavenly Dao runes appeared around them. Heavens, 3 colored runes. They're all rank 3 celestials. Now, all the Sea Expansion elders were dumbfounded. The Heavenly Dao power the Dragonblood Legion had now erupted with could not be mistaken. They had gone from tigers to dragons. They charged forward, reaping the lives of the corrupt experts. From the Dragonblood warriors' auras, they had a sudden thought and looked up into the sky again. Previously, the attacks had been too fierce and they hadn't been able to get a clear look. But now they saw it clearly. Rank 4 celestials. 4 colored runes revolved around Meng Qi and the others. Heaven and earth quivered as endless energy was absorbed by the runes. It was like the world was giving them its blessing. Kill. Don't hold back, shouted Long Chen. With another use of Split the Heavens, a foundation forging expert was cut down again. This was already the 9th foundation forging expert he had killed. When Long Chen and the others went all out, in just a few breaths, the 56 foundation forging experts were cut down to 30. It all happened so suddenly that they were unable to react. Boom! A foundation forging expert's sword landed on Long Chen's shoulder. Blood splashed, and it was possible to see the bone. But Long Chen's saber had cut off the expert's hand, and with a kick, his head exploded. Brats from the righteous path, you are provoking the corrupt path. Suddenly, two elders wearing simple robes appeared on the transportation formation. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, but their eyes shone with a bright light. There seemed to be a faint blood color hidden within them. Most curious of all, their eyes seemed to have their own world. Boundless energy circulated within them. As soon as they appeared, everyone felt like they had fallen to the bottom of the sea. A powerful pressure made it feel like time was moving slowly. Half-stepped kings, cried Ouyang Chuyu in shock. She had known that the corrupt path might have had a half-stepped king presiding over it, but for two of them to really appear still shocked her. Half-stepped kings, experts who had taken half a step into the king realm. Although they weren't true kings, they had already touched upon a king's divine power. Ouyang Chuyu had also touched that barrier, but she still hadn't comprehended that last step. During her trip to the head sect this time, she had listened to other experts preach the Tao, and she had benefited immensely. She had originally been planning on going into seclusion upon returning and attacking the half-stepped king realm. But she had encountered a complete mess when she had returned, and she hadn't had any time or the ability to calm herself down and focus on comprehending the martial Tao. Although she had been prepared, the appearance of the two half-stepped kings still shocked her. She felt like they really had played it big. You're wrong, I don't have time to provoke you idiots. Let me ask you, where is Shui Yu? Long Chen icily stared at the two elders, battle intent raging in his eyes. When he mentioned Shui Yu, Little Snow's image reappeared in his mind. It was like he could see the scene of him dying again. A burst of pain filled his heart. You should be Long Chen, correct? You really are a fool to run here to send yourself to death, said one of the two elders. He was tall and thin like a stalk of bamboo. A cruel smile appeared on his face, making him look as sinister as a ghost. Long Chen suddenly made a motion with his hand. No one understood, but then a bang rang out. The stronghold's transportation formations all exploded. Boss, it's done. Song Mingyuan and Li Qi had both been waiting for Long Chen's signal. HMPH, how absolutely senseless. The two half-step kings hadn't expected Long Chen to do this. But they also didn't care. You're wrong, I never do anything senseless. Now that the transportation formations are broken, we are all sealed here. No one will be entering for a while at least. That's the only way we can have a real life and death battle. Long Chen looked at the two of them without the slightest bit of fear. Everyone else paused to stare at Long Chen and the two half-step kings. Life and death battle, laughable. Do you think you can have a life and death battle with us? Foolish to the peak, sneered one of them. Long Chen shook his head. It seems your corrupt path really is very powerful, more powerful than I expected. But of course, Long Chen ignored them and continued, it seems Shui Yu didn't explain what had happened after returning to the corrupt path. Or perhaps, you aren't from the same faction as him. Either way, it seems he didn't tell you the truth. Otherwise, my low-grade tactics wouldn't have had such a great effect. It seems I have to thank him once I see him. The two elders' expressions changed slightly. Long Chen's words had hit right on the mark. In truth, the Eastern Wasteland's corrupt path was split into two camps, and there were definitely some conflicts between them. Shui Yu just happened to not be part of their faction. As for Ka Wutu, he had been part of their faction, which was why Ka Wutu had targeted Shui Yu. In truth, they had learned the news that Long Chen had entered their stronghold as soon as it had happened. Originally, they hadn't cared. After all, coming here just made him a turtle caught in a jar. They had gathered their stronghold's experts and sent them to kill him as a trial. They viewed this kind of battle as nothing more than a kind of game. As a result, Long Chen and the others had been so strong that they had been forced to send even more experts. In truth, doing so was exposing the hidden power of the corrupt path. However, the spatial portal had already been closed by them, so Long Chen and the others couldn't escape. So what if they exposed their power? Dead people tell no tales. As for Long Chen, when he had seen that he had drawn out all their power, he had immediately started a slaughter, making it so that these two elders couldn't keep watching. With the transportation formations broken, and with Long Chen suddenly mentioning Shui Yu, a slightly bad feeling rose in their hearts. It seemed as if everything was within Long Chen's expectations. "Why hasn't Lang Yuan come?" asked Long Chen. "Brat, you talk a lot. Since you like to talk, I'll make sure you mop the ground for me every day once I refine you into a living corpse," shouted one of them. "Since she hasn't come, I'm put at ease." Long Chen really was relieved. Although he hadn't talked much with Lang Yuan, through some of her insinuations, he had learned a few of the corrupt path's secrets. Furthermore, it seemed Lang Yuan didn't feel any emotion toward the corrupt path. In fact, Long Chen could sense that inside, she hated and loathed the corrupt path. It was precisely because of this that Long Chen didn't understand his relationship with Lang Yuan. In the end, he was unable to muster the resolve to kill her. So the fact that she hadn't come allowed him to sigh with relief. One for one, Long Chen looked toward Ouyang Chuyu. "Will you be alright?" asked Ouyang Chuyu worriedly. This kind of question is an insult to a man. Long Chen smiled. Seeing that Long Chen could still joke at this time ended up stirring Ouyang Chuyu's pride. She smiled, battle intent rising within her. "Let's start then. Brothers, the true battle starts. The sect master and I will handle these two old ghosts. Sorry, there won't be a portion for you. But there are plenty of pigs for the slaughter down below. As for who can kill more pigs, it'll be up to who has the ability. Brothers, your weapons are already getting impatient for blood. Let us fight a blood-soaked battle once more today, using their blood to dye our robes. This battle will forever be our glory." Long Chen shouted and launched himself at the half-step king, pulling open the curtains of the true battle. Chapter 937 Green Dragon Battle Armor vs Half-Step King. Kill. Following Long Chen's roar, the Dragonblood warriors' blood ignited. They went all out, the treasure items in their hands releasing brilliant lights. Each of the Dragonblood warriors activated their treasure items, true forms. Boundless killing intent raged in the sky. Each one of them looked like a killing god about to start a slaughter. Spirit blood. This is spirit blood power. Impossible. The two half-step kings roared furiously, filled with disbelief. 360 Dragonblood warriors all released spirit blood fluctuations. Considering their immense experience, how could they not notice? It was precisely because they noticed that they couldn't believe it. Geniuses that possessed spirit blood all had shockingly powerful backgrounds and inheritances. Spirit blood was something that would only appear when their ancestral blood was fully activated. The corrupt path had entered an unprecedented golden era, but even they had pitifully few disciples with spirit blood. And what was unbelievable was that each one of the Dragonblood warriors' spirit blood fluctuations was incredibly powerful. Their spirit blood was extremely dense. Such a thing was simply not possible. Just the fact that the Dragonblood warriors were all rank 3 celestials was unbelievable. But now, they had suddenly transformed into rank 3 celestials with spirit blood. "Quick, kill them all," roared the half-step king. He was truly panicked now. If this continued, then all their elite disciples would be killed. Although their people were sea expansion experts as well, the majority of them weren't celestials, and none of them possessed spirit blood. Even if their realms were higher, how were they supposed to stop the Dragonblood Legion? They had to kill Long Chen and Ouyang Chuyu quickly so they could stop them. According to this speed, it wouldn't be long before all their sea expansion experts were killed. "You should care about yourself." Long Chen arrived in front of the half-step king, blood drinkers slashing down. "Ignorant brat, I'll show you what it means to respect the strong." That half-step king's dried-up hand slammed forth. Although it was just an ordinary attack, it caused space to crumble. Boom! Long Chen's saber landed on his palm. Both his arms shook intensely and his saber almost escaped his grasp. He shot back. "Old ghost, you're quite strong." Being able to blow him back after he had summoned the 4-star battle armor and divine ring showed that half-step kings were truly powerful. "Die!" roared the half-step king. Suppressing his shock, he let out another palm. He had no time to be shocked by Long Chen's power, because with each passing breath, countless elites of the corrupt path were being slaughtered. As for the foundation forging side, there was nothing optimistic about it. Tang Wan and the others had also released the power of their spirit blood, and their spirit blood was even more terrifying. Tang Wan was especially frightening, with her wind blades forming a sea of death around her. No one could stop her. Tang Wan and the others were facing 30 foundation forging experts, but they were so powerful that their opponents were on the verge of collapse. Right now, the only ones who could bring hope to the corrupt path on this battlefield were the two half-step kings. If they couldn't quickly kill Long Chen and Ouyang Chuyu, all their people would be killed. The half-step king's palm landed. However, what met? It wasn't a saber, but a fist covered in green scales. The half-step king was blown back, his arms broken. He was filled with shock. Long Chen now released a sacred aura with his body completely covered in green scales. Nice work, Long Chen. Ouyang Chuyu had originally been worried for him, but seeing that he still had such a terrifying trump card, she was put at ease. Although she didn't recognize this move, she could sense the limitless power within Long Chen's body. Ouyang Chuyu, today, you'll die without a grave. The other half-step king also attacked now. He clearly recognized Ouyang Chuyu, and as soon as he attacked, he released his full power. A bone tower appeared in his hands. It was 3 meters tall, and it was unknown what bone it was made of. Black chi coiled within it. As soon as this ancient tower appeared, the world became gloomy and eerie, as if it had been turned into a ghost region. 9 fiendish heads appeared on top of the tower, and opening their mouths, 9 black arrows shot out. The black arrows caused strange sounds. It was like the void was being corroded. If struck by one of those arrows, even treasure items would corrode to nothingness. Ouyang Chuyu took out a drum. At first, it was only the size of a palm. But it quickly grew to 300 meters, releasing endless divine might. A muffled bang rang out as Ouyang Chuyu's hand slapped onto the drum. Countless runes lit up on its skin. It looked like a formation diagram, and an arc of light shot out. The 9 arrows blew apart with the light. HMPH, so you've also brought the Xuandiao Dao sect's protective king item, the heaven-catching drum, snorted the half-step king. If it wasn't a king item, how could it block the attack of your 9 ghost refining soul tower? Said Ouyang Chuyu coldly. The heaven-catching drum she had taken out was the Xuandian Dao sect's protective treasure. Although she wasn't a king and she didn't necessarily have the power to possess a king item, she had the status to. And so the head sect had intentionally given her the king item to protect the sect and control its karmic luck. This was the reason why Ouyang Chuyu dared to come here without a plan. As for the half-step king she was facing, his bone tower was also a powerful king item. He was pressed for time, and so he didn't bother with any testing blows. He directly used his king item to attack. Then let me see just how much of a king item's power someone merely at the peak of foundation forging can bring out. Sneered the half-step king. His bone tower began to rapidly revolve, and black chi circulated within it. Black figures charged out of it like ghosts, wailing as they charged toward Ouyang Chuyu. Although I'm not a half-step king, it's no problem for me to hold you back. Ouyang Chuyu repeatedly slammed her palms against the heaven-catching drum. Continuous arcs of light shot out of it, shattering the ghost images. However, the half-step king's bone tower continued to revolve, causing more ghost figures to fly out in an endless stream. In truth, these ghost images were an extremely terrifying soul art. Not only did they possess a powerful spiritual aspect, but they also contained curse energy. If Ouyang Chuyu was struck, it would be very troublesome for her. However, a king item was for kings. Even half-step kings found them extremely difficult to use, and they exhausted a huge amount of spiritual yuan. As for Ouyang Chuyu, she wasn't even a half-step king. So the corrupt elder was intentionally unleashing this barrage of attacks to exhaust Ouyang Chuyu's spiritual yuan. While Ouyang Chuyu fought this half-step king with king items, Long Chen had summoned the green dragon battle armor to fight an even more intense battle with the other half-step king. Half-step kings were incredibly powerful, and magical arts could be used instantaneously by them. They didn't need hand seals and could release them at any moment. Magical arts were normal moves to them. Furthermore, each one of their attacks was incredibly powerful and sharp. As for Long Chen, no matter what attack his opponent used, he would simply let out a punch. Each attack was a heaven-shaking collision. This was Long Chen's second time using the green dragon battle armor, and his control over it was much more refined. Right now, his blood had been completely transformed by the green dragon essence blood, giving rise to a completely new kind of blood. This blood rumbled within his body, and without him even doing anything, it drew out the power of his 4 chi seas to strengthen him. That made him full of energy, like a volcano that had been storing up energy for millions of years and was now finally releasing it all. Furthermore, he found that with each punch, indescribable energy was released by the green dragon battle armor that broke apart any magical art he struck. Even though that was the case, Long Chen had no choice but to admit that half-step kings were truly powerful. Without the green dragon battle armor, he wouldn't have been able to exchange a single blow with them before being heavily injured. Fortunately, he did have the green dragon battle armor. Brandishing his fists, he charged forward. As for the half-step king he was facing, he clearly didn't specialize in close-range combat. His magical arts came out of him in an unending stream. Those magical arts were unable to display any effect in front of the green dragon battle armor. Long Chen's power completely restrained him. The battlefield was now split into 3 sections. Ouyang Chuyu and Long Chen were fighting half-step kings. Long Chen's fight was the most intense, while Ouyang Chuyu and her opponent were both exhausting the other's spiritual yuan through their king items. The more chaotic battle was comprised of Meng Qi, Tang Wan Yu Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, and Guo Ran fighting foundation forging experts. It was also extremely intense. Down below, the Dragonblood warriors were slaughtering their way through the corrupt Paths Sea expansion army. In just an incense stick's worth of time, their mighty army had lost a third of their number. The Dragonblood Legion was incredibly fierce. Looking at this imposing scene, the Xuantian Dao sect's experts all felt like their hearts had stopped pounding. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. Sea expansion experts were truly nothing more than cannon fodder. Now they understood why Long Chen hadn't let them enter the battle. With their little power, throwing them into the battle wouldn't even cause a ripple. At the same time, they were grateful to Long Chen and Ouyang Chuyu. They had given them face and let them enter. Now they could say they had participated in the ultimate righteous and corrupt battle and testify to its unprecedented scale. 3, 2, 1, release. Meng Qi suddenly gave everyone a spiritual message. On Meng Qi and the others' battlefield, 4 huge figures suddenly appeared. Roaring shook the heavens. Chapter 938 The Might of King Items. 4 fierce roars shook the land as 3 earth dragons and 1 red-eye sacred blood phoenix appeared in the air. They launched a sudden attack against the corrupt experts. This sudden attack caught them off guard. Furthermore, the 4 magical beasts had long since been accumulating power for an attack. 3 waves of dragon breath and an innate ability from the red-eye sacred blood phoenix instantly killed 4 foundation forging experts. Their cooperation had been excellent. The 4 foundation forging experts had been standing together, so all the magical beasts' attacks had been concentrated. As a result, the 4 of them encountered a tragic end. After this attack, the earth dragons fell to the ground, crushing a few corrupt experts fighting down there. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix flew toward the sea expansion elders from the Xuantian Dao sect. The corrupt experts had sent a few hundred people to kill them. But the true feather on the blood phoenix's head rose, and a red light slaughtered those attacks. The appearance of the 4 magical beasts caused chaos on the battlefield. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix was in charge of protecting the sea expansion elders, while the 3 earth dragons slaughtered the corrupt experts on the ground. The reason Meng Qi and the others had suddenly released them was because Meng Qi had noticed that Ouyang Chuyu was starting to get pale as she fought against the half-step king. Using a king item was clearly extremely taxing for her. As for the half-step king, his expression was twisted into a sinister smile. This meant half-step kings were truly a step above peak foundation forging. So they had to quickly kill the enemies in front of them to help Ouyang Chuyu. But the corrupt experts had also noticed this and they went all out. Although Meng Qi and the others had managed to kill 4 foundation forging experts in this sudden blow, they were unable to crush the remaining foundation forging experts in a blow. Understood. Long Chen saw all of this. He had underestimated the power of a half-step king. Fortunately, his opponent didn't have a king item. But despite that, his magical arts came in an unending stream, and he was capable of using all kinds of bizarre techniques. Long Chen was helpless to do anything to him. His skill in magical arts was extremely refined, and Long Chen's own magical arts were too coarse and unrefined to catch him off guard. Furthermore, that old bastard refused to face Long Chen head-on after being injured. He maintained a distance from him, simply trying to make him run out of energy. Seeing Ouyang Chuyu at a disadvantage, Long Chen took a deep breath. 2 dragons flew out of his arms. Lei Long and Huo Long roared, charging at the half-step king. This time, what was being used wasn't their energy, but their true bodies. The half-step king was startled by their appearance. He had never seen such powerful lightning or flame energy. The flame dragon was one thing. After all, there were earth flames in this world. But he had never seen anyone capable of controlling the 9 heavens tribulation lightning. A huge barrier of light appeared in front of him. This was his strongest defense. When the 2 dragons crashed onto the barrier, it shook slightly but didn't break. Split the heavens too. A huge saber image soared into the sky, slashing down with a heaven-destroying power. The half-stepped king's expression changed and he formed new hand seals. The barrier exploded and the saber continued down. HMPH, you can't do anything to me, snorted the old man. He sensed that Long Chen's power was strange and restrained his magical arts. To kill him would be very difficult. But on the other hand, his companion had completely suppressed Yang Chuyu. As long as he killed Yang Chuyu, he would then be able to instantly kill Long Chen with his king item. The half-stepped king formed a strange hand seal with his thumb and middle finger touching, and his other fingers clasped. Corrupt spirit shield. Black chi condensed, forming a huge shield. A demonic face twisted in savagery appeared on it. Boom! Blooddrinker slashed onto the corrupt spirit shield, causing a powerful explosion. Runes blew apart in every direction. I told you that you're helpless to do anything to me. The half-stepped king sneered upon blocking Long Chen's attack. He was extremely confident in his defensive powers. What? But his smile quickly vanished. The exploding runes had blocked his vision and spiritual perception. When his spiritual perception recovered, he suddenly found that Long Chen wasn't in front of him. The only thing there was a blood-red saber. His head buzzed, and his hair stood on end. His energy circulated within him as he prepared to dodge. Too late, an icy voice rang out behind the half-stepped king. A hand ruthlessly tore through his back and out his chest. That scale-covered hand was dripping with blood, as well as some broken bits of organs. The half-stepped king couldn't move. A berserk energy was wreaking havoc over his body, completely sealing all of his power. A flash of comprehension appeared in his eyes. He knew he had been duped. The reason Long Chen had released the two dragons was just to block his spiritual perception. However, the one thing he couldn't understand was how his saber had released an attack on its own, one containing Long Chen's specific aura. Wasn't it said only king items were capable of imitating their owner's aura? You really are despicable. I refuse to accept this, roared the half-stepped king. Long Chen's arm shook. His dragon blood power erupted, blowing apart his enemy's body. At that exact moment, a translucent figure shot out of the exploding body and entered Long Chen's head. Ha ha ha, as long as I possess your body, I can return to my peak. Perhaps I can even advance to the king realm. No, not perhaps, definitely. The translucent figure was the half-stepped king's soul. He specialized in magical arts, so his spiritual strength was powerful. Taking advantage of Long Chen having no defenses, he actually surprised himself at how easily he had entered Long Chen's mind. Long Chen was a peerless genius. Once he possessed him and restarted cultivating, he would definitely be able to surpass his old self. So you've come. A faint voice rang out. The half-stepped king had only just entered Long Chen's mind and finally had a chance to look around. Before he could exclaim in shock about how boundless his mind was, he saw a broken bell floating in the center. Don't bother with who I am. Putting it the way Long Chen would, we're all very busy. Since you've sent yourself to me, I won't stand on courtesy. After saying this, an irresistible suction force came out of the eastern wasteland bell, pulling the half-stepped king's soul toward it. No, who are you? Release me. No matter how the half-stepped king struggled, his soul still ended up being sucked into the eastern wasteland bell. In truth, his little scheme was unable to escape Long Chen. But Long Chen knew the eastern wasteland bell needed the souls of experts. For this idiot to send himself into his mind was like meat jumping into his mouth. The eastern wasteland bell directly sucked him up. After killing his half-stepped king opponent, he grabbed his spatial ring and shot toward Yang Chuyu's side. The other half-stepped king was completely suppressing her with his higher cultivation base. Yang Chuyu wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The sudden reversal of Long Chen's battle shocked him. That other half-stepped king was truly lacking at close-range combat. If it had been him, Long Chen's attack would have been sensed by him and he wouldn't have fallen for it. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he unleashed his strongest attack. HMPH. The half-stepped king snorted, and the ancient tower in front of him rapidly grew. He actually ended up hiding himself within the tower. Boom! The two dragons struck the tower, and the half-stepped king's expression suddenly changed. As the master of the bone tower, he immediately sensed something was off. Long Chen's lightning dragon possessed a power that was extremely damaging to his tower. This one attack had exhausted a third of the tower's energy. Bastard, I'll go all out against you. The half-stepped king was infuriated. Long Chen's lightning dragon was too terrifying, and it restrained his corrupt weapon. If he continued like this, just a few more moves from Long Chen would be enough to cripple his bone tower. Corrupt weapons were essentially all dark and evil existences. They were innately suppressed by Thunder Force. And Long Chen's Thunder Force came from Tribulation Lightning. It was a supreme yang existence, and it also contained a destructive will. Even his king item wasn't able to handle it. The bone tower began to shine and rapidly revolve. Black qi circulated within, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. Not good. Meng qi, wan quick. Long Chen's expression changed. The black qi within the tower suddenly exploded. The wailing of millions of lifeforms filled the air, and a black ripple spread in every direction. Die, heaven-devouring ghost qi wave. The half-stepped king seemed to have become mad. This terrifying attack was causing space to crumble. The sound of a drum rang out. A huge drum appeared in front of Meng Qi and the others. Long Chen, shouted Tang Wan'er upon seeing that he didn't have a king item to protect himself. The black wave flattened the entire minor world. Chapter 939 Capturing him alive. Wherever the black wave went, the ground was flattened. This was a world-destroying power. Mountains crumbled in front of it. Long Chen held his two arms in front of him to block. He knew this old ghost had despaired. No longer caring about his corrupt path's elite disciples, he chose to activate this king item's power. Although a half-step king was unable to truly control a king item, they were still able to activate a portion of it. Just that little portion was enough to destroy this minor world. Long Chen felt like a shooting star had crashed into him. He could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking from each part of his body. He shot back. Because he had been so close, Long Chen received the greatest impact. He almost fainted. As Long Chen was sent flying, the black wave didn't slow down at all because of his existence. The surrounding mountains were blown apart and buildings were razed. The corrupt path's stronghold that had existed for countless years had been instantly destroyed. At the same time, the ripple spread toward everyone else. Meng Qi's earth dragon suddenly opened its mouth and breathed in. A powerful suction force brought all the dragonblood warriors into its mouth. After that, the earth dragon scuttled away and charged into the ground. It had only just snuck its way into a hole when that ripple struck. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix had long since flown away. It was carrying the sea expansion elders in its mouth. But even with its speed, it was caught by the black wave and sent flying. Long Chen vomited blood. He felt like every bone in his body had shattered. He hastily circulated the primal chaos bead to heal. However, he found that as his physical body grew stronger, the amount of life energy required to heal also grew. After advancing to sea expansion, the primal chaos space had grown by 10 times. It was now 30,000 miles wide and could be considered its own world. That huge space was filled with the spirit world's huge trees. Despite how much life energy they contained, their effect was no longer as amazing as before. He knew that this was the result of the dragon blood body tempering art. Back when he hadn't refined the dragon blood, he could have healed almost instantly. Now, his healing was much slower. But even if it was slow, it was hundreds of times greater than medicinal pills. In just a few breaths, the pain stopped, and his broken bones began to reconnect. He should be fully recovered in about 2 hours. That was already a miraculous effect. But to Long Chen, who was used to instant recovery, it was too slow. Long Chen, are you alright? Meng Qi, Ouyang Chuyu, and the others all rushed over. Ouyang Chuyu was apologetic, but this attack had come too suddenly for her to protect him. Fortunately, he was still alive. I'm fine, said Long Chen. The ground split open and 3 huge figures crawled out of the ground. They were the 3 earth dragons. Meng Qi's earth dragon opened its mouth. The dragonblood warriors charged out. Even with the earth dragon protecting them, they had still been heavily injured. Fortunately, they had all survived. In the distance, the red-eye sacred blood phoenix was also fine. By the time it had been struck, it had been far away enough, and it didn't receive any substantial injuries. Only now did everyone have a chance to appraise their surroundings. The unending mountain range and buildings had been completely destroyed. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was destroyed. The corrupt path's experts didn't even have corpses remaining. Not even one of the foundation forging experts had survived. It could be seen just how terrifying the attack of a king item was. Bastards, you didn't die. Just wait for the corrupt path's bloody revenge, roared the half-step king with exasperation. He had never expected that after exhausting all his spiritual yuan to activate a king item, he would still be unable to kill any of them. Instead, All he had wrought was killing his own elites. His face was green. The half-stepped king suddenly activated the bone tower. Its runes began to revolve and space shook. He was planning on breaking through space and leaving. "Let's not wait. We're all busy, so let's settle things now," said Long Chen. The ground beneath the bone tower suddenly split apart, and a huge lightning dragon flew out. It coiled around the bone tower. At the same time, up in the sky, flame chains shot down, forming a huge net that wrapped the bone tower. The half-stepped king's expression completely changed. When the bone tower had unleashed its attack, Long Chen had hesitated, but he had still decided to leave the two dragons as trump cards. Lei Long and Huo Long had been hidden by him in the ground. At the bottom of the bone tower was a gap. Its terrifying attack had been the weakest directly below it, which had allowed the two dragons to survive. To set this up, Long Chen had given up on using the two dragons to block for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such heavy injuries. That had been a gamble, but now the gamble paid off. Lei Long had instantly coiled around it, and then Long Chen had activated the Raging Flame Prison. Chanting filled the air as Long Chen used the Nirvana scripture. The earth flame's power multiplied with the support of it. Bastard! The half-stepped king had originally been using the last bit of his power to use the bone tower to break the void and teleport away. But first, the lightning dragon had entangled it, drawing out the amount of time required. Then by the time he could try it again, the space around him had been completely locked by the flame chains. The spatial energy here had been thrown into disorder, making it so there was no way for him to leave. The bone tower was wrapped by lightning and flame. The half-stepped king couldn't even leave. Moreover, the bone tower's last bit of power was being exterminated by the lightning. Now he was just a chicken in a cage. "Bastards, if you have any guts, then you'll release me. We'll have a fair fight," roared the half-stepped king. "Idiot, did your brain rot from old age? A fair fight? You were a half-stepped king using a king item. You were trapped by my boss, an early sea expansion expert. You still have the face to ask for a fair fight. If my boss was the same realm as you, then even without a king item, he would kill you with a single fart," sneered Guo Ran. Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but crack a smile. The tense atmosphere had been ruined by his cursing. "Bullshit, I don't believe you," roared the half-stepped king. "Ah, then you're right. My own farts are definitely not as mighty as bosses." Guo Ran shrugged helplessly. Flames began to soar, and Lei Long retreated from the tower. Its sinister energy had been wiped away by it, and even its item spirit had been killed. Lei Long could already leave in victory. The bone tower was basically just an empty shell. It had the body of a king item but not the power. It was essentially a sturdy cage. The bone tower was still made of king item material, so the earth flame wasn't able to destroy it. However, the person inside wasn't able to bear those flames. Due to activating his king item, he had exhausted his spiritual yuan. Right now, he had no more energy. Just his physical body was not enough to resist these flames. He was the opposite of that tall and skinny half-stepped king. He was short and stout. Being broiled by these flames, oil began to pour out of him. A charred scent filled the air. "Quick, add the hot pepper. The cumin and other powders have all been prepared. We'll have some barbecue to eat," cried Guo Ran excitedly upon seeing that practically god-like half-stepped king being turned into his current state. By following Long Chen, Guo Ran had seen many sights that others couldn't believe. Long Chen was always pushing the boundaries of human imagination. Guo Ran involuntarily gulped down his saliva. Just looking at his current manner gave people goosebumps. For him to find this kind of scene appetizing, a sensation of nausea washed over everyone. "Guo Ran, don't say such a thing. It's disgusting." Tang Wan was the first to shout at him. "I was just talking. Don't treat it so seriously. Furthermore, barbecue requires half fat and half meat to be perfect. But this fatty is all fat, so the mouth feel." Tang Wan kicked Guo Ran flying, shutting him up. This bastard was actually commenting like he was a professional cook. At first, everyone was just a bit disgusted, but as Guo Ran talked more and adding on the burning scent in the air, they felt like their stomachs were heaving. "Bastards, just you wait. You've provoked the entire corrupt path and will suffer our punishment. We'll return my pain 1,000 times to you," cursed the half-stepped king. He was helpless to do anything else. He was trapped within the tower, and the flames outside made it so he couldn't leave. He could only obediently wait for death inside. Death by fire was an annoying death. "Hey, old ghost, don't be so rude. My boss is kindly helping you lose weight, but instead of thanking him, you're cursing him. Guo Ran walked over behind Long Chen and cursed the half-stepped king. This place was safer, no one could kick him. Only now did everyone see that the half-stepped king truly had lost quite a bit of weight. The effect of these flames was truly amazing. PFFT. Seeing everyone curiously staring at him and nodding, as if approving of Guo Ran's words, the half-stepped king vomited a mouthful of blood. The vomited blood was immediately incinerated by the flames. The half-stepped king was unable to stop the constant roasting of the earth flame, and his body was constantly quivering. Underworld soul bind. Long Chen cast Meng Qi a glance, and she immediately understood. Her spiritual strength erupted, and taking advantage of the half-stepped king's incredibly weak state, she instantly took control over his soul. The flames scattered, and the half-stepped king was caught in Long Chen's grasp. With a kick to his dantian, Long Chen crippled his cultivation base. He smiled toward Ouyang Chuyu. Capturing one of the corrupt path's top experts should be worth quite a bit of resources, right? So the half-stepped king, when saying, "Bullshit. I don't believe you," really says, "You're farting, I don't believe you." And in this case, "you're farting" would mean you're spouting nonsense. Honestly, it just doesn't translate well and it's not very important. Chapter 940 The Plan for Vengeance. Looking at the crippled, half-dead half-stepped king, Ouyang Chuyu didn't know what to say for a long time. Outside this stronghold, Ouyang Chuyu had captured a late Foundation forging expert alive. That was to give an explanation to the head sect in the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path. But now, Long Chen had caught a half-stepped king alive. That was a shocking achievement, one that would most likely cause the Xuantian Dao sect's prestige to rise to an unprecedented level. Not only can it be exchanged for quite a bit of things, but it'll also allow our Eastern Wasteland's branch sect to vent a bit in front of the head sect, said Ouyang Chuyu gratefully. The bone tower was also put away by Ouyang Chuyu. Although it was essentially broken, it was a sign of their battle spoils. It was a valuable memento. At this moment, the Dragonblood warriors had also arrived beside Long Chen. They were incredibly excited, their blood still boiling from the fight. From their expressions, it seemed that they longed to continue fighting. Ouyang Chuyu and the other Sea Expansion elders were also excitedly examining the blood-soaked Dragonblood warriors. They were unable to stay calm. Over 300 rank 3 celestials, each of them with limitless potential. Although they had only just advanced to Sea Expansion and couldn't even count as having reached the early stage, they were already capable of dominating the Sea Expansion realm. Then once they grew, just how terrifying would this group become? Furthermore, there were also people like Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others who were rank 4 celestials and capable of killing Foundation forging experts. As for Wild, although they couldn't tell his cultivation base and they knew he wasn't a celestial, his power was still at the peak of everyone. It was just that right now, Wild was on the ground, crazily devouring food. Moreover, this terrifying group was led by a supreme monster, Long Chen. Even Ouyang Chuyu's heart pounded. The current Dragonblood Legion had finally revealed their brilliance. It was clear that Long Chen had definitely encountered some kind of miracle within the immemorial path to create such an unrivaled army. Let's leave. Ouyang Chuyu brought everyone back to the spatial portal. Forming a hand seal, the heaven-catching drum boomed. People felt like their bodies were being stretched taut. Ah, so Sect Master, you were long since prepared from the start. Guo Ran was amazed. He had just been wondering about how they were supposed to leave this sealed world. Do you think I'm like you lot and never think of the consequences? Since I dared to come in, I naturally can leave whenever I want, said Ouyang Chuyu, rolling her eyes. Why did it seem like these brats were looking down on her? The heaven-catching drum released countless runes that wrapped around everyone. They felt space twisting, and they found themselves on the battlefield where they had entered. They've come out. Sect Master, Monastery Heads, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, you've all come out alive. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples and elders all cheered. Some even wept tears of joy. Before they had left, they had all been prepared for them to be annihilated. They had thought they would never see these people again. But now they saw that they weren't even one number less than when they had entered. However, they were all soaked in blood, so they had definitely undergone an intense battle. Everyone cheered. The Sea Expansion elders couldn't help but feel ashamed. Yes, they were covered in blood, but it wasn't their enemy's blood. It was their own blood. Despite the Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix's protection, they had still been injured by the final attack. Several of them were monastery heads, and their disciples flocked toward them, cheering. In their hearts, their monastery heads were true heroes. Everyone, thank you all for your support. The Xuantian Dao sect will remember this favor forever, said Yang Chuyu solemnly to the various sect leaders that had come to assist them. Originally, the Xuantian Dao sect had dozens of smaller powers under them. But once the Xuantian Dao sect had been attacked and Yang Chuyu had tried to gather them, they had evaded every which way, refusing to help. Only 7 sects had come to their aid. Although they were mostly useless, they had still gone all out to assist them. Only at this time was it possible to see who was a real friend. One of those sect leaders shook his head. Even hundreds of years ago, our Pure Wind Gate was under the Xuantian Dao sect's protection. The favor you have given is impossible for us to repay. That's right. When the Remote Heaven gang was suppressing us and trying to devour us, it was the Xuantian Dao sect that helped us survive. For us to come here is something we simply had to do. HMPH, there are some idiots that forget other people's kindness. If it hadn't been for the Xuantian Dao sect, they would have long since been devoured by others, said another sect leader. Before coming, they had alerted the other sects like them. But those other sects had refused to come, instead telling them not to send themselves to their deaths, saying something about how the Xuantian Dao sect was heavily injured and how it would definitely decline. And that they had to stand independent now to avoid being dragged down with them. At the same time as they had received the request for aid, they had received a threat from the Remote Heaven gang. Although they hadn't said anything explicitly, it was clear that the Remote Heaven gang wanted to dominate the eastern wasteland on their own. Helping the Xuantian Dao sect was becoming enemies with the Remote Heaven gang. Fuck, I even suspect that the Corrupt Path's sneak attack was instigated by the Remote Heaven gang. The timing is too coincidental. TCH, what are you coughing about? You also know this. So what if there isn't proof? There's a 90% chance this matter is related to the Remote Heaven gang, cursed one of the smaller sect leaders. He was correct. The sneak attack had been too sudden and fierce. And the timing was extremely coincidental. If Yang Chuyu had returned according to her original plans, then by the time she would have returned, the Xuantian Dao sect would have been destroyed. But perhaps it was that the Xuantian Dao sect's karmic luck hadn't run out yet, she had returned just in time to save the sect from destruction. Furthermore, on the Corrupt Path's way to the Xuantian Dao sect, there were many smaller sects. But they hadn't been implicated at all. Their targets had clearly been the Xuantian Dao sect and their supermonasteries. However, if you wanted to say something, you had to have proof. That was why someone else had coughed to remind him that he shouldn't say such things. But that person didn't care. Whether or not they colluded has no relevance for us. Yang Chuyu shook her head. The Remote Heaven gang was an enormous power, and they had many subordinate powers. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, they were heavily injured. The Remote Heaven gang would definitely take advantage of this time to make threats and promises to neutral powers to bring them to their side. Traitors had appeared even amongst the sects following the Xuantian Dao sect. It was all too easy for them to bring over more powers that had originally been neutral in their conflict. Sect Master, I'm planning on leaving the Xuantian Dao sect with my brothers, said Long Chen suddenly. What? Yang Chuyu couldn't believe her ears. Everyone else was also startled, including the Dragonblood Legion. Only Meng Qi, Guo Ran, and the others were calm. They had long since guessed this result. Although it's a bit sudden, I hope you can accept Disciple's resignation, said Long Chen. Give me a reason. Yang Chuyu's expression was gloomy. Her eyes were misty. She couldn't figure out why Long Chen would be this merciless. Or was it that he looked down on the Xuantian Dao sect? Many things happened in the immemorial path this time. I've gradually begun to understand a certain principle. The struggles of the martial path are simply cruel. Previously, I had many misgivings because of the people by my side. I endured things and restrained myself. But all I got in return was unending schemes and attempts to take my life. So this time, I've decided not to restrain myself. I want to completely expose my fangs. I will no longer have any misgivings about my opponents, statuses, their backgrounds, or their power. To cultivate is to put one's life on the line. Once a person loses that courage, the people by their side will disappear one by one. So this time, I'm planning on putting my life on the line along with all my brothers. Long Chen looked at the Dragonblood warriors. He solemnly said, all of them are my hot-blooded brothers. Our hearts are connected, and if I put my life on the line, I know all of them will do the same without hesitation. But I don't want to implicate you in the Xuantian Dao sect. Liang Chuyu raged. What nonsense are you talking about? Implicating us? You are my disciple, and we are one family. Don't you feel like your words are very heartless? Furthermore, everything's already over. We've exterminated one of the corrupt path's two forces. They temporarily won't be able to counterattack. What are you so worried about? A bitter smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Sect Master, you're thinking too simply. This attack against the corrupt path was just the first step of my plan for vengeance. Just the first step. Everyone was startled. Crippling and killing two half-step kings and dozens of foundation forging experts, as well as hundreds of thousands of elite disciples, was just a start. I don't care what your reason is. My Xuantian Dao sect's disciples are not permitted to leave whenever they want. Liang Chuyu grabbed Long Chen's arm. Furthermore, you promised me that if someone bullied me, you'd protect me. Could it be you've grown up and your words no longer count? Long Chen's heart warmed slightly. But he guiltily said, I also don't want to leave the Xuantian Dao sect. After all, the Xuantian Dao sect is my home. However, if I don't leave, it will likely cause the entire Xuantian Dao sect to be destroyed. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. Since we dared to go all out with you once, we'll dare to do it again. Long Chen, you are not allowed to leave the Xuantian Dao sect. You are the pride of the Xuantian Dao sect, and our moral pillar. Begged one of the monastery heads. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't leave. We're willing to follow you into life or death. What startled Long Chen was that unfamiliar faces began to passionately shout one by one, their voices ringing throughout the sky. Do you see? You're the one who brought the Xuantian Dao sect's conviction onto the right path. You can't leave. Liang Chuyu smiled at the passionate Xuantian Dao sect disciples. Long Chen's expression was complicated. Seeing these passionate disciples looking at him with worship, his heart was torn. Long Chen, you don't need to have misgivings about us. We will forever stand by your side. Let's go back to the sect. Afraid that Long Chen would back out, Liang Chuyu struck while the iron was hot. She directly pulled Long Chen in the direction of the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen was helpless. If he left the Xuantian Dao sect at this time, he would hurt too many people. He once more became a bit lost. Their grand army returned to the Xuantian Dao sect. When they arrived, seeing the packed people within the sect, Liang Chuyu's expression changed. Liang Chuyu, hand over Long Chen, or we'll raise the Xuantian Dao sect to the ground. A furious roar rang out from within the Xuantian Dao sect. Chapter 941 The Overbearing Ancient Races. Thousands of experts had occupied the Xuantian Dao sect now. Those people all possessed powerful auras, and they didn't bother concealing their killing intent at all. The ancient races. Liang Chuyu was startled. She hadn't expected that their greeters wouldn't be their disciples, but thousands of ancient race experts instead. These people were all powerful experts from the various large ancient races. They had all reached foundation forging at least, and there were over 10 of them with exceptionally powerful auras. They were half-step kings. That furious roar had come from an ancient race elder with 2 golden wings on his back. The ancient races have always been neutral. For you to suddenly attack my Xuantian Dao sect, do you think we're an easy target? Raged Liang Chuyu. This was absolutely intolerable. Over 10 half-step kings had led thousands of foundation forging experts to occupy the Xuantian Dao sect. That was an absolute insult. The ancient races usually lived in seclusion, rarely interacting with the rest of the world. Everyone knew that the ancient races were too powerful to provoke. But now they saw that the rumors of their power didn't do them justice. The aura of over 10 half-step kings and thousands of foundation forging experts made it hard for them to breathe. HMPH, our ancient races have always minded our own business when it came to the Xuantian Dao sect. However, you ended up giving birth to a brute who slaughtered masses of our disciples. Today, if you don't hand over Long Chen and the other main offenders, the 800 allied ancient races will destroy your Xuantian Dao sect. Shouted the winged elder. That elder was precisely the patriarch of the feather race. He was a half-step king and also one of the leaders of the ancient races. Yu Chenghao was the descendant he looked the most favorably upon. He was the feather race's hope of soaring. When he had heard that he had been killed, he had coughed up a mouthful of blood. When the ancient race disciples that escaped the immemorial path reported what had happened, all the ancient races had gone mad. Over 90% of their elite disciples had been killed. As for their peak experts, they had all been slaughtered. Hearing the news that so many of them had advanced to rank 4 celestials but had still been killed drove them mad. They had charged their way into the Xuantian Dao sect, imprisoning all their disciples and waiting for Yang Chuyu to return. Now that she had, they immediately set down their conditions. Either hand over Long Chen, or have the Xuantian Dao sect destroyed. They weren't bragging. 16 half-step kings and thousands of foundation forging experts could be considered the full power of the ancient races. They didn't just want to kill Long Chen, they wanted to express their fury and let the entire eastern wasteland know that whoever dared to anger the ancient races would pay a terrible price. If the Xuantian Dao sect didn't have the head sect backing it, they would have long since killed all their disciples and destroyed the sect. Then let me see just how you will destroy the Xuantian Dao sect. If you destroy my sect today, then the head sect's people will arrive and pull you up by the roots. Do you want to come and try it? Sneered Yang Chuyu. For him to arrogantly say he would destroy the Xuantian Dao sect was completely intolerable. Yang Chuyu didn't believe he really would dare to destroy her sect. But it was true that he did have that power. You are intentionally angering me. He roared. It's you that's being completely unreasonable. Do your actions match the dignity my Xuantian Dao sect deserves? Yang Chuyu roared back. She pointed to the statue at the center of the plaza. That was the mark of the Xuantian Dao sect. It had actually been half destroyed by the ancient races. Were unreasonable. Bullshit. That brute you raised colluded with the aboriginals to slaughter ancient race disciples. Just how do you plan on paying that debt? Roared an elder with a claw-like hand. He was from the Great Eagle race and was also a half-step king. What he was most furious about was that none of his Great Eagle race's disciples had returned alive. Hearing this, Yang Chuyu came to a sudden comprehension about why Long Chen would want to leave the Xuantian Dao sect. However, she had long since been prepared and she still sneered, so what? The struggle of the martial path dictates that life and death are up to fate. Are your ancient races allowed to kill others for their treasures while others can't resist? Although she didn't know the whole story, she was able to guess what had happened based on how arrogant the ancient races were and how they didn't place the human race in their eyes. They viewed humans as prey. However, she hadn't expected Long Chen to have been so vicious. It seemed he had killed a truly massive amount of ancient race disciples. But Yang Chuyu threw caution to the wind. She felt that even if she had to die, she couldn't give such a peerless genius to them. Long Chen was the pride of the Xuantian Dao sect's eastern wasteland branch. You are courting death like this? Raged the Feather Race's half-step king. Don't spout so much bullshit. The conflict between us has nothing to do with the ordinary disciples. They are innocent, so release them, said Long Chen. Brute, I will tear you apart piece by piece, stripping you of your skin, tearing out your muscles, crushing your bones. That's a matter for later. First, release the innocent people, said Long Chen. The Feather Race's half-step king's fury soared. However, he still maintained a bit of rationality, and he waved his hand. A foundation forging expert sneered, we'll give you this group of trash. The human race really likes wasting food on garbage. A bag appeared in his hand. It was unknown what kind of hide it was made of, but it released powerful fluctuations. He opened it, and a group of people tumbled out. That bag was an extremely rare spatial item. The disciples guarding the Xuantian Dao sect all tumbled out. Bastard. Seeing those disciples, the Xuantian Dao sect's experts' eyes almost tore out of their sockets, and they clenched their teeth so hard that they creaked. Those disciples had needles impaling their bodies all over. They were covered in blood, and their throats were shackled like they were livestock. Their shackles were all connected by chains. Inferior human race, we should treat you just like animals. All you are is a group of. A blood-colored light flew over. That person's sneer was cut short as he exploded. Fuck, you damn animals. After killing that ancient race expert, Long Chen's killing intent didn't weaken. He saw Shui Wuan's figure amongst the crowd. Little brute, you dare kill him. The ancient race experts had originally been on the verge of going berserk, and Long Chen's attack pushed them over the edge. They all erupted with powerful auras and charged at Long Chen. The sound of a drum rang out, and those attackers were knocked back by a terrifying force. Yang Chuyu stood in the sky, the heaven-catching drum above her. She icily glared at the ancient race experts. The rest of the Xuantian Dao sect's forces hastily went up and removed the shackles, rescuing those disciples who had been tortured into an incredibly weak state. Long Chen helped out Shui Wuan, pain in his eyes. Shui Wuan sighed. Big sister is getting more and more useless. It's not your fault. These brutes are too strong. Just rest for now. In a bit, you'll see how I get revenge for you. Long Chen had Meng Qi and Tang Wan support Shui Wuan. Just now, his fury had erupted, but now, just as quickly, he calmed back down. He looked at these overbearing ancient race experts. Ouyang Chuyu, are you trying to force us? That feather race's half-step king took out an ancient bow, which released terrifying fluctuations. Even without attacking, it was obvious it was a king item. Rumbling filled the air as the other half-step kings also took out king items. 17 king items had now appeared. Even before they released their powers, they caused space to twist around them. Once they were activated, the Xuantian Dao sect would be blown to bits. I would rather shatter as jade than stay whole as a roof tile. Ouyang Chuyu icily stared at the half-step kings, refusing to concede a single step. Even facing 16 king items, her expression was determined. Shatter as jade. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were affected by Ouyang Chuyu's display. They all roared as their fear at the king items' power disappeared. Their blood boiled. In fact, they even seemed a bit crazy. The ancient races were absolutely intolerable. They had humiliated the disciples of their sect. Under the pressure of powerful enemies, the Xuantian Dao sect displayed an unprecedented cohesiveness. This pressure brought out their determination. Sect Master, activate the king item. We'll fight to the death with these bastards, roared the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. If it weren't for the power difference, they would have already charged forward. All they hoped was for Ouyang Chuyu to activate her king item and launch her most powerful attack. Although they knew that after this attack, other than the half-step kings, practically no one else would be able to survive, they were willing to exchange their lives for their enemies. Since you're so foolish, then you can die. I don't believe that the Xuantian Dao sect will truly dare to become enemies with the millions of ancient races in this world. Die, ants. The feather race's half-step king's face twisted in savagery. He actually activated his bow. The wind and clouds changed color. Space trembled as if it was about to crumble. Idiots, the only ones to die will be you. Another ancient race's half-step king sneered and took out an ancient diagram. It released runes that protected all the foundation forging experts. This was clearly a protective king item that could prevent their people from being injured. Die, you inferior ants. The other half-step kings also activated their king items. Over 10 attacks shot toward Ouyang Chuyu. Senior Eastern Wasteland Bell, exterminate them for me, said Long Chen. Chapter 942 Terrifying Eastern Wasteland Bell. Space split open as a broken bell appeared in the air. It was the Eastern Wasteland Bell's true body. Countless runes circulated around it, and images appeared on the bell's surface. It was possible to see mountains, plains, birds, fish, and beasts. Those were scenes thriving with vitality. It was like the Eastern Wasteland Bell was its own world. As soon as it appeared, heaven and earth changed color. The world became still. Long Chen realized that no one was capable of moving. Even the king item's attacks launching through the air came to a stop. Long Chen, have you thought this through? This karma is not so easy to bear, warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell as solemnly as possible. I have. Whatever karma arises because of this, I will bear it. From the moment Little Snow died, I swore I wouldn't restrain myself. I will put my life on the line against my enemies, and if I can give up my life, what else is there to worry about? Long Chen stared at the ancient race, statues, in front of him. Seeing their sinister, cruel smiles, they seemed especially ugly now. All right then, the Eastern Wasteland Bell stopped revolving. Divine light erupted. Spacetime returned to normal. Everyone now saw the Eastern Wasteland Bell in the sky releasing boundless pressure. They didn't even know what had happened. This bell had just appeared out of nowhere and was releasing a blinding light. What startled Long Chen was that the divine light the Eastern Wasteland Bell released destroyed all the king items held by the ancient races. Those king items disintegrated along with their masters. 16 half-step kings and 16 king items were destroyed by this divine light. It destroyed anything it met. Its power was incomparable, but Long Chen was disappointed to see that after the Eastern Wasteland Bell had killed the half-step kings, it retracted its divine light and turned into a ray of light over the horizon, disappearing. It didn't return to his mind. See, our agreement is complete. This time, it can count as half a favor. Adding on blocking an attack for you in the immemorial path and sealing Little Snow's soul into his crystal core, it can count as one complete favor. Don't blame me for not helping you kill them all, it was all for your own good. You'll understand in the future. I've accomplished my end of things, and I have my own matters to attend to. Goodbye. These were the Eastern Wasteland Bell's parting words to Long Chen. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Yang Chuyu. They couldn't believe their eyes as 16 half-step kings had instantly vanished. That was too shocking. Meng Qi, the first person that received a mental message from Long Chen was Meng Qi. She recovered from her shock and rapidly formed hand seals. Stealthy spiritual strength spread throughout the battlefield. The ancient race experts were all dumbfounded. Still stunned upon seeing all their half-step kings being killed, they didn't sense the spiritual strength. Careful, someone's scheming against us. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts with powerful spiritual strength sensed something off. The peak of the soul, dream fall. Meng Qi's spiritual strength erupted. Those ancient race experts were horrified. Their eyelids suddenly became too heavy to hold up. Sleepiness washed over them. They were horrified. If they slept at this time, then they would never wake up again. They all struggled against it. In truth, this soul art contained extremely profound principles. It contained a powerful hypnosis effect. Once a person fell asleep, they would die. The most terrifying thing was that this move could be used silently without powerful spiritual fluctuations. It was even able to hide its fluctuations from protective soul items. If it was used against one person, then even if they had a soul item, they would definitely die. However, for it to be used against thousands of foundation forging experts, it had already displayed its maximum effect. They would only feel a bout of sleepiness for a breath of time. Once they struggled through this one breath, they would escape the soul art. At this moment, Long Chen extended his arms and two streaks of berserk energy shot out. Double dragon destruction. Two dragons twisted around each other, charging through the ancient races. The foundation forging experts didn't have the slightest defense up right now. They were trapped in a daze thanks to Meng Qi, and Long Chen's attack struck them head-on. The foundation forging experts were blown apart by the two dragons. Blood filled the sky as they wreaked havoc. Of the thousands of foundation forging experts, only 300 managed to live thanks to being on the edge of the battlefield. Dragonblood Legion, kill them all. Don't leave even a single one alive. Long Chen was the first to charge forward. Blooddrinker released a powerful saber image that killed 7 foundation forging experts in one blow. Those 7 really were unlucky. After escaping from the double dragon destruction's rampage, they hadn't even had time to celebrate their luck before being killed. The ancient race experts recovered, but because they had just escaped Meng Qi's terrifying soul art, their heads still weren't in the right state. Tang Wan-er's wind blades slashed through their midst. Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, Songming Yuan, and Guo Ran were leading the rest of the Dragonblood Legion. They were like hungry wolves, killing them rapidly. The foundation forging experts were horrified. They still didn't even understand what was happening. Their half-step kings had been killed, and now thousands of them had been slain. They couldn't believe their eyes. After escaping from Meng Qi's soul art, they saw only a few of them remaining. They didn't even know if they were still dreaming. It was at that moment that the merciless blades struck. Many of them died without even knowing what had happened. The world had transformed suddenly. Even once they became ghosts, they would still be confused ghosts. Don't let them escape, shouted Long Chen upon seeing some of the foundation forging experts start fleeing in terror. 4 huge figures appeared. 3 waves of dragon breath and a ray of divine light blew apart the foundation forging experts that had just fled a few miles. Perhaps a foundation forging expert could block 1 earth dragon's fire breath, but they couldn't block the combined attack of 3 earth dragons and 1 red-eye sacred blood phoenix. They were instantly blown apart. The ones that were fleeing were killed by the magical beasts. The ones still fighting were being hacked to death. Many of them died to the Dragonblood warriors' blades. The Dragonblood warriors had completely stabilized their realm after that huge battle just now. They were accustomed to their new explosive power. The ordinary Dragonblood warriors were rank 3 celestials, while the squad leaders were all rank 4 celestials. Most terrifying of all, they had all consumed the 10,000 spirit blood, and they possessed the spirit blood that matched them perfectly. Although it wasn't as dense as Meng Qi and the others, once it was activated, their spirit blood's power was still incomparably terrifying. With this many people activating their spirit blood at the same time, even foundation forging experts couldn't stop them. Fuck, I didn't even get one, you damn wolves. Some of the Dragonblood warriors had moved too slowly and had their paths blocked by their brothers. Haha, achievements are your achievements too. Oh, this fellow is still alive. I won't fight with you over him. You really are my good brother. That person killed a foundation forging expert that was half dead and bragged, haha, Who dares to look down on me? I'm a man who has killed a foundation forging expert. TCH, don't act so shameless. Boss killed that many half-step kings, but did he brag at all? Said the other disdainfully. Yang Chuyu and the other members of the Xuantian Dao sect simply watched this scene, unable to say a word for a long time. Seeing the Dragonblood warriors cheerfully talking and joking as they cut down the ancient race experts, they were unable to wrap their heads around this reality. Once all the foundation forging experts had been killed, the Dragonblood warriors began cleaning up the battlefield. Guo Ran was going around, gathering the broken pieces of the king items. His eyes had turned blue with greed. These king item fragments were the treasures he needed the most at this moment. Long Chen, this time, you really caused a huge calamity. Yang Chuyu finally recovered from her shock. She sighed. However, it's fine. No matter how big of a calamity you cause, I will help you bear it. The truth is, said Long Chen, there's no need to say anything. I finally understand why you would kill so many of those ancient race bastards in the immemorial path. If I was still my young self, I'd also kill them all. But this is also good. After so many years, I, Yang Chuyu, can finally taste the flavor of causing trouble. Yang Chuyu smiled as if she was returning to the springtime of her youth. The battle was over and the spoils were gathered. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples silently looked at Long Chen with worship and passion. Long Chen was amazing. What do you plan on doing now? Asked Yang Chuyu. She couldn't figure out what Long Chen was thinking. The matter of the corrupt path in ancient races has been handled. Now it should be the turn of the righteous path. Back then, I intentionally let Ji Chengkong off just to make this matter livelier. Just killing him isn't enough to resolve my hatred. I needed an excuse to destroy the entire Remote Heaven gang, said Long Chen. Then are we going to kill our way to the Remote Heaven gang now? Asked Yang Chuyu. No, I need to give them some time to gather all their people and gather all the power of the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path. I need to wait until they smear my name and condemn me, said Long Chen indifferently. Isn't that a bit too vicious? Do you know how large the Remote Heaven gang is? With their power, they can gather practically all the righteous path's experts, as well as all their disciples, said Yang Chuyu. So what? Retorted Long Chen. Yang Chuyu's scalp turned numb. Some people are just being used by the Remote Heaven gang and don't know the truth. They're innocent, is that right? If they don't know the truth, they can indiscriminately kill others without fault. Once they kill others and learn the truth, they can just say, sorry I didn't know, and the matter is settled. There are no innocent people in this world. Do those ignorant people not have brains? In any case, I don't care. No matter how many the Remote Heaven gang gathers to handle me, they're all my enemies, and I'll kill them all. Sect Master, if you have any misgivings, you don't have to participate in this matter, said Long Chen. What nonsense. Am I someone who just gives up halfway? If you want to kill them, then Big Sister will accompany you, said Yang Chuyu. Long Chen smiled slightly. Looking at the slightly insulted Yang Chuyu, he felt a burst of warmth. This world still had many people worthy of trust. Chapter 943 Devil Execution. Conference. If only I had known how monstrous the Eastern Wasteland Bell was before. I should have planned things out properly. Long Chen had a face of regret as he sat in a private room. Who would have thought that the broken, practically crumbling apart Eastern Wasteland Bell would be so terrifying? It killed half-step kings without the slightest effort, and king items were nothing more than toys to it. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was incredibly powerful. Right now, his strongest trump card had disappeared, but he still hadn't gotten his revenge on Ji Chengkong. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. If only he could have drawn over the ancient races and the Remote Heaven gang together, he could have had the Eastern Wasteland Bell handle them all at the same time. But regret had no use. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had already left. He didn't even know if he would ever see it again. Furthermore, there was something else that made him jittery. When he had advanced to see expansion, that mysterious voice hadn't appeared. The pill formula for the 5th star of the 9-star hegemon body art also hadn't appeared. Could it be that the 5th star required him to reach foundation forging first? The 9-star hegemon body art was completely different from the other cultivation techniques he knew of. He couldn't cultivate like others, making him feel unsure of what he was supposed to do. He still knew too little about the 9-star hegemon body art. The fortunate thing was that other than the 9-star hegemon body art, he also had the dragon blood body tempering art. The green dragon battle armor that he could summon was now his strongest trump card. Suddenly, the stone door to his room was pushed open. Ouyang Chuyu walked in and sat in front of him. "Is there any news?" asked Long Chen. "The entire eastern wasteland is in upheaval," sighed Ouyang Chuyu. How could it not be? The ancient races had moved out in full force to suppress the Xuantian Dao sect. But as a result, they had been annihilated. In truth, back then, the ancient races had intentionally drawn other people's attention when they had moved out. Their excursion had been supposed to be a display of their might. Countless people had been around and had activated photographic jades so that they could record the sight of the Xuantian Dao sect being destroyed. However, they had never imagined that what they would record was something even more shocking than the destruction of the Xuantian Dao sect. The entire eastern wasteland had been thrown into a state of panic, especially those smaller powers of the Xuantian Dao sect that had sided with the remote heaven gang. Each day, they had lived in fear that the Xuantian Dao sect would find them to settle the bill. The most fearful one would have to be the remote heaven gang. Those who had committed shameful deeds were always the most terrified. Right now, the remote heaven gang was like an overturned nest of ants. They were doing everything they could to draw in other powers. It was unknown what methods they were using. As Long Chen's vicious methods shook the eastern wasteland, the remote heaven gang managed to gather the majority of the powers within the eastern wasteland. "Long Chen, do you really have the confidence?" Ouyang Chuyu was worried. Although she didn't know the Eastern Wasteland Bell's origin and she hadn't asked, it was clear that the Eastern Wasteland Bell had left after that one attack. She had seen that clearly. The Eastern Wasteland Bell's power had surpassed her understanding. But she knew such a divine weapon wasn't something that would accept someone like Long Chen as a master. Otherwise, it would be under his control now. It was obvious from its departure that it had only agreed to help Long Chen once. That was why Ouyang Chuyu was worried. Long Chen shook his head. "Nope, my strongest trump card is gone." "Then why don't we slow things down and just wait a bit?" advised Ouyang Chuyu. Long Chen was too ruthless. She had already alerted the head sect about this matter using a special spiritual message. They would quickly send experts to handle this matter. In Ouyang Chuyu's opinion, the smartest decision was to wait for the head sect's experts to arrive. After all, Long Chen had used up his trump card. If the remote heaven gang had some unknown trump cards, it would be over for them. "I understand, Sect Master. Call me Big Sister," said Ouyang Chuyu. "All right, Big Sister, I understand what you're saying, but it's useless." Long Chen shook his head. "What is useless? I don't understand." Long Chen sighed. "In truth, during the immemorial path, I was always careful and tried not to make enemies or provoke anyone who didn't provoke me. I did my best to protect my people. But when the time came, I was still surrounded by enemies. I was cautious, I was reserved, but I still caused Little Snow to die. This time, I've finally seen through who my true enemy is. It is these damn heavens. No matter how I scheme, I can't outgem the heavens. So now I can't be bothered to scheme, nor do I care about other people's schemes. I want to find my original mental state. I no longer trust in using smarts to handle my problems. I will only trust my power. I need to find my old self, that young, impetuous, and a bit foolish self that was full of hot blood. I have no schemes. I will simply bring my brothers to slaughter our enemies. If we encounter a mountain, we'll split it. If we encounter a river, it will part for us. And if our lives aren't hardy enough to survive, then we can all die together. 18 years later, we'll have reincarnated and gathered back together, once more rising up to battle our enemies." Long Chen's eyes shone with a determined light. He found that as his cultivation base increased, he had begun to lose his old self. If he had been vicious enough in the beginning, if he had paid any price to kill his opponents as soon as he had encountered them, who would still dare to provoke him? Right now, what he needed to be was a madman, a bloodthirsty, merciless man. He would make all his enemies terrified of him, making it so no one dared to form the slightest bit of hostility against him. He was extremely calm now. He no longer bothered scheming against his opponent's trump cards. He couldn't outgem the heavens, so there was no point. His choice was to use the simplest, most direct method, fight with his life on the line. Little Snow's death had made him clearly see the essence of cultivation. All resources and opportunities were gained through killing and fighting. Since he had stepped onto the cultivation path, he couldn't be kind or soft. That would cause his own death. If it only caused his own death, then fine. But foolish kindness would also cause his people's deaths as well. That was the most foolish part of it. Big sister, you don't have to go with me. In truth, this isn't just for you. These 1,000 years of life were like a dream. I've seen people be born, mature, grow old, and die. I've seen joy, and I've seen sadness. I've seen twisted faces and ugly affairs. I've experienced much. Big sister, are you tired of living? Long Chen was startled. Brat, I'm living quite happily. How could I want to die? Liang Chuyu glared at him. Then that's good. After all, I don't have big sister's experience. Are you saying I'm old? Liang Chuyu's glare became even more vicious. No, definitely not. Long Chen flapped his hand. If not, then shut your mouth. You really are becoming more and more irritating. I don't know how you seduced those two beautiful girls. When I say I've experienced a great deal, what I mean is that it's like I've been playing chess for hundreds of years. The chessboard is completely chaotic now. The reason I can only touch the barrier but am unable to become a half-step king is because of this. That's why I'm prepared to go cause some trouble with you. By changing my mentality and viewing my path through another viewpoint, I want to see if I can use that opportunity to become a half-step king, said Liang Chuyu. Why just half-step king and not a full king? Asked Long Chen. Liang Chuyu sadly shook her head. It's not so easy. My spirit blood isn't pure enough. Half-step king is my limit. So that's what it is. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension of why all those rank 4 celestials would submit to Shui Yu, Yu Changhao, and the others. It was all because of the purity of their spirit blood. Two people could both be rank 4 celestials, but without pure enough spirit blood, a person's cultivation base would forever be limited to half-step king. Only people like Shui Yu and the others were able to cross that barrier and become true kings. I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't reminded me. Here, Long Chen took out a small bottle. Inside was only a single drop of blood. This is 10,000 spirit blood. Liang Chuyu was shocked. Correct. You already possess spirit blood, so this 10,000 spirit blood can make it even purer, allowing you to cross the barrier and become a king eventually. Long Chen smiled. Liang Chuyu's expression was complicated as she looked at it. You should hurry and refine it. This 10,000 spirit blood is exceptionally profound. It actually contains a trace of heaven and earth's laws, which will make it easier for you to comprehend the heavenly Taos. Liang Chuyu was silent for a long time before she finally accepted the 10,000 spirit blood. She entered seclusion. Long Chen also gave another drop of 10,000 spirit blood to Shui Wuan. He trusted the two of them. This 10,000 spirit blood was incredibly important. It could activate a person's spirit blood and was a heaven-defying treasure that could allow people to draw out their own attributes' potential. Lord Heavenai had essentially sacrificed hundreds of thousands of aboriginals to obtain this 10,000 spirit blood for him. So Long Chen viewed it as exceptionally precious. Other than Liang Chuyu and Shui Wuan, he didn't share it with anyone else. The reason Liang Chuyu was so moved wasn't just because of the 10,000 spirit blood, but also because Long Chen had shared its secret existence with her. Now she understood why the Dragonblood Legion was so terrifying. In truth, she didn't know that the reason the Dragonblood Legion was so powerful was because of a combination of the 10,000 spirit blood, heavenly Tao fruits, and divine mortal molting elixir. The days passed one by one. Long Chen kept a close eye over the state of affairs within the Eastern Wasteland. Finally, he received an invitation. Devil Execution Conference. Long Chen's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. He directly ripped the invitation to shreds. Guo ran, alert the sect master. We're moving out. Long Chen looked into the distance, icy killing intent in his eyes. Ji Chengkong, I've given you plenty of time to prepare. Don't disappoint me. Chapter 944 Condemnation of the Eastern Wasteland. The entire Eastern Wasteland was trembling because of one name. That name was Long Chen, Devil King Long Chen. His name had spread throughout every corner of the Eastern Wasteland. Any place with people knew Long Chen's name. Whether it was the cultivation world or the secular world, he was a topic mentioned over and over. Everyone discussed this strange figure. There were even many people that went to the Phoenix Cry Empire to investigate him. However, the majority of those people's questions were not nice ones. Some people's investigation concluded that having been bullied so much in his youth had caused Long Chen's heart to grow twisted, turning him into a bloodthirsty devil king. Then others added fuel to the fire, painting Long Chen as an unreasonable fiend, an immoral criminal. There were even some who said Long Chen had already joined the corrupt path. He definitely had some sort of relationship with them. When that theory was released, Many people had retorted, arguing that Long Chen wouldn't do such a thing. Hadn't he fought against the corrupt path so fiercely in the immemorial path? In fact, hadn't he joined hands with the experts of the immemorial path to slaughter tens of thousands of elites from the corrupt path? However, those retorts were drowned by countless louder screams. In fact, those questioning people were threatened to stay silent. Some even disappeared from the world. As a result, the Eastern Wasteland's public opinion was that Long Chen was a cruel devil king with a twisted heart. But this devil king was too strong, and he only grew stronger. Not only had he slaughtered the corrupt path's experts, but he had also exterminated the ancient race's army. Now, his fiendish hand was stretching toward their righteous path. He was intent on overturning the Eastern Wasteland. Just at this time, the era's hero appeared. That hero was the Remote Heaven Gang. They couldn't bear to see the righteous path destroyed, and to avoid the loss of innocent lives, they sent out invitation cards for a devil execution conference. They invited all the brave warriors beneath the heavens to join hands to slay the devil in the name of the righteous path, returning the cultivation world to its old brilliance. And today was the day of the devil execution conference. The Remote Heaven Gang was extremely lively as tens of thousands of sects arrived. Millions of righteous experts had gathered. The Remote Heaven Plaza was full of an unprecedented number of righteous heroes. Looking at the packed plaza, Ji Chengkong smiled. He said, "The old patriarch truly is amazing. He was able to gather practically all the experts in the Eastern Wasteland. But of course, Chengkong, you're looking down on our Remote Heaven Gang's foundation. Although we were low-key during the past years, in truth, we were just patiently developing. After thousands of years of planning, all the various sects, higher-ups have our Remote Heaven Gang's people in them. There are even some sects that are completely under our control. It was all in preparation for today. We'll use this chance to force the Xuantian Dao sect out of the Eastern Wasteland. No matter how strong the Xuantian Dao sect is, it's not like they can kill all of the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path," said the master of the Remote Heaven Gang, Ji Hongling. That Long Chen really was terrifying. He actually had such a trump card. A bit of fright appeared on Ji Chengkong's face. He had seen the images of Long Chen unleashing the Eastern Wasteland Bell. If Long Chen had used it against them in the immemorial path, he would have been dead. You don't need to worry. That's definitely a weapon beyond the king item level. Its spirit item should be too proud to accept Long Chen as its master. It left right after attacking, meaning Long Chen only had an agreement with it to help once. Fortunately, that one time was used on the ancient races. Now our Remote Heaven Gang can use this devil execution conference to kill Long Chen and drive off the Xuantian Dao sect. Then the Eastern Wasteland will be the Remote Heaven Gang's. In other words, it'll be our Ji family's land. A pleased and sinister smile appeared on Ji Hongling's wrinkled face. It was like she could already see the sight of the Remote Heaven Gang dominating the Eastern Wasteland. Do you think Long Chen will come? He kept hiding within the Xuantian Dao sect before this. It seems he really is out of trump cards and doesn't dare to go out, said Ji Chengkong. Whether or not he comes, the result will be the same. We've gathered practically all the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path. The Patriarch even invited some friends who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Killing Long Chen and the others will be as easy as turning a hand. HMPH, if my guess is right, it should be that the Xuantian Dao sect is afraid and has asked for assistance from their head sect. They're waiting for reinforcements. Once those reinforcements arrive, this matter won't be so simple. But did Ouyang Chuyu really think that I, Ji Hongling, would give her that chance? What a joke. During the Devil Execution Conference today, we'll show the righteous path the evidence of Long Chen colluding with the Aboriginals. Then with a bit more proof and sworn testimony, we'll make sure everyone knows Long Chen is an absolute villain. In any case, public opinion is under our control. As long as we wave the banner of heroically killing a devil, killing Long Chen is easy. If Ouyang Chuyu tries to stop us, then that means she's protecting a devil. Then can't we just kill her as well? In any case, we have all the proof and testimony we need. Even if their head sect sends people, so what? Did they dare to kill all the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path? Impossible. Once the Devil Execution Conference is over, Long Chen will be dead, and whether or not Ouyang Chuyu stays alive, the Xuantian Dao sect will definitely be torn down. Chengkong, remember, strength is important, but intelligence is even more important. So what if Long Chen is strong? So what if he encountered amazing opportunities? He's just a slightly stronger weed. No matter how strong he is, can he fight all the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path? To be a hegemon doesn't rely on martial strength. This world has its own rules, and only those who understand those rules can become hegemons, understood? Said Ji Hongling. This child understands, said Ji Chengkong. No matter how strong one person becomes, so what? Can Long Chen become stronger than our remote heaven gang with its thousands of years of history? The old patriarch has already arranged everything. At that time, Long Chen will die to your hands. So what if you lost to him before? With him personally being killed by you, you will still be the king of the Eastern Wasteland. With the remote heaven gang behind you, who would dare to fight against you? Sneered Ji Hongling. Ji Chengkong's eyes brightened. His admiration for his Ji family's patriarch grew more and more. His own little tricks were nothing compared to the patriarch's intelligence. The Ji family's machinations had been set into motion thousands of years ago. Now, they could use Long Chen as an opportunity to erase an enormous existence like the Xuantian Dao sect. And the head sect would only be able to endure. This was too brilliant. It was an unresolvable scheme. Even if Long Chen knew about it, he couldn't do anything. Those two called Yu Qianshan and Zhao Wuji, don't waste them, reminded Ji Hongling. Don't worry, they surrendered themselves to us a long time ago. They can also see that the Xuantian Dao sect is doomed. All the proof has been prepared. Some of it is stuff even I never expected, hee. Laughed Ji Chengkong. Zhao Wuji and the others from the Xuantian Dao sect were the best people to testify against the Xuantian Dao sect. Good, keep them around for now, and when this matter is over, wait for an opportunity to make them disappear forever. The remote heaven gang doesn't need such trash. Disdain appeared in Ji Hongling's eyes. She clearly looked down upon Zhao Wuji and the others. Understood. Ji Chengkong nodded. A sea of people was present within the remote heaven plaza. Even some figures that hadn't appeared in public for centuries had appeared. At first, these sects had been worried about how terrifying Long Chen was. But the remote heaven gang was smart, and they released a list of sects for them. When those people read through the list of sects participating in this, their terror diminished a great deal. Now, they were just waiting for everyone to present their evidence and views of Long Chen. Was he a devil who deserved the death penalty, or could he be saved? Seeing the millions of righteous experts that had gathered here, they were completely at ease. With this many experts present, they knew Long Chen wouldn't dare to do anything. Furthermore, the remote heaven gang had also promised that this was just a gathering of people, and everything had already been properly prepared. So their safety was guaranteed, and they could also get a favor from the remote heaven gang. Most importantly, there were few sects that had dared to not come. If they did offend the remote heaven gang, then considering their methods, the offender would probably end tragically. All the Eastern Wasteland's righteous powers had essentially gathered. In a few days, the Xuantian Dao sect would no longer exist in the Eastern Wasteland. Heavens, even the remote heaven gang's old patriarch has appeared. Clamor erupted as several figures appeared on the stage in front of the plaza. The person at the front was an extremely old elder whose hair was completely white. He was practically a living fossil. His cultivation base had reached the half-step king realm. Heavens, that seems to be the strange Peak Gates founder. He's still alive, and he's also a half-step king. Isn't that Nature Crane Valley's Heming Xiao? I hear he's been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Startled cries rang out as people saw 8 elders, all illustrious and famous old figures. The 8 of them were all half-step kings. Ji Chengkong now slowly walked up the stage. He bowed toward the 8 of them, and then turning to face everyone, he announced, "Today's Devil Execution Conference is to get justice for the countless fallen heroes of the righteous path. Our Eastern Wasteland's righteous path embodies the meaning of morality and integrity. Its brilliance lit up the world. But now, a heretic like Long Chen has appeared. He was shameless to the peak, ruthless and vicious, and colluded with the immemorial path's aboriginals to kill people from his own sect. He then colluded with the corrupt path, and there are suspicions that his bumpy childhood caused his heart to be twisted, leaving behind a heavy shadow." It was unknown just who wrote this speech, but it was incredibly passionate and descriptive. It painted Long Chen as an irredeemable fiend who had committed innumerable crimes. "Today, my remote heaven gang is upholding justice, using the Devil Execution Conference to gather our righteous path to eliminate the traitor and return the righteous path to its old brilliance." Ji Chengkong raised his fist into the air. "Eliminate the traitor and return the righteous path to its old brilliance." The huge crowd of righteous experts cheered so loudly that their faces turned red. The cheering of hundreds of thousands of people was truly grand. When did the righteous path ever have any brilliance? How is it that I, Long Chen, have never heard of such a thing? A mocking voice rang out, causing everyone's hearts to shake. They all turned to look. Chapter 945 Five-Heart Living Lotus. It was like the crowd's passionate cries were cut off by a knife. A group of people walked grandly into the remote heaven gang. It's the Xuantian Dao sect's people. The whole nest came out. Are they going for a decisive battle? When Long Chen led over 100,000 of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples over, it caused countless cries to resonate. HMPH, only 100,000 people. We've gathered all the eastern wasteland's righteous path, so exterminating them is as easy as turning a hand, sneered someone. The current Xuantian Dao sect was no longer the old Xuantian Dao sect. The corrupt path's sneak attack had heavily injured their core. The 36 supermonasteries took heavy damage. Thus, these 100,000 disciples were the Xuantian Dao sect's full force. Originally, Long Chen had only been planning on leading the Dragonblood Legion to this battle. But he hadn't succeeded. The Xuantian Dao sect's 36 supermonasteries and all their subordinate monasteries had moved out in full force, except for some people to look after their sects. They had all heard of what Long Chen had encountered in the immemorial path. As for the corrupt path's sneak attack, although they had no proof it was due to a collusion between the corrupt path and the remote heaven gang, there was a 90% chance that it was. After paying that painful price, the Xuantian Dao sect's experts had finally erupted. This matter had provoked the fury within them. They decided to advance and retreat with Long Chen. Even if they knew that they might never return after advancing, they had still come. Long Chen also hadn't expected the Xuantian Dao sect to possess such passion when pushed to the brink of despair. He really hadn't been able to tell before that these disciples possessed such courage. Long Chen and Ouyang Chuyu walked side by side, and behind them were Meng Qi, Tang Wan Wild, and the others. Behind them were the Dragonblood warriors. After the baptism of that large battle, they were like unsheathed blades. The killing intent coming off of them had almost taken solid form. The Xuantian Dao sect's experts were behind them. However, these disciples were all very weak. There were quite a few that had only reached meridian opening, and some were only just bone-forging disciples. Although their cultivation bases were very low, they were fearless in the face of millions of experts. They all held their weapons tightly, their eyes icy cold. Brazen Long Chen, you irredeemable brute, you dare. A Xuantian expert was the first to begin cursing at Long Chen. With a point from Guo Ran, a golden ray killed him. Bastard, you! Another person was killed by Guo Ran. At the top of the stage, Ji Chengkong shouted, Long Chen, as expected, you are brutal and vicious. Even when others point out your crimes, you simply kill them cruelly. Do you think you can keep your crimes quiet? Even if you kill 100 people, 1,000 people, or even 10,000 people, can you kill all the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path's experts? Do you think the saber in your hand can extinguish the righteousness in people's hearts? In the immemorial path, this is exactly how you killed the righteous path's experts. You are a savage fiend. Has everyone seen it clearly? This is exactly how mercilessly he attacked the people of his own sect. Ji Chengkong was delighted to see Long Chen arrive, but he put on a righteous expression, passionately stirring the flames. Ji Hongling was the first to start a cheer with the remote heaven gang's experts. Kill Long Chen. These ignorant people all looked as if they would only be happy once Long Chen was killed. Ji Yuyong and the others clenched their fists. Even the always peaceful Meng Qi was angered. Surprisingly, Long Chen was the only one with an indifferent expression. He didn't even look at those people who had been bought by the remote heaven gang. He icily stared at Ji Chengkong. Not bad, this field is bigger than last time. But this shouldn't be all of it. Long Chen, don't try to talk your way out of this. No matter what you say, you can't talk your way out of the fact that you colluded with the aboriginals to kill people of the righteous path. If you don't die today, there'll be no way to pacify the souls who died because of you. The Devil Execution Conference is being held just for you. I really didn't think you'd come, but that's also good. I'll publicly list your innumerable crimes so you're convinced. Sneered Ji Chengkong. He cast a glance to a certain person. Dozens of experts immediately walked out. When they appeared, an uproar erupted amongst the Xuantian Dao sect's experts. Those people were the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. The people at the front used to be part of the four heavenly geniuses, Zhao Wuji and Yu Qianshan. Zhao Wuji, Yu Qianshan, you traitors actually joined the remote heaven gang. These two had been the Xuantian Dao sect's peerless geniuses. They had countless worshippers and followers. Now seeing the people they had worshipped be so lacking in integrity as to join the remote heaven gang, curses rained down upon them. HMPH, what do you understand? We renounce the darkness to join the light. The Xuantian Dao sect is evil and is harboring a criminal like Long Chen. That's the height of foolishness. And what we did wasn't join the remote heaven gang. Instead, we're standing up for the righteous path. In front of everyone, we'll testify to Long Chen's crimes. The higher-ups from the Xuantian Dao sect, are you all blind? Can you not see how fake this criminal is? It seems there really is no need for the Xuantian Dao sect to exist any longer, sneered Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji and Yu Qianshan had clearly betrayed them, but they still acted so sanctimoniously. The Xuantian Dao sect's people clenched their teeth. The monastery heads who had raised them were so furious that they quivered. Long Chen, in the immemorial path, you raped and looted, not shrinking from any crime, and, Zhao Wuji started a steady stream of words that he seemed to know by heart. Wait a moment, if you want to kill me, there's no need to make it so complicated. Let me first ask, are all of you sure you want to stand there? Long Chen interrupted Zhao Wuji and looked at the Xuantian Dao sect disciples behind him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we were forced. We, cried one of them. Courting death. One of the remote heaven gang experts' expression changed. He immediately charged over and let out a punch, wanting to kill that person. Suddenly, a translucent, icy sword chi flew over, accurately landing on that person's body. That person transformed into ice and then shattered. A foundation forging expert was killed in one blow. My Xuantian Dao sect's disciples can't be killed by someone like you, said Ouyang Chuyu icily. As soon as Ouyang Chuyu attacked, 7 of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples ran over to Long Chen's side. Half-Step King. The remote heaven gang's patriarch didn't particularly care about those people. It was Ouyang Chuyu who drew most of his attention. He had long since investigated her and knew that she was stuck at the peak of foundation forging. When had she become a half-step king? Sect Master, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, please get us justice. These bastards, one of them knelt down in front of Ouyang Chuyu and began to weep. As soon as we exited the immemorial path, Ji Changkong, Zhao Wuji, and Yu Qianshan forced us to join the remote heaven gang. The senior apprentice brothers who refused were killed right there and then. They are the real brutes. Ouyang Chuyu's expression sank. At first, she had also been curious as to why other than Long Chen's people, none of the other disciples had returned. Now she understood. Zhao Wuji, Yu Qianshan, you should still remember the number 1 punishment of the Xuantian Dao sect's law enforcement hall. Ouyang Chuyu glared at them hatefully. The two of them had not only betrayed them, but they had forced the others to defect as well. Furthermore, they had personally slaughtered people from their sect. That was inexcusable. Zhao Wuji and Yu Qianshan's expressions changed. The Xuantian Dao sect's number 1 punishment was something even traitors wouldn't normally receive. Only people like them who had betrayed the sect and killed people while doing so had the qualifications to enjoy it. The Xuantian Dao sect's number 1 punishment was called the 5-Heart Living Lotus. It sounded like a very refined name, but those who knew what it meant all got chills upon hearing it. Normally, one would think the 5 hearts referred to the 2 palms, 2 feet, and heart. But the Xuantian Dao sect's 5 hearts didn't include the real heart. Instead, the 5th heart referred to the heart of the head, or the space between a person's eyebrows. A heart-piercing lotus's seed was planted in each of those 5 spots. It was said that this lotus seed originated from hell. It was only able to survive off other people's bodies. During that process, it would extract a person's soul and blood to nourish itself. Furthermore, the person infected with the lotus would feel endless pain during this process. The lotus would take root within the body, and the pain was indescribable. This kind of pain was enough to cause a person to die. But because a seed would be planted in the head as well, it would cause a strange cycle. It made it so a person could die, but they would still feel every little bit of the pain. The most terrifying thing was that the lotus would feed the energy back to the heart. It allowed a person to live 3 times longer than normal. This was the Xuantian Dao sect's cruelest punishment. It had only been used a few times in all of history. Unless a person was completely evil, it wouldn't be used. Even those who betrayed the sect were normally just killed instead of being inflicted with this punishment. But today, Ouyang Chuyu was truly infuriated. Ouyang Chuyu, you really are despicable. Do you think using a soul art to control a few disciples would be enough to invert black and white? Laughable. Do you think the righteous disciples are idiots? Ji Chengkong hastily took Zhao Wuji's place to respond when he saw that he was terrified. Ouyang Chuyu, you're too shameless and despicable. A person like you can be a sect master. Garbage. A garbage sect master and a garbage sect. Exactly, such a sect is just garbage. The existence that raised a devil like Long Chen definitely isn't anything good and should be destroyed with him. With a subtle hint from Ji Chengkong, countless people began to furiously roar, cursing Ouyang Chuyu. She trembled from rage, having an urge to slaughter them all. Surprisingly, Long Chen suddenly roared. It was like the roar of a god, and it contained his powerful spiritual strength. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.